World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 173 to Chapter 207. Dingxing Business Building. Fang Ping frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. Xianxia was also a little nervous and didn't dare to make a sound. Right now, Fang Ping was thinking about what Xianxia had just said. Ever since Distance Company acquired Dongxing, its fast food business had covered almost all the ordinary colleges and universities in the university town. Although they still didn't make any money, the scale of the company had actually expanded a lot. As for the express delivery business, Distance Express had recently reached an agreement with some express delivery companies to undertake regional contracts. After more than half a year of development, Distance had grown considerably in scale, and the scope of its business had also expanded considerably. However, Fang Ping's wealth did not increase. How did the system calculate the wealth points, net worth? Based on this calculation, Distance Company did not exceed the value of Fang Ping's investment. Right now, Distance Company's net assets were definitely less than 15 million. As for Fang Ping, he had invested almost 15 million in Distance. But according to net assets, it would be too difficult to make money. The system wouldn't be so bad, right? If it wasn't based on net worth, then it would be based on public perception. To put it bluntly, listed companies looked at their market value, while unlisted companies looked at their valuation. Would the outside world know more than 15 million people about the faraway lands? Fang Ping knocked on the table lightly. After a long silence, he said, Distance Food and Beverage is doing pretty well. Has anyone approached us about financing? Financing? Xianxia thought about it and shook his head. No financing, but some companies have talked about acquisition. How much did they offer? 10 million. Fang Ping let out a humph. After a while, he said, if you have an idea and want to talk about financing, you can talk about it and listen to the other party's valuation. He now suspected that the actual value of Distance was not recognized, which was why his wealth could not increase. After some thought, Fang Ping said, actually, I've realized that in this world, the easiest way to earn money is still from martial artists. Martial artists were really rich, moreover, the money came quickly and he was willing to spend it. When I returned to Sun City, I discovered a problem. Even if a martial artist has money, it's very difficult to spend it in a small city like Sun City. If he wanted to buy some cultivation pills, he would have to go to the city or the province. What do you think will happen if we find a channel to open a martial arts e-commerce website? E-commerce had just risen, and there was not a professional martial arts e-commerce website yet. Furthermore, things like elixirs and weapons were very valuable. Shopping online had yet to gain the trust of martial artists. As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, Xianxia shook his head and said, it's too difficult. And we are not qualified. Even if Fang Ping had reached rank 2, a low-ranked martial artist like him would have to be kidding if he wanted to run an e-commerce platform exclusively for martial artists, not to mention where to find the channels. These expensive items that were worth millions of dollars would require a delivery team that the current express delivery companies could not provide. Without a martial artist leading the escort of such a valuable item, it would be extremely dangerous. In this world, there was no lack of martial artists willing to take risks for the sake of money. Fang Ping rubbed his forehead and sighed softly. Actually, if we can really make a platform like this, it's inevitable that we'll be able to earn money. Moreover, our influence will be extraordinary as well. We'll practically have control over the martial artists' cultivation resource channels. It could be imagined that once such a platform was accepted by people and martial artists, in the future, most martial artists would use this channel to shop. It was similar to the relationship between physical stores and e-commerce platforms. Once Fang Ping succeeded, he would become the largest channel provider. The benefits and influence he would gain would be immeasurable. Of course, there were too many things that were required. Right now, Fang Ping was far from qualified. Platforms like Tanuki might have thought about doing business with martial artists, but they had probably considered the difficulties involved, including the monopolization of certain resources. Pill companies and weapon manufacturing companies were now in a state of monopoly. However, thinking about it, it was not entirely impossible to do it. Fang Ping suddenly said, say, if I were to make a platform like this within MCMAU, the main thing would be to put the logistics department's resources on the internet and use credits as the currency. This way, students won't have to run to the logistics department every time. Although the logistics department is in the university, some students are not on campus most of the time, but outside. Every time they exchange resources, they have to return to the university. It's very troublesome. Do you think that people will accept this? Xianxia was stunned when he heard that. He said softly, then, where will the profits come from? Fang Ping's eyes gradually brightened. He said, first, it'll deepen the access to MCMAU's resources. Once everyone gets used to it, MCMAU's channels will be completely under my control. Second, there will naturally be profits. We'll free up MCMAU's production capacity. We won't need many middle and high-ranked instructors to oversee and be responsible for the exchange of resources. At this time, if we make a slight request and purchase in large quantities, can it be cheaper? It's definitely possible. There's still hope to earn the difference. I'm just afraid. He was afraid that MCMAU would not be willing to hand over these important resources to the students. If something went wrong, the loss would be too great. Fang Ping was thinking of testing it out in MCMAU first. When he had enough strength in the future, he could gradually expand it. MCMAU first, then Magic City's martial arts universities, and then slowly spread to all martial arts universities until it's available to all martial artists and even normal people. Fang Ping paused and said, also, express delivery and fast food services can also be targeted at martial artists. Although martial arts universities' food and beverages are generally free, the free food is only ordinary food and beverages. What do you think about opening a high-end food and beverage market specifically for martial artists? Martial artists actually value time very much. Sometimes, when everyone's cultivation time is tight, they don't want to go out to eat. Those who have money can make some vitality pills to fool around. Those who don't have money can also have blood-enriching pills as a regular medicine. If we can open up the martial artists market and do high-end vitality food and beverage distribution, to be honest, these people are all rich and suckers. Even if the delivery fee is set at $100, these fellows won't even bat an eye. They can easily order food with one click, and when they're not cultivating, they can have food delivered to their door and enjoy delicious food. It's much better than taking pills. The more Fang Ping said it, the more he felt that these things could be done. Take himself for example. When he was cultivating, sometimes he was too lazy to go to the cafeteria to eat. It was too troublesome to make a trip. However, taking pills every day or using wealth to replenish vitality was not the case. People still needed to eat and drink. If someone delivered food to his door now, Fang Ping did not mind paying the delivery fee. This was not a problem. To them, how could $100 be considered money? However, there were also difficulties. First, martial arts university's dormitory area was difficult for outsiders to enter. If they wanted to negotiate this, it would be a little troublesome. Second, high-end restaurants had their eyes on the top of their heads. Negotiating with them was also very troublesome. At the end of the day, Fang Ping was still too weak. He was a martial artist who had just entered rank 2. If a martial artist like him wanted to set foot in the martial artist industry, it would be extraordinarily difficult. If he were a grandmaster, it would be much easier. He could do some things without fear. Fang Ping knocked on the table again, gritted his teeth, and said, I'll go to MCMAU later and talk to them. It might not be impossible. If it really doesn't work, then I'll give up for now and continue to do business with normal people. However, once I open up the martial artist market, then it'll be completely different. Sino Nation invested too much into martial artists every year. It could easily be in the billions or even trillions. If 1 million martial artists spent 10,000 each, that would be 10 billion. Martial artists only spent 10,000 a year, the average standard was more than 1 million. This market was at least 1 trillion. Even if Fang Ping took a small portion of the profits, he could still make a lot of money. The key was that he was too weak and did not have the right to take a share. Xianxia could not say anything about these martial artists. However, after some consideration, he still said, Mr. Fang, if you really want to do business with martial artists, then on our side, we have to make preparations to recruit martial artists. However, martial artists' expenses are too high. If he wanted to do business with martial artists, the company could not just have Fang Ping as a martial artist. There was actually a huge generation gap between martial artists and normal people. Even the expansion of some basic business would not work without a martial artist as a negotiator. Fang Ping still had to busy himself with cultivation. He did not have that much time to meddle in these things. That's true. But this is also a matter for the future. We'll talk about it after I've really negotiated. Fang Ping was not too sure if his plan would be approved. MCMAU powerhouses might not be interested in these businesses, but letting a student do this might not be allowed either. It did not need too much to pilot it in MCMAU first. In MCMAU, normal people only needed to run more errands. Continue doing what you're doing. Also, remember the development of the mobile terminal that I mentioned last time. The country has already passed the 3G standard. Some mobile phone manufacturers are already developing 3G smartphones. Also, continue to expand the business. At least cover the university city. It's been more than half a year, and not a single district has been covered. If you don't have enough money, you can take a loan. You can also tell me. It has to be fast. Speed is the priority in the early stage. Fang Ping could not wait. Next month, his wealth might be depleted. If he did not earn money, what would happen to his future cultivation? Without the support of his family, did he really have to risk his life to complete missions and earn a measly sum? After giving Li Qingzi some advice and asking him to buy a car for him, Fang Ping left with a headache. However, Fang Ping's dream as a middleman, no, as a martial artist's dream of being the biggest distributor, was really on his mind. He had this idea a long time ago. However, at that time, he was still a normal person. He could only dream about it. Now, he was already a rank 2. Perhaps he could reach rank 3 soon. Although his strength was still very weak, it did not mean there was no hope at all. After returning to school, Fang Ping thought about it and entered the logistics department again. School had not started yet, so the logistics department was not too busy. Old Man Li was still napping. When he saw Fang Ping, he could not help but ask, "Why are you here again, kid?" "Instructor Li, what are you talking about?" "I'm here to have a chat with you." "Haha. Don't loiter here if you have nothing to do." Fang Ping did not mind. He sat down by the counter and asked, "Instructor Li, our school's logistics department should be quite busy, right?" "It's all right. It's too degrading for a powerhouse like you to be sent here as a salesperson. Also, other than you, I see that there are many martial artists in the logistics department. They also have to work in shifts for 24 hours, which limits the number of middle-ranked and high-ranked powerhouses. Don't you think it's a waste?" Fang Ping's tone was as if he was fighting for justice. The people who came here to exchange were all martial artists. Normal people might not be able to control the situation. Moreover, some students only asked and did not exchange. It was indeed quite a waste of time. Old Man Li glanced at him and did not say anything. Nonsense. There was a portion of the school's resource reserves here. What if they were robbed if they did not send powerhouses to guard it? Although the people here were all MCMAU students and none of them had the guts to do so, they could not be encouraged to do so. If outsiders sneaked in, it would be even more embarrassing. "Instructor, I think the missions office on the 3rd floor is doing quite well. They've started accepting missions online. Has the school considered building an online platform to handle the exchange of pills and weapons? That way, we can save a lot of manpower and resources." Building an online platform. That's right. Nowadays, normal people use e-commerce platforms to shop. It's convenient and fast. Don't tell me that we martial artists don't keep up with the times? Old Man Li frowned. This is different. Our items are too valuable. Actually, it's the same. There's no difference. Martial artists are people too. Everyone wants things to be simple and convenient. Some of our seniors are in other places. If they want to exchange for pills, they have to make a trip back. It's too troublesome. Instructor, I also have a small business. I happen to be good at running errands for others. Do you think the school will support me if I help the school build a platform for free and solve some of their problems for free? Old Man Li's eyes flickered. He stared at Fong Ping for a while and suddenly laughed. Kid, you're not the kind of person who would do free labor. Building a platform for the school, running errands for free. These words don't sound real. I think you're thinking of taking advantage of the school's resources. Don't tell me you want to make a profit and run away. Instructor, do I have the guts to say that? We have a few grandmasters in MCMAU. Unless I want to die. Instructor, I'm serious. I'll build a platform for the school for free. It won't take up the teacher's time. In the future, if the students don't have to come to the logistics department, they can exchange for the items they need directly from the platform. As for me, I'll come to the school to collect the resources after receiving the orders and help deliver them home. Of course, in the beginning, I won't be able to deliver to places that are too far away, but it's only a matter of time. The school doesn't have to pay a cent or provide any manpower. I'll take care of everything. Of course, I have to earn some money from the students for running errands. 100 or so isn't much, right? Not only will it save the teachers a lot of trouble, but it will also save the students a lot of trouble. I think everyone won't care about this small amount of money. Instructor, my family is average. I can only rely on my own ideas to earn some money. Also, I can be responsible for compensation. If the items are lost, I'll be responsible for the original price. This way, the school and the students won't have to bear any risk. E-commerce had not been around for long. Actually, the older generation of martial artists did not understand how it worked. After hearing Fong Ping's words, Old Man Li thought about it. It seemed like there were only benefits and no disadvantages. It would reduce their workload, reduce the input of manpower and resources, and also reduce the students' troubles. Was this kid really just doing this for the sake of running errands? Fong Ping promised to pay for compensation. This way, even if Fong Ping was not strong enough and lost the items, the school would not have to care. After thinking for a while, Old Man Li felt a headache coming on. He asked, "Can you afford it? You have to know that there are more MCMAU students than just the school. It's fine to run errands in the school, but outside the school, once people find out that you're transporting pills and weapons, there will definitely be people who will be tempted. Instructor, we'll mainly do it inside the school in the early stages. If it's outside the school, when I recruit some martial artists, I can ask them to escort me. Actually, I don't think the risk is too high. Martial artists are all elites. Unless the profit is too big, how many middle-ranked martial artists will do something like this if they don't have hundreds of millions? Low-ranked martial artists, if they don't have millions, not many will even think about this. We won't accept big orders in the early stages. This way, the risk will be much smaller." Old Man Li's interest was slightly piqued, but he was still a little worried. He asked, "Kid, you really don't have the thought of running away with the pills halfway?" Fong Ping felt wronged. "Teacher, am I an idiot? I'm MCMAU's most talented student. How could I do something so stupid? I just want to earn money to run errands. This is also hard work. Actually, I won't earn much. I also have to be in charge of the platform's operations. Of course, the school can do it themselves, but it's a shame for a bunch of martial artists in the school to do it. The school should support poor students like us to start our own businesses. Instructor, do you think the school will agree to it? Don't keep bringing up your poverty." Old Man Li rolled his eyes. If this kid was poor, then there were not many poor people. How many pills had he exchanged and how much had he sold them for? Now he was still complaining about being poor. After thinking for a while, Old Man Li said, "If you really want to do it, it's not impossible." But Fong Ping's face was full of anticipation. "But your strength is too low, unless what? Unless you ask your instructor to step in and be your guarantor, to bear the risk of losing the items. You can't do it yourself. Do you think I don't know how many assets you have? Your instructor is different. She's rich. If you really want to run away, the school can ask her to compensate. The school is also very busy because of the catacombs. If you really want to do it, the school won't make things difficult for you. Also, about running errands, if you let outsiders into MCMAU, it might be a little troublesome. If anything happens, you'll definitely have to bear the responsibility. Your instructor won't be able to run away either. will Lu Fengru be your guarantor? If you can convince Lu Fengru, I can mention this to the school on your behalf. I still have to find someone to be my guarantor. Fang Ping's head hurt. Would Lu Fengru be his guarantor? That might not be the case. If one day Fang Ping received a big order and ran away with the pills, it would not be impossible for him to lose more than 1 billion in one go. After all, this kind of exchange was not done by 1 or 2 people at once. Old Manly thought for a while and said, also, even if the school agrees, they'll probably choose to supervise together with you. They'll send someone over to supervise you. Don't even think about having a happy ending, that's not a problem. Fang Ping could not care so much now. With a fawning smile, he said, Instructor Li, do you think this will work? Will the school choose to do it themselves? If you don't mention it, the school might think of it and do it themselves. But since you mentioned it, the school probably won't fight with the students for this, provided that you have the strength and ability to do it. MCMAU has always treated its students like how much they can eat. Then please keep an eye on me. I'll go look for my instructor now. Fang Ping threw these words and left in a hurry again. Seeing him run so fast, Old Manly felt a little emotional. This kid's brain was really flexible, but he did not know if it was a good or bad thing. If he was distracted by other things, it would affect his cultivation. On second thought, Fang Ping still had to do missions if he could not earn money. That would also take time. If he could really earn money, then it would not be considered a delay. There were only so many students in MCMAU, though. Not everyone came to exchange items every day. How many orders could Fang Ping receive? Even if he received 100 or 200 orders a day and received $100 for each order, it would only be around $10,000, right? He still had to calculate the cost. Could he earn money? Old Manly still had some doubts about this. Moreover, if he lost too many orders, Fang Ping would end up losing everything in the end. Forget it. Young people have too many ideas. Let them torment themselves. Faculty Dormitory Area 1. Villa 8. MCMAU was indeed quite large. Fang Ping had spent most of his time on the road, running back and forth. He knocked on the door. After a while, Lu Fengru came to open the door while yawning. Fang Ping was actually a little curious. These middle-ranked and high-ranked martial artists all looked like they were not fully awake every day. Were they too busy, or were they too free? Lu Fengru saw Fang Ping and said casually, You're here early. Didn't you spend more time with your family? Come back early and cultivate. Try not to embarrass your mentor. Hee hee. Lu Fengru did not believe his flowery words. With a wave of her hand, the cup on the coffee table flew into her hand. She drank a cup of tea and said, If you have something to say, say it. Fang Ping's gaze fell on the cup in her hand. He could not help but ask, Instructor, is this telekinesis? It's a kind of use of mental strength. Don't think too much about it. It's very far away from you. Lu Fengru did not explain much. She took another sip of tea and said, Tell me, do you have any doubts about cultivation? Or something else? Now that I've entered rank 2, I should focus on honing my bones. Could it be that I'm thinking of cultivating some combat technique? No, Fang Ping shook his head. In his heart, however, he was still thinking about the scene where Lu Fengru casually waved her hand and the teacup appeared in her hand. Tutor, could it be that grandmasters are able to fly on their swords like in the legends? Sword flight? Lu Fengru sneered and said, You're thinking too much. However, sword kinesis flight is still possible, but it won't last long. Just like your elevated stance, you can step into the air, but how many steps can you take? A grandmaster expert's use of mental strength mainly lies in his aura, spirit, battle techniques, as well as his understanding of his body. Is that so? Fang Ping nodded slightly. He could not help but ask, Instructor, are you going to enter the grandmaster realm? If Lu Fengru became a grandmaster, then Fang Ping would earn big. Although the teachers weren't the students' parents, they would still benefit from having a grandmaster as their teacher. At the very least, before you reach the grandmaster realm, your mentor will be able to give you the most direct answers and guidance. Moreover, now that he had become a grandmaster, just a little bit of power would be enough to fill him up. It's still early. Lu Fengru denied that. She shook her head and said, "It's not that easy to become a grandmaster. Right now, I'm only at the preliminary stage of exploring mentality. If I want to become a grandmaster, I'll need at least 3 to 5 years. It'll depend on my luck." As she spoke, Lu Fengru changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this. You've become a rank 2 martial artist, so you should accumulate more credits." It was much harder for a rank 2 to overcome a rank 3 than a rank 1 to overcome a rank 2. Especially when they were at peak rank 2, they had completed honing their limbs. At this time, rank 3 honed their torso bones. How to connect the limbs and torso bones to form a circulatory system. This involved a lot of things. Without credits, you can only rely on yourself. With credits, the school can provide some assistance. Credits, Fang Ping felt a little helpless. His credits were 0, which meant that he had to continue carrying out missions. "By the way, do you have something to say or not? If you have something to say it quickly. I still need to catch up on sleep." Fang Ping was speechless. Just how tired were you that you had to sleep every day? Fang Ping did not delay any further. After some thought, he said, "It's like this, instructor. I want to set up an e-commerce platform to serve the students, but the school is worried that I'm not capable enough to shoulder the responsibility. That's why I need you to vouch for me." "You want me to vouch for you?" Lu Fengru raised her eyebrows. "What kind of e-commerce platform would require you to vouch for it?" Fang Ping gave a simple explanation. Lu Fengru listened and did not interrupt. When he was done, she suddenly said, "Are you really just doing this for this little bit of money?" "Instructor, I'm poor. I can't help it, don't give me that." "You're not thinking of expanding in the future and specializing in martial artist transactions, are you?" I advise you to give up on this idea. On one hand, the government has a monopoly on martial arts resources now. On the other hand, there are many benefits involved. You're just a rank 2 martial artist. I can't be a rank 2 forever. Fang Ping retorted. Moreover, I just want to give it a try. If it doesn't work, I won't force it. Instructor, I know that asking you to vouch for me will put you at some risk. However, I promise that as long as I can still make money, even if there are losses, I'll pay them back myself. Lu Fengru glanced at him. After a while, she said, "Actually, vouching for you isn't a big problem. However, I have to remind you that, in my opinion, instead of wasting time on this and betting on an uncertain future, it's better to do more missions. That's what mediocre people think." Fang Ping blurted this out. Lu Fengru glared at him and said impatiently, "If you say this out loud, you'll be beaten to death. Even if you die, don't come looking for me." What mediocre thinking? How many grandmasters had risen through the ranks by completing missions? Those who work with their minds govern others, and those who work with their bodies govern others, Fang Ping muttered. He did not want to be a pure martial artist. This kind of martial artist was very tiring. Lu Fengru could not be bothered with him. After a moment of consideration, she said, "If you insist, then I can vouch for you. However, the prerequisite is that your cultivation progress must be able to keep up. If your cultivation is delayed because of this, you'll have to learn to give up." "That's for sure. I won't do it myself. I'll just put in some effort in the early stages and leave the later stages to others. As long as you know." Lu Fengru said a few words and said impatiently, "All right, I'll remember this. If there's nothing else, you can leave now." Fang Ping did not linger. He had just stood up when he suddenly sat down again. He asked sheepishly, "Instructor, did you watch the championship earlier?" "Yes. My battle with Fang Wenxiang was earth-shattering, I think." Lu Fengru stared at him for a long time before saying, "I can vouch for you. Fang Wenxiang's reward is cancelled. You can choose one of them. Martial artists have always been fair trade. You can't expect me to be completely selfless and dedicated to you." "Fang Ping, do you understand what I mean?" Fang Ping looked helpless. "I knew it. However, compared to the guarantee of a rank 6 martial artist, a mere rank 1 like Fang Wenxiang was really not worth mentioning." Speaking of which, when Lu Fengru equated the two, there was still a huge gap. In society, if a company wanted to seek the protection of a rank 6 powerhouse, the price they had to pay was also extremely shocking. Got it. Sorry to trouble you. N, go ahead. Also, cultivate hard these days. Maybe soon, you guys will enter the catacombs. Fang Ping's footsteps stopped, but he did not ask any more questions. He strode out of the villa. In the next 2 days, while many people had not returned to school, Fang Ping negotiated with MCMAU while asking Li Qingze to build a platform. It was not difficult to build a platform. Moreover, Fang Ping was only planning to open the school's internet in the beginning. He did not plan to open it outside the school. At least, before he found a martial artist to join him, he did not plan to accept orders from the outside. If he accepted it and lost it, he really could not afford to pay for it. However, there was some disagreement on the school's side about letting couriers enter the school. Fang Ping made a few trips. In the end, Old Man Li's suggestion was, you can find some students to do it. Fang Ping pulled a long face. You think I haven't thought about it? The key was that MCMAU students were 2F*King expensive, there were no other faculties in the school. They were all martial science students. The price of letting these people do part-time jobs was too high. Old Man Li looked like he expected better from Fang Ping. He said disdainfully, are you stupid? Aren't you the strongest among the new students now? Create a club on your own in the name of exchanging martial arts. Many of the new students are not martial artists yet. When they see that you're a rank 2 martial artist and the strongest among the new students, they'll gladly join if they have the chance. If you make money, share some with them. If you don't, you'll just hire people to work for free. Can't you sway these students? They don't care about the small stuff either. Set up an internal contribution system. Whoever has a high contribution, give some benefits and some guidance. Also, sway them. Tell them that they can take the opportunity to get in touch with rank 3 and rank 4 martial artists, and even rank 5 martial artists. Think about it. If you're asked to run errands now, you might be able to get close to rank 4 or 5 seniors and learn something. Would you agree, not everyone has a rank 6 instructor, and not all students are like you, who have already entered rank 2. More than half of the new students are not martial artists. Will there be no one doing this? Fang Ping was shocked. The old man was even more cunning than he was still thinking about paying his salary, but the old man had even saved his salary. Although MCMAU was not small, even if the platform was opened, it could only accept a few hundred orders a day. That was the current limit. If he really let the students do it, it would be a piece of cake for 10 students to complete it. Instructor, is it appropriate to do this? Fang Ping looked like he was tempted, but he was also a little embarrassed. Old Man Li snorted and said indifferently, I'm just saying. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. That. Instructor, what you said makes sense. We should help the students who are lagging behind. We should help each other so that they can become martial artists as soon as possible. Fang Ping was righteous. He felt that he needed to help the students who were lagging behind. As the strongest among the new students, he might soon become the strongest in MCMAU. He should create a good cultivation environment for these students. With the thought of doing everyone's good, Fang Ping went to the Martial Arts Society. Students had to register at the Martial Arts Society to register for a club. Martial Arts Society. Upon hearing Fang Ping's name, the club member who had received Fang Ping gave him a slightly surprised look. Fang Ping had some fame in the Martial Arts Society. In addition to the championship, he was quite famous in the university. Society name? Mutual Love Society. I got it. MCMAU Mutual Love Society. I got it. The Strongest Society. I got it. Fang Ping was speechless. After a while, he said, Ping, you want society? No. Are you sure you want to use this? Fang Ping fell into deep thought. Then, he said seriously, I'll use this. Clubs can be registered, but they can't disrupt the order of the university. Also, clubs can't force students to join. Otherwise, the Martial Arts Society will deal with it. Also, let me remind you. If you form a club, be careful of being challenged. Challenge the dojo? I'm not opening a martial arts school. Nonsense. When a club is formed, the university will allocate some space and office space for you. Also, the club can receive some public funds from the Martial Arts Society every year. Of course, not everyone can form a club. You didn't do a review. It's not that you don't want to, but because you contributed to the university during the championship, you can form a club by default. If you're challenged, when your club has less than 10 members, you'll be disqualified. Of course, there are no such requirements for the first 3 months. After 3 months, the club will be disqualified if you have less than 10 members in the Martial Arts Society assessment. After 3 months? Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, "Got it. Can I recruit members now?" "Wait. I'll bring you to see the space we've allocated for you. Also, you can come to the Martial Arts Society every month to collect 50,000 in membership fees." Fang Ping was delighted. 50,000 a month was not a small amount. MCMAU was rich, but there were not many clubs in the university. There were only 100 or so at most. The university could afford tens of millions a year. After all, forming a club was also a manifestation of teamwork. MCMAU actually encouraged students to work together in groups. The Martial Arts Society member quickly led Fang Ping to a building. He said, "The university's clubs are all here. The members of a newly formed club are not fixed, so the space is not too big. When you have more than 100 members, you can apply for a change." As he spoke, he brought Fang Ping to an office. He opened the door and said, "You'll be here for now." "It's quite big." Fang Ping was speechless. It was bigger than the office he rented at Distance Company. There were some simple office desks and chairs. There was also a lot of paper scraps, but there was not much dust. "If it's possible, I can even treat this as a branch." Fang Ping muttered to himself for a while, but the people from the Martial Arts Society ignored him. They showed him around the place and said, 3 months later, the Martial Arts Society will review your member list. If there are less than 10 people, the venue will be taken back, including the group fees paid earlier. Do as you see fit. You can recruit members now. All right. Thank you. You're welcome. After leaving those words behind, the man left right away. Fang Ping also heard people in the offices around him asking the person if there was a new club being formed. Fang Ping did not listen to what they were talking about. He was an empty club president now. Who would be so free as to challenge him? Everything is ready. All I need is one last thing. I'll recruit some new students and trick them into working for me for free. Once the platform is built, I can officially start working. Fang Ping did not think about earning money in the beginning. However, once everyone accepted the platform and the university felt the benefits, Fang Ping could try to earn some profit from it. If the university gives me a 10% discount, that'll be great. Fang Ping thought happily. As for whether there was any hope, that would depend on the situation. If the platform really became the mainstream for students to exchange, it might not be impossible to free up a few middle and high-ranked combatants. Skyscrapers rise from the ground. Sooner or later, martial arts resources in Sino Nation, and even the whole world, will be transferred from me, Fang Ping. Fang Ping was filled with pride. He wanted to be the world's biggest middleman, no, a distributor. The new students' dormitory area. Fang Ping borrowed a table from the management office and looked around. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face and shouted quickly, "Hey! Little fatty!" Guixing was dragging a huge suitcase. He looked up and saw Fang Ping, looking slightly confused. "Hey, old Guixing, right?" Fang Ping had almost forgotten the other person's name. Now, he finally remembered. After greeting him, Fang Ping asked with a smile, "Do you know me?" Guixing nodded blankly. Of course, he knew him. How could he not know him? Someone had beaten him up before, of course, he had watched the championship a few days ago. How could he not be familiar with the MCMAU captain? Come. Did you just get back to school?" "Yes." "How was the new year?" "I see that you've put on some weight." "Put on weight?" Guixing was a little dejected. He said softly, "I didn't eat much." Fang Ping did not care if he was fat or not. He smiled and said, "I'm rank 2 now." "Ah?" Guixing was still confused. "You're rank 2. Why did you have to tell me? After a semester, Guoxing's vitality had reached more than 150 calories. However, MCMAU's instructors advised everyone to nurture their vitality to the limit. He felt that he had not reached his limit yet, so he was not a martial artist yet. Guoxing was a little envious when he heard Fang Ping say that he was rank 2. I'll probably be peak rank 2 next month. Ah? As for me, it's possible that I'll be rank 3 or even rank 4 this semester. When I graduate in my senior year, I'll be at least rank 5 or 6. Is there a grandmaster in your family? No. Your father is only rank 1, right? What about your grandfather? My grandfather passed away, Guoxing answered honestly. So, your father is the strongest in your family? No, my mother is a rank 3 martial artist. Fang Ping was stunned, but he did not mind. He laughed and said, no matter what, I have a bright future ahead of me. Do you agree? Guoxing did not understand why Fang Ping was showing off to him, but he still nodded honestly. Yes. The instructor said that you're a genius with both strength and brains in our batch. That's why a genius like me has formed a club. I'm recruiting comrades who share the same ideals. We'll fight and explore together for our martial arts. Will you join? Society? Guoxing was at a loss again. I've just returned to school. Why am I suddenly being dragged into a club by Fang Ping? Am I that outstanding? In MCMAU, there were many societies. However, the Martial Arts Society had only recruited a few new students. The other clubs also recruited martial artists. As for aspiring martial artists like them, unless they were twice honed, no one would bother with them at all. Now, Fang Ping wanted him to join the club. Guoxing was dumbfounded for a moment before he asked hesitantly, do I have to collect money? If it's too expensive, I don't have much money now. Fang Ping was instantly enraged and scolded, am I, Fang Ping, such a person? Students, if you are passing by, please stop to take a look and listen. These 2 days were the start of the semester. Most students would return to school during these 2 days. This referred to the new students. At this moment, Fang Ping was blocking the only way to the new students' area. In just a short while, 8 or 9 people had already surrounded him. Fang Ping saw that more and more people were gathering, and he said loudly, in MCMAU, only martial artists are valued and regarded as true MCMAU students. However, for us freshmen, becoming a martial artist is not easy. There are nearly 1,600 students in grade 08. Until now, less than 500 of them have become martial artists. Martial arts are hard, but it's even harder for the weak. Are aspiring martial artists worse than martial artists? Not necessarily. Of those who can enter MCMAU, who is not a genius? Who is not favored by the heavens? Why are we improving so slowly? On one hand, we don't have enough resources. Our families are poor. We fought our way into MCMAU from thousands of students, but because our families are not as good as others, we can only lag behind and have to put in more effort. On the other hand, we started late. Plus, we don't have high-ranked instructors and high-ranked parents to guide us. I don't mean to look down on any instructor, but there are so many of us. His instructor leads dozens of students. Does he have time to explain to us one by one? That's why we have to improve ourselves. Following Fang Ping's roar, the onlookers increased. In the dormitory area nearby, many people had opened their windows. Some even went downstairs and surged over. Seeing this, Fang Ping suddenly jumped onto the table and said loudly, students, let me ask you. Are you willing? Are you willing to graduate as a rank 1 martial artist? Are you willing to lag behind others for the rest of your life? Are you willing to be inferior to others today and tomorrow? Are you willing? Fang Ping roared, his voice echoing throughout the dormitory area. At this moment, even some of the older students heard his words. Many people had gathered around the windows of each dormitory area. Fang Ping roared. Seeing that no one was cheering him on, he secretly cursed his mistake and could not help but glare at Guoxing. Guoxing was no longer stupid. Seeing this, he suddenly roared with his ears red, I'm not willing. I'm not willing. There were also some aspiring martial artists who could not hold it in anymore and shouted. If you're not willing, then what should we do? We need to improve ourselves. How do we improve ourselves? It's better to rely on ourselves than others. I, Fang Ping, am a grade 08 student. I don't have a family background, but I relied on my own efforts to become the strongest among the new students. Does anyone not admit it? Does anyone not accept it? Today, I've entered rank 2. This semester, I, Fang Ping, will definitely enter rank 3 and strive for rank 4. Not just the new students. After freshman year, I'll challenge the president of the Martial Arts Society. I'll put these words here. I, Fang Ping, can also take the position of president of the Martial Arts Society. As soon as Fang Ping said this, a senior suddenly sneered and said, President Zhang is now rank 4. Fang Ping raised his head abruptly and shouted, cut the crap. You can't, but that doesn't mean I can't. Stop talking nonsense with me. If you're not willing, come down. We'll fight in the arena. You, the senior upstairs, was embarrassed into anger. The person beside him tugged at him. He really wanted to go down. The one downstairs had entered rank 2. Who knew how many bones he had honed now? Although this person was also rank 2, he had just entered rank 2. However, rank 2 martial artists were not the same. MCMAU's Fang Ping had no opponents in the championship. It was not like there were no rank 2 martial artists at that time. Fang Ping did not provoke him. He continued, I was born ordinary, but I've never given up on my dreams. One day, I, Fang Ping, can become a grandmaster too. I hope that one day, everyone can become a grandmaster. However, this requires us to constantly improve ourselves. Today, I, Fang Ping, will establish the Ping Yuan Club and open our doors to recruit talents. Those who have the desire to improve themselves, those who have the will to fight, and those who are pursuing martial arts, regardless of background or rank, we will not reject anyone. Of course, we have limited manpower in the early stages, so we'll have to limit it slightly. We'll only recruit new students, with a limit of 100. Don't ask me what benefits there are in joining the club. If there aren't any benefits, everyone can discuss martial arts together, share experiences, and strive for a common goal. I'll provide some small opportunities for everyone to interact with some high-ranked seniors. Whether or not you can learn anything from your seniors, that depends on your own ability. From now on, the Ping Yuan Club is officially recruiting new members. Those who are willing, come and fill in the form. Those who are not, I won't force you. Having said that, Fang Ping glared at Guisheng. Little fatty, why aren't you cheering me on? Guisheng was actually a little excited at this moment. Fight together for your dreams. One day, everyone can become a grandmaster. He did not expect Fang Ping to have such lofty aspirations. The next moment, Guisheng shouted, I want to join. Alright, count you in. I, Fang Ping, don't care about your background. We martial artists should strive to improve ourselves. Outside the crowd, Fu Chongding and the others had just returned. Seeing the situation, they were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Not only did Fang Ping suddenly establish a club, but he was also accepting everyone. From what he said, he was even recruiting aspiring martial artists. What was he trying to do? If he wanted to select future catacombs teams, he should be looking for people from the special training classes. If that was not the case, then why was he doing it? Was it really like what he said? Was it purely to help everyone, to strive for self-improvement, and to gather for their dreams? Did Fang Ping have a fever during the new year? Fu Chongding muttered. Zhao Xueme, who had just arrived, was also surprised. Isn't he afraid of trouble? Why did he suddenly start a club? Who knows? Yang Xiaoman shook her head, then said dejectedly, he's already rank 2. Fu Chongding said happily, I'm rank 2 too. Yang Xiaoman snorted. She had just recovered from the injuries she had sustained during the championship. Rank 2 would take a few more days. After chatting for a while, Fu Chongding suddenly asked, are we joining? Why would we join? I suspect that Fang Ping has an ulterior motive. There might be benefits to it. Do you think he'll join something that doesn't benefit him? As soon as he said that, everyone had a look of agreement on their faces. Fang Ping had always kept a low profile when it came to things that did not benefit him. There were benefits, such as the assignment of instructors at the start of the semester, the selection of class monitors for the special training classes, the reward for being the first during special training missions. Fang Ping did not miss out on any of these things. As for the usual activities, clubs, and class committee elections, Fang Ping did not participate in any of them. Would this guy participate if there were no benefits? Now that they were recruiting members with such great fanfare, they wouldn't believe that there wasn't something fishy going on. Yang Xiaoman suddenly said, 2 days ago, he sold me a batch of pills for about 20 million. Is it related to this? Damn, he sold another 20 million? Fu Chongding was stunned. After a while, he said, this guy is really capable. This semester, he probably sold pills for 40 to 50 million. Can he represent the students from poor families? Yang Xiaoman complained. Was there anyone who came from such a poor family? She had foolishly believed his nonsense last time and willingly forked out 19.3 million in the end. She must have been muddle-headed. It must be because her injuries had not healed yet. MCMAU's newcomer, Wang Fangping, had established the Ping Yuan Club and was recruiting members with no restrictions. The news spread quickly in the dormitory area. Even the instructors in the staff dormitory were watching the commotion. With such a big fanfare, was he going to stir up trouble? Fang Ping even made a threat. Challenging the president of the Martial Arts Society, Zhang Yu, was also big news. Rank 4 martial artists were really not cabbages. In MCMAU, Rank 4 martial artists were not rare, but they were rare. Most of them were not in school, and there were less than 5 Rank 4 students on campus. If Fang Ping really defeated Zhang Yu as a freshman, he would not be the top student in MCMAU, but he would at least be ranked high in the school. Dean's office in the School of Weaponry. Huang Jing received the news very quickly. He could not help but laugh. He looked at Tang Feng and said, we thought he was not brave enough, but he immediately shocked you with his radical approach. You dare to challenge the president of the Martial Arts Society as a freshman? Tang Feng was also stunned. He asked curiously, why did he establish a club? I don't know. As soon as he said that, Huang Jing suddenly thought of something. He smiled and said, he wants to build a platform to serve the school's logistics department. Did you know? Yes. Previously, the school did not allow outsiders to enter the campus. He didn't mention it and just let it go. Could it be that he's running errands for others? Ah? Do you understand now? Oh, I was wondering. Tang Feng was speechless. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, This kid said it so righteously that I almost believed it. I thought he was really thinking about those aspiring martial artists. How should I say this? No one can predict what will happen in the future. If he really succeeds, he might return the favor to these members. So, let's just wait and see. Moreover, if someone is fooled by him, it's because they're not smart enough. Gaining more experience in school is better than being fooled by outsiders. It's also better than being fooled in the catacombs and dying without even knowing how. That's true. A school does need sinister people like this, just like the vice-chancellor. Cough, cough. Huang Jing coughed. Was Lion Tang's brain muddled? If someone heard this, they would teach him a lesson. Fang Ping's establishment of the Ping Yuan Club spread like wildfire. At this moment, Fang Ping was not done yet. Seeing that many people were filling in the forms, Fang Ping counted for a while and suddenly shouted, we have enough members. I'm sorry, those who didn't join this time won't have the chance to join in the near future. I hope that one day, you won't regret your choice. As for those who have filled in the forms, I don't know how many of you will persevere and work hard for your dreams. However, since you have the courage to take the first step, I still have to say congratulations. There was a slight commotion in the crowd. When Fang Ping said that they would not regret it, some had complicated expressions, some scoffed, and those who had filled in the forms did not know whether to be happy or not. Alright, everyone can leave now. In the next 2 days, pay attention to the news on your phones. We'll have a club gathering. Everyone should get to know each other. I hope that soon, the Ping Yuan Club will become the second club in school. Let everyone see that as long as we have a dream, there's nothing we can't achieve. Fang Ping brainwashed them for a while and sent them away, a smile on his face. Everything went smoothly. Soon, 100 members were recruited. There was no need for more, just half of them would be enough. They would be divided into 5 shifts, 1 shift every 5 days. That should be enough. He was looking at the information when Fu Chongding, who was beside him, said angrily, I applied. Why didn't I join? Fang Ping glanced at him, then at Yang Xiaoman and the others who were equally angry. He curled his lips and said, you can't take hardship. You're all rich young masters and ladies. I won't serve you. You. Fu Chongding was annoyed. Are you looking down on us? Pfft, Fang Ping snorted and said, how about this? Go and beat up the senior who mocked me just now, and I'll accept you into the club. Fu Chongding. Yang Xiaoman, Zhao Xueme, everyone was stunned. Just how narrow-minded was this fellow? That person had only said 1 sentence, and Fang Ping had retorted. That person did not dare to say anything, but now he was encouraging Fu Chongding to beat him up. Looking at the stunned crowd, Fang Ping shook his head and sighed as he walked. That's how family members are. That's why I didn't recruit you, lest you ruin the Pingyuan Club's culture. As the president, I can't even ask you to do such a small thing. How can I trust you with my back one day? Comrade. Whether it's right or wrong, you have to be on my side first. That's my comrade. It's a pity that you don't meet my requirements. Fang Ping's tone was regretful. Beside him, a member who had just joined the club said excitedly, the president is right. Martial artists of my generation should be like this. Like my ass. Fu Chongding and the others cursed in their hearts. Are you an idiot? You actually took Stingy Fang's words seriously. How much can he really give you? Fang Ping returned to the dormitory and was just about to sit down and look at the application form when there was a knock on his door. He opened the door and saw Fu Chongding and the others. Fang Ping said impatiently, what now? I'm busy. Fang Ping, tell me, why did you set up a club? Fu Chongding looked curious and said, don't worry, we promise we won't tell anyone. I said, because we all had the same dream, and we are fighting for it. What else do you want to know? I'd be a fool to believe you. As Fu Chongding spoke, he winked and said, to be honest, your club is too weak. I took a look just now, there are only a few martial artists, and they're all small fries. Let us join, at least we can help you keep up appearances. Do you have nothing better to do? Fu Chongding ignored him. Zhao Xueme, on the other hand, was more sincere. She said softly, Fang Ping, we spent too much last semester. Our families can't support us anymore. Everyone is looking for ways to earn money. If you have such connections, how about giving us a hand? These people had indeed consumed a lot of energy last semester. Even if the school gave them rewards later on, these credits would be used up very quickly when they rushed to rank 1 and rank 2 and changed their weapons. If he wanted to continue improving, he would have to rely on himself. Big families sometimes brought more trouble. Could Fu Chongding's grandfather waste all the Fu family's resources on this grandson? Fu Chongding had 7 or 8 uncles and aunts, as well as cousins, which added up to 40 or 50 people. If a person were to spend 100 million a year, that would be a few billion. No matter how rich one would not be able to support it. Fang Ping was speechless. You're thinking too much. I've already said that it's just a mutual aid society. Where did you guys get all these ideas from? Really? It's up to you whether you believe me or not. I'm busy, so I won't see you out. Although Fu Chongding and the rest were puzzled, they did not ask any further after some thought. Just as they were about to leave, Fang Ping suddenly said, actually, it's not that I can't accept you into the club, but once you're in the club, you'll have to contribute to the club. Can you do that? What do you mean by contribution? In the future, if there are any challengers or troublemakers, you guys will be responsible for dealing with them. Also, you can help to answer some of the questions the freshmen have about the martial Dao. When the club is officially established and on the right track, all of you will be great heroes and founding members. You may even get the right to allocate resources from the school, just like the martial arts club. When I founded the club, I had the same thought in mind. The martial arts club was now occupied by the older students. When will we, the new students, be able to stand out? So, I'm going to start anew. Why did these words sound so fake? Was there a need to start anew? Did they think they were stupid? However, curiosity killed the cat. After some consideration, they all nodded in agreement. As he watched them leave, Fang Ping curled his lips and muttered, "Idiot. I have no choice but to accept labor that's delivered to my doorstep." Having said that, Fang Ping continued reading the information. February 9th, the Lantern Festival. Fang Ping held the first Ping Yuan Club meeting in his office in the club building. Compared to the first day, the office was much cleaner and tidier. There were also some computers and chairs. Students, today is the first general assembly of our club since its establishment. Today, including me, there are a total of 108 members. This is a good number. In the future, we will be the 108 founding members of the Ping Yuan Club, and also the 108 Grandmaster martial artists in the future. We still have to dream. Becoming a Grandmaster is not impossible. The Ping Yuan Club doesn't have many rules. Everyone is equal, and we're all here for martial arts. But, nothing can be accomplished without rules. Levels exist at all times. In martial arts universities, we don't care about anything else. The strength of a martial artist is what we've always been pursuing. With this as our foundation, we have the motivation to continue improving. I, Fang Ping, will be the president. One day, if there's someone more suitable and stronger than me, I will step down and give up my position. In the Ping Yuan Club, I hope that everyone will abide by some of the rules I've set. This way, the club can help each other and improve together. Some of the people below the stage curled their lips. Fang Ping glanced at them. Unsurprisingly, Fu Chongding and the others were troublemakers. He did not know if letting them in was a good or bad thing. Fang Ping made a mental note of this. He would deal with them later. I'm going to announce a piece of good news. The school is going to be reforming soon, and I've applied for a great opportunity for everyone. The school has decided to adopt an online distribution system for resources. In other words, students do not have to go to the logistics department to exchange resources. Instead, they can use an online e-commerce platform to make the connection. In this process, some students will be willing to contribute and help with the distribution. Isn't that a delivery man? Someone muttered. Fang Ping immediately scolded, "Nonsense. Use your brains and think about it. Are seniors who have credits to exchange for resources weaklings? Those are rank 3 or even rank 4 seniors who have completed missions. If you're a delivery man, can you deliver goods to martial artists' houses every day? It's just a matter of walking within the school grounds. Many people have fought for this opportunity, but none of them got it. It was me who found the dean and hoped that he would give us newcomers a chance. Only then did the dean agree to let us try. This opportunity is not available to everyone. The school doesn't need so many people. In our club, only 50 people have the chance to become a member. You know, it's not just students. Instructors will exchange resources too. They will also order them online. You can imagine how rare this opportunity is. If a student goes to the instructor to deliver something, the instructor will take a liking to him and give him a few pills. You'll be rich. Think about it. Is there such a possibility? When you go to the instructor, if you have a little doubt, you can't even enter the faculty dormitory area. Now that you can go in and ask the instructor some questions, will the instructor reject you? Initially, the school was worried that the students would mess things up. They were also worried that the students would not be able to resist the temptation, so they asked the participating students to pay a 5 million deposit. It was me who asked my instructor, Instructor Lu Fengru, to vouch for us. She said that there would not be such people among MCMAU students. I asked a peak rank 6 instructor to vouch for us. Do you know how much the club has sacrificed for this opportunity? Now, if there are still people who think that this opportunity is unimportant and embarrassing, you can say no. Really, I'm still worried about what to do if there are too many people. 50 people will be divided into 5 classes. Everyone will come out according to the class schedule. 5 days in a shift. As for the others, I can only say that if there's a chance in the future, I'll let you participate. Now, you have to seize the opportunity yourself. The MCMAU students were not stupid. Although what Fang Ping said was not entirely correct, they had to admit that the probability was still there. They were all aspiring martial artists. To be honest, they were not very eye-catching in MCMAU. The instructors did not value them, and the seniors ignored them. Taking a day out of a week to try their luck was not a bad idea. Fu Chongding and the others looked at each other. Online order, what role did Fang Ping play in this? Was he really fighting for an opportunity for everyone? However, there did not seem to be many places where there were benefits, right? Delivering pills to the seniors and running a few steps was really not a big deal, not to mention the instructors. Usually, they could not even fawn over them. This was the norm. Not everyone was like Fang Ping and the others, achieving rank 2 in a semester. Fang Ping did not care about them. He continued, also, other than the shift every 5 days, everyone can take some time out to come to the club. If there are any cultivation questions that you do not understand or any doubts about, we will answer them. Students who participate in the delivery, even if they do not get any benefits from the seniors and instructors, as long as they do well, the club will give them certain rewards and preferential policies. For example, in the future, the club may introduce some targeted preferential exchange programs. Other people exchange 30 credits for a body honing pill. Our club members may only need 28 credits, or even 27 credits. Normal vitality pills are 3 credits per pill. We may give everyone 30 credits for 11 pills. This is the benefit that I bring to everyone. Don't think that it's insignificant. Ask yourselves, how much money can we save after accumulating it over time? When I said that I would let you all grow together, it was not an empty promise. At this moment, the crowd was already in an uproar. If what Fang Ping said was true, then the benefits of joining the club were too great. As for Fang Ping, he was already considering how much of a discount the school would give him if he accepted the club members' credits and bought pills in bulk. Although the school did not have to sell the pills, the school's credits were not given out for fun. For MCMAU, credits meant many things. Taking back the credits from students and forcing them to earn more credits was something that the school had been doing all along. Only after spending all the credits would the students have the motivation to accept missions and strive to become stronger. Therefore, when a large amount of credits flowed back to the school would not mind giving them a discount. Old Manly had always wanted to take all of Fang Ping's credits. It was actually a form of pressure, forcing Fang Ping to accept missions, complete missions, become stronger, and work hard. This kind of behavior was done subtly, so the students did not feel much about it. At this moment, Fu Chongding and the others were tempted. Yang Xiaoman asked, Fang Ping, call me president. Yang Xiaoman was exasperated. Was he putting on airs just like that? Can the club really buy pills at a discount? Yes, but like I said, the students must perform well. If it's just to get into the club and earn some benefits, then sorry, no. Yang Xiaoman rolled her eyes. What are you staring at me for? Who are you talking about? But delivering packages, before she could finish, Fang Ping interrupted her. You martial artists are not responsible for delivering goods. Leave the opportunity to your brothers and sisters who have yet to become martial artists. Your performance will depend on 3 things. First, the 2 of you will work in shifts. Every day, there must be 2 martial artists in charge of the club. You will be responsible for answering everyone's questions. Second, if other clubs cause trouble, you will be responsible for dealing with it. If you can't handle it, come to me. Third, in the future, when everyone becomes stronger, we may assign some club missions. Club missions are mainly targeted at the seniors who have left the school. Some of them are doing their internships locally, some are doing their internships in enterprises, and some are carrying out missions in various places. At this time, once they order resources through the website, if we have the idea, we can let martial artists escort them to deliver the resources. This is a training mission. It's not too difficult, and we can also learn from these high-ranked seniors. Also, the mission will reward credits. Fang Ping had already thought it through. In the future, once he started accepting orders from the outside, he would not take a cut. Instead, he would take some extra credits as a delivery fee. Fang Ping could get these credits himself and exchange them for money to give to the martial artists who did the missions. He could also not interfere and not take a cut, letting the martial artists complete the missions voluntarily. Of course, this was the early stages. In the later stages, there must be a plan and constraints. He could not rely on the students to do everything. At this moment, some students were already guessing what kind of role Fang Ping was playing. It sounded nice, but in reality, he was still acting as a courier. Could it be that this website had something to do with Fang Ping, or was Fang Ping taking a cut from it? No matter how they thought about it, this was indeed an opportunity for them. Aspiring martial artists did not have the chance to take on missions and earn credits. Even Rank 1 martial artists who had just entered Rank 1 did not have the right to come into contact with the mission system. Fang Ping tried his best to convince everyone to slowly accept the club's upcoming main mission. When it was time to sign up for the delivery, other than a few people, most of them signed up. Fang Ping did not choose all of them. He eliminated those who did not look like much and looked unreliable. This was to give everyone the impression that there was an admission system. Not everyone could participate, and it was a rare opportunity. Finally, Fang Ping assigned the club's roles. Zhou Yuehong, you will be the club office director. Choose a few people to handle the orders. The order processing will be handled by Distance's e-commerce platform, but they will send the processed orders to us, and we will arrange for people to deliver them. At this time, the office needs to be allocated. This is also a chance to gain experience, at least for the girls who want to enter the enterprise or the government in the future. It's a rare opportunity. Usually, no enterprise will give you the chance to make decisions and make arrangements for things. Guosheng, you will be the head of the public relations department. The so-called public relations department was, in fact, the courier delivery department. They needed to find someone who looked honest, down-to-earth, and willing to work. The little fatty looked honest and down-to-earth. His strength was passable among the aspiring martial artists, so he could be a role model. Fu Chongding, you will be the vice president. You will be in charge of the communication between the club and the school, as well as between clubs. Also, you will be in charge of the collection of pills and weapons, along with a few martial artists, in case of accidents. Do you have any objections? Fu Chongding thought for a while and asked, are you busy? It's all right. You're not the only one in charge. There's no harm in experiencing more now. All right then, I agree. Zhao Xueme, you will be the head of the External Operations Department. The External Operations Department? Everyone was dumbfounded. There was such a department in the club? Of course. Didn't I tell you? In the future, the club might accept some missions from the outside world. We need to select strong martial artists to participate. That's the External Operations Department. In general, the club has just been established. The department setup is simple: the office, the Public Relations Department, and the External Operations Department. The office will be in charge of internal business, internal missions. The Public Relations Department will be in charge of external missions. The Operations Department will be in charge of external missions. What about me? Yang Xiaoman could not help but ask. Was he not going to give her an official position? Even if it did not have much value. You? Fang Ping frowned slightly. After a moment of consideration, he said, if it's you, you will be in charge of the Internal Supervision Department. This is a very important department. It's in charge of evaluating the efficiency of each department, their service attitude, and the overall evaluation of instructors and seniors. The evaluation of the members will be based on this, and the club will give out rewards. This is the embodiment of the club's prosperity. Everyone is not here to pass the time, but to truly improve. Also, you will be in charge of internal martial arts teaching. This is also a way to reflect on your own martial arts. What about you? Me? Fang Ping said impatiently, I will be in charge of the overall situation and fighting for benefits for everyone. Isn't that enough? The club needs unity, and at the same time, it needs powerhouses to set an example for everyone, a spiritual pillar. Other than me, do you think it's up to you? My task is more important than yours, but for the sake of everyone's improvement, I will do it without hesitation. Fang Ping's mouth was dry from all the talking. At this moment, even he was beginning to believe it. Yes, I am fighting for everyone's benefit. I have no selfish motives. Although I did not give everyone a salary, when a group of students is talking about contribution, what salary is there to talk about? At most, I will treat everyone to a meal once a week. Talking about money will hurt the relationship between students. Does anyone still have any doubts? Everyone expressed that they did not. If there are no doubts, then let's start allocating people. The choice of which department to join must be based on the principle of voluntary participation. Those who did not manage to join the public relations department can choose to join other departments. Everyone can contribute to the building of the club together. I want everyone to know that powerhouses are strong because they are hardworking and motivated, and not because of their family background. The president is right. As long as we work hard, we can definitely surpass those rich second generations. Little Fatty Guoxing's face was full of excitement. He had become an official. Among a group of martial artists, he, an aspiring martial artist, had become an official. The president was right. Everyone had to rely on their own hard work. Fong Ping gave the little fatty a thumbs up. Not bad. At least I managed to trick you into becoming a lame person. My decision to make you the delivery captain was not in vain. After drinking a glass of water, Fong Ping's mouth was dry. However, seeing the company's branch, the club gradually forming, and the hundreds of free martial artists and aspiring martial artists, Fong Ping was overjoyed. If these people really went out to work, their annual salaries would probably be calculated in the tens of millions. Now, it was only a matter of a few words. Fong Ping could not afford to hire rank 2 martial artists like Fu Chongding and the others. Now, they had become free thugs. How delightful, Fu Chongding and the others shuddered. They felt that something was not right. It seemed like they had fallen into a trap. However, at this moment, the passion and sense of honor of founding a new club stirred some of the new students. It was not the time for students to be calculative about benefits. Many university enterprises had been started out of passion. As for the salary, what was that? Looking at the lively office, where everyone was discussing what they should do next, Fong Ping sighed again. Now, all he had to do was wait for the money. The most important thing for him was to improve his strength. He would leave the trivial matters to them. As long as his strength was not surpassed, the club would act according to his will. Fong Ping did not care too much about the club's development. Currently, it was just delivering packages on campus. This was no trouble for a group of elite university students. Fong Ping did not need to be too formal. In reality, it was difficult to restrict these students. They were not his employees and did not receive wages from him. Currently, they were doing things based on their passion. Too many restrictions and constraints were not a good thing. On February 14, after a period of preparation, Distance's e-commerce platform opened MCMAU's resource exchange. In the beginning, Fong Ping did not charge any fees. He exchanged directly online, and the students delivered the goods to his door. Some students were in a rush. Many spent a few credits to exchange for a normal vitality pill and waited for it to be delivered to their door. Many people tried it, and the platform received hundreds of orders that day. The effect was not bad. Although everyone was still a little worried in the beginning and did not dare to exchange in large quantities, it was a good start. That night, Fong Ping treated everyone. This time, Fong Ping spent a lot of money. He used the first month's group fee, 50,000 yuan, to treat everyone. There were 100 people, and he treated 10 tables. For these students who had yet to become martial artists, a banquet of 5,000 yuan per table was definitely of a high class. Fu Chongding and the others could not believe it. Was Fong Ping really willing to spend so much money? As for the group fee, they did not know. Currently, only the office director, Zhou Yuehong, knew that the school had allocated the group fee. Everyone else thought that Fong Ping had paid for it personally. After the meal, no one got drunk like normal university students. Martial artists, especially aspiring martial artists, almost never touched alcohol or tobacco. Some martial artists did not care about this. At the martial artist stage, alcohol and tobacco were not considered taboo. However, alcohol had the effect of numbing the nerves. In order to maintain a clear mind, there were not many martial artists who smoked or drank. Without the table culture, the aftermath was much simpler. All they had to do was go home and look for their mothers. On the road outside the school. Looking at the red wine, the green lights, and the young couples outside, everyone seemed to realize something. Today is Valentine's Day? Fu Chongding asked subconsciously. Everyone looked at each other, and no one said anything for a while. These martial arts university students did not have the time to fall in love for the sake of martial arts. Those who could get into MCMAU had all put in blood and sweat on the path of martial arts. It's a foreigners' festival. Who cares? Fang Ping did not think much of it. Yang Xiaoman and the other girls, on the other hand, looked enviously at the girls holding the flowers. In MCMAU, it was very rare for students to date each other. Fu Chongding, on the other hand, was much more romantic than Fang Ping. He ran out suddenly and returned with a bouquet of roses. One for you, one for you. This guy had given one to each of the girls in the club. In the end, there weren't too many girls, so there were still quite a few left. Seeing this, Fu Chongding sent another one to the boys. He chuckled and said, "It's a festival after all, so let's have some fun. Today, we won't delay our path of martial arts because of our personal feelings. In the future, when we become successful and famous, we can find any kind of man or woman. Don't be so jealous. Are MCMAU students afraid that they can't find a partner?" Everyone laughed when they heard that, feeling a little less disappointed. Although the couples on the roadside were still showing off their affection, the people from MCMAU were also very arrogant. If they were asked to pick a random person, not many of them would do it. Fu Chongding joked for a while, then casually stuck the rose on Fang Ping's head. He smiled and said, "Fang Ping, have you thought about what kind of girlfriend you want in the future?" Fang Ping did not take the rose. He stuck the rose he had just received beside Fu Chongding's ear. Only then did he reply with a smile, "Someone gentle. They don't have to be very strong, but I hope they'll be martial artists. We'll have something in common." As he spoke, Yang Xiaoman looked at the two of them strangely. She said with a strange look in her eyes, "You two are giving each other roses. Are you trying to be gay? Go away." Fang Ping scolded with a smile and did not continue the topic. He asked, "Have you broken through rank 2? Yang Xiaoman could not be bothered to talk about feelings at this time. She smiled when she heard that, but she said with some reluctance, "If I wasn't injured, I would have broken through a long time ago. But it's not too late now. I'll strive to finish honing my limbs by the end of freshman year. In sophomore year, we'll strive to break through to rank 3. There were 64 bones in the upper limbs and 62 bones in the lower limbs. Whether it was the upper or lower limbs of rank 1, when one entered rank 2, they would need to hone more than 60 bones. There were less than 5 months until the end of freshman year, and less than 7 months until the start of sophomore year. To complete bone honing in this time, they would need to hone 10 bones a month on average, 1 bone every 3 days. With sufficient resources, it was achievable. However, without sufficient resources, it was extremely difficult to achieve this. At least, the number of vitality pills consumed was not a small number. When they entered rank 2 and wanted to replenish their vitality, normal vitality pills were not very effective, so they needed rank 1 vitality pills. Even if they had 1 pill every 3 days and 10 pills a month, that would be 60 rank 1 vitality pills in half a year, selling for 18 million. Moreover, vitality pills were not the only thing they needed. They also needed bone honing pills to accelerate their progress. If they really wanted to cultivate to peak rank 2 within a semester, it would definitely not be enough without at least 20 million. Even 30 million was normal. At this moment, Fu Chongding also lamented, "Martial arts cultivation gets harder the higher you go. When we enter rank 3, we have no choice but to go to the catacombs." Catacombs missions were the fastest way to earn money. Once they entered rank 3, it would be extremely difficult to rely on those daily missions to satisfy their cultivation needs. Therefore, when that time came, they could either enter the catacombs to earn credits or rely on their families to pay for it. After lamenting, Fu Chongding looked at Fang Ping and said, "It's been a month since you broke through to rank 2. How many bones have you honed now?" Fang Ping had entered rank 2 after the championship. Now that a month had passed, everyone was still curious about his bone honing progress. Before Fang Ping could speak, Yang Xiaoman suddenly said, "Zhao Lei has honed 71 bones." You should have more than him, right? 126 bones in his limbs. Zhao Lei had honed 71 bones so far. This speed was definitely not slow. Everyone had earned a lot of credits last semester, so their cultivation progress in the early stages was still very fast. Yang Xiaoman had only broken through yesterday and had not started honing her bones yet. Fu Chongding's progress was about the same as Zhao Lei's. Everyone's breakthrough time was about the same. Fang Ping was only a few days ahead of them. However, he was a thrice-honed martial artist, so everyone guessed that he had honed about 75 bones. Seeing the curiosity on their faces, Fang Ping grinned. $96. How much? Are you kidding me? Fang Ping had only broken through a month ago and had honed 34 bones in a month. Did he really think everyone was an idiot? What? You don't believe me? These days, I've used 10 body honing pills to hone my body and dozens of rank 1 vitality pills to replenish my vitality. You guys know that my vitality recovers very quickly. I've been honing non-stop. Is this speed surprising? But, where did you get so many vitality pills? How many vitality pills had Fang Ping sold? Someone gave them to me. Who's stupid enough to give them to you? As Fu Chongding spoke, he suddenly thought of something and whispered, a grandmaster. Why don't you guess? Guess my ass. Fu Chongding pursed his lips. He was a little unconvinced. Relationships were also supported by others. Fang Ping always wore his identity as a poor student, but he had a grandmaster standing behind him. How was he poor? Zhao Xueme, who had been quiet all this while, had a complicated look in her eyes. He really honed 96 bones? She had suffered more serious injuries than Yang Xiaoman during the championship and had not fully recovered yet. If she wanted to break through to rank 2, she would have to wait at least next month. Next month, she would achieve rank 2. What about Fang Ping? He honed 1 bone a day. By next month, would Fang Ping be done honing his limbs? The gap between them would gradually widen until it was so big that it could never be caught up. Fang Ping understood Zhao Xueme's thoughts. He smiled and said, it doesn't matter if the 3 lower ranks are faster. When I enter the 3 middle ranks, or even the 3 upper ranks, that's my chance to catch up. Wang Jinyang achieved rank 4 before. When I achieve rank 4, he might still be a rank 4. When I become a grandmaster, he might still be a rank 4. That's why, when you're in the 3 lower ranks, you don't have to care about these things. 3 middle ranks, everyone sighed. It was not easy to achieve the 3 middle ranks. Fang Ping was the only one who kept mentioning the title of Grandmaster. After chatting for a while, everyone returned to the university. Fang Ping returned to the dormitory and rested for a while before entering the training room again. These days, although he had been busy building the platform, his cultivation had not been delayed. Fang Ping had also used up 10 body honing pills that he had exchanged from the university. His wealth consumption was even more shocking. This was the reason why he could hone 96 bones in such a short time. Fang Ping sighed helplessly after glancing at the system. Martial arts cultivation was a money guzzler. How much money had those grandmasters swallowed? Wealth, 130,000,000 vitality, 400 calories, 439 calories, mentality, 380 Hz, 399 Hz, bones honed, 96 bones, 90%, 110 bones, 30%, from returning to the university on the 4th until today, Fang Ping had honed 26 bones in 10 days. His wealth was close to 14 million. This was because he had been using his vitality to nourish his bones, which reduced his consumption slightly. There were 126 bones in his limbs. At this moment, Fang Ping only had 30 bones left to hone. According to his current progress, he had hopes of completing the honing of his limbs before the end of the month. The prerequisite was that he had enough wealth. Otherwise, he would have to delay it for a few days and rely on himself to nourish his bones slowly. Without wealth, I won't be able to maintain my vitality at its peak at all times. My subsequent cultivation speed will be much slower. If I encounter a crisis, the danger will be even greater. He was used to using his wealth to replenish his vitality. Without it, Fang Ping would lack a sense of security. When that time came, no matter how sharp his saber was, without vitality, Fang Ping would not be able to unleash big moves without fear. Without thinking about it, Fang Ping cultivated for a while more before entering the bathroom and taking a bath. This was not a bath, but money. A bath cost millions. Was there anyone more extravagant than him? The next day, February 15th, Sunday. There were no major classes, but Fang Ping still woke up very early. Today, Lu Fengru was bringing him to MCMAU's elite district. Fang Ping was looking forward to it. By the safe haven. Lu Fengru arrived earlier than Fang Ping. Seeing Fang Ping, Lu Fengru did not say a word. She walked toward the south of MCMAU. The southern coastal area had always been a restricted area for new students. Although they were all in the same university, the management there was strict. Usually, new students were not allowed to enter. Fang Ping followed Lu Fengru. After walking for a while, he could not help but ask, "Instructor, what's in the southern area of MCMAU?" "You'll know when you get there." "It can't be the entrance to the catacombs, can it?" Fang Ping guessed subconsciously. Lu Fengru said lightly, "The entrance to the catacombs isn't in MCMAU, but it's very close. There's also an underground passage in the southern area that leads directly to the entrance. Do you want to go in and take a look?" Cough cough, "Forget it. I don't have plans for now." "Then don't ask." Lu Fengru ignored him and continued walking. Along the way, they met many instructors and students. When they saw Lu Fengru, the students were fine, but the instructors all greeted her and hurriedly gave way. Their attitude made Fang Ping think that Lu Fengru's popularity in the university was average. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two of them stopped in front of a large door. The southern area had been artificially separated by the university. There was a tall wall here. Every day, members of the Martial Arts Society patrolled this area, including some of the university's instructors. The wall had a door between the teaching area and the southern area. There were martial artists guarding it. When he saw Lu Fengru bringing Fang Ping over, a middle-aged brawny man with a shaved head laughed and said, "Lu Fengru, is this the new student you accepted? I heard that this student of yours is preparing to challenge Xianxia at the end of the semester. His current level is not enough." Lu Fengru said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense. Open the door." "What does this have to do with you?" The brawny man was not angry. He stared at Fang Ping for a while, smiling. As he opened the door, he said, "This kid is improving fast, but the 3 lower ranks and the 3 middle ranks are not the same. There's still hope for him to enter rank 3 this year, but Xianxia is rank 4. Kid, when the time comes, you might as well admit defeat, lest you get injured and waste time." Fang Ping smiled and did not reply. Although he did not know this instructor, the fact that he could talk to Lu Fengru like this meant that he was either rank 6 or peak rank 6. There was not much use in bragging in front of an instructor of this level. Seeing that Fang Ping did not say anything, the brawny man said in a bored tone, "Students nowadays are getting more and more boring. Forget it, go in. Next time, you don't need your instructor to bring you. If you want to come, you can come by yourself." "Thank you, instructor. Go on." The brawny man ignored him, leaning on the chair and humming a tune. Hearing that, Fang Ping hurriedly followed Lu Fengru in front of him, crossed the threshold, and entered the southern area of the school. As soon as he entered the southern area, Fang Ping heard the loud sound of waves. Looking up, there were no walls or anything else thousands of meters in front of him. It led directly to the sea. At this moment, Lu Fengru was also standing in the same spot, smiling faintly. "Do you feel that your field of vision has broadened? In MCMAU, the school gate is just a scenery. However, that is a man-made scenery. If you want to say that people really feel small, it's still nature. The magnificent sea, the waves constantly crash against the shore. One day, when humans conquer the sea of stars, when that time comes, the catacombs might not be a threat anymore. Even grandmaster powerhouses dare not say that they have conquered nature." The southern area was not small. MCMAU occupied 30,000 mu, and the southern area definitely occupied more than 5,000 mu. There weren't many buildings in such a big place. There weren't any teaching buildings or dormitories like the other districts. In the South District, apart from the endless coastline, there were some scattered buildings. At this time, Lu Fengru had already walked to the front of a building. She turned around and said, "This is the weapon forging office." Weapon forging? Yes, the forging of alloy weapons. Do you think they all come from a weapons company? Wrong, a large part of it was MCMAU that was self-sufficient. Here, weapons could be forged and repaired. Of course, the school's energy is limited, so we can only satisfy the students' own needs. There were not many students in MCMAU, so most of MCMAU's alloy weapons were forged by themselves. Among them, there were students as well as teachers. The students of the School of Production and some of the older students often came here to do missions. The School of Weaponry is in charge of combat, while the School of Production is in charge of logistics. In the future, when you enter the catacombs and form a team, it's best to bring along a student from the School of Weaponry. They can help the main combat students handle miscellaneous tasks like weapon repair. Fong Ping nodded slightly. He glanced at the building in front of him. This was the Simple Munitions Factory. Lu Fengru did not bring Fong Ping in. She continued walking forward. The second building soon appeared in front of Fong Ping. Lu Fengru spoke again. Building number 1 in front is where weapons are manufactured. Building 2 was actually more important. This is a war simulation room. Fong Ping looked doubtful again. Battle simulation room? In the catacombs, almost all technological means cannot be used. Therefore, humans' understanding of the catacombs could only rely on exploration bit by bit. After so many years, humans had also grasped some of the internal topography of the catacombs' entrances, military distribution, and stronghold distribution. In this building, there were maps of the interior topography of the 3 catacombs entrances near Magic City. Of course, we can't go too deep. The catacombs seem to have no limits. Up until now, we've discovered that the world of the catacombs is much larger than Earth. There were a total of 3 catacombs entrances near MCMAU. Logically speaking, with the speed of an expert, it wouldn't be difficult for them to enter from this entrance and come out from the next one. But up until now, we've discovered that if you explore and search in the direction of the ground, it's almost impossible to reach the next entrance. Maybe it has something to do with our inability to explore deeper. Don't ever think that you can walk from one catacombs entrance to the next. Once the catacombs entrance you entered is conquered, then you're dead for sure. The battle simulation room used the topographic map and military distribution map of the 3 entrances as a blueprint for the students of the School of Tactics and Strategy to simulate a battle. In the catacombs, there would sometimes be cold weapon wars like in ancient times. Almost all the students in the School of Tactics and Strategy were reserve officers. When these people enter the catacombs, most of them will follow the main troops. When the need arises, they will take over the troops and command the battle when the officers die in battle. I see. Fong Ping said suddenly. Building 1 is for the School of Production, and Building 2 is for the School of Tactics and Strategy. Are the strongholds of the School of Weaponry and the School of Social Sciences also here? Lu Fengru sneered and said, the School of Weaponry naturally has a stronghold. Let's put it this way. The School of Production is to cultivate logistics talents, while the School of Tactics and Strategy is to cultivate frontline combat officers. Our School of Weaponry, on the other hand, trains the sharpest knife in individual combat. As for the School of Social Sciences, most of the businessmen and politicians graduated from the School of Social Sciences. Why would they need a stronghold? That's why we didn't prepare these for the School of Social Sciences. But it doesn't really matter. Once you're qualified, you can go to any of these schools. All I can say is that the School of Social Sciences doesn't have what they're good at. Fong Ping thought about it and agreed that Lu Fengru was right. Why would the School of Social Sciences need a stronghold? Soon, the 2 of them arrived at Building 3. This is the cultivation area. Lu Fengru pointed at Building 3 and said, you can think of it as a stronghold for the School of Weaponry students. There are all kinds of combat techniques here. There are middle-ranked, high-ranked, and even mentality combat techniques created by grandmasters. This is the Library of Martial Arts? Fong Ping asked subconsciously. Let me finish. Lu Fengru interrupted him and continued, combat techniques are actually just a way of using vitality. For us, it's not too important. No matter what kind of combat technique it is, it's all for the sake of greater lethality. There's no need to learn all of them. It's not that the higher the rank, the better. That's why combat techniques are not the main part of this building. What's really important is the energy room. Energy room? Yes. Energy mines are used as a source of power to release energy so that martial artists can get used to the environment in the catacombs. That's not the point. The point is that the energy released by energy mines can stimulate martial artists' vitality flow and speed up their recovery. That's why martial artists have more endurance in the catacombs than outside. Some places are rich in energy, so martial artists can quickly recover their vitality and fight. This is also one of the advantages that martial artists have over normal people in the catacombs. Moreover, it can speed up martial artists' cultivation. This is also one of the reasons why many students can achieve breakthroughs in school so quickly. Fang Ping asked curiously, if that's the case, martial artists can actually cultivate faster in the catacombs? Yes, that's true. However, the catacombs are too dangerous. Who would cultivate in the catacombs all the time? Moreover, they can't enter on a large scale. There are still some scattered people who hide in the catacombs to cultivate. Don't get your hopes up though. In the catacombs, danger lurks everywhere. Even eating is a problem. In addition, the external energy is not very strong. Even if it's faster, there's a limit. It's better to consume pills and cultivate on the surface. Then on our side, MCMAU's energy room can release more energy. Of course, it requires credits. It's calculated by the hour, 10 credits per hour. Fang Ping was speechless. This was daylight robbery. In Building 3, other than the combat techniques room and the energy room, there are other cultivation rooms, such as the gravity room, vitality pool. Fang Ping could understand the gravity room, but the vitality pool. Fang Ping asked curiously, what's a vitality pool? It's none of your business. That's the business of middle-ranked martial artists. Do you know the cultivation direction of middle-ranked martial artists? Fang Ping was speechless. How would I know if you don't tell me? The school was still teaching the most basic cultivation direction, focusing on the lower 3 ranks. If the instructor did not tell him, Fang Ping really did not know the cultivation direction of middle-ranked martial artists. Honing the skull? There were 206 bones in the human body and 29 in the skull. This was not a place for martial artists in the lower 3 ranks to cultivate. No, martial artists in the middle 3 ranks cultivate their internal organs. The internal organs? Yes, martial artists in the lower 3 ranks hone their bones. This is only to lay the foundation. Actually, martial artists in the lower 3 ranks have too many flaws, especially the internal organs. Bleeding from the internal organs is something that many martial artists encounter during battles. However, martial artists in the middle 3 ranks are different. They cultivate their internal organs. They cultivate their internal and external bodies to a rock-solid state. One can imagine that martial artists in the middle 3 ranks have much stronger resistance, defense, and explosive power than martial artists in the lower 3 ranks. When one cultivates to peak rank 6, one can say that the human body has reached its limit. At this stage, martial artists can be said to be indestructible and immune to all poisons. Even if peak rank 6 martial artists die, their corpses can be like the legendary bodhisattvas, their corporeal body will last forever. Of course, the brain will still rot. As for the cultivation of the skull, one actually has to reach the upper 3 ranks. At this stage, the human body has truly reached its peak. There are no more flaws in the entire body. The physique is complete. Tendons, bones, skin, and internal organs have all been honed to the extreme. Grandmaster powerhouses can be said to be golden arhats. Firearms developed by science and technology are no longer a threat to them. Unless they are hit head-on by a powerful cannon, there is no hope of injuring them. The skull, brain, and mentality are the cultivation direction of grandmasters. As for how to cultivate and how to differentiate rank 7, 8, and 9, you don't have to go into it now. It's too far away. This was the first time Lu Fengru explained the overall cultivation direction and trend of martial artists to Fang Ping. Starting from honing the lower 3 ranks, to honing the inner body in the middle 3 ranks, and then to perfecting the entire body in the upper 3 ranks. This is the true leap of life. Fang Ping exhaled and said softly, then our Grandmaster powerhouse is not considered human anymore? After all, they have completed the transformation from the inside to the outside. Fang Ping could already feel the difference between martial artists in the lower three ranks and the average person. Their honed bones were no longer the pale color of bones. Instead, they had transformed into a jade-like texture. Fang Ping could imagine that the bones of Grandmaster powerhouses were probably no different from the legendary golden body. Not only the bones, but every other part of the body was probably the same. Human? Lu Fengru said lightly, if you think of yourself as a human, then you will always be a human. If you don't think of yourself as a human, even if you have the appearance of a human, you are not a human. Can foreigners be considered the same species as us? They look strange, but if you think of them as humans, and they think of themselves as humans, then we are all humans, and we are the same species. If you don't think of them as humans, and they think of themselves as humans, then we are not the same species. The division of species is just that simple. If someone treats a dog as his son, then the dog is his son. He treats the dog better than he treats humans. At this point, do you still need to distinguish between humans and dogs? Fang Ping was speechless, but he reacted quickly and said sheepishly, Instructor, I was asking about the vitality pool just now. He did not ask that much. Old Lu had really broadened his horizons. Idiot. Lu Fengru scolded and said impatiently, I've already said that martial artists in the middle three ranks hone their internal organs. The honing of internal organs is very dangerous and very difficult. The vitality pool is made for martial artists in the middle three ranks. Actually, to put it bluntly, it's a large number of vitality pills that turn into liquid and become a vitality pool. When martial artists cultivate in the vitality pool, they can replenish their vitality at any time. It's also gentler, so dirty. Fang Ping subconsciously thought of bathhouses, public ones at that, and the kind where the water was not changed until it was dry. How dirty. Countless people went in to cultivate. Who knew if someone peed in there? If anyone wanted to drink a little, it would be disgusting. Lu Fengru's face darkened. She said impatiently, Do you think the vitality pool is a big pool? It's just a name. The vitality pool is used by one person. Oh, then I might as well buy some vitality pills and turn them into water to soak in the bath. Idiot. Lu Fengru scolded again. Her face darkened. When vitality pills turn into water, the vitality force will disappear quickly. The vitality pool is different. The vitality force won't disappear. Is that so? Instructor, what are the raw materials for vitality pills? Why can they be turned into vitality force? Some of the supplementary materials are some herbs that replenish vitality. Of course, the main ingredient isn't. Then the main ingredient is, why are you asking this? You still want to produce pills? Don't think so much. Lu Fengru did not give him an answer. She did not explain why the vitality force in the vitality pool would not disappear. Even though Fang Ping wanted to ask, Lu Fengru had already continued forward. The three buildings in front were an eye-opener for Fang Ping. Building number 4. When Fang Ping found out what it was, he had the urge to rob it. This is the Resource Reserve Building. There are all kinds of pills, manufactured weapons, and some precious energy mines. They're all here. The logistics department is just a temporary reserve. It's mainly for rank 1 and 2 students to cultivate. The real high-ranked pills are all here, including the instructor's cultivation resources. Fang Ping's eyes were turning green. How much money would that cost? He even wanted to rob a logistics department. Not to mention that there were thousands of middle and high-ranked instructors cultivating here. If he robbed it, he would not have to worry about resources for the rest of his life. Seeing Fang Ping's eyes light up, Lu Fengru said casually, This place uses the world's most advanced anti-theft equipment. Even the walls and floor are made of alloy. Also, there's a grandmaster from the university who sits here all year round. If you think you can rob it, you can try. I have no objections. Fang Ping laughed dryly. I wouldn't dare to do that. I just want to go in and admire it. Stop dreaming. Just take a look. Lu Fengru shot him down. They continued walking forward. At this time, there were some small buildings on both sides of the road. There are instructors and students living here too. If you want, you can move here when you've reached the middle ranks. It's quieter here. No one will disturb you. However, I still prefer the shelter. The instructors and students here are all inhumane. No one will talk to you for a month. Lu Fengre made a rare complaint. She obviously thought that these people were too boring. If you did not take the initiative to talk, the students and instructors here would ignore you for a few months. Just like Fang Ping and Lu Fengru. They had been walking around for a long time and no one had bothered to talk to them. They walked and walked until they reached the last building. Lu Fengru spoke again. This is MCMAU's underground entrance to the catacombs. Go down and walk for about 5 kilometers, and you'll reach the catacombs entrance. MCMAU students can go to the catacombs through other passageways or this one. The purpose of the passageways is mainly to escape. Escape? Fang Ping was confused again. There are many people from the military department stationed at the catacombs entrance in Magic City. This passageway is made of alloy. It's made of alloy for 5 kilometers. It's to prevent the other passageways from collapsing during a catacombs riot and trapping people. Therefore, a passageway like this was opened. There are also people from the military department stationed here to guard it. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we usually don't use this passageway. The inspection is more troublesome, and we're afraid that someone will sabotage it. 5 kilometers, all alloy. What grade is it? D class. Fang Ping swallowed. Motherf asterisk cur, I really think I robbed this place. 5 kilometers of D-class alloy passageway. How much D-class alloy was needed? C-class alloy, 20 credits per kilogram. Fang Ping could not imagine how many weapons could be forged from the alloy in this passageway. Actually, MCMAU's vice-chancellor went against the majority's wishes and insisted on building this passageway. Back then, the Donglin Catacombs entrance passageway collapsed, causing tens of thousands of people from the military department to be unable to escape. In the end, they died tragically in the catacombs, slaughtered by the catacombs creatures. Middle and high-ranked martial artists don't actually need this kind of escape passageway, but normal people and martial artists in the lower 3 ranks still need it. MCMAU's vice-chancellor feels that human life is more important than money. At the very least, those normal soldiers in the military department shouldn't have nothing to look forward to. They shouldn't die in vain. Fang Ping nodded, but his mind was slightly adrift. I brought you here this time to take a look. If you want to come next time, you can come by yourself. The main thing you need to go to is the battle simulation room. At the very least, you need to memorize the topographic map of the catacombs entrance under Magic City. If you lose your way in the catacombs, the result is self-evident. You'll definitely die. Getting lost in the catacombs was no different from dying. There were people like this every year. Fang Ping, however, had a bitter expression on his face. He said gloomily, "Instructor, I'm a little lost. I don't have a sense of direction." This was the truth. He was really a little lost. Once the sun went out, he would not be able to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Lu Fengre said sternly, "Then you'll have to work harder. I'm warning you, if you really get lost in the catacombs, you'll almost certainly die. Even I won't be able to save you. Why don't you follow the others when you enter the catacombs? In short, if you can't remember this, your chances of dying will be higher than the others." Fang Ping's expression was bitter. He mumbled, "I think there's a need to invent a positioning system and a mapping system in the catacombs." "Hee, you can give it a try." Lu Fengre ignored him. She turned around and said, "I brought you here today. You can do whatever you want with the rest. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Okay. After watching Lu Fengre leave, Fang Ping took another look at building number 4. That was the resource reserve building. He really wanted to make a big deal. However, when he remembered that there were grandmasters around, as well as high-tech weapons, Fang Ping had no choice but to give up on the idea. Sigh, it can be seen from afar but not played with. After leaving the southern area, Fang Ping finally realized why the southern area was said to be the essence of the university. If the southern area was destroyed, there would be no map of the catacombs, no weaponsmithing place, no resource storage room. MCMAU was not much different from a normal university. It was just that it was bigger and had fewer people. The catacombs. During this period, the term kept ringing in Fang Ping's ears. Everything was for the catacombs. Martial arts universities like MCMAU were established for the catacombs. Combat teams were established for the catacombs. Giving martial artists special privileges was also for the catacombs. It could be said that a series of changes stemmed from this. Without the catacombs, the existence of martial artists might not even be a problem. After returning from the southern area, Fang Ping did not go there again. He had no credits, so there was no point in going. As the days passed, Fang Ping's wealth decreased. Fang Ping could only seek happiness amidst the pain to comfort himself. At least his bone honing speed was really fast. Aside from cultivation, Fang Ping had also been studying hard for other courses. For example, survival courses, how to determine direction in the wilderness. He felt that he really needed to listen to more of these courses. At the end of February, for the first time, Fang Ping's wealth was running out. When his wealth fell below 1 million, Fang Ping panicked. Wealth, 850000 vitality, 450 calories, 499 calories, mentality, 400 Hz, 429 Hz, bone honing, 120, 90%, 86, 30%. February had a total of 28 days. Fang Ping returned on the 4th. At that time, he had honed 70 bones. Now, he had honed 120 bones. In 25 days, Fang Ping had honed 50 bones, an average of 2 bones a day. As for his wealth, it had dropped from 26 million to 850,000. He had used 25 bone honing pills, and now he had 3 left. 850,000 wealth, 3 bone honing pills, 6 more bones to peak rank 2, and he had not cultivated combat techniques. At this time, Fang Ping did not dare to use the system to hone his bones anymore. This bit of wealth was only enough for him to hone 2 more bones. Was there a difference between 120 and 122? I have to earn money. This bit of wealth is worth saving to save my life. Restoring 1 calorie of vitality required 1,000 wealth. If 1 slash produced 100 calories, that would be 100,000 wealth. 850,000 was only enough for Fang Ping to slash a few more times. He had sold all his vitality pills and was only left with a rank 2 vitality pill. It could be said that ever since he entered MCMAU, Fang Ping had never been poorer than he was now. The helpless Fang Ping had no choice but to think about missions again when the company was not making money. In the training room, Zhao Lei said impatiently, "Where's Fang Ping? He asked us to come over, but he's acting all high and mighty. He's nowhere to be found." Fu Chongding said lazily, "Don't come." Fang Ping said that he'll beat up whoever doesn't come. "If we meet in the combat class, I'll continue to beat you into a pig's head. Do you dare to not come?" Fu Chongding. Zhao Lei's eyes reddened and his face darkened. "Do you think that you can compete with me just because you've honed your bones? TSK, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Fu Chongding was eager to give it a try. Over the past month, his progress had not been slow. At this moment, he had honed 75 bones. As for Zhao Lei, he was about the same. He might be honing 76 bones, but he might not have completed the honing. Yang Xiaoman looked at the 2 men staring at each other cross-eyed and said impatiently, "Be quiet. Fang Ping asked us rank 2 martial artists to come here. What do you think he wants?" At this time, there were not many rank 2 martial artists among the MCMAU new students. Zhao Lei, Fu Chongding, Yang Xiaoman, Chen Yunqi, and Tang Songting had entered rank 2 one after another. Zhao Xuemei's injuries had only just recovered. She was 1 step behind and could not enter rank 2. This time, Fang Ping did not look for Zhao Xuemei. Instead, he asked the rank 2 martial artists to gather. As they were talking, Fang Ping walked over. Like a gambler who had lost red, Fang Ping said as soon as he entered, "Now, do any of you still have credits?" "I don't." "I don't either." "I still have more than 200 credits." As soon as Chen Yunqi's voice fell, Fang Ping stared at her. After a while, he said, "Yunqi, let's date." Chen Yunqi's face turned red in an instant. Fang Ping. How could he say something like that? "I can even marry into your family. How about getting your family to support me with 1 billion or 800 million? Think about it. Fang Ping. Xianxia stomped her feet in anger. Yang Xiaoman curled her lips and said disdainfully, "Aren't you embarrassed?" "Why should I be?" Fang Ping said angrily, "I'm penniless now. I don't even have a penny on me. I only have one rank 2 vitality pill left. I have nothing left. If I don't earn some credits, I won't be able to sustain my normal cultivation. I asked you all to come here today to earn some credits. Those who are willing, stay. Those who aren't, I won't force you." Everyone looked at each other. Fu Chongding was the first to respond. "I'm fine with it. Actually, I want to do missions too, but it's too troublesome to do it alone. If there are more people, we can do something big." "I'm fine with it too." Zhao Lei agreed readily. He said lightly, "I also want to see how you're doing after not fighting for a month and a half, Fang Ping." "I agree." No objections. In the end, Chen was the only one who did not say anything. Fang Ping stared at her and said, "Yunqi, what do you say?" Aren't you guys afraid that I'll be a burden?" Fang Ping said disapprovingly, "Your role is to support. If there's a big problem, you'll sponsor some pills out of friendship." Chen Yunqi's expression darkened. "That's all I'm good for?" Yang Xiaoman said impatiently, "Fang Ping, can you not be so practical?" "I'm serious. If we earn, we'll give her a share. If we don't, then there's no need to say anything. Also, I want to say something. I didn't call you all here to split the rewards with me. I've thought about it. I want 30%, at least." Out of 6 people, he wanted 30%, which made the others frown. Zhao Lei said unhappily, "Why? Why?" Fang Ping's vitality suddenly surged. The air above his head was stirring. "Because I'm about to enter peak rank 2. Because my vitality is as high as 500 calories. I asked all of you to do missions together. The minimum is peak rank 2. In the later stages, I'm preparing to take on some rank 3 missions. Can you guys fight against rank 3 martial artists? Therefore, all of you are playing support. I'm the main force, so of course I have to get more. After all, I'm the one who consumes the most and has the highest chance of getting hurt." Peak rank 2, everyone's expression changed. Zhao Lei said in disbelief, You're about to reach peak rank 2. This was 2F** King fast, it was even faster than Fang Ping's rank 1 cultivation. He had only entered rank 2 not long ago. Only 1.5 months. This guy was crazy, Fang Ping humphed. "Nonsense. I've used up all my resources. I'm surprised I haven't reached peak rank 2. I'm still lacking now. What do you guys say?" "I want 30%. Do you have any objections?" Everyone looked at each other. Then, they silently agreed to his distribution plan. "Also, I want to take on a mission from the military department this time. It's a large-scale mission to encircle and annihilate an evil sect branch." Everyone's expression changed again. Yang Xiaoman frowned. "Is this appropriate? It's too risky. Sometimes, the information on evil sect branches is not clear." Fang Ping said, "This kind of branch has resources, money, and pills. Also, there are many martial artists. One sweep of them. It's one of the biggest gains. If we look for normal casual martial artists, we can only rely on mission rewards. How much is that? There are so many of us. We can only maximize our gains by sweeping some strongholds. Once we've wiped out a branch led by a rank 3 martial artist, our gains will start at least from 10 million. Together with the rewards, it won't be difficult to take down a stronghold with 20 to 30 million. How many rank 2 martial artists would you have to kill for 3 to 500,000? How many martial artists have you killed? Also, it's the catacombs crisis. It's fine if these evil sect martial artists don't resist the catacombs invasion. They even split up. They deserve to die. Even if they die, they don't deserve any sympathy. On the other hand, if the catacombs really invades, those martial artists who have committed crimes might resist. That's why I've made the evil sect our main target. These people deserve to die. The reason why I've asked you guys is also because of this. They have a lot of people. It's hard for me to fight them alone. It's easy to cause trouble. How about it? Tell me your opinions. Everyone fell silent. Fu Chongding thought for a moment and said, we can do it, but our manpower, it's enough. I've also found a few aspiring martial artists from other clubs. Fang Ping grinned. Aspiring martial artists are cheap. Driving, ordering food, booking a hotel, looking for people, dealing with the aftermath. We can let them do all these things. Our mission is just one word, kill. When the mission is completed, we'll give them some benefits. 30 to 50,000 bucks. These people will go crazy with joy. At the same time, we'll let the other members of the club see that the club does serious business and can also bring benefits to everyone. When he mentioned the club, Zhao Lei and Xianxia did not say a word. Tang Songting asked, Fang Ping, is the Pingyuan club still recruiting? You want to join? It looks interesting. If they're really recruiting, I'll join in the fun, not for now. You're thinking about joining in the fun now. We'll recruit you when you think it's worth joining. Fang Ping rejected him without hesitation. He changed the topic. Also, we can accept some other missions. Recently, some local teams are recruiting trial opponents. We can also form a team and go beat people up. Fighting a match is easy, and we'll earn tens of millions. Anyway, if we don't earn enough this time, we won't come back. Otherwise, we won't have the capital to challenge the president of the Martial Arts Society at the end of the semester. Fang Ping was in a hurry to earn money. The others also hoped to earn some. Xianxia might not be lacking in this, but she did not reject him. Alright, that's settled for now. Everyone, go back and pack up tonight. We'll depart tomorrow. I've already found a good mission. It's to clean up a small cult branch in Donglin province. They're all rank 1 and 2 martial artists and some normal people. After a mission, we'll get at least 50 credits or more. It's not too difficult. Donglin is more chaotic. Recently, there have been more traces of evil cultists. It might have something to do with the catacombs entrance in Donglin. Let's earn some money in Donglin, then go to Nanjiang. Speaking of Nanjiang, Fang Ping took a deep breath. In the past, there were almost no missions in Nanjiang. The evil cultists were not active there. Even if there were, they could be cleaned up locally. Now, however, the number of missions in the 3 southern provinces had increased in the mission system. This reminded Fang Ping of Sun City Commander by Jinshan's words. The next entrance might appear in the 3 southern provinces. What were these evil cultists trying to do? Fang Ping was very suspicious now. These people were active in these places. Could it be that they wanted to lead the way? Otherwise, these evil cultists would not be so active in these places. However, did Bairuashi not say that the catacombs creatures and humans could not communicate? Where did these people get the idea to lead the way, or did they have other motives? Fang Ping could not make a judgment for now. Right now, he wanted to go back to Nanjiang and take a look. If he could clean up some cultists so that Nanjiang would be less affected. No one had any objections to Fang Ping's arrangement. Fu Chongding laughed. Nanjiang. I really want to go and take a look. Oh right, Fang Ping, Nanjiang's Wang Jinyang has been quiet recently. What's he doing? Wang Jinyang, Zhao Lei's eyes were cold. One day, I want to go to Nanjiang Martial Arts University and block their entrance. Wang Jinyang blocking MCMAU's entrance was a humiliation to MCMAU students. If they had the chance, Zhao Lei and the others would not mind letting Nanjiang Martial Arts University have a taste of their own medicine. However, Wang Jinyang was a rank 4 martial artist. If he was not rank 4, there was no point in blocking the entrance. If Wang Jinyang did not make a move, so what if MCMAU students were invincible in Nanjiang Martial Arts University? Fang Ping glanced at him, too lazy to say anything. He said casually, he's probably cultivating. The last time he went to the catacombs with Qin Fengqing, he seemed to have gotten a lot of benefits. I haven't seen Qin Fengqing recently. He's probably honing his torso. Ignore them. We're not rank 3 yet. Talking about this is nonsense. However, Nanjiang Martial Arts University. If there's a chance, we can go and take a look. Wu Zhihao and the others were there. If they were passing by, they could go and take a look. After discussing matters, Fang Ping did not stay long. He went to the faculty dormitory area to inform Lu Fengru. Zhao Xuemei happened to be there too. When she heard that they were going out, she looked dejected. Lu Fengru had no intention of stopping them. She thought for a while and said, "When you go to Nanjiang, you can visit the governor. Old man Zhang has a strong sense of region. If you visit, you might get some benefits. The 3 southern provinces have been quite chaotic recently. If MCMAU students are willing to take on missions in Nanjiang, Old man Zhang should at least express his gratitude. Nanjiang Martial Arts University has a lot of students. There are only a few who can be of use. It's not easy for MCMAU to pull out a rank 2 team with strong combat strength. So, when you go there, you can be a little more ostentatious. Don't worry about anything. Benefits." Fang Ping only remembered this. He nodded immediately. Zhao Xuemei wanted to say something but stopped. Lu Fengru interrupted her directly. "Xuemei, your current mission is to break through to rank 2. You still have credits. There's no point in going with them. The purpose of doing missions is not the mission itself, but to improve yourself. They've used up all their resources and entered rank 2 now. What are you going to do? Watch the show. If you enter rank 2 earlier, it'll be easy to make a move. In the next few months, rank 2 martial artists may be assigned catacombs missions. When that time comes, there will be so many missions that you won't be able to finish them. Before entering the catacombs, you should become stronger if you can." Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. His premonition had come true, the situation in the catacombs had become serious. Even rank 2 martial artists had to go into battle. I hope things don't get worse so soon. Also, as for the company, when I return from my mission, I'll have to expand quickly. I'll try to find some suckers for financing. My wealth needs to keep rising. Having made up his mind, Fang Ping did not waste any time and left the villa quickly. As soon as he left, Lu Fengru said, "He's almost at peak rank 2. This kid's cultivation speed is unbelievable. If you don't want to fall behind, you should break through to rank 2 as soon as possible. Next time you fight, be more careful. I'll let you fight, not let you fight to the death. If you're seriously injured and delay your cultivation time, it's suicide." Zhao Xuemei's expression was complicated. Was Fang Ping about to reach peak rank 2? Seeing Zhao Xuemei's expression, Lu Fengru shrugged and turned around to enter the house. Women, they were too simple-minded. Fang Ping was only slightly stronger. Was he tempted just like that? There were too many powerhouses. Donglin Province. Sioux City. Donglin was adjacent to the Yellow Sea, and its economy was relatively developed. Sioux City was not near the sea, but a gateway city to the central and western regions. Sioux City Grand Hotel. After putting down their luggage, everyone went to Fang Ping's room. Fang Ping waited for everyone to arrive before saying, "I've told you about the mission before. Wipe out some evil sect nests in Sioux City." Nowadays, the evil sects in Donglin are unusually active. Creation Sect, Saint Brilliant Sect, Universal Sect, these evil sects have been spotted in Donglin. I'm saying this to remind everyone not to trust the mission information. The information says that there's a peak rank 2 and several rank 1 martial artists, however, it's not impossible for the evil sect's higher-ups to be hiding if something goes wrong. I'll just say this. If you encounter a situation you can't handle, retreat quickly. Martial artists in the 3 lower ranks can evacuate in an orderly manner. If you encounter a middle-ranked martial artist, run as fast as you can. Middle-ranked martial artists aren't people we can handle. Middle-ranked martial artists, other than their skulls, had completed honing their entire body and reached the stage of honing their internal organs. At this time, their vitality was more than 1,000 calories. As long as they mastered the use of their own strength, they could easily produce a vitality outburst of 100 calories, and even a few hundred cal would not be difficult. If you encountered such a martial artist, you could not break through their defense. They could kill you with brute force alone. Got it. Yang Xiaoman responded lazily. Fang Ping glanced at her and said lightly, "When carrying out the mission, I hope everyone can listen to my orders and not act on their own. Otherwise, when we encounter a crisis, we can only choose to abandon those who caused the crisis because they didn't listen to orders. Yang Xiaoman saw him staring at her and felt a little gloomy, but she did not refute. Wang Qing, contact the Sioux City Military Department to find the mission target. Inform us if there's any news. The rest of you, try not to go out. Okay. Wang Qing responded. The few of them were the club members who had been invited by Feng Ping to participate in the mission. They were all aspiring martial artists. Feng Ping did not let them participate in the mission, mainly for logistics. For 4 people, Feng Ping's price was 3 months a month. When the mission was over, each person would get a normal vitality pill, 4 pills for a total of 12 credits. This amount of credits was not much to Feng Ping and the others. Any rank 1 mission would probably be enough. However, for Wang Qing and the rest, 1 normal vitality pill a month was already an extremely high price. Aspiring martial artists like them did not have access to missions, and even if they did not have the ability to complete them. In school, they could only rely on some daily exams to earn meager credits. Now that they could go out for a month without doing anything dangerous, they could get a vitality pill. They were all very satisfied. The polarization of martial artists was also extremely obvious. Feng Ping and the others were no longer interested in such things. It was difficult to maintain their current vitality with a normal vitality pill every month. After sending everyone away, Feng Ping stood by the window and watched for a while. Sioux City was the gateway to the central and western regions of Eastern Forest. Now, a large number of evil cultists were pouring in, and no one knew why. Donglin, Dongwu, and Donghu, these 3 provinces in the east, together with Nanjiang, Nanzhai, and Nanhu in the south, formed the southeastern part of China. The 3 northeastern provinces were adjacent to the 3 southern provinces. Once there was trouble in the 3 northeastern provinces, it would quickly affect the 3 southern provinces. In the face of a great enemy, these evil sect martial artists are still in the mood for internal strife. All of them deserve to die. Feng Ping could not help but curse. He had been attacked by the other party before, and he did not have a single good impression of these evil sect martial artists, no matter how righteous they sounded. With Wang Qing and the rest, Feng Ping and the rest did not need to run around looking for people. That afternoon, Wang Qing and the rest had gathered some information. In Feng Ping's room, Wang Qing said, "Our mission target this time is a small stronghold of the creationists. The leader is also known as the missionary. This missionary is peak rank 2. Within the stronghold, we've detected a total of 3 other martial artists, all rank 1 martial artists." Feng Ping frowned. For martial artists? That's not a small stronghold, is it? Martial artists were not cabbages. There was even a peak rank 2. No matter what, it was not considered small. Wang Qing explained, it was not a small stronghold in the past, but now Sioux City is indeed a small stronghold. According to the military, a large number of evil cultists from the central and western regions have recently poured in. As a gateway, Sioux City has also become an important city for these people. Sioux City's military department, Department of Investigation Services, and Donglin's higher-ups have all started to pay attention and are deploying troops to prepare to wipe them out. However, we're only targeting strongholds with middle-ranked martial artists. For strongholds without middle-ranked martial artists, we're mainly recruiting outside helpers and dealing with them together. After all, the military department and the Department of Investigation Services have other missions. Is that so? There are so many evil sect disciples. Will there be situations where other people will provide support? That's hard to say. What the military department means is that they're following the big leads. Leave the small ones to us. If there's a crisis, we can retreat or hold on until the military department provides support. That's nonsense, Feng Ping shook his head. Martial artists could decide life and death very quickly. There was no time to wait for help. Is the stronghold's address accurate? Have you done any field investigation? I went to take a look in the morning. The door was closed. I didn't want to attract attention, so I didn't dare to take a closer look. However, we sat in the restaurant next door for a while, and there were people coming in and out. Is that so? Is there a lot of people nearby? Quite a lot, Wang Qing explained the situation. After listening, Fang Ping said, there are a lot of people nearby, so it's not suitable to attack during the day. We'll act after 11 at night. There's a backdoor in the stronghold. Yang Xiaoman and Tang Songting are in charge of guarding the backdoor. Don't let anyone escape. The rest of you, follow me and break in directly. Zhao Lei and I will be in charge of the peak rank 2 martial artists. Fu Chongding will be in charge of the rank 1 martial artists. Chen Yunqi will be in charge of the normal people. The priority is to kill all the martial artists. Knock the normal people unconscious. Don't bother if they're dead. Chen Yunqi, don't be too soft. Martial artists rarely carry firearms, but not normal people. If you can knock them unconscious, then do it. If not, just kill them. I don't want to be shot in the back when we're fighting with martial artists. Do you understand me? Chen Yunqi was hesitant. Fang Ping glared at her and scolded, that's settled then. Whoever causes trouble will be responsible. Even if the mission is completed, the one who causes trouble will not get a single cent of the reward. Chen Yunqi was speechless. She said gloomily, that's not what I meant. I mean, why am I only in charge of normal people? You're a woman. Don't you like a good mission? But, no buts. Obey orders. Fang Ping could not be bothered to argue with her. He forced the plan. Finally, he reminded her again, if there's an unexpected situation, such as an extra rank 2 or rank 3, I'll fight the strongest one. Zhao Lei will be responsible for the 1 level lower. If you can fight, fight. If you can't, run. Got it? Got it. Everyone answered. Fu Chongding chuckled. Don't jinx it. If we encounter a middle rank, we're done for. It's better to be mentally prepared than not. It's not worth it to get hurt. Getting hurt will waste time. Our goal is to earn credits and make money, not to fight to the death. In the afternoon, Fang Ping and the others did not go out. They began to prepare. Late at night, they carried their luggage and left the hotel. In the car, Fang Ping assembled the Feng's widow. Late at night, Su City was not as bustling as Magic City. The street lights were dim. Fang Ping, do you think we'll all die one day? Yang Xiaoman asked suddenly. Fang Ping said mildly, can people not die? Grandmasters must die too. You're asking nonsense. Not that. I mean, will we die in a mission one day, in the catacombs? I don't know. Are you scared? I'm scared? Yang Xiaoman snorted and muttered, I just feel that this kind of life is different from what I imagined. What did you imagine? Yang Xiaoman did not say anything. She took out a tissue and wiped her gloves. She and Zhao Lei were both using gloves. Chen Yunqi, on the other hand, had a long sword. It looked more like an ornament. In the silence of everyone, the car arrived in front of a building. Wang Qing, who was driving, said in a low voice, this is the courtyard. There are many courtyards like this in Su City. It's convenient for them to do things here. Fang Ping nodded slightly. After looking for a while, he opened the car door and said, drive to the intersection we came from and wait for us. Keep the car running. Okay. After Wang Qing left, Fang Ping gave Yang Xiaoman and Tang Songting a look. They walked toward the courtyard's back door. Fang Ping and the others looked at the front door for a while. After some thought, Fang Ping looked at the courtyard wall and said in a low voice, climb over the wall. They were all rank 2 martial artists. It was not difficult for them to climb over the wall. Fang Ping was the first to jump up and climb over the wall. He looked inside. The lights in the house were dim. He could vaguely hear people's voices, but he did not know how many people there were. Fang Ping glanced at the courtyard again and saw a person dozing off by the courtyard door. There's also a sentry, Fang Ping muttered. He became alert. This was a lesson. He had to pay attention next time. It was not that he had to pay attention to the sentry, but he had to pay attention to whether there were surveillance cameras next time. He had almost forgotten about this. If there were surveillance cameras, wouldn't their movements be exposed? He had never encountered this before, so he did not think about it. Now he had to remember this lesson. He pressed his hand toward the outside of the courtyard. Fang Ping leaped lightly and jumped off the courtyard wall. The sentry by the courtyard door was just a normal person. Fang Ping moved his feet and was already behind him. He stared at the back of the person's head for a while. Fang Ping was in a dilemma. I don't know how to knock someone out. Besides, it's hard to knock someone out with a knock on the head. Fang Ping's actions were not slow despite his thoughts. In the next moment, Fang Ping covered the person's mouth with one hand and punched his head with the other. Thud, a faint sound was heard. The person in front of him went limp. Soon, Fu Chongding and the others also jumped over the wall and entered. Seeing that the person had fallen, Xianxia whispered, "Did you knock him out?" "I killed him." Fang Ping was a little embarrassed. The others were stunned for a moment, then had the urge to laugh. As for the person's death, they did not care too much. They had done missions before, and deaths were not rare. After Fang Ping finished speaking, Fu Chongding said uncomfortably, "We came in sneakily. There's no need for us to sneak in, right? What do we do now? Assassinate? Isn't this an unnecessary move? We can just kick the door open. It's so easy." Cut the crap. Before Fang Ping finished speaking, the chatter in the house suddenly died down. Then, the door to the house suddenly opened. A figure dashed out quickly, jumping over the wall to escape. "Stop him!" Fang Ping shouted at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei quickly rushed forward and punched the person's back. At this moment, another person dashed out of the house, also dashing toward the courtyard wall, ready to escape. Before Fang Ping could say anything, Fu Chongding quickly chased after him. In the next moment, another person dashed out of the house. At this time, Xianxia also chased after him. Fang Ping did not just watch the show. He quickly blocked the door to the house. Just as he rushed to the door, a saber and a sword suddenly appeared at the door, extremely fast. Fang Ping did not hesitate. He held his Chongdao horizontally and quickly blocked. Then, Fang Ping took a small step back and said loudly, "Jinx was right. There are 2 rank 2 inside. Finish off the ones outside quickly." The people who had escaped earlier were to divert everyone's attention. The 2 rank 2 martial artists inside were the real killer moves prepared for Fang Ping and the others. However, their strength was limited. Fang Ping's pole standing had reached the elevated stance. As he blocked and retreated, he had neutralized their killer moves by 70 to 80%. When Fang Ping finished shouting, the 2 people inside had already rushed out. Both of them did not make a sound. They attacked Fang Ping in unison. Fang Ping rarely had the experience of facing attacks from 2 people at the same time. For a moment, he was a little flustered. The others were about the same. It was not that they were no match for them. The ones who had escaped earlier were all rank 1 martial artists. However, these people's main purpose was to restrain them. If they really wanted to escape at the same time, their main goal was to escape. In the past, when they did missions, they were all multi-person missions. Everyone surrounded and attacked. Their goal was always to fight to the death. Rarely did they escape. In the arena, no one would take the initiative to escape either. At this moment, the disadvantage of everyone being novices was suddenly highlighted. Fang Ping blocked while paying attention to his surroundings. He sighed softly. He had made a lot of plans, but when it came to this, it was all a mess. The experience is still too little, the sense of teamwork is also a little lacking. Everyone used to be the team leader. Fang Ping gradually adapted to the 2 people's attacks. He did not feel too much pressure. He looked around and realized the problem. Everyone's sense of fighting alone was too strong. The person that Zhao Lei was chasing ran in front of Fu Chongding. Fu Chongding actually took a step back and let Zhao Lei deal with him. He continued to stare at the person he was chasing. The others were about the same. 3 rank 2 geniuses against 3 normal rank 1 martial artists. They were actually entangled for a while. What the F***ck? Fang Ping could not help but curse. He said angrily, "Don't care who's whose target. Attack together. Can't you be faster?" Did these 3 fellows not see that he was still blocking 2 rank 2 martial artists? Although they might not be as strong as him, if they were to use big moves, they did not need to consume vitality. They could be killed by surrounding and attacking. Fang Ping did not want to waste what little wealth he had left. When Fang Ping lost his temper, Zhao Lei and the others seemed to remember that he was still being attacked. At this moment, the three of them no longer stared at their targets. After a while, the three rank 1 martial artists fell to the ground one after another. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Of the two people who were attacking Fang Ping, one of them attacked with all his might. He forced Fang Ping back and turned to run. Fang Ping did not care about him. He said loudly, "You guys take care of that one. I'll take care of this one. His strength is average. I'll kill him." After saying that, Fang Ping, who had been defending all this while, suddenly pulled out his saber and slashed horizontally while the other person was running away. Clang clang clang, a series of sparks sputtered out. Then, in the slightly dark courtyard, there was a poochie sound. Fang Ping used 3 consecutive slashes for the first time. Not only did he break the other party's weapon, but he also cut the person in half at the waist. Ignoring the person who was split in half, Fang Ping looked at Zhao Lei and the others. He said with a headache, "I knew it. A bunch of mobs." Zhao Lei waved his fists and agreed, mobs. Their strength is very weak. I said us. Fang Ping was furious. He said exasperatedly, "Are the three of you kidding me? Can't you have some sense of teamwork? What about taking turns to fight? Attack together. Mother asterisk cur. 3 of them. 2 of them were watching the show, and 1 of them was contributing. They were obviously preparing to fight alone. They were bored out of their minds. The evil sect martial artists this time were not strong. At most, they were about the same as everyone else when they were at peak rank 1. Everyone present was at least a twice-honed martial artist. In terms of vitality, they were not any weaker than these 2. Even so, with 3 against 1, there were still a few people who almost escaped. When Fang Ping started scolding them, the 3 of them worked together. Not long after, the second rank 2 martial artist followed in the footsteps of the first one. At this moment, the courtyard was quiet. Fang Ping glanced at the 3 of them, then looked at Yang Xiaoman and the other person who had just arrived. He said helplessly, "The mission was successful, but this time we exposed too many weaknesses. If we go on a rank 3 mission, at least a few of us will die. Let's look for the things first. After we're done, we'll turn in the mission and we'll have a meeting together." The rank 2 mission earlier was Fang Ping's preparation to gain experience for the rank 3 mission. The results were not ideal. Even he himself had some problems. In the yard, Yang Xiaoman quickly walked out of the house. "There's $50,000 in cash. The rest is gone." After Tang Songting finished searching, he said, 1 rank 2 vitality pill, 3 rank 1 vitality pills, 1 rank 1 bone honing pill, and 9 normal vitality pills. The market price of the elixir is about 3 million, and there's also an intact F-grade alloy blade. The sword is broken, so the price is greatly reduced. Yang Xiaoman complained, "Can you not break the weapon next time? It can only be sold as scrap metal." Fang Ping's expression was cold. He said, slightly annoyed, 3 rank 2s against 3 rank 1s, and they fought for 2 minutes. I'm being besieged by 2 rank 2. If I don't do anything ruthless, do I expect you to save me? The one on my side is a peak rank 2, and the one on your side is a middle stage rank 2. What was the result? His vitality was inferior to yours, his combat techniques were inferior to yours, and his weapons were inferior to yours as well. It was 3 against 1, and he almost escaped. Also, Yang Xiaoman, were you and Tang Songting idiots? Who told you to leave through the back door? Yang Xiaoman explained, "I saw that there was no one at the back door. We can't just watch the show, so I came." Fang Ping said with a headache, "What if someone is hiding at the back door? After you guys leave, they run away. Do you know that? I told you to guard the back door. Unless we call for help, you are not allowed to leave." And Zhao Lei, "The 3 of you, tell me, how big of a problem are you? This is a group mission. What we need to do is to obtain the greatest reward with the smallest price. You guys should have dealt with those 3 earlier. The 4 of us could have attacked the 2 of them together. We wouldn't have ended up like this. I had no choice but to break his sword. Also, the ultimate skill didn't consume HP? With 3 slashes, my vitality will be depleted by 400 calories. I'll need at least a rank 2 vitality pill to recover. Fu Changding was speechless. You're just showing off, get lost. If you hadn't almost let that person escape, would I have been so anxious? Fang Ping cursed. Then, he said, this time, we've taken down 3 rank 1 and 2 rank 2. We'll probably get 60 credits as a reward. In the future, our credits will be calculated at 30,000 credits per point. In total, the harvest this time, including the long saber and the broken sword, is about 6 million. 6 million. I'll have to use a rank 2 vitality pill, and the 3 of you will have to use a rank 1 vitality pill. That's 6 million, in addition to the expenses on the road and the subsidies given to Wangqing and the others. At most, we can get 4 million, and that's according to the market price. I will get 30% of the total harvest, which is 8 million. After deducting my own expenses, I will get 900,000. Is it really that much? Definitely not. Speaking of which, it was quite heartening. He had killed 5 martial artists in one go, and 2 of them were rank 2. Is it worth it to leave behind such a small amount? Even Huang Ben, that poor bastard, had a lot of things on him even though the mission wasn't worth much. Back then, it was only him and old Wang who split the spoils. But now, there were so many people. Fang Ping's earnings from a single mission were definitely not as much as 1 million. This was all considered as additional rewards. Fu Changding and the rest had even fewer. If the additional expenses were counted as 10%, each of them could only take 10%. With a rank 1 vitality pill, they could at most earn 300,000. If it was all like this, then they might as well do rank 1 missions alone. Maybe they could earn more. Zhao Lei frowned slightly. After some thought, he said, we might not be suitable for missions with many people. I think we can do some solo missions. We can go at it together. There's no need for too many tactics. Also, only powerhouses have good stuff on them. These people won't have so many good stuff left behind. When you came to the catacombs, didn't you think about how to deal with battles with many people? Zhao Lei felt a headache coming on. After a while, he said, what do you want to say? Just say it. Fang Ping smiled and said, this is the right attitude to discuss things. What I mean is very simple. When doing missions, don't talk about the spirit of martial arts. Don't talk about one-on-one battles. If you catch them, beat them up as a group. Also, when we encounter missions with many people like this, if someone really runs away, we'll catch the big ones and let the small ones go. Rank 2 martial artists are worth more than rank 1 martial artists. Also, don't aim for individual bravery. Guys, I've said it before. Our goal this time is to earn money, not to challenge ourselves. Maybe you guys don't lack money, but I do. Can you not be so wasteful all the time? Finally, this temporary team of ours is actually a little unsuitable. Everyone looked puzzled. They're all martial artists who fight head-on. This is too limiting. I need a scout, an investigation-type martial artist. Like this time, we actually need a scout to scout the area in advance. Check out the situation and confirm the target and the opponent's strength. Are there any rank 3 martial artists? Are there any surveillance cameras? Also, is the other party the mission target? If I'm not wrong this time, then the person I killed at the entrance earlier might be a good person. Before we confirmed that the other party was definitely our target, Wangqing and the others did not dare to go near. That's why I said we need a scout. Everyone looked at each other. Fang Ping suddenly looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, stop looking. You've achieved the elevated stance in your pole standing and your stepping technique. No one is more suitable than you. How about it? Are you interested? Xianxia was a little reluctant, but she was too embarrassed to refute him. She looked at Yang Xiaoman as if asking for help. Yang Xiaoman coughed softly. Just as she was about to speak, Fang Ping said, don't talk about me. I'm the main force. I need to conserve my energy and prepare for a tough battle. Yang Xiaoman heard him and shrugged. She looked at Xianxia helplessly. Unless Xianxia could replace Fang Ping's position, letting Xianxia be the scout was indeed the best choice. Xianxia was slightly helpless. She nodded and said, okay. That's why I suggest you learn more about this when you go back to school. Really, I think this path is quite suitable for you. Xianxia ignored him and lowered her head to look at her shoes. Xianxia will be in charge of scouting. Tang Songting and Yang Xiaoman will continue to be in charge of the periphery. Zhao Lei, Fu Chongding, and I will be the main force. If we encounter an opponent, leave the strongest one to me. Leave the weaker ones to Zhao Lei. Fu Chongding will be in charge of cleaning up the small fries. Whoever finishes off their opponent first, remember, don't just watch the show. Go up together and clean up the small fries on the periphery first. Then, we'll finish off the main target together. We don't want to get hurt, and we don't want to use too much vitality. Yang Xiaoman and Tang Songting, unless it's necessary, keep guarding the periphery. Just as Fang Ping finished speaking, Yang Xiaoman said unhappily, I have to keep guarding the periphery? Why should I? Because you're no match for the three of us. Yang Xiaoman was slightly unconvinced. Fu Chongding said happily, I've honed 5 more bones than you. Zhao Lei crossed his arms and said mildly, me too. You guys, Yang Xiaoman was reluctant. Fang Ping said with a headache, isn't the periphery important? If we encounter reinforcements, you guys will be the first to bear the brunt. Also, those who can escape from us are not weaklings. It can be said that your mission is more difficult and dangerous. It's settled then. 6 people is just right. The other 4 will be in charge of logistics. They can be in charge of handing over the missions and handling the spoils of war. A team like this can complete the mission with the fastest efficiency. Hearing him say that, the others no longer objected. The only one who was slightly unhappy was Xianxia, but Fang Ping did not care about her. Scouts died the fastest, didn't they? If he did not know that she was rich and had a lot of life-saving pills on her, Fang Ping might not have let her do this. In Sioux City, Fang Ping accepted 3 missions for the team to get used to each other. After 3 missions, Fang Ping and the others cleared 3 strongholds. There were more than 10 martial artists, and they were quite famous in Sioux City's military department and Department of Investigation Services. Everyone knew that a team of rank 2 martial artists from MCMAU had come to Donglin for a mission. It did not seem like a one-off mission. Sure enough, Fang Ping and the others rushed to another city in Donglin and started accepting missions. The frequency was very high. In half a month, Fang Ping and the others went to 4 cities in Donglin and accepted 12 missions. From peak rank 2 at the beginning to the 12th, Fang Ping and the others had already started accepting missions to achieve rank 3. March 16, Donglin Provincial Capital. Gold City. Fang Ping exhaled softly and said contentedly, I'm finally peak rank 2. In this half a month, he did not use the system to hone his bones. He mainly relied on his own vitality to nurture it and used some wealth appropriately. After spending half a month, he finally finished honing the remaining 6 bones. Wealth, 600,000 vitality, 480 calories, 515 calories, mentality, 420 Hz, 439 Hz, bone honing, 126 bones, 90%, 80 bones, 30%, he had accumulated 6 million wealth, more than 5 million more than the 850,000 he had before he left. This was not Fang Ping's total harvest. In fact, after more than 10 missions, Fang Ping had obtained medicinal pills worth as much as 10 million. In addition, Fang Ping had also obtained 80 credits. His total harvest was more than 12 million. His wealth had also increased by more than 10 million, but a part of it was used for combat supplements and daily cultivation. After cultivation, Fang Ping took a shower, left the room, and went to the hotel's coffee shop. In the coffee shop, Fu Chongding and the others were already waiting. When they saw Fang Ping, they hurriedly gave him a questioning look. Fang Ping nodded slightly and smiled. Peak rank 2. Fu Chongding said hurriedly, then should we accept the peak rank 3 mission? Fang Ping pondered for a moment and said, it's not difficult for the 6 of us to accept some missions for martial artists who have just achieved rank 3 and have not honed their torsos. However, peak rank 3 is for martial artists who have completed honing their torsos. So what? Fang Ping said impatiently, that means the other party's vitality is close to 1,000 calories, and they have fewer vital points. If we can't beat them, it'll be hard for us to escape. Yang Xiaoman curled her lips and said, "Then why do you want us to come to Gold City? Isn't it for that peak rank 3 mission?" 2 days ago, Gold City issued a new mission to hunt down a peak rank 3 martial artist. The mission reward was extremely high. A typical peak rank 3 martial artist would at most be rewarded with 100 credits or the equivalent in cash or resources. However, this time, Gold City not only gave a reward of 5 million, but also a piece of energy mine. It was too much to say that it was a piece. The information stated that it was 5 grams. Fang Ping asked Lu Fengru. Energy mines were not for sale. The government did not allow external transactions. However, there were many people who entered the catacombs. Some people obtained them accidentally, while others traded them privately. 1 gram was worth about $1 million. This thing was extremely precious. For martial artists, energy mines were more effective than vitality pills. They could be used to replenish vitality, hone bones, and break through. Fang Ping had entered peak rank 2 and wanted to break through rank 3. If he could get his hands on this small piece of energy mine, his chances would be much higher. Catacombs martial artists cultivated using energy mines, which had much fewer impurities than pills. A peak rank 3 martial artist offered a reward worth close to 10 million. There were many people who were interested. This mission was not limited to one team. Gold City gave an open mission, and anyone could take it. It all depended on who found the person first. Fang Ping originally said that he wanted to go to Nanjiang, but he suddenly brought people to Gold City. Everyone guessed that he had his eyes on this mission. You can say yes, but you can also say no. Actually, I just want to see if there's an opportunity. These few days, I heard that many people are looking for that guy. He might have already run out of Gold City. It's not that easy to find him. If we can really find him, there are a lot of middle-ranked martial artists in Gold City, even grandmasters. Whoever meets him can be killed with one slap. Until now, no one has found him. I'm afraid that it'll take too much time, and even if we find him, we might not be his match. So, right now, whether to accept it or to look for him, I haven't made up my mind yet. After saying that, Fang Ping added, also, Gold City offered such a high price just for a rank 3 martial artist. Did you guys find out why? A few of them shook their heads. Zhao Lei thought for a while and said, I have a classmate at Donglin Martial Arts University. I saw him chatting in the group 2 days ago. This time, the wanted person seems to be a researcher from a research institute. Zhao Lei said softly, I heard that it might be because the research institute found something. Someone offered him a sky-high price and hired him to steal research materials. This guy took a risk out of desperation and was discovered in the end. But at that time, the people from the research institute were no match for him, and he escaped. Now, the company behind the research institute is not satisfied, so they issued a mission through the Gold City government. Your classmate knows about this too? From what he said, Donglin Martial Arts University is also one of the investors behind the scenes. Some of the research institute's personnel are even Donglin Martial Arts University instructors. So now, some of Donglin Martial Arts University's elite students are also looking for the other party. After completing the mission, Donglin Martial Arts University will have even greater benefits. The other party stole the materials? I'm not sure. Maybe not. Otherwise, the mission would have stated that we have to get the materials back. If that was the case, the other party wouldn't have made it public. I suspect that they want to establish their dominance, and at the same time warn the party who offered the bait. These big forces are all like this. It's not good to have a direct confrontation, so they use this method to warn the other party. Zhao Lei shrugged indifferently. This was the normal state of confrontation between the big forces. The other party dared to let someone steal the research results of Donglin Martial Arts University and a few other forces. Their strength was definitely not weak. Right now, Donglin Martial Arts University and the others were not doing anything. They just gave the other party the title of a wanted criminal and offered a high price. This way, the person would definitely die. This way, they would not have a direct confrontation. At the same time, they would also warn their own people that if they had money, they had to be alive to spend it. This was probably the result of both sides restraining each other. Otherwise, if they really had a direct confrontation, it would not look good in the end. It's a pity that we can't find the person, and even if we did, it would be difficult to make a move. The other party is just a researcher. We might still have a chance. Fang Ping, do you accept it? I want to make a trip to Nanjiang. We've wasted too much time now, Fu Changdang suggested. Let's spend 3 days looking for the person. If we can't find him, then forget it. If we find him, then we'll give it a try. The other party is a peak rank 3 martial artist. Right now, the reward is as high as 10 million. When he ran away, he must have brought all his belongings with him. A peak rank 3 martial artist would not have a few rank 3 pills on him. The researcher's actual combat ability is not strong. This deal might even cost tens of millions. Moreover, there are so many of us. We've done more than 10 missions and all of us have improved. It's time to practice. The most outstanding batch of MCMAU's new students ganging up on a non-combat researcher. Although he's 1 rank higher than us, are we not his match? If he's not twice honed, then he's thrice honed. If that's the case, then we're too useless. Of the 6, 4 were twice honed, and 1 was thrice honed. Fang Ping was peak rank 2. The others had honed more than 75 bones. Tang Songting was slightly weaker. Even a rank 3 should not be afraid of such a lineup. Fang Ping saw the eagerness on everyone's faces. After some thought, he nodded and said, "All right, then we'll find number 20. If we can't find him by the 20th, then we'll go to Nanjiang. We'll take on a few missions. I'll go home to take a look." Sure. They were all eager to try. In the previous mission, they had teamed up to deal with a new rank 3 martial artist. In the end, they had only honed their limbs and had not honed their torso. Fang Ping's vitality was higher than his, and his bone honing progress was higher than his. Because Fang Ping was thrice honed, the progress of his other bones was stronger than his. When they met the other party underestimated Fang Ping. In the end, Fang Ping did not find it more difficult to deal with a peak rank 2 martial artist. He quickly took care of the other party. This made Fu Changdang and the others feel a little disappointed. They did earn a lot of money, but it was far from what they had expected. They did not have the chance to fight to their fullest, so they could not fight to their heart's content. After doing missions for half a month, most of their time was spent on the road. They could not stand the loneliness. Now that they had encountered a peak rank 3 mission with a high reward, everyone was naturally excited. Fang Ping was actually tempted. Currently, his wealth had only reached 6 million. It was rare to see a mission with a reward that was equivalent to 3. Even if he encountered it, he would not be afraid of the other party. They discussed for a while. Fang Ping accepted the mission, then arranged for Wang Qing and the others to look for him. In reality, Fang Ping also knew that the possibility of finding him was extremely low. After accepting the mission, Fang Ping and the others did not leave Gold City. In the meantime, they even took the time to meet Qin Jiaxing of Donglin Martial Arts University. MCMAU and Qin Jiaxing did not have any entanglements. Qin Jiaxing had lost to CCMAU twice. MCMAU defeating CCMAU was actually avenging them. Fang Ping and the others actually quite admired Qin Jiaxing. The Qin family all died in battle in 1996. In 1996, there was a large-scale riot in Sino Nation's catacombs. The garrison forces everywhere were tense and could not help at that time. As the situation in Donglin was too bad, Old Master Qin gritted his teeth and brought his entire family to the battlefield, finally dying in battle. In that battle, Old Master Qin single-handedly fought 3 rank 7 creatures in the catacombs. If it were not for the Old Master holding the 3 powerhouses back, the garrison outside the perimeter might have been broken through. If these creatures were allowed to enter the ground, it would be dangerous. Many martial artists died in that battle. However, grandmasters dying in battle was extremely rare, even in Sino Nation. After so many years, grandmasters dying in battle was not unheard of, but it was even rarer for them to bring their entire family to die in battle. Perhaps Qin Jiaxing could not bear to leave this land that his fathers had protected with their sickness. Even though he had already become a martial artist before Gaokao, he still chose Donglin Martial Arts University in the end. Everyone was actually not too familiar with Qin Jiaxing. They came out for a cup of tea, chatted, and simply asked about the rank 3 martial artist's deeds. Everyone quickly dispersed. Qin Jiaxing was a little sad that Fang Ping and the others dared to accept the mission of a peak rank 3 martial artist. He did not regret staying in Donglin Martial Arts University. He just felt that he was too useless. During the championship, he was a rank 2 martial artist. Until now, he had only honed 75 bones. Compared to Fu Chongding and the others, he was actually one step behind. He was not a twice-honed martial artist, so his cultivation progress was slower than Fu Chongding and the others. Coming out of the tea house, Fang Ping shook his head. I don't think we can find him. Donglin Martial Arts University has used the government's resources, but they still couldn't find him. That guy must have escaped Gold City. Strictly speaking, the other party was just a commercial spy. Hence, the arrest warrant was only effective in Eastern Forest. The military headquarters and Department of Investigation Services in other regions would not spend a large amount of manpower and resources to search for a commercial spy. Therefore, as long as they ran out of the area of influence of Donglin Martial Arts University, their safety would be greatly guaranteed. Under such circumstances, the chances of finding them in Donglin were extremely slim. Fu Chongding said regretfully, "What do we do now? I want to go to Nanjiang. Do you have any objections?" Nanjiang Martial Arts University? Zhao Lei's eyes lit up as he said, "Can we invite Wang Jinyang to meet us? You want to fight him one-on-one?" Zhao Lei's face darkened as he said dryly, "I just want to take a look." Only an idiot would challenge him one-on-one. That would be courting death. Let's see how it goes. Brother Wang seems to be cultivating recently. I wonder if he has time. No one had any objections to going to Nanjiang. Over at Nanjiang, it had been more chaotic recently. Moreover, Nanjiang had other exciting things to watch now. Rivertown had recently organized a martial arts competition, and local teams from all over the country had begun to participate. If he went to Nanjiang now, he could still watch the show and see the level of martial arts in Nanjiang. Since no one had any objections, Fang Ping decided on the itinerary. He would go to River City first, then to Nanjiang Martial Arts University to see if he could meet old Wang. Then, he would visit Governor General Zhang to see if there were any benefits for him. After that, he would do a few missions and watch the martial arts competition. Finally, they would return to school, and Fang Ping would go to Sun City to take a look. After completing the missions in March, everyone would have to settle down in school for a while. They would not be doing missions in the short term. March 20th. As Fang Ping had expected, he could not be found. They had no choice but to leave Gold City and rush to their next stop. Walking around and seeing more of the missions would also help increase their knowledge. Staying in Gold City for a long time was not in line with everyone's expectations. The car drove along the highway toward River City. The distance between Gold City and River City was not too far. It was about 300 kilometers. It would only take 3 hours on the highway. Say, where do you think Pan Xiaoyang went? Fu Chongding was still a little dissatisfied. They had wasted a few days without even seeing a shadow. Who knows? Donglin Coastal. He might have escaped by sea. Even if he didn't, transportation is developed now. Donglin isn't a closed area. If he ran out of Donglin, where would he find him? Unless he's wanted nationwide, sigh. Fu Chongding sighed and said, Fang Ping, you're peak rank 2 now. When will you break through to rank 3? We'll see. If we don't have enough resources, we'll be useless even if we achieve rank 3. If that's the case, it's better to stay in rank 2 for now. That way, we can use less vitality. Also, I haven't continued cultivating combat techniques. My strongest vitality outburst is less than 150 calories. 150 calories outburst is less than 1/3 of my current vitality. Strictly speaking, it can only be considered a killer move. It's far from the ultimate move. Peak rank 3 martial artists have close to 1000 calories vitality. As long as they master their own strength, their vitality outburst can reach 100 calories. Mastering a killer move, even if it's the most basic one, is an outburst of more than 200 calories. Once you master an ultimate move, 300 to 400 cal vitality in one move, say, now that I've achieved rank 3, If I meet a peak rank 3 martial artist who has mastered an ultimate move, will I still be the same as now? Someone who can only take one move. According to the definition of a peak rank 3 powerhouse's 1000 calories vitality, mastering a move with 100 calories vitality outburst was equivalent to mastering strength. A vitality outburst of 200 to 300 calories was the mastery of a killer move. 300 calories and above meant that they had mastered an ultimate move. If a move with an outburst of 500 calories and above, such martial artists were almost invincible among their ranks. The premise was that these people did not meet the same martial artists. Fang Ping's current maximum outburst power was only considered a small fry among rank 3 martial artists. Any random peak rank 3 martial artist who had mastered an ultimate move could kill him in one move. We can't even be a bystander. Everyone sighed again. Comparisons were odious. Fang Ping had only spent 2 months to go from peak rank 1 to peak rank 2. This speed was too shocking. Fang Ping thought it was normal. Old Wang seemed to have only spent about 3 months in early 2008. In January, he had barely broken through to rank 2. When Fang Ping met him in mid-April, he was already peak rank 2. By May, he had already reached rank 3. In October, he entered rank 4. From rank 2 to rank 3, he spent 3 months. From rank 3 to rank 4, he spent 5 months. If Fang Ping wanted to enter rank 3 now, he could. However, from rank 3 to rank 4, he had to hone 51 torso bones and prepare resources for a breakthrough. 5 months might not be enough. River City, Nanjiang's provincial capital. This was Fang Ping's first time in his life coming to River City. Nanjiang Martial Arts University was located in the suburbs of River City. Although it was in the suburbs, it was still very prosperous because of the existence of a few universities. Nanjiang Martial Arts University looks terrible. Yang Xiaoman had no filter. When she saw the main entrance of Nanjiang Martial Arts University, she said casually. As soon as she said that, someone next to her suddenly snorted. A loose tongue can cause trouble. If you weren't a woman, you'd be bedridden for at least a few months. Yang Xiaoman glanced at the person, pursed her lips, and said nothing. The other party was not a martial artist, an aspiring martial artist. An aspiring martial artist like this wanted her to be bedridden for a few months. If this happened in MCMAU, the situation would be reversed. However, standing in front of someone else's school and saying that their school was terrible was fine. If someone heard it, Yang Xiaoman was not interested in picking a fight. Fang Ping and the others smiled apologetically. The person snorted and left quickly. After he left, Fang Ping said impatiently, "Can you shut up? Are you here to cause trouble?" "I was just saying." I didn't ask him to listen. Besides, I didn't even say anything just now, Yang Xiaoman said gloomily. "I'm a rank 2, okay? I'm already being magnanimous after being taught a lesson by an aspiring martial artist. Besides, what I said wasn't a lie. It does look terrible. Just shut up. If a grandmaster hears you, he'll kill you with one slap. We won't plead on your behalf." Yang Xiaoman shrunk her neck. NMAU was a full-time martial arts university. The vice-chancellor of a full-time martial arts university was usually a grandmaster powerhouse. They did not continue the topic. They stood at the entrance and watched for a while. Soon, Wu Zhihao's figure appeared. As soon as he saw Fang Ping, Wu Zhihao jogged over, laughing. "Fang Ping, you guys actually came to NMAU. What a rare guest. You said you were at the school gate. I thought I heard wrong." TSK, the champion team of martial arts universities is here as well. "It's an honor." Fang Ping scolded jokingly, "Don't give me that. I have something to do in Nanjiang this time, so I dropped by to take a look." "How about it? Can we go in for a walk?" "No problem. Just say you're my classmates later." Wu Zhihao chuckled and led them inside. When they reached the entrance, Wu Zhihao said a few words to the old man in the guardhouse. The old man looked at Fang Ping and the others, nodded, and gestured for them to enter. After Fang Ping and the others entered, the old man muttered thoughtfully, "The new students from MCMAU? 1 peak rank 2 and 5 rank 2s. If it weren't for Wang Jinyang, NMAU wouldn't be able to compete." At this moment, there were less than 50 martial artists among the new students in NMAU, and less than 5 peak rank 1. There was only one rank 2, Bai. However, Bai was still a long way from peak rank 2. He might not even reach peak rank 2 by the end of his freshman year. Bai was the face of NMAU's new students, but MCMAU had a whole bunch of rank 2 martial artists. Fang Ping and the others naturally did not know what the old man was talking about. At this moment, they were strolling around NMAU's campus with Wu Zhihao. After watching for a while, Fang Ping suddenly said, "NMAU and Donglin Martial Arts University have some differences." To be fair, when Fang Ping met Chen Jiaxing earlier, he had also stood at the entrance of Donglin Martial Arts University for a while. Donglin Martial Arts University's students reeked of blood and anxiety compared to NMAU's. Wu Zhihao was slightly dissatisfied when he heard that. He said, "Everyone's about the same, right? Maybe. NMAU said they wanted to reform, but I think the results are average. There are too many students in NMAU." Too many students? Wu Zhihao complained weakly, "NMAU has less than 5,000 students. How can there be that many?" "Yeah, less than 5,000 students, but the school is filled with students strolling around." This was the reason why Fang Ping said there were too many students. In MCMAU, out of 6,000 students, half were not on campus. In NMAU, 5,000 students were less than 1,000 outside, maybe even less. This included the group of seniors. In Nanjiang, there were no catacombs entrances, and there were not many missions. There were many now, but there were very few people who could accept them. In the huge campus, less than half of the students who passed by NMAU were not martial artists. Those who were martial artists were mostly rank 1. Fang Ping did not meet a single rank 2 martial artist. There was no need to even mention rank 3. Of course, Fang Ping's goal was not to hurt Wu Zhihao. He said, then sighed softly, "I didn't feel it before, but now I realize that powerhouses are always strong. Old Wu, work harder. If you don't, you'll be left behind even further." Wu Zhihao was a little confused. He roughly understood what he meant, but he did not know why. Fang Ping only thought of MCMAU's atmosphere, which was different from NMAU's. In MCMAU, everyone treated becoming a martial artist as a common thing. Only rank 2 could be a little proud, and rank 3 was everyone's goal. Rank 4 was a prodigy, and rank 5 could be fantasized about. However, in NMAU, many students' goal was to become martial artists after graduation. Not choosing NMAU back then might have been the right choice. It was not easy for Wang Jinyang to become a powerhouse in such an atmosphere. Speak of the devil. As Fang Ping was thinking about Wang Jinyang, old Wang walked over from afar. Along the way, all the students he met avoided him. Seeing old Wang, Fang Ping was a little surprised. He walked up to him and smiled. "Brother Wang, how did you know I was here?" Wang Jinyang smiled faintly. "The old man at the door told me to keep an eye on you in case you guys do something bad." Having said that, Wang Jinyang glanced at Fang Ping, then at the others. Suddenly, he laughed. "All rank 2. Not bad." Beside him, Wu Zhihao was stunned. "All rank 2? Are you interested in playing something interesting?" Zhao Lei raised his eyebrows. "President Wang means, it's simple. Didn't I choose MCMAU same rank students back then?" Many MCMAU students were not satisfied. With pressure and motivation, many of the rank 1 martial artists back then are now rank 2 or even rank 3. Many of them are peak rank 3. "I think I'm still contributing to MCMAU. Of course, you guys won't be satisfied. Didn't Fang Ping think there are too many people in NMAU just now? I think so too. But usually, it's not very effective to rely on our own supervision. Since you guys are here, if you don't mind, do us a favor and let NMAU students taste the taste of humiliation. NMAU students don't feel much about losing in the championship. NMAU only sent one person to fight anyway. Everyone lost, not just NMAU. How about a rank 2 battle with NMAU like the championship?" Fang Ping frowned slightly. "Brother Wang, this isn't appropriate. Besides, if you get hurt," Wang Jinyang smiled. "One rank 2 vitality pill per person. That's too little. If you win NMAU, 3 pills per person. Wang Jinyang pressed his hands together. NMAU's conditions are limited. This is already the limit. Besides, don't you guys want revenge at all? In the championship, the one who defeated NMAU's buy-in wasn't you guys. Now, I'm asking NMAU same-rank martial artists to challenge you MCMAU geniuses. Don't tell me you guys don't dare to accept? You know, when I was in MCMAU, a rank 1 defeated a rank 2, before Fang Ping could speak, Zhao Lei said with a sharp look, I have no objections. Yang Xiaoman grinned. I think it's quite interesting. Fu Chongding shrugged and said playfully, actually, I don't mind letting a few rank 3s play with Fang Ping. Fang Ping, what do you think? Fang Ping glared at him and looked at Wang Jinyang again. Wang Jinyang smiled faintly. How about it, if you agree, I'll help you. Once for free if you're in trouble in the future, no matter who the enemy is. Brother Wang, is this necessary? It's necessary. Wang Jinyang's tone was solemn. NMAU's reform, or the mentality of martial arts students, should change. The 3 Nansan provinces will no longer be peaceful. Fang Ping understood what he meant. If even Bai Jinshan could see it, how could the higher-ups of Nanjiang not know? However, the mentality of NMAU students could not be changed with just a few words. Moreover, it was not good to tell the public about the catacombs. Then we'll be the bad guys? Wang Jinyang smiled. Not necessarily. If you lose, you won't be the bad guys. You'll be the shame of MCMAU. You have to win. If you really lose, you'll be lectured when you return to MCMAU. Lose? Fang Ping was all smiles. Brother Wang, if you don't do anything, I can defeat the NMAU students. TSK, you talk big. You're good, kid. Wang Jinyang was not angry. He grinned. Alright, I'll make the arrangements now. We can still pull together 5 peak rank 2 martial artists. Don't waste time. I'll see you tonight at the NMAU Martial Arts Society. Also, I'll invite the 2 grandmasters, Governor General Zhang and Vice Chancellor Liu, to watch the battle. At the same time, NMAU students can come and support us. You don't mind, do you? So serious? Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. There were not many grandmasters in Nanjiang. 2 high grandmasters and thousands of NMAU students would come to watch the battle. This was not a small matter. It's time to let people know NMAU's determination to reform. 5 peak rank 2 martial artists can't win against 5 MCMAU new students. What right do they have to ask for resources? What right do they have to shout that they want to become stronger? What right do they have to fend off Nanjiang's possible crisis? Governor General Zhang and Vice Chancellor Liu are still too soft. If it's up to me, I'll throw them all to the ground once they become martial artists. If they die, then so be it. Only by staying alive can they become stronger. Wang Jinyang's tone was awe-inspiring. Ever since he suffered the biggest failure of his life in the Tiannan catacombs, Wang Jinyang had completely understood that this world was truly one where the strong preyed on the weak. Martial arts universities were still too soft in nurturing their students. This time, it was not a sudden impulse to let the NMAU martial artists challenge Fang Ping and the others. He already had a plan. Fang Ping and the others just happened to be there. If he could not make the NMAU students work hard this time, he had other methods. It was very difficult for aspiring martial artists to become martial artists. Without resources, it was indeed difficult to cultivate. But without resources, they had to earn. Aspiring martial artists could not earn money. As long as they had the heart to become stronger, nothing was impossible. What NMAU lacked now was this kind of vigor. When he was an aspiring martial artist, there was no one to support him. That was why his cultivation was very slow. No matter how slow it was still much faster than others. After entering rank 1, he immediately started accepting missions and running around. When he was at peak rank 1, even if no one encouraged him, he was prepared to find a way to earn enough pills for a breakthrough. In the end, it just so happened that martial arts universities had such a need. He, Wang Jinyang, did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Step by step, he entered rank 2, rank 3, and now rank 4. It was not his first time escaping death. Many of the NMAU students and martial artists were hiding in school now, doing nothing, now that someone had come knocking on their door and trampled on their face. If they still could not awaken, then why waste resources? They might as well nurture martial artists like Bai Yin, one of whom could replace 100. Now that the entrance to the catacombs might appear in Nanjiang, the future would be even more dangerous. There were not many resources to begin with. If these students did not put in more effort, when would they? Wang Jinyang came quickly and left just as quickly. Fang Ping glanced at the others. After a while, he said, inform MCMAU that if you lose, all of you will be beaten up when you go back. Fu Chongding said sheepishly, aren't you the same? Nonsense. I'm about to reach rank 3. How can I be the same? Wu Zhihao, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. Was he listening to a heavenly book? Wang Jinyang suddenly appeared and challenged Fang Ping and the others on behalf of NMAU. He even invited 2 high grandmasters to watch the battle. Now, Fang Ping suddenly said that he was about to reach rank 3. If this was not a dream, then what was? Was he hearing things, or was he dreaming? In the hotel, everyone was about to call their respective schools when Fang Ping suddenly said, I'll make the calls. Everyone looked at him suspiciously, but Fang Ping ignored them. After some thought, Fang Ping dialed Tang Feng's number. Tang Feng was the leader of the freshman instructors. Mr. Tang. Speak. As usual, Tang Feng's tone was calm, and he did not waste any time. Our team came to Nanjiang today to take on some missions. We stopped by Nanjiang Martial Arts University on the way. Yes. Then Nanjiang Martial Arts University's students provoked us, saying that MCMAU was not as good as NMAU, and that they were wiped out by Wang Jinyang. After that, NMAU's Martial Arts Society president, Wang Jinyang, took the initiative to show up and issue a challenge to us, requesting that 5 of NMAU's peak rank 2 martial artists fight us in a friendly match. His words were rather contemptuous of MCMAU. Fight. No, Fang Ping paused for a moment. Then, with a troubled look on his face, he said, Instructor, we've thought about it. In order not to destroy the friendship between the 2 schools and not to embarrass MCMAU, we've decided to reject it. We're still freshmen. The other party is 5 peak rank 2 martial artists. How are we supposed to fight them? If they lost, MCMAU would not be able to face anyone anymore. Although NMAU took the initiative to issue the challenge, we're still freshmen. Even if word gets out, it's not a big deal. We've already proven MCMAU's strength by winning the championship. There's no need for us to do something so strenuous and unrewarding. They deserve to win. MCMAU was the strongest. If we lose, then we'll lose more than we gain, even though NMAU has been provoking us. Fu Chongding and the rest were dumbfounded. Was that really the situation? It seemed like what Fang Ping said was not entirely false. Sigh, it's just that some of the NMAU students have gone a little overboard. An aspiring martial artist actually dared to bully young Xiaoman, looking down on her and even saying that she would be bedridden for a few months. His words were extremely vulgar. Really, if it wasn't for the greater good, I wouldn't have endured it either. Instructor Tang, we're reporting this to you. We hope that through the school's level, we can help suppress this matter. NMAU's current atmosphere is very bad, and the Martial Arts Society is adding fuel to the fire, saying that MCMAU students don't dare to accept the challenge. Humph. Tang Feng shouted coldly. After a while, he shouted, Fight. What do you need? Just say it. Teacher Tang, you've misunderstood me too deeply. Really, Fang Ping, am not spouting nonsense. You can ask Yang Xiaoman and Zhao Lei yourself. Yang Xiaoman, you were looked down upon by NMAU's aspiring martial artists at NMAU's gate. I'm not lying, am I? Fang Ping turned on the speaker and glared at Yang Xiaoman. Yang Xiaoman looked embarrassed and said, Yes, there is such a thing. Zhao Lei, Wang Jinyang mentioned a few times that we should be grateful to him for sweeping through MCMAU. You were there, is that true? The corner of Zhao Lei's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat helpless. He did not know whether to laugh or cry as he said, Really? Tang Feng did not speak on the other end of the line. Fang Ping said, Teacher Tang, Fang Ping, might exaggerate things if I'm alone, but would your two students team up with me to fool you? At this moment, Tang Feng's tone was much colder. He said, "What's your purpose in calling me?" NMAU has already set up an arena in the NMAU Martial Arts Society. Tonight, NMAU's Vice-Chancellor, Nanjiang's governor, and 2 grandmasters will be there to watch the battle. All 5,000 NMAU students will be there. Whether we fight or retreat, or if MCMAU sends other students to fight, it's all up to the school. If we have to fight, even if we're weak, we'll fight to the death. We won't let MCMAU lose face. If worst comes to worst, we'll fight to the death and not retreat. Fang Ping's last sentence was vehement and passionate. Tang Feng, however, knew his personality. He said through gritted teeth, "Tell me, how many pills do you need to ensure that we'll win?" 50 rank 2 vitality pills. There was a slight silence on the other end of the line. 50 rank 2 vitality pills, according to the market price, was 35 million. Fang Ping felt that this was not a high price. After waiting for 2 seconds, Tang Feng roared, "Do you really think I'm an idiot? You guys caused trouble outside, and you want the school to pay for it all. What a good plan. 20 rank 1 vitality pills, 5 rank 2 vitality pills, that's it. If not, I'll ask the school to arrange for another team to go to Nanjiang." Fang Ping rubbed his ears and mumbled, "Teacher, as a teacher, it's not good to swear in front of students, right? Moreover, this has nothing to do with us." "You said that it has nothing to do with the school's honor? We'll just fight it out. It doesn't matter if we win or lose. The ones who'll lose aren't our own people. We're just new students who've been enrolled for less than a year. Stop talking nonsense. That's it. We'll definitely win this battle. I'll inform the dean and ask him to rush over in the afternoon to prevent any mishaps from happening in Nanjiang." Tang Feng hung up immediately, not giving Fang Ping a chance to talk nonsense. As for asking the dean to come over, it was not to guard against the 2 grandmasters, but to provide some protection for the freshman prodigies of MCMAU. Who knew what NMAU was thinking? If they crippled these few MCMAU prodigies, the level 08 prodigies of MCMAU would be completely cut off. After hanging up, Fang Ping complained, "The school is so stingy." "No, it's Lion Tang who's stingy. They're only giving 20 rank 1 vitality pills and 5 rank 2 vitality pills, less than 10 million. We're risking our lives for the school's honor, and they're only giving us these things. How can they expect us to win?" Everyone else was stunned. Zhao Lei mumbled, "They can do that?" He had never thought that he could scam a sum of money from the school. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had managed to get Tang Feng to agree to sponsor some pills, although it was not as much as Fang Ping had said. But it was already quite a lot. Okay, it was worth close to 10 million. Even if it was divided equally, each person would get quite a lot. It was comparable to the reward of a peak rank 2 mission, or even a lot more. Some poor rank 2 bastards needed a few missions to get that much. What did this mean? They had taken the initiative to accept the challenge. Now, they had to go even if they did not want to. But from Fang Ping's words, it seemed like everything was different. Fang Ping ignored him and continued to scold, "Lion Tang just doesn't like me. I've known for a long time. NMAU is so poor, yet old Wang still offered 3 rank 2 vitality pills per person. 15 rank 2 vitality pills. The enemy's support for us is greater than the school's. Tell me, is there anyone who does things like this? If Lion Tang does this again, we'll go to CCMAU and challenge a rank 1 martial artist, then admit defeat. Let's see where MCMAU can put its face." "That's enough." Yang Xiaoman rolled her eyes and said exasperatedly, "If you're not afraid of a group of grandmasters and middle-ranked martial artists ganging up on you, go ahead and do it. Don't drag us into it." Fu Chongding did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Now I kind of understand why you earn money so quickly." He only needed to say a few words to inform the school. And the result was that everyone had a lot of extra rewards. Fang Ping did not complain anymore. Instead, he stared at them and said with a threatening gaze, "Lion Tang said that I called him Lion Tang behind his back. I'm afraid only the few of you would snitch on me. I'm warning you, next time Lion Tang gives me trouble because of this, I'll give you trouble." The few of them were speechless. Zhao Lei said exasperatedly, "Show some respect to the instructor. We've never said anything bad about Instructor Liu. Nonsense. Do you dare? Fang Ping said in disdain. Then, he returned to the topic at hand. Don't talk about these useless things. There are 5 people fighting, and there are 6 of us. Tang Songting and Chen Yunqi, who will fight? Tang Songting glanced at Chen Yunqi. After some thought, he said, Chen Yunqi. I'm not peak rank 2, and I'm not twice honed either. My vitality and bone honing can't keep up. If I meet a peak rank 2 martial artist, there's a high chance that I'll lose. Fang Ping looked at Chen Yunqi. She was a little indignant and said angrily, Can you stop questioning me? I'm not as useless as you think. Then it's up to you. Fang Ping also knew that Tang Songting was right. He had no advantage against a peak rank 2 martial artist. The chances of him losing were too high. As for Chen Yunqi and the others, although they were not peak rank 2 martial artists, their vitality was strong. Their bone honing progress was at 20%. Over at NMAU, it was extremely difficult to gather 5 twice-honed peak-rank 2 martial artists. It was even hard to say if there were 5 twice-honed martial artists in NMAU. After confirming the participants, Fang Ping said, This time, NMAU wants NMAU students to feel humiliated and work hard. Usually, the participants won't be too strong. Of course, they won't actively seek defeat. After all, they're peak-rank 2 martial artists. Everyone should be careful. Also, Wang Jinyang isn't an idiot. He said it like that. He paid the price of 15 rank 2 vitality pills. It's impossible for him to let us win easily. If NMAU can win against us, it's actually a good way to boost morale. So, everyone must be 120% vigilant. Also, I forgot to ask. Tonight's competition is best of 5, or is it a round-robin system like the championship? If it's a round-robin system like the championship, it'll be much easier for us. After all, the NMAU students don't understand our team. Old Wang had run away so fast that Fang Ping and the others had forgotten to ask about this. Zhao Lei said with a determined expression, No matter what the competition system is, it doesn't matter if you're strong. Idiot, Fang Ping could not help but curse. Following Lion Tang, did he not like to use his brain anymore? Zhao Lei was a top scorer, not only in martial arts, but also in cultural studies. In the end, a student who excelled in both the pen and the sword had almost become a single-celled organism. After some thought, Fang Ping still made a call to ask. There was some commotion on Old Wang's side. It seemed like he was also choosing his team members. After hearing Fang Ping's words, Wang Jinyang laughed and said, Let's adopt the championship system. Let the powerhouses have more opportunities to perform. After confirming the competition system, Fang Ping did not ask any more questions. It was already noon. There were only a few hours left until nighttime. Facing 5 peak rank 2 martial artists, they still had to prepare what needed to be done. Fang Ping did not think that they really had victory in their grasp. At the same time, NMAU. They're too much. Did you hear that? Magic City Martial Arts University, 5 new students want to challenge NMAU's 5 peak rank 2 martial artists. Their opponents are all freshmen. Freshmen? Challenging peak rank 2 martial artists? Yes, it's the team of new students who participated in the championship last time. I heard they're all rank 2. F*CK, so fast? Hey, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Right now, a few of MCMAU's freshmen are challenging us seniors. If NMAU loses, won't we become a laughingstock in martial arts universities? They can't win. Even if they're ranked 2 martial artists, they've only just broken through, then what if they win? Even if we're worried, there's nothing we can do. We can only rely on those peak rank 2 seniors. Tonight, let's go and cheer for our seniors. They're already being bullied. What's so great about MCMAU's people? Listening to everyone's discussion, Tan Hao whispered, Are you sure it's really Fang Ping and the others? Wu Zhihao rolled his eyes. He was speechless. Why would I lie to you? I was there. President Wang suddenly came. As soon as he arrived, he took the initiative to mention the challenge. Then, Fang Ping and the others agreed. I'm still dizzy, tell me, who should we cheer for? Also, can Fang Ping and the others really win against peak rank 2 martial artists? The few of them looked at each other. Tan Hao said bitterly, we're all human. They've already started challenging peak rank 2 martial artists. If we compete, the few of them fell silent. There was no way to compete. They were considered to have made faster progress. Now, their vitality had reached the limit, all of them had 150 calories vitality. It was not impossible to break through to martial artists now. However, once they entered a martial arts university, how many of them would be willing to break through with 150 calories vitality? The few of them continued to nurture their vitality. Even if they could not reach 180 calories, they had to be higher than 150 calories. Based on this progress, they would only consider breaking through when they entered their sophomore year at the end of the semester. Once they became martial artists in their sophomore year, the subsequent bone honing would not progress as quickly. Achieving rank 2 before graduation was everyone's goal. Now, Fang Ping and the others had achieved rank 2 long ago and were even moving toward rank 3. For a moment, their faces were full of bitterness. MCMAU's championship team challenged NMAU's peak rank 2 martial artist team. The news spread quickly. Soon, everyone in River City's martial arts circle knew about this. The governor personally watched the battle and even brought a large number of Nanjiang martial artists to attend. Originally, it was just an internal exchange among martial arts university students. Now, it was given a lot more meaning. It was said that Governor Zhang was increasingly dissatisfied with Nanjiang's martial arts atmosphere. At this time, if NMAU senior students were defeated by MCMAU's new students, then the entire Nanjiang martial arts world might experience some changes. If NMAU really lost, Governor Zhang might come up with an even more radical reform plan. When that time came, no one knew whether it would be good or bad. For a moment, the martial artists who heard the news focused their attention on this match. Sun City's commander, Bai Jinshan, also received the news. When he found out that Fang Ping was leading the team to battle, Bai Jinshan's feelings were actually very complicated. Were young people's growth so fast? Peak rank 2. Was rank 3 still far away? Sun City is really going to have a monster, and 2 of them. Bai Jinshan mumbled vaguely. Not long after, Sun City's Department of Education. The director of the Department of Education patted Fang Mingrong's shoulder warmly and gave him a few words of encouragement. Fang Mingrong was completely at a loss, and he became the deputy director of the office. 6:00 p.m. Fang Ping and the others did not see Huang Jing, but Bai Ruoxi rushed over. As soon as they arrived at the hotel, Bai Ruoxi held a small meeting. The dean has arrived, but he has gone to the governor's office. He should be going to the scene with the governor of Nanjiang. The headmaster did not say who would win or lose. In fact, the outcome was up to him. Martial artists could only win. I'm giving you a chance now to spar with your peers. Who will give you a fair chance when you go to the catacombs in the future? Therefore, everyone should cherish this kind of competition which is based on comparing notes. Everyone nodded. Fang Ping nodded too. After nodding, he asked, Teacher, have you brought the medicinal pills that the school gave? Bai Ruoxi couldn't help but laugh. No wonder Teacher Tang said, Teacher, it's not that I don't respect Teacher Tang and slander him, but I'm just being petty. Teacher, is Teacher Tang married? Ah? Don't tell me he's not married yet? Fang Ping said in surprise, if that's the case, then it's understandable that he has a bad temper. Nonsense. Bai Ruoxi burst into laughter. Teacher Tang's daughter is about to enter university. He has a daughter? Fang Ping said in shock, he doesn't seem like a fatherly person at all. Alright, don't talk nonsense. If Teacher Tang finds out, he might come after you. Bai Ruoxi laughed again. Among the teachers, Bai Ruoxi's temperament was considered gentle. She would not get angry even if she was joking. After joking around for a while, Bai Ruoxi returned to the topic at hand. I brought the pills for you. However, Fang Ping, I'd like to remind you not to take too many pills just because you have a strong constitution. If you do this, it will be easy for you to become dependent on others. You won't be able to grasp your own battle techniques well enough, and you won't be able to understand them well enough. It was not a good thing to cultivate one's qi and blood usage and battle awareness. If one day you ran out of pills, how would you deal with the crisis? What you should learn is to improve your own strength and learn how to use the smallest price to obtain the greatest results. Your vitality is already higher than that of an ordinary person. Under such circumstances, if you can't suppress someone of the same level as you, it means that you're not as strong as you think you are. Some martial artists could fight against 10 martial artists at the same level as them. How could they do this without quickly recovering their vitality? All of this is something you need to think about. Fang Ping nodded seriously. It made sense and was worth pondering. But, if I don't make it seem like a waste, the school won't let me take advantage of it. Knowing that Xianxia was about to go on stage, Bai Ruoshi chuckled and said, "Fight well and show your strength." "Yes, I will definitely perform well." Xianxia nodded solemnly. She felt wronged again. If she did not perform well, she would really become a logistics member. Fang Ping did not take advantage of the pills given by the school. He received 1 rank 2 vitality pill and 4 rank 1 vitality pills. His wealth had also increased to 7 million. He had been honing his bones to the peak for the past few days, so he did not spend too much. It's enough to replenish 7,000 calories vitality, Fang Ping calculated for a while. 7 million wealth was more than enough to handle a few matches. He did not have to worry about not having enough vitality. The most important thing was that he didn't need to take any medicinal pills when he went on stage. This kind of competition in public was actually very troublesome, especially when there were powerhouses watching. Fang Ping had to consume pills to show that he was relying on pills to recover his vitality. Most of these pills would be wasted if they were used. No matter how rich he was, he shouldn't waste it like this. At 6:30, everyone departed from the hotel and headed for Nanjiang Martial Arts University, which was not far away. Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Wang Jinyang and a few of the school's instructors stood at the main entrance. Seeing Fang Ping and the others, Wang Jinyang nodded slightly and looked at Bai Ruoshi with a smile. "Instructor Bai, I didn't expect you to come. Our dean is here too. He should be with Governor General Zhang and the others." Bai Ruoshi smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries. Her attitude toward the NMAU instructors beside her was average. The few NMAU instructors seemed to be following Wang Jinyang's lead. NMAU's instructors started at rank 3. Rank 4 was considered a mainstay, rank 5 was extremely rare, and rank 6 were all school leaders. Wang Jinyang's strength was outstanding even among the instructors. Add to that his status as the president of the Martial Arts Society and the few instructors who came with him, and their social status was not even as high as Wang Jinyang's. Fang Ping was a little envious. This was life, unlike himself, who was picked on by Big Lion every day. One day, Big Lion would be like these instructors and bow down to him. That would be one of life's greatest joys. Wang Jinyang and Bai Ruoshi exchanged a few pleasantries. Then, as they walked, he said, "The 5 NMAU students this time are all top-notch in NMAU. Fang Ping, don't be careless. I want to see an evenly matched opponent, not a crushing defeat. I'm talking about NMAU crushing you like a crushing defeat. That won't happen." "I hope so." Wang Jinyang did not say much. He led them all the way to the Martial Arts Society. NMAU was not as big as MCMAU. The Martial Arts Society was not as extravagant as MCMAU, occupying hundreds of acres of land. However, NMAU's Martial Arts Society was not small. The venue for the championship this time was not indoors, but outdoors. A temporary arena had been built on the lawn in front of the Martial Arts Society building. There were no seats arranged around it. According to Wang Jinyang, when martial artists went up to the arena to fight, it was a disgrace for those below to sit and watch. If they could not even stand and watch, then they might as well not be martial artists anymore. Whoever complained would be kicked out. That was why when Fang Ping and the others arrived, they saw thousands of students standing around the lawn. It was a dense mass of people, but it was full of vigor. When they saw Fang Ping and the others, the NMAU students became a little noisy. Many people were pointing and gossiping. Before they could finish, Wang Jinyang suddenly shouted, "Shut up, all of you. The weak have no right to tell the strong what to do. MCMAU's new students are challenging 4 or 5 peak rank 2 martial artists from NMAU's Big 3. It's not a fair competition. If NMAU loses this time, all martial artists will have to exchange their credits for pills increased by 5%. All aspiring martial artists who have not entered the martial artist realm by the end of their sophomore year will be expelled. NMAU is a martial arts university, not a place for you to pass your days. In the past, there were aspiring martial artists who graduated as NMAU graduates. This is NMAU's disgrace, not a demonstration of NMAU's tolerance. The crowd suddenly became noisy. Someone said indignantly, "We didn't even fight. What does losing have to do with us?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jinyang's gaze suddenly swept toward him. "You, step out." Everyone looked at the student who had just spoken. That person's expression changed. After a while, he slowly walked out and gathered his courage to ask, "President Wang, did I say something wrong?" "You can leave NMAU." "Leave? NMAU?" "Yes, you're expelled." Fang Ping and the others were stunned. What was going on? The student who had just stepped out was also stunned. Then, he said angrily, "Wang Jinyang, what right do you have to expel me?" Wang Jinyang did not answer. He glanced at the others and said coldly, "As a member of NMAU, you don't have any sense of collective honor or shame. You always think that it has nothing to do with you. There are benefits, but they don't give them to you. You complain that the school is unfair. Has anyone ever thought, why? Because you got into NMAU? Because you don't think about improving? Because you want to become martial artists one day and ride roughshod over others? What are martial artists? Martial artists are not your passport to the privileged class. Martial artists are a group of brave people struggling on the edge of death. I was at NMAU and didn't see any of this." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd outside suddenly dispersed. A few powerhouses with majestic auras walked over. The leader was a white-haired old man. The old man didn't say anything, but a middle-aged man on his right said in a clear voice, "Wang Jinyang is right. What does losing have to do with you? Then, if one day, Sino Nation is defeated in a war, all the powerhouses are dead, and you are enslaved, will you make the same declaration? It's all the powerhouse's fault. Why should we bear all of this? NMAU, or Nanjiang, doesn't need martial artists like this. If you're not convinced, you can go on stage. If you think that the people on stage can't represent you, then you can go on stage and fight." Everyone fell silent because they recognized who the other person was. Nanjiang's governor, Zhang Dingnan. Whether Zhang Dingnan had this name from the beginning or changed it later, no one knew. They only knew that ever since Zhang Dingnan broke through to Grandmaster, he had started meddling in various affairs, including those of martial arts universities. Moreover, he did it with iron and blood. His words clearly meant that Wang Jinyang's previous words would be taken seriously. Even the NMAU vice-chancellor, the old man, did not say anything. The others did not speak. Wang Jinyang bowed slightly to the grandmasters, then looked at Fang Ping and the others. "Sorry for the inconvenience." Bairuashi smiled faintly. "It's all right. Everything about NMAU has inspired us. Then I won't waste everyone's time." Having said that, Wang Jinyang looked at the team standing below the stage and said loudly, "Today, you represent NMAU, Nanjiang. You're all peak rank 2 martial artists, and your opponents have just entered rank 2 not long ago. If you win, it's not worth celebrating. If you lose, it means that NMAU's teaching method is wrong. The school is not a gentle place. If you lose today, I'll suggest to the school to eliminate 90% of the students, concentrate resources, and cultivate a group of elites who dare and can fight." His words caused another round of whispered discussion. Wang Jinyang did not care about them. He looked at Fang Ping and the others and said, "This is not a public competition. The order of battle is up to you. The winner stays, and the loser leaves. The last one who remains on the stage wins." Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. This was much more unruly and casual. On the other side, the Grandmaster powerhouses did not speak either. They walked to the side of the stage. Everyone stood and watched. There was no rostrum or seats prepared for them. A competition venue like this was very simple and crude. It was even worse than the underground boxing market. However, this simple venue welcomed three Grandmaster powerhouses to watch the battle. Wang Jinyang acted as the referee and said again, NMAU is the home ground. NMAU will send one person up first. Below the stage, a few young people looked at each other. Soon, a martial artist holding a long spear walked up the stage. Nanjiang Martial Arts University, School of Weaponry, Year 3 student Chen Pengfei, Peak Rank 2. Mission points, 3rd and NMAU Rank 2. Fang Ping looked slightly confused. Bai Ruoshi explained in a low voice, NMAU doesn't have many missions. The number of missions you complete also means the number of times you've fought and the strength of your combat ability. NMAU has mission points for completing a mission once. 3rd and Rank 2 means that among Rank 2 martial artists, he's done many missions and has ample experience fighting martial artists. Fang Ping nodded, indicating that he understood. The NMAU martial artists obviously understood this better. When they saw that Chen Pengfei was the first to go up the stage, they also felt that Chen Pengfei was enough to represent NMAU's peak Rank 2 standard. He glanced at Fu Chongding and the others. Fu Chongding said eagerly, let me go. I use a spear too. However, Fang Ping did not look at him. He looked at Zhao Lei and said, you go. Me? The first battle must be fought beautifully. You blamed me for not giving you a chance during the championship. This time, I'll give you a chance. Zhao Lei, if you lose, you'll embarrass MCMAU and me. From now on, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Zhao Lei's expression darkened. He did not say anything else. He walked straight to the stage. Once he got on the stage, he said loudly, Magic City Martial Arts University, School of Weaponry freshman Zhao Lei, early stage rank 2. Those who had not finished honing their 3 limbs were all early stage rank 2. Other than Fang Ping, the rest of MCMAU's people were all early stage rank 2 martial artists. Can he win? Fu Chongding whispered. Fang Ping said mildly, it doesn't matter. If he loses, there's still me. You guys do as you see fit. The few of them looked unhappy, but they did not ask any more questions. On the stage, the battle had already begun. On the stage. The moment the battle began, Chen Pengfei displayed the strength of a martial arts university elite rank 2. When the long spear struck, the faint sound of a tiger's roar could be heard. Zhao Lei moved like a fleeing rabbit. His toes touched the ground, and he was as swift as a tiger. In an instant, he approached Chen Pengfei in a curved angle. Chen Pengfei's reaction was extremely fast. Before he could thrust his spear forward, it was immediately retracted. The spear trembled, and the middle of the spear began to bend. In the next moment, the long spear seemed to transform into a long whip, curling toward Zhao Lei's neck at an alarming angle. Fang Ping stared at it for a while, then raised his eyebrows. It's not easy to train a long spear to this extent. In many people's eyes, a spear was not a weapon suitable for close combat. The spear was too long, and when the opponent closed the distance, the weapon's power could not be displayed. However, Chen Pengfei did not care about this at all. When Zhao Lei closed in, his long spear moved at will, bending and bending at will. This way, it was no more troublesome than a saber or a sword. Fu Chongding's expression was slightly solemn. They say that a long spear is like a dragon. A dragon can be big or small, stretch or bend. It's very powerful. As the two of them were talking, Wang Jinyang walked over, frowning. Flashy but impractical. Weapons are only used to kill enemies. So what if you can bend it? Has its power increased? Since long spears are afraid of close combat, then don't give the opponent a chance to get close. If you have the ability to bend, why not increase the speed of the spear? Moreover, spear users aim straight at the target. If you can't do that, then you might as well train with short weapons. Fang Ping and the others were speechless at his words. It did not seem to be wrong. Wang Jinyang watched the fight on the stage and frowned. There's still a gap. Zhao Lei might not win. Fang Ping, you go later. You have to be fast, ruthless, and quickly defeat the remaining 4. Only then can I reform NMAU with my heart. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. What's going on? You're already commanding MCMAU's team. You're playing dirty. Fu Chongding and the others were also speechless. What about us? Wang Jinyang coughed softly. There are plenty of opportunities for you to train. This time, it's not for you to train. I hope you can help me speed up the reform. Don't worry, the pills I promised will be delivered. Fang Ping thought for a while. The leaders of NMAU don't have any objections? Those who do have objections will be sent to other catacombs for missions. Wang Jinyang said casually. Fang Ping was speechless. Mother **Ker, old Wang was acting like NMAU's boss now. Did NMAU have to do this? He cursed silently, but he was more envious. When can I be the boss of MCMAU? Alright, but to be honest, I'm not very confident, just try your best. As the two of them were talking, the situation on the stage changed. Chen Pengfei thrust his spear. Zhao Lei stepped on the tip of his feet and leaped into the air, dodging the spear. In the next moment, Chen Pengfei seemed to think that this was an opportunity. The spear did not thrust at Zhao Lei, but at the void beside him. Fang Ping saw something. Chen Pengfei had a lot of combat experience. This spear was a prediction. He predicted the timing and position of Zhao Lei's fall. At that time, Zhao Lei lacked the necessary counterattack. This kind of prediction and timing was difficult for most martial artists to grasp accurately. Chen Pengfei was obviously not one of them. When his opponent thrust his spear, even Wang Jinyang nodded slightly. However, in the next moment, just as Zhao Lei was about to fall, if he fell according to inertia, he would probably be pierced by the spear. Zhao Lei suddenly moved. Zhao Lei's left foot stepped on empty air. His body rose a little, then he took a step forward with his right foot, stepping on the tip of Chen Pengfei's spear. Chen Pengfei thrust his spear with all his might. The tip of the spear bent slightly from the step. Zhao Lei used the force to leap forward. In the blink of an eye, he was close to Chen Pengfei again. At this moment, Chen Pengfei's strength had been exhausted. He was in a vacuum. Zhao Lei's timing was also very precise. The moment Chen Pengfei withdrew his strength, a punch landed on Chen Pengfei's chest. Without waiting for Chen Pengfei to counterattack, Zhao Lei laughed coldly. He opened his fist into a palm, stretched out his hand quickly, and grabbed the other's wrist that was holding the spear. Before the audience could react, Zhao Lei's legs kicked out alternately. After a few seconds, the two separated. Zhao Lei's face was slightly pale, his legs trembling. Chen Pengfei, on the other hand, was flushed. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and said with slight disappointment, "I've lost." This was not a battle to the death. Although the arena battles were fought with the determination of a battle to the death, his sternum was broken, his internal organs were shaken, and he had used up all his strength. If he persisted, he would only buy time and aggravate his injuries. There was no need to fight to the point where he was on the verge of death. Fang Ping, who was below the stage, clicked his tongue and said, "He's already at the elevated stance. I didn't know this guy had another trick up his sleeve. He's not trying to trick me, is he?" He strongly suspected that Zhao Lei had hidden the fact that he had reached the elevated stance in order to trick him. Chen Pengfei's judgment was wrong. He did not expect Zhao Lei's stance to be suspended in the air for a moment, dodging his predicted shot. As a result, the originally evenly matched situation suddenly changed. He looked at Fang Ping and said, "I'll go over first. You're up for the next round." Zhao Lei had used up a lot of vitality. There was no point in continuing in this round. "Sure. I'm happy to fulfill the employer's suggestion." In the first battle, NMAU lost. Peak rank 2 martial artist, Chen Pengfei, who ranked 3rd in mission points, was utterly defeated. Below the stage, the clamor rose again. Chen Pengfei lost. He's a peak rank 2. His opponent has just entered rank 2, okay? He's already defeated. What the hell is he doing? Are you idiots? Zhao Lei is twice honed, his vitality is no weaker than Chen Pengfei's, and his stance is elevated. Chen Pengfei made a mistake in his prediction, or else Zhao Lei would have lost. It's not that Chen Pengfei is weak, it's that Zhao Lei is stronger than we imagined. Someone spoke up for Chen Pengfei. Zhao Lei didn't have many opportunities to perform in the friendly competition, so everyone knew very little about him. Pole standing in the elevated stance was not something that could be found anywhere. Even a large number of rank 3 martial artists had not achieved this. Based on Chen Pengfei's past experience, it wasn't a mistake to predict an attack. It was just that he had underestimated Zhao Lei. Losing the first battle also cast a shadow in the hearts of the NMAU students. There were not many rank 3 martial artists in NMAU, only a dozen or so. Peak rank 2 was enough to represent the essence of NMAU. But now, he had lost the first round. Zhao Lei, shall we continue? Wang Jinyang asked. Just as Zhao Lei was about to speak, Fang Ping strode over and said, "It's a friendly match. You've expended too much vitality. There's no need to continue." Although Zhao Lei wanted to fight again, he remembered that his next opponent was also a peak rank 2 martial artist. After some thought, he walked down the stage. Not bad. You've reached the elevated stance of pole standing. You've been hiding it up until now. Who are you going to deal with? Fang Ping grinned at Zhao Lei, who was walking down the stage. Zhao Lei's expression was dark. He huffed. I just haven't met anyone who can make me use my full strength. Really? Fang Ping chuckled and did not continue the conversation. He strode toward the arena. MCMAU, Fang Ping, peak rank 2. The captain of MCMAU? He's also from Nanjiang. He's already a peak rank 2. How did he cultivate? Wasn't he still peak rank 1 when he competed in January? As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, the crowd below the stage was no longer calm. Peak rank 2, how many days had it been? When everyone was still an aspiring martial artist, their improvement was not as fast. On one side of the arena, Zhang Dingnan smiled faintly and said, "Is this little guy Lu Fengger's student?" "Not bad. You learned my saber technique?" "I saw it for a while last time. I couldn't tell. I thought he was Zhou Dao's disciple." Cough, cough, cough. Huang Jing and NMAU's vice-chancellor both coughed dryly. Then, they could not help but laugh. Zhou Dao was also a Blade Dao Grandmaster expert, and he had always slashed with one slash. If one slash wasn't enough, he would slash again. There were no techniques or moves to speak of. Although Manic Explosion followed the same path, it wasn't just a simple slash. During the championship, Fang Ping had indeed not noticed that he was cultivating Manic Explosion, which was known for its continuous slash outbursts. After making fun of him, Zhang Dingnan continued, "Nanjiang people, it's a pity I couldn't stay in Nanjiang. You're too territorial and have too many limitations. Are MCMAU students not Chinese? Are they not going to contribute to Sino Nation? It's different, I think so too. Whatever you say. Once the entrance to the catacombs appears in Nanjiang this time, I hope MCMAU can help Nanjiang survive this disaster. Martial arts universities won't just sit back and watch. Don't worry. I hope so. Every time the entrance to the catacombs opens, there will be riots in other places. I'm afraid I won't be able to spare any manpower in time." Zhang Dingnan's face showed a hint of worry. Was Nanjiang going to experience bloodshed after years of peace, following the discussion of the audience below the stage? Soon, someone from NMAU walked out. It was a woman. When Fang Ping saw that the only woman was on the stage, he could not help but glance at Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang did not look at him. The ponytailed female martial artist said coldly, "Stop looking. Are you discriminating against women?" Fang Ping smiled. "I didn't mean that. I just wonder if I'll be scolded if I hit a woman. There are thousands of students in NMAU, and they can't even gather a few men. It's a little sad. Don't look at us. We're not here for the competition. To be honest, it's just a coincidence. You have a sharp tongue. Say what you want. Back then, I almost chose Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Now, I'm a little glad. Nanjiang Martial Arts University, other than a few people, there's no one who catches my eye." Her voice was not soft. The audience below the stage erupted. "Arrogant. Lan Ke, defeat him. Beat him to death." The onlookers below the stage were furious. Fang Ping, however, exclaimed, "Rotten leaf, this name. This? How big of a grudge do your parents have against you? You're asking for it." The next moment, Lan Ke was furious. She did not even have the interest to introduce herself. She moved and appeared next to Fang Ping. Your stepping technique isn't bad. Too bad, Fang Ping laughed. The tip of his foot touched the ground lightly, and his figure disappeared. Your President Wang said that NMAU's peak rank 2 martial artists are all elites. I really can't tell. I'm not interested in this competition. Your President Wang and I have a good relationship. He felt the need to attack me and let me know that not choosing NMAU was the wrong choice. Too bad. I really can't see what I have to regret. Having said that, Fang Ping glanced at Wang Jinyang below the stage. Look, how thoughtful my service is. Didn't you want me to be the bad guy? Now the NMAU people are going crazy. 15 rank 2 vitality pills, cheap and good, definitely guaranteed. Lan Ke did not reply. Her figure disappeared quickly. Fang Ping's tone was still relaxed. I really don't want to hit a woman. If it was a man, I'd kill him with one slash. But it's a woman. Forget it. Let's go for a run and exercise. Bastard. The NMAU students were really provoked now. In the crowd, Wu Zhihao and the others shrunk their necks. They looked at each other and whispered, everyone, don't ever say that you know him. They were afraid of death. Fang Ping was provoking all the NMAU students. This guy, whether he won or lost, would be the public enemy of NMAU students. He was too much of a bully. Pretty lady, let's talk. How old are you? Do you have a boyfriend? Is there a grandmaster in your family? I don't think so. I don't remember a grandmaster with the surname Lan. Carrying a saber is so tiring. Why don't you put it down and we can talk? A few minutes later, Lan Ke stopped. She stared at Fang Ping and said fiercely, do you only know how to run? Fang Ping grinned. That's not it. I just want to give you a chance to show off. Really, but it's a pity that I didn't see anything amazing. You're just average, not much different from the rank 2 martial artists who died in my hands. I can fight 10 of you. Bastard. Lan Ke's eyes were red. She roared, don't run if you dare. You said that? Fang Ping's cheeky expression suddenly disappeared. He said loudly, come, I want to see if NMAU's rank 2 martial artists are really weak. His voice was still echoing in the air when Fang Ping suddenly closed in on Lan Ke. Lan Ke felt a little strange. Fang Ping held his saber in his left hand, and a Chongdao was not suitable for close-quarters combat. There was no time to think. Fang Ping voluntarily gave up his advantage. She did not mind letting this glib-tongued bastard suffer. Just as Fang Ping closed in, Lan Ke quickly drew her saber and slashed horizontally. Fang Ping still did not use his saber. His right hand suddenly opened into a palm, tilted slightly, and slapped at her single saber. Thud, 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 5 muffled sounds that were not too loud were heard. Fang Ping's palm hit the side of the single saber 5 times in a row. The saber in Lan Ke's hand was slapped back, and she retreated. Fang Ping closed in again and quickly slapped her right wrist 3 times. Ding, Lan Ke lost her grip on her saber, and it fell to the ground. Fang Ping did not attack again. He took a step back and said mildly, you're really weak. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and kill you with one slash. It's not worth it. Even if I let you use one hand, you're still no match for me. Lan Ke's eyes flashed with grief and indignation. Suddenly, she stopped talking, turned around, and jumped off the arena, disappearing from everyone's sight. Wang Jinyang, who was below the arena, mumbled, I asked you to defeat them, but I didn't ask you to form a grudge. If a grudge was formed, it would be better to injure the other party with one slash. Now, Lan Ke was probably so angry that she would vomit blood. Fang Ping's victory was worse than injuring her. On the other side, Zhang Dingnan smiled and said, interesting. Manic explosions 5 consecutive slashes can produce a vitality outburst of about 30 calories. 5 consecutive slashes can accumulate 1 point, and it's much stronger than a simple 150 calories vitality outburst. Huang Jing nodded slightly. It can be considered a rank 2 martial artist's trump card. His pole standing and footwork have also been perfected. Lan Ke is slightly weaker, and she's completely restrained. Fang Ping is exaggerating when he says he'll let her use one hand. Fang Ping could actually use either 1 or 2 hands, but he did not use his D-class Chongdao, so he was indeed holding back. As the two of them chatted, NMAU's old vice-chancellor sighed softly. This little guy is using NMAU students as practice. Defeating Lan Ke with ease had cost Fang Ping 200 calories at most. For Fang Ping, this was also a trial run. His previous 100-cal vitality outbursts were powerful, but so were his consumption. Even against a rank 1 martial artist, the consumption was huge. This time, defeating a peak rank 2 martial artist left Fang Ping with more than half of his vitality. This also meant that Fang Ping could still maintain a significant amount of combat power without taking any medicine. Soon, NMAU's third martial artist went up the stage. This time, it was a man. The way he looked at Fang Ping was murderous. Fang Ping did not care. He smiled and said, "You have to be polite to women, but not to men." You don't have to register. I don't remember weaklings. Bastard, beat him to death. You must beat him to death. He's too arrogant. Is there really no one else in NMAU? He doesn't even care about basic martial arts etiquette. At this moment, the NMAU students were completely enraged. Fang Ping did not let anyone announce his name. In a martial arts duel, this was disdain, contempt, and disregard. Wang Jinyang also exclaimed, "This effect," he could not say anything else, this effect was 10 times stronger than he had imagined. If Fang Ping walked out of NMAU unscathed today, these NMAU students would probably treat Fang Ping as their lifelong enemy. This kind of face-slapping was even more intense than when he had stepped on MCMAU rank 1 martial artists. In the next moment, Fang Ping also demonstrated his ability to ignore NMAU rank 2 martial artists. This time, Fang Ping did not use his palm as a knife. It hurt. There was a price for pretending to be weak. Okay, the Fang's widow slashed across the void, and the sonic boom could be heard. Bang! A loud noise. One slash, and the opponent flew backward. Hee hee. Fang Ping's face was slightly pale. He said lightly, "Are you stupid? Did you think I was playing hide and seek with you? You can't even take one slash. How disappointing." The audience was now completely silent. NMAU's third martial artist was defeated too quickly. "He is so strong," someone murmured softly, his expression indescribably complicated. Fu Chongding and the others were also slightly speechless. This NMAU martial artist was too weak. Bai Ruoshi said softly, "He did it on purpose. In the last round, he purposely provoked Lan Ke. He didn't use any big moves and won with consecutive slashes. In this round, he went up to provoke his opponent and baited him to take one slash. The explosive power of the slash just now exceeded 200 calories. Didn't he say that he didn't master a rank 2 ultimate move?" The few of them looked indignant. Motherf asterisk Ker, he lied again. Bai Ruoshi glanced at them. Who could they blame if they believed Fang Ping's nonsense? Zhao Lei's expression was dark. "You said I was hiding, but so were you. Who were you planning to trick?" The powerhouses naturally understood Fang Ping's intentions. They also knew that their students were not as weak as they thought. At least the martial artist who took Fang Ping's slash only fell off the stage. His internal organs were only lightly injured, not to the extent of serious injuries. However, in the eyes of the 3 lower ranks martial artists, NMAU was indeed too embarrassing. 3 battles, 3 defeats, Chen Pengfei lost to an early stage rank 2 martial artist. The remaining 2 were also extremely embarrassing, easily defeated by Fang Ping. When no one was paying attention, Fang Ping casually stuffed a pill into his mouth. This, when no one was paying attention, referred to the students. It was good that the powerhouses were paying attention. Fang Ping's pale face, on the other hand, quickly regained its red color. Zhang Dingnan took another look and said with slight admiration, "This physique, it's enviable." Huang Jing did not care about this. He muttered, "Will this be effective? NMAU is not like MCMAU. If they lose too easily, it'll make people despair. An appropriate amount of pressure could make people grow, but when the other party looked so strong that they were invincible, that was not pressure. Instead, everyone felt that it was not that they were too weak, but that the other party was too strong. They might as well not have come to this kind of competition. It's fine. Do you really think the little guy can win so easily? Oh, it seems like he still has a trump card. Let's wait and see. Huang Jing glanced at the remaining two, smiled, and paid them no more attention. In their eyes, rank 2 martial artists were not worth mentioning, no matter how strong they were. In the midst of everyone's complicated expressions, NMAU's fourth person went up the stage. He did not announce his name. The youth who went up the stage was barehanded, revealing his bronze-colored skin. He chuckled and said, "MCMAU's prodigy is indeed extraordinary, but it's a little too much to look down on NMAU students." Is that so? You're not weak. Among NMAU's rank 2 students, you're probably one of the best. You can say that. Fang Ping suddenly tossed his Changdao off the stage, his expression solemn. To be honest, I knew the first 2 people were no match for me the moment they went up the stage. There was no point in fighting them. You're a little interesting, a little pressuring. I don't mean to look down on anyone, but NMAU really hasn't seen any rank 2 martial artists who have impressed me. In my opinion, using a saber is what I should do. This Changdao is also something I've earned through hard work and credits. But I know that the NMAU students won't be convinced. In order to convince you, let's be more straightforward. There's no need for that. The youth shook his head slightly, but he did not say anything else. He took a step forward. With this step, the other party's aura changed completely. Many people below the stage could not feel any of this at all, but at this moment, they quietened down instantly, as if they could feel the heavy atmosphere. Fang Ping's expression was also solemn. He stared at the other party for a while. Came from the battlefield? Fang Ping did not ask. He had never seen martial artists who came from the catacombs battlefield before. No, all MCMAU instructors had been there, but they usually did not have an aura to speak of. The change in the other party's aura reminded Fang Ping of the 8 School Alliance's old Grandmaster's aura when he stepped down from the stage during the championship. Golden spears and armored horses, perhaps, this was the feeling. In the next second, both of them moved at the same time. Fang Ping's spine straightened, then bent instantly. At the same time, Fang Ping's fist had already punched out. The youth opposite him did the same. His bronze-colored arm was suddenly illuminated by the light and turned blood-red. His arm did not thicken, but the other party's fist also reflected a rich blood-red color. Both of them took a step forward at the same time. Without many people seeing clearly, they punched each other 5 or 6 times in a row. Drip, both of them retreated quickly. Fang Ping's right hand swayed lightly. At this moment, his right hand was already blood-red, blood dripping continuously. Manic explosion was called a saber technique, but it could be used with fists and feet. Fang Ping had just punched 6 times in a row. The power that erupted was not any weaker than when he defeated Lan Ke and the other person, but the result was that both of them were injured. The arms of the youth opposite him were also trembling, and his palms appeared blood-red. Regardless of their injuries, the 2 of them moved again in the next moment. Fang Ping straightened his toes, his right foot quickly jabbing at the other party's temple. A blood-red color flashed in the other party's eyes. Suddenly, he reached out with both hands, grabbed Fang Ping's right leg, and flung it backward forcefully. Fang Ping did not struggle. He took advantage of the momentum and leaped into the air, his toes level with the other party's eyebrows. In the next moment, Fang Ping, who was in midair, forcefully shook off the force of inertia. As if he was on flat ground, his feet kicked repeatedly at the other party's head. This move is so king cool. Fu Chongdang's face was full of envy. At this moment, Fang Ping was like an immortal walking in the air, kicking his opponent until he kept retreating. I thought he only knew how to use a saber to hack people, Yang Xiaoman added. Bai Ruoshi, on the other hand, said solemnly, the other party is steady and calm. He's experienced. Fang Ping might not be his match, it can't be, right? The few of them were shocked. Although Fang Ping was annoying, he was not weak. At the very least, Fang Ping could defeat an early-stage rank 3 martial artist. Do you think Fang Ping is deliberately acting cool by not using a saber? He can't use a saber well, and the other party won't be stupid enough to take it head-on. Fang Ping's senses are very sharp. Bai Ruoshi praised him, but the others looked at each other. We really thought he was just trying to look cool, the few of them muttered in their hearts. Who knew that Fang Ping felt that he could not use a saber well? That kid was so righteous that he bullied people without a saber that even the NMAU students felt a little embarrassed. In the arena, Fang Ping was determined as well. He stepped into the air and kicked at his opponent's vitals. Although the young man retreated step by step, his footsteps were steady, even though Fang Ping had the upper hand and was only attacking. After a while, the young man's shoulders and arms were covered in wounds and blood. There was even a streak of blood on his throat. The onlookers were worried, but the powerhouses knew that the young man's injuries were only minor. Compared to Fang Ping, the youth who was in defensive mode consumed much less vitality than Fang Ping, and his stamina was also not as much as Fang Ping's. Just as the NMAU students were worrying for the young man who had been on defense suddenly stomped his feet on the ground. He stomped a hole in the makeshift arena. Even if it was a makeshift arena, it was made of steel to handle fights between martial artists. Although it was not F-grade alloy, the young man's terrifying strength was evident when he stomped a hole in the thick, steel floor. The young man stomped his feet on the ground, his heels sinking into the ground to stop his retreat. In the next moment, the young man roared and punched at Fang Ping's legs with his fists. Bang! The soles of Fang Ping's feet collided with his opponent's fists. The huge force sent Fang Ping flying in the air. After a while, Fang Ping stumbled and landed on the arena. This was the first time in 3 battles that Fang Ping had shown signs of weakness. Fang Ping's legs trembled as he landed on the ground. The young man's fists were covered in blood, but he did not care. He moved his toes and rushed toward Fang Ping. "You really think I'm afraid of you?" Fang Ping was furious. He had consumed a lot of vitality. He could replenish it, but he did not choose to do so. He rarely replenished his vitality in same-rank battles, unless he had fought too many battles in a row and his vitality was insufficient. Before he fought the young man, however, his vitality had been fully replenished. If he still could not defeat his opponent under such circumstances, how could he replenish his vitality? Although Fang Ping did not care about his reputation, he could not accept being defeated by a twice-honed peak rank 2 martial artist in a fair same-rank battle. Soon, the two of them fought again. This time, Fang Ping and the young man did not defend, trading injury for injury. Below the arena, Bairuashi suddenly said, "Is this Gu Xiong, ranked 24th on the Martial Arts University Rank 2 ranking list?" When she said that, Fu Chongding and the others vaguely remembered something. They said in surprise, "I think so. I forgot that someone from NMAU entered the Rank 2 ranking." Previously, the Department of Education had released a ranking of martial arts universities' lower 3 ranks. Fang Ping was ranked 6th on the Rank 1 combat ranking. However, when everyone looked at the ranking list, the 3 lower ranks would at most look at the top 10. Gu Xiong was ranked 24th on the Rank 2 combat ranking list. Not many people paid attention to him. However, as a normal martial arts university student, Gu Xiong was ranked 24th among all martial arts universities' Rank 2 martial artists. That was already extremely powerful. Previously, everyone had overlooked this point. Among the top 100 Rank 2 martial artists on the ranking list, there were less than 20 from normal martial arts universities. Among the less than 20 martial artists, Gu Xiong's ranking was also extremely high among the martial artists from normal martial arts universities. Among the top 10 of the Rank 2 ranking, only one normal martial arts university student from Beijing Martial Arts University entered. Among the top 30, there were less than 5 people, and Gu Xiong was one of them. Wang Jinyang, who had just walked over, nodded lightly. "It's Gu Xiong. His father is a martial artist from the military department. His father brought him to the military department to train not long after he became a martial artist. Even among the martial artists of the same rank in the military department, he's the most outstanding one. Fang Ping's vitality is higher than his, and his bone-honing progress is deeper than his, but the people Fang Ping fought the most were casual martial artists, when it comes to actual combat experience and the use of combat techniques. Fang Ping can't compare to Gu Xiong. Moreover, the time he spent in peak rank 2 is too short. At this time, he lacks the necessary stability." His words made everyone look at him. Fang Ping's time to stabilize was short. "What about you?" Wang Jinyang did not care what others thought of him. He was different from Fang Ping. He entered the peak stages of each rank faster than Fang Ping. Every time he was active in the outside world, he appeared at the peak of his current rank. That was why he had more time to cultivate combat techniques and increase his actual combat experience when he was at his peak. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had only entered peak rank 2 a few days ago. If it were not for the fact that his vitality and bone-honing progress were stronger than Gu Xiong's, Fang Ping would have lost to Gu Xiong a long time ago. Right now, Gu Xiong had broken through to rank 3. He was no longer a small fry among rank 3 martial artists. Fang Ping was naturally unaware of the conversation below the stage. He knew his flaws. During his rank 2 cultivation, Fang Ping had always focused on bone honing, unlike when he was in rank 1, where he mainly cultivated combat techniques and pole standing. However, being defeated by someone of the same rank who was weaker than him was a fact that Fang Ping could not accept. In the arena, Fang Ping displayed the bloodlust that was hidden in his bones for the first time. In the past, when he fought with his opponents, he was rarely at a disadvantage. Most of the time, he won easily. If he could not handle it, he would take some pills to replenish his vitality. That was why the number of times Fang Ping was injured when he fought with others could be counted. Fu Chongding and the others had almost never seen Fang Ping bleed. Today, however, Fang Ping was roaring furiously in the arena, his hands were already covered in blood, and his training clothes were in tatters. His lower body looked even more comical. From his calves, only his boots were left. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Fang Ping's foot had landed on Gu Xiong's calf. Gu Xiong staggered, but he took the opportunity to punch Fang Ping in the chest. The muffled sound came from Fang Ping. His chest felt as if it had been hit by a truck. The pain penetrated deep into his bones. Blood gushed out of his mouth uncontrollably. Forcefully suppressing the urge to vomit blood, Fang Ping moved his feet and attacked Gu Xiong again. Gu Xiong's calf was also heavily injured, and there were many wounds on his body. He could not avoid Fang Ping's attacks. Without a sound, he took the initiative to meet Fang Ping's attacks. Clang, when the sound of metal colliding could be heard from their fists, many people's expressions changed. Even if some people did not understand, they were all martial arts university students. How could they not understand? For two people without weapons to make such a sound meant that the tendons, bones, and skin on their hands were probably gone. What they were hitting now was their honed bones. There were bloodstains everywhere in the arena. On one side of the arena, the three high grandmasters were no longer joking around like they had been before. Zhang Dingnan suddenly said, "I didn't expect this." He did not expect that the other two grandmasters would understand what he meant even though he did not say it. Huang Jing said mildly, "MCMAU students don't just rely on resources." If Fang Ping did not have the courage to fight, he would not have become the top new student. Let's call it a draw. If we continue, we'll both be heavily injured. It's not worth it. Up until now, the two people on the arena were fighting with their lives on the line. This did not match the original intention. Both of them were peak rank 2 martial artists, advancing toward rank 3. Soon, they would probably become middle-ranked martial artists. There was no need to stay in their current ranks because of their heavy injuries. Just as Huang Jing finished speaking, Zhang Dingnan suddenly said, "Wait." Huang Jing's eyes flickered, but he did not say anything else. On the arena, Fang Ping roared. He grabbed Gu Xiong's hands tightly and slammed his head into Gu Xiong's head. Gu Xiong had nowhere to retreat, and he did not want to. He raised his head to meet Fang Ping's head with bloodshot eyes. Bang! Gu Xiong's forehead was instantly covered in blood from the collision. Fang Ping laughed sinisterly and slammed into his opponent again. Gu Xiong, who was in a daze, saw that Fang Ping was still conscious and shuddered. He was probably going to lose. As expected, Fang Ping slammed into his head again in the next moment. Gu Xiong's head was dizzy, and he felt weak all over. Fang Ping seized the opportunity. He raised his knee abruptly and hit Gu Xiong's stomach. Gu Xiong felt as if his intestines had been pierced and his organs were boiling. In the next moment, Fang Ping let go of his hands and kicked Gu Xiong, who had no strength to fight back, off the arena. Both the arena and the arena were silent. Gu Xiong, who had fallen to the ground, was quickly helped up by someone. Gu Xiong was still retching, but what came out of his mouth was blood. Fang Ping's injuries were not light, but he was full of energy. He stood upright and said, "Next." Wang Jinyang walked over and glanced at him. He frowned slightly and said, "Get off the arena. You've proven your strength by defeating Gu Xiong." The main reason Gu Xiong lost in the end was because his skull honing progress was not as good as Fang Ping's. A twice honing could only hone 20% of the skull, but Fang Ping had honed 30%. Everyone's honing progress was the same for the limbs, but it was different for the skull. Fang Ping slammed into Gu Xiong. Gu Xiong's injuries were worse, and he lost the ability to fight back. Fang Ping's injuries were not light, though. Up until now, no one in NMAU would deny Fang Ping's strength. This guy did not win purely by taking pills. Fang Ping wanted to say more, but Fu Chongdang walked over and said with a smile, "Fang Ping, you have to give us a chance to show off. Aren't you going home at the end of the month? Going home with a body full of injuries?" Fang Ping's body froze. He glanced at the last person from NMAU and did not say anything else. He walked off the arena. After he left the arena, Chen Yunqi and the others prepared healing pills and gauze. They started treating Fang Ping's wounds. Fang Ping did not say anything. He sat on the ground and let them do what they wanted. It was rare that Yang Xiaoman did not disagree with Fang Ping. She smiled and said, "Do you know who your opponent is? He's Gu Xiong, ranked 24th on the rank 2 combat ranking. You defeated Gu Xiong, which means you're at least in the top 20 of the rank 2 ranking. You didn't even take pills to use your ultimate move. I think you'll be at least ranked 15th when the rank 2 ranking is updated next month." He had just entered rank 2 and he was already in the top 20 of the rank 2 combat ranking. He had to admit that this kind of strength was extremely strong. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, "Top 20? He had always felt that he was strong. Whether it was in school or when he was doing missions outside of school, he had never met a worthy opponent. Therefore, even if his combat techniques did not improve much, Fang Ping still felt that he was one of the best among rank 2 martial artists. After a few days of recuperation, the thrice-honed him had a vitality of more than 520 cal. How high was a twice-honed martial artist's vitality? The upper limit of a normal honed martial artist's vitality was 400 calories. For a twice-honed martial artist, the upper limit was about 20%, which was the limit of 480 calories. Fang Ping's vitality was at least 40 calories higher than his opponent's, but he had to use their skulls to win. This made Fang Ping feel ashamed of himself. Chen Yunqi whispered, "You're already very strong. You've only entered peak rank 2, I'm a thrice-honed martial artist. I should be able to defeat my peers. Senior CLA too, but didn't he still lose to President Wang? Moreover, it's not like there aren't any rank 2 martial artists who are thrice-honed." These words were said by Yang Xiaoman, but Fang Ping felt even more depressed when he heard it. "So, I can only rely on the system to recover my vitality to gain an advantage among my peers?" He subconsciously neglected the fact that in his eyes, those of the same rank were geniuses who could challenge those of a higher rank in the eyes of others. The 100 martial artists on the rank 2 combat ranking had a high chance of winning against a normal rank 3 combat martial artist, as long as they were not at peak rank 3. Right now, Fang Ping might not lose even if he fought against a middle stage rank 3 combat martial artist alone. The other party did not master any powerful combat techniques, and their combat awareness was not strong. If Fang Ping relied on the system's vitality recovery, he had a 99% chance of winning. Unfortunately, Fang Ping was not thinking about these things at the moment. He only knew that he had almost been defeated by a rank 2 martial artist who was weaker than him. While Fang Ping was feeling depressed, the last person from NMAU faced Fu Chongdang. In fact, the NMAU students had already realized that they were going to lose. There were still 3 people on Fang Ping's side. Even if the last person defeated Fu Chongdang, would he be able to defeat the remaining 2? In the end, it was obvious that he could not. His opponent was only slightly stronger than Fu Chongdang. After defeating Fu Chongdang, his vitality was depleted. Yang Xiaoman went on stage and casually threw 2 punches, knocking his opponent off the stage. The battle between the peak rank 2 martial artist from NMAU and the MCMAU new students ended. The entire Nanjiang Martial Arts University seemed to have fallen into silence. 5 against 5. Their side had 5 peak rank 2 martial artists, while the other side only had one peak rank 2. Moreover, they were all new students who had entered rank 2 not long ago. In a battle like this, NMAU had suffered a crushing defeat. It was a crushing defeat. Among the 5 people from MCMAU, only Fang Ping's injuries were slightly more serious. Now, almost all of them could fight. On NMAU's side, other than Lan Ke who had left in a fit of anger, the other 4 were almost out of combat strength. Obviously, this result was unacceptable to NMAU. However, no matter how unacceptable it was, the truth was right in front of them. Could they deny the strength of Gu Xiong and the others? Could they deny the efforts of Gu Xiong and the others? A few of them had fought until they were seriously injured. Lan Ke could not defeat Fang Ping at all and left in anger. They could not blame her for not fighting to the death. NMAU had lost. Wang Jinyang did not say any more demoralizing words. When the battle was over, he went up to the arena and said lightly, "MCMAU won this battle. Everyone else has left. Go back and think about it. What did you enter a martial arts university for? Are you willing to be inferior to others forever? If you're not, then think about how you're going to walk in the future." There was no vehemence or righteous indignation. Wang Jinyang left the arena after he finished speaking. He walked up to Fang Ping and looked at him a few times. He nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. I've said it before. Deep down, you're also a ruthless person. There's no need to pretend to be a sheep. If you pretend for too long, you'll really become a sheep. Go back and recuperate. We'll visit Governor General Zhang in 2 days." At this moment, the 3 high grandmasters had already left, bringing with them a group of Nanjiang's higher-ups who had come to watch the battle. The grandmasters did not talk to Fang Ping alone, but Wang Jinyang had said that he would visit Governor General Zhang. Obviously, Zhang Dingnan had tacitly agreed to it. Fang Ping nodded and did not say anything. In this battle, NMAU had suffered a crushing defeat. He did not feel comfortable winning. The idea of being invincible among his peers slowly faded. He, Fang Ping, was not invincible among his peers yet. What was the big deal about beating some casual martial artists? What was the big deal about beating some rank 3 martial artists who did not have what it took? Could he defeat the top 3 in the rank 2 ranking? Could he defeat Wang Jinyang, who was at the same rank back then? Also, could he defeat those rank 2 martial artists from the military department who were active in the catacombs? Wan Gu Xiong had made him feel constrained and difficult. If he met other people, Fang Ping might not be able to defeat them. So what if his vitality could recover quickly? He would be killed before both of their vitalities were depleted. No matter how fast his recovery speed was, it would all be in vain. Wang Jinyang left. Bai Ruoshi saw that Fang Ping had calmed down a lot. She said as she walked, "Lost your fighting spirit? You don't have to be like this. Don't forget, you've just entered peak rank 2. Gu Xiong and the others are different. Moreover, you're the one who won. Your victory seems to be more depressing than NMAU's loss. When you've honed yourself for a while in rank 2 and improved your combat techniques, Gu Xiong will not be your match. You have to take things one bite at a time. Don't always think about becoming the best among your peers. You have talent, and so do others. You're working hard, and so are others. Others have the guidance of grandmasters, the support of medicinal pills, and more combat experience. They've entered rank 2 earlier. It's already very good that you've come this far." Fang Ping smiled bitterly. "Instructor, you don't have to comfort me. I won't break down so easily. I'm just reflecting on some things." Also, everyone looked at him. Fang Ping sighed. "Also, I think the school should compensate me a little more. Xianxia didn't even fight. Shouldn't her medicinal pills be used as consolation?" Xianxia, who had been a little concerned earlier, changed her expression instantly. She said angrily, "I don't agree. I don't care about a few medicinal pills, but I don't agree. Fang Ping, you've gone too far." Fang Ping sighed. He lamented, "I'm so badly injured, and my family doesn't have the resources. They don't even have a few healing medicinal pills. When can I, Fang Ping, become stronger?" Sigh. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. She stammered, then I won't take NMAU's medicinal pills. All right, it's settled then." Fang Ping was instantly invigorated. His hunched back straightened, and he no longer limped pitifully like before. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Xianxia was also stunned. She stammered, He. Fu Chongding glanced at her, shook his head, and sighed. Women were so stupid. Fang Ping's injuries were only superficial. He did not look like he was dying. Moreover, he had defeated the 24th place on the rank 2 ranking. Was Fang Ping weak? Weak my ass. Fu Chongding could not understand why everyone thought that Fang Ping, who had just entered rank 2 and was already in the top 20 of the actual combat ranking, would be so traumatized. Now, 3 rank 2 vitality pills had been swindled by Fang Ping. And Xianxia had given them to him. If Fang Ping did not take advantage of rich people like her, how could he earn money? The result of the NMAU battle quickly spread in River City. NMAU is defeated. Gu Xiong is not Di Ping. In the rank 2 martial arts university combat ranking, Fang Ping has a chance of entering the top 10. What secrets does Sun City have? First there was Wang Jinyang, then there was Fang Ping. The new generation surpasses the old. Is there a problem with NMAU's teaching model? Is the reform necessary? In River City's martial arts circle, many people were discussing the battle between NMAU and MCMAU. He was a peak rank 2 martial artist. And an outstanding one at that. He was no weaker than the average rank 3 martial artist. Nanjiang's martial arts prowess was not considered too strong. The commanders of prefecture-level cities were usually rank 4. The commander of a county-level city like Sun City was only a rank 3. Although Fang Ping and the others were still students, their strength was not at the bottom of Nanjiang's martial arts circle. In particular, this battle had attracted 3 grandmasters to watch, which was extremely rare in Nanjiang. The huge Nanjiang had a population of tens of millions. Nanjiang currently had a total of 5 grandmasters: Governor Zhang Dingnan, the Vice-Chancellor of Nanjiang Martial Arts University, the commander of the military department stationed in Nanjiang, the president of the Nanjiang Allied Chamber of Commerce, and the curator of Upright Sun Martial Arts Dojo, which was spread all over Nanjiang. This time, with the addition of MCMAU Huangjing, the 3 high grandmasters joined forces to watch a few rank 2 martial artists battle. This was an extremely rare sight. Although there were many grandmasters in China, which could be said to be the number 1 in the world, China was too big. Nanjiang was not a very developed area, and grandmasters were rare. Usually, it was hard to see one. Following the appearance of the grandmasters, the news of the NMAU battle naturally spread like wildfire. As for Fang Ping, this young martial artist from Sun City, he was slowly making a name for himself in Nanjiang's martial arts circle. At the hotel, Nanjiang Martial Arts University quickly sent over the payment for this favor. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Fang Ping pocket the 6 rank 2 vitality pills without hesitation. Even Bai Ruashi couldn't help but laugh. You really won't give it to Yunqi? Fang Ping said in surprise. She said she would give it to me. Fang Ping was speechless. They had agreed to settle the matter. Was he going to go back on his word? Everyone was speechless. Yunqi said helplessly, I gave it to you, but you. Aren't you going to hold back at all? I thought you would at least be polite with me. You even know how to be pretentious. Even if the pill passes through my hands, it's still better than you taking it away. This is too heart-wrenching. Fang Ping noticed that everyone was looking at him. After some thought, he said politely, thank you. I'll pay you back when I become a grandmaster. Yang Xiaoman snapped, that's enough. I'm injured. Is this how you treat a wounded person? Fang Ping looked aggrieved. I've suffered a huge loss this time. Fortunately, he managed to obtain 6 rank 2 vitality pills, replenishing his wealth by another 3 million. At this moment, Fang Ping's wealth was close to 10 million. Fang Ping had used up some of his wealth in the previous battle at NMAU, but not much. Right now, he had 9.2 million wealth left. Fang Ping calculated again. He had quite a lot of medicinal pills on hand now. There were 8 rank 2 vitality pills, 16 rank 1 vitality pills, 30 normal vitality pills, and 2 rank 2 bone honing pills. The market price of these pills was more than 15 million. In total, there were close to 100 credits, which provided Fang Ping with more than 10 million wealth points. If he sold the pills now, he could probably increase his wealth a little. After some consideration, Fong Ping suddenly asked, "Do you guys want to buy medicinal pills?" Everyone was shocked. Did Fong Ping not run out of medicinal pills? He did not need medicinal pills to cultivate anymore. He was selling medicinal pills again. Also, he had just received 3 medicinal pills from Xianxia. Was it appropriate to start selling medicinal pills now? It was Bai Ruoxi's first time experiencing this. She was also confused. Selling medicinal pills, Fong Ping said perfunctorily, "I have a relationship with Instructor Li at the exchange office. After selling the medicinal pills and buying them with cash, I'll be left with a difference of a few $100,000. Don't look at me like that. I've said it before. Children from poor families take charge of the household early. A few $100,000 is nothing to you, but it's a huge sum to me. My sister has to set up a stall every day after school to earn a few dozen yuan for her living expenses. She's only 14, Fu Chongding complained. Just a little bit of money is enough for your whole family to be rich. Can you not act so pitifully?" Fong Ping said seriously, "This is different. I earn money fast, but I walk the line between life and death. Children from poor families should be independent. That's why I don't object to my sister setting up a stall. When I was in high school, I didn't even have the money to look up information or go to an internet cafe." "Stop." Fu Chongding interrupted him and said weakly, "Stop it. You're poor, very poor. Tell me, how much are you selling them for?" 8 rank 2 vitality pills, 16 rank 1, 30 normal, and 2 rank 2 bone honing pills. The market price is 15. 4 million, don't mention the market price. 13 million. Fong Ping's expression darkened. He glared at him and smiled at Xianxia. "Yunqi, you have a lot of martial artists in your family, right?" Xianxia was confused. "I'll sell these medicinal pills to you for 15 million. What do you think?" "Huh? I'll give you a discount of 400,000. Yunqi, you've never done business since you were young, have you? If your parents and family knew that you earned 400,000 on your first business, they'd be ecstatic. Wouldn't they feel like I have a girl in my family who's grown up and grown up? The key is not making money, but learning to be independent. It's only 15 million. You should have that much pocket money, right? I'll give my family a surprise. I, Xianxia, can eat on my own." That feeling is amazing. Everyone watched as Fong Ping tricked Xianxia into believing him. They were all dumbfounded. Xianxia was not stupid, but she had never bought her own medicinal pills. Her family had prepared everything for her. Fong Ping said that the market price was 4 million. Selling it for 15 million did not seem expensive. Instinctively, he glanced at Yang Xiaoman and the others. Just as Yang Xiaoman was about to speak, Fong Ping suddenly said, "Yang Xiaoman, as a friend, you mustn't deliberately cause trouble just because Xianxia's family is better than yours. Don't let her live under the protection of her parents and family. That's not good for Xianxia's growth." Yunqi was previously bullied by Lion Tang. Instructor Tang in school because she had too little experience. You learn from your mistakes. Only after experiencing more and learning to be independent and understand the evils of human hearts can you understand the complexity of society. Children will grow up one day. Are they supposed to live under the protection of their parents for the rest of their lives? Then what's the use of someone like that, no matter how good their martial arts are? Everyone understood the underlying meaning of his words. I tricked Xianxia for her own good. She doesn't know the evils of human hearts. I, Fong Ping, would rather suffer some losses and be the bad guy again to let her understand that society is very complicated. Yang Xiaoman was completely speechless. She stared at Fong Ping for a while and said, "You're amazing." Fu Chongding also muttered, "Language is an art." Zhao Lei and the others looked at each other, then at Xianxia. Xianxia was not stupid. She looked at Fong Ping and said suddenly, "You're lying to me?" No, Fong Ping was a little embarrassed under her stare. After a while, he said, "All right, I lied to you. Actually, this batch of medicinal pills can be sold for about 14.5 million. I purposely added another 500,000, but forget it, don't cry about being poor. 14.5 million it is. We're teammates, after all." I'm not buying anymore. Chen Yunqi felt that Fang Ping was up to no good and began to shake her head. Fang Ping frowned. It's up to you. As your team leader, that's why I hope you can be independent and self-reliant. But now, you'd rather spend your allowance lying in the bank and eat interest than do something useful. Let me ask you, the allowance in your card isn't low, right? How about tens of millions? You can put it in the bank and eat it? Can it be used for cultivation? If you use it to buy medicinal pills, it'll at least be helpful for martial arts. Do you really expect your family to help you for the rest of your life? You're almost 20 years old and you're not as good at housekeeping as my sister. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Pretend I didn't say anything. But, Chen Yunqi's face was full of embarrassment. Fang Ping's words made her feel so ashamed. Let's not talk about this anymore. My injuries haven't healed yet. I'll be leaving first. Fang Ping stood up and left. Chen Yunqi thought for a while and shouted, then I'll buy it. Is that okay? 5 million? 14 million. Chen Yunqi gritted her teeth, her face red as she bargained. Okay, deal. After saying that, Fang Ping took out a huge pile of medicinal pills from his pocket and piled them all in front of her. He smiled and said, you earned 4 million in one transaction. Chen Yunqi, you have the talent to do business and the way to housekeep. I have high hopes for you. You can transfer the money to me later. I, Fang Ping, am not the kind of person who thinks about money. Okay, I'll leave first. After saying that, Fang Ping left in a hurry without stopping. As soon as he left, Chen Yunqi's face flushed red. Was I scammed? Bai Ruoshi had been watching the drama unfold. She laughed and said, no. This was the truth. Fang Ping did not lie to her. The market price of these medicinal pills was more than 15 million. Even if there were channels to buy them, 13 million was still worth it. It was just that. Chen Yunqi had bought the medicinal pills just because of a few words from Fang Ping. She was too thin-skinned. Also, did he not even check it? Even blood brothers should settle accounts clearly. Fang Ping would not go so far as to make fake medicinal pills to fool her, but he still had to check it out. Fang Ping said that she had always lived under the protection of her parents and had never experienced any setbacks. This was also the truth. This transaction could not be considered a setback. At most, Fang Ping's bad taste had flared up. Bai Ruoshi, however, was deep in thought. It was time to teach this student a lesson. Chen Yunqi's family sent her to MCMAU and let her go on missions with everyone. This was probably what they meant. Otherwise, she would not have to go on missions. The Chen family would not be unable to support a rank 2 martial artist. Yang Xiaoman did not know whether to laugh or cry. She said helplessly, it's not a lie, but next time, don't take his words seriously. Also, don't interact with him too much. He's not a good person. Chen Yunqi nodded. She was at a loss. Fu Chongding saw this and suddenly laughed. Yunqi, actually, I have a batch of medicinal pills here too, get lost. Yang Xiaoman scolded. Can't you have some shame? Fu Chongding's face turned red. He was furious. Damn it, why can Fang Ping sell them but I can't? If I can earn a few 100,000, I can buy a car. After recuperating in the hotel for 2 days, although Fang Ping's injuries had not fully healed, they were only superficial wounds. They did not affect his combat strength. On the 23rd of March, Fang Ping went to visit Governor-General Zhang. Outside the House of Governors. Wang Jinyang chuckled. Don't be nervous, I'm not nervous, Fang Ping denied. Wang Jinyang laughed again. He led him into the House of Governors. As soon as they entered the House of Governors, a middle-aged man walked toward them. Seeing them, the middle-aged man walked toward them and smiled. President Wang, Student Fang Ping, you're here. Student Fang Ping, how are your injuries? Wang Jinyang took the initiative to introduce them. Minister Zhang of the House of Governors. He's also the mainstay of the House of Governors. Zhang Yuqiang laughed. President Wang, you flatter me. Fang Ping thanked him immediately. Thank you for your concern, Minister Zhang. My injuries are fine now. That's good, that's good. Both of you are Nanjiang's future. We can spar, but you should be more careful next time. However, you did well in the battle with Gu Xiong. The governor is very satisfied. As Zhang Yuqiang spoke, he led the two of them inside. As they walked, he said, the governor has a lot of things to do. He's been very busy lately. This time, he wanted to see Fang Ping because he's proud that his hometown has produced a young talent like you. Fang Ping smiled. I'm flattered. I've delayed the governor's time. The two of them chatted. Wang Jinyang did not interrupt. When they arrived at an office, Zhang Yuqiang went up and knocked on the door. Wang Jinyang suddenly said, you should enter politics. Ah? Why do martial artists talk so much nonsense? You've been so polite for so long, but is there any useful thing you say? I thought you weren't used to it, but I realized that you're quite used to it. You're having a good time chatting with him. Wang Jinyang was speechless. Martial artists were quite straightforward. They usually went straight to the point. This kind of meaningless pleasantries, nonsense, it was best not to say it. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was having a good time chatting with Zhang Yuqiang. They chatted until Zhang Yuqiang forgot about Wang Jinyang. It was not because he was angry that he was forgotten. Wang Jinyang felt much more relaxed. However, Wang Jinyang was still a little surprised that Fang Ping could chat with the other party. Fang Ping said gloomily, he's so polite. There's nothing wrong with me being polite, right? No, it's pretty good. Wang Jinyang did not say much. He shook his head. With Fang Ping's personality, he might not be suitable for the military department. However, he could not be sure what Fang Ping was thinking. He would think about it when the time came. Moreover, would Fang Ping, who had graduated from MCMAU, return to Nanjiang? As the two of them chatted, Zhang Yuqiang came out of the office. He smiled and said, go in. Fang Ping thanked Wang Jinyang again and walked in. Wang Jinyang followed behind him. Zhang Dingnan's office was very big. At this moment, Zhang Dingnan was standing in front of a map of Nanjiang. He waited for Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang to enter. Zhang Dingnan did not pretend. He turned around and said, the probability of the catacombs entrance appearing in Nanjiang is very high. It'll take about 12 to 16 months. You're not Grandmaster martial artists, so you might not be of much use. My goal is not to use any of you now, including Wang Jinyang. I just want to reserve some talents in advance. Fang Ping, are you interested in returning to Nanjiang after you graduate from MCMAU? Before Fang Ping could speak, Zhang Dingnan, who looked dignified, said to himself, after you graduate, you should be able to enter rank 4 or even rank 5. As a practical martial artist, the chances of entering Grandmaster are very high. It might not even take many years. If you agree, after you graduate and return to Nanjiang, I can arrange for you to enter the military department and hold the position of a military commander-in-chief. The position of a military commander-in-chief was equivalent to that of a prefecture-level city's commander. Many prefecture-level cities' military officers were commander-in-chiefs. Most prefecture-level cities had a government commander, a military commander-in-chief, the director of the Department of Investigation Services, and the director of the Department of Education as the core to form a complete government system. Among them, the commander-in-chief had more power than the other two. Zhang Dingnan's offer of a commander-in-chief was extremely high. Not every rank 4 martial artist could hold the position of a commander-in-chief. Even some rank 5 martial artists might not be able to do so. Sometimes, it was not just the rank that mattered. There were other things as well. Governor, go back and think about it. It's still early anyway. Also, if the catacombs entrance really appears in Nanjiang, as a Nanjiang citizen, I hope you can contribute to MCMAU. Lu Fengru is your instructor. When the time comes, I hope you can convince some people to give Nanjiang a certain amount of support. As for Fang Ping himself, his strength was too low. Zhang Dingnan did not count on him. However, a genius student like Fang Ping had a certain amount of influence in the school, including with his instructor. Zhang Dingnan and Lu Fengru were also close, but they had not seen each other for many years. Her words might not be as effective as his students. I'll try my best. Fang Ping finally had a chance to speak. Just try your best. Having said that, Zhang Dingnan waved his hand and a stack of books on the office table not far away flew into his hand. He threw them to Fang Ping and said, "Manic explosion was created by me when I was a rank 4. It's only average. These are some of the improvements I made after I became a grandmaster. Take it back and take a look. Also, I'll give you a title, Sun City's Deputy Commander. Do you have any objections?" Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Was this even possible? Wang Jinyang, who was beside him, suddenly complained, "I'm Sun City's honorary commander." Yes, he was Sun City's honorary commander. He had just been given the title not long ago. Anyway, Zhang Dingnan had recently given him dozens of honorary commanders, honorary directors, and other official positions. There were no benefits at all. The only benefit was that his identity would be officially recognized. Also, as a higher-up in Sun City, how could he not stand up when Nanjiang was in trouble? As for whether he accepted it or not, Zhang Dingnan did not care. If he gave it to him, it was fine if he did not stand up for him. He would not force him, as long as he had a conscience. Fang Ping felt helpless. Could he refuse? He did not say anything, which meant that he agreed. Zhang Dingnan was indeed very busy. Seeing this, he said, "That's it then. Study hard and work hard to enter the middle ranks." This was considered a farewell speech for this meeting. Fang Ping's strength was too weak. Peak rank 2 was not bad, but Zhang Dingnan did not have much time to chat with him about useless things. When he entered the middle ranks, they could still chat for a while. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. At least give him some benefits. How could such a stingy governor feel? He gave him an improved version of Manic Explosion. Combat techniques were actually not that valuable. There were many in martial arts universities. As long as you were qualified to cultivate them, it was fine. Of course, Grandmaster-level combat techniques still needed to be approved by the Grandmaster himself. Also, the deputy commander's reputation was that of a county-level city. It was almost useless. Fang Ping felt deeply helpless, but he could only leave. They had been delayed for a few days because of the NMAU tournament. They had wanted to take on a few missions in Nanjiang, but seeing that it was almost the end of the month and that they had received some benefits from NMAU and the school, they decided to return early. Although Fang Ping still wanted to do a few more missions, everyone was tired after a month. Everyone wanted to relax, so Fang Ping agreed. Fortunately, Fang Ping had gained a lot in the past month. Wealth, 12. 2 million vitality, 500 calories, 522 calories, mentality, 420 Hz, 442 Hz, bone honing, 126 bones, 90%, 80 bones, 30%, compared to when he had just entered peak rank 2, Fang Ping's vitality limit had increased by 7 calories again. His mentality had also improved slightly. His wealth had also exceeded 10 million. The cash on hand and the remaining 6 million from before made up for 20 million. Compared to when his wealth was less than 1 million, he had 6 million in cash. Fang Ping's wallet was bulging again. Other than these literal changes, Fang Ping had also improved in other ways. At least he knew that he was not invincible among his peers. He also knew that he still had many shortcomings that he needed to make up for. This included the cultivation of combat techniques and the improvement of his combat awareness. Killing was not simply dependent on the strength of one's vitality. On the 25th of March, the others followed Bai Ruashi back to school. Fang Ping had to go home, so he did not go with them. In a local restaurant outside NMAU, Wu Zhihao and the others carefully entered the private room like spies. After entering, they quickly closed the door. Wu Zhihao let out a long sigh. Luckily, no one noticed. Fang Ping said weakly, "Is that necessary?" "Of course." Wu Zhihao looked helpless. He said with a long face, "You're NMAU's public enemy now, especially after you made Senior Lan Ke so angry that she almost vomited blood. NMAU's people are going to find you for revenge." Fang Ping snorted and said disapprovingly, "Other than Brother Wang, there aren't many people in NMAU, even those rank 3 students, who are my opponents." "You're not afraid, but we are." Wu Zhihao smiled bitterly. Fang Ping could understand. It was like when he was at MCMAU. Because of old Wang, he was also targeted. The weak did not need a reason to vent their anger. The few peak rank 2 martial artists who went on stage a few days ago would not normally do something like this. However, those rank 1 martial artists and aspiring martial artists might vent their anger on them. Because NMAU's current situation was very bad, after Wang Jinyang returned from the House of Governors, he went to the Vice-Chancellor's place and obtained the approval of the 2 Grandmasters to officially reform NMAU. Previously, the 5% increase in GPA for martial artists exchanging for medicinal pills had already been implemented. In addition, Wang Jinyang gave a final notice to the 3rd and 4th year aspiring martial artists. At the end of this semester, those who had not become a martial artist did not have to come to school next semester. On NMAU's side, there were about 50 to 60 juniors and seniors who were aspiring martial artists. These people were in danger of being expelled. As for freshmen, if they could not achieve rank 1 by the end of their sophomore year, they would be expelled as well. All the rank 2 and 3 martial artists in the university had recently added an assessment, mission completion rate assessment. Every semester, there would be a tally of mission points. For those who did not reach the mark, the next semester, the pills would be redeemed according to the market price. NMAU would no longer provide any benefits. All these changes caused NMAU to complain, and all this stemmed from NMAU's defeat in the previous battle. Now, there were many people in NMAU who hated Fang Ping and the others. Not everyone would reflect on themselves. Some people would not blame themselves for being too weak, nor would they feel that not doing the missions was wrong. Instead, they would feel that if Fang Ping and the others had not won, the current situation would not have happened. At this time, if Wu Zhihao and the other aspiring martial artists were really close to Fang Ping, they would definitely be ostracized. It's fine. If someone really does ostracize you, go to the Martial Arts Society and ask for help from Brother Wang. NMAU was not MCMAU, so Fang Ping was not as cautious. He said casually, unless NMAU students are really out of their minds, Brother Wang and I haven't graduated yet. Not graduating meant that the two of them could use student methods to solve problems at any time. In society, student martial artists had their own rules, but martial artists in society had a different set of rules. When Wu Zhihao heard this, he pondered and said, "Makes sense, but there's no need to fight with others." They did not like to fight and waste time. Up to you. When the dishes were served, Wu Zhihao wanted to say something but hesitated. Fang Ping looked around and smiled. If you have something to say it. You're improving too fast. Fang Ping, do you have a trick? It was a little abrupt to ask this question. A martial artist's improvement speed and tricks were also big secrets. Could he just ask casually? However, he was really curious and looking forward to it, so he could not help but ask. The Tan brothers beside him did the same, their faces full of hope. Yes. Everyone's breathing instantly became heavy. Fang Ping thought for a while before saying, if you really want to improve faster as an aspiring martial artist, it's best to throw money at it. Their faces fell instantly. Of course, they did not have money. Do you want to earn money? Fang Ping asked with a smile. Of course, but we're just normal people now. We're just a little stronger than normal people. If we go out and do part-time jobs, the best job is to be part-time instructors in martial arts dojos, but the requirements are very high. We've been there before, but our jobs were taken by martial artists. Martial arts dojos recruited students from society. They taught as long as they had money. It was not a big problem for martial arts university aspiring martial artists to teach normal people. How about I introduce you to a job? Fang Ping smiled. There's a company in Magic City that wants to open a branch in Nanjiang. Their main business is express delivery. They need to set up some channels, but they haven't recruited anyone yet. Also, they're in the school food delivery business, which requires a lot of manpower. Your mission is very simple. Use your identity as Nanjiang Martial Arts University students to help settle some small problems, such as troublemakers and the like. Also, when you become martial artists, you can use your identity as martial artists to provide some protection for the company. It's a little troublesome for companies from other places to develop here, but it's not that they're afraid. The problem is that Magic City is too far away, and sometimes they don't have time to deal with some things. If you're not martial artists yet, I'll give you a salary of 10,000 a month. If you become a martial artist, you'll get at least 50,000? How about that? The salary was not too high, but it was not their main job. They just needed to help out. A company in Magic City, they glanced at Fong Ping. Fong Ping smiled. What are you looking at? I'm the one who started it. I didn't want to hide anything. But we're brothers, so we should settle accounts clearly. I can't be bothered to mention this, lest you feel embarrassed. You started it? Wu Zhihao was stunned. He said sheepishly, he thought Fong Ping was clearing the way for some company. He did not expect it to be Fong Ping himself. It's a small business. It's nothing. You have to plan for yourself. Do you really want to spend your entire life doing missions to earn money to buy pills? You'll get your shoes wet if you always walk by the river. Not to mention, missions are only for martial artists in the 3 lower ranks. Martial artists in the 3 middle ranks in Sino Nation were doing well. Few of them broke the law. Except for those in the evil sects, however, martial artists in the evil sects had the military department and the Department of Investigation Services keeping an eye on them. Small fries were fine, but martial artists in the 3 middle ranks would be dealt with quickly once they appeared. That was why there were fewer missions for martial artists in the 3 middle ranks. Most of them went to the catacombs, served in the military, served in the government, or did business. These were the insurance for the future. How about it? Are you interested? It's not a lot, but you'll become martial artists very soon. It'll only be a matter of next semester. By then, the company will probably have just finished setting up the platform. 50,000 a month, 600,000 a year. Wu Zhihao waved his hand and said, it's not about the money. Even if we become martial artists, we'll only be at rank 1, it's okay. What we want is the identity of a martial artist. It's better to be a student of Nanjiang Martial Arts University. They're more popular here. Nanjiang Martial Arts University used to be inferior to the martial sciences departments of the other 2 universities, but now, they're way ahead of them. Plus, Brother Wang is the president of the Martial Arts Society, and the governor graduated from Nanjiang Martial Arts University. You can say that with this identity, it'll be more convenient for me to do things compared to me, who's far away in MCMAU. Everyone will be wary of me. No matter how powerful MCMAU's prodigies were, they were still far away. However, NMAU's martial artists were here. There were many NMAU graduates in River City. Who knew if their relationships were complicated or not? Hearing Fong Ping's words, Wu Zhihao's interest was piqued. He asked, we don't know how to run a business, there's no need. You can just be registered. The kind that freeloads and don't work? If there's trouble, you'll need help. If there's no trouble, then there's no need. Wu Zhihao asked about the company's situation. Finally, he said suddenly, distance, I think I have an impression of it. Someone mentioned before that Nanjiang doesn't have a delivery service like this. Is it this? Yes. This time, the few of them were shocked. It was not a completely unknown enterprise. It could be considered to be a little famous. Unexpectedly, Fong Ping had only entered MCMAU for less than a year. Not only did he improve himself, but his enterprise was also doing well. Wu Zhihao was extremely envious. He could not help but ask, are there really no shortcuts in martial arts? Fong Ping laughed. Where are there shortcuts? Even if there are, it's not something you can count on. Don't look at me. I'm different. I'm a genius, get lost. Aren't you? I'm Sun City's deputy commander now. Watch your words, or else I'll make things difficult for you. Uncle Tan is working under me now. Fong Ping teased. Tan Hao hurriedly asked. When they heard that he had visited the governor and the governor had given him the title of deputy commander, Tan Hao and Tan Tao were green with envy. If they had such a title, they could do whatever they wanted in Sun City. Their old man would be so excited that he would not be able to sleep for a few days. They chatted. After dinner, Fong Ping's expression became more solemn. In the next year to a year and a half, Nanjiang might face a crisis related to martial artists. You must know this. Also, do you remember the attack in Auspicious Sun City? The few of them nodded hurriedly. These evil sect martial artists have been active in Nanjiang recently. This time, I came back mainly to accept some missions like this, to clean up the evil sect martial artists. However, I have other things to do in school. If I'm out for too long, it'll delay things, so I'll give up for now. When you go out, be careful. However, River City is the provincial capital. There are a few grandmasters in charge. The chances of them appearing in River City are not high. Wu Zhihao asked hurriedly, what about Sun City? Sun City was not big. It was only a county-level city. There were not many martial artists, and they were weak. If something really happened to them in Sun City, it would affect their families. Sun City. I'll return to Sun City first this time to talk to Commander Bai. If there's a situation, I'll handle it. If I can't handle it, I can look for Brother Wang. Hearing that Fang Ping was going back, and that Wang Jinyang was also from Sun City, everyone felt much more at ease. Two practical martial artists, one of whom had entered the middle rank, were no weaker than a prefecture-level city's commander. It would not be a problem for them to solve some problems. After 1 p.m., Fang Ping and the others went their separate ways. Too bad I didn't drive out, Fang Ping felt helpless as he walked to the bus station. This time, everyone drove a business car. Fu Chongding and the others drove the car back. Fang Ping had bought a car for himself. He had asked Li Qingze to buy it last time, but he did not drive it this time. Now, he had to take a car home. River City Bus Station. Fang Ping did not go to the train station. It was troublesome. Moreover, he had brought his weapon, which needed to be checked. Unlike bus stations, these were not checked at this time. After buying the ticket, there was still some time before the train started. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to get in the car. He stood beside the car and looked around. River City Bus Station had a lot of people. It was quite lively. However, most of them were ordinary people. Martial artists had a high status, so not many took the car. Fang Ping chose to take the car because he did not drive. Fang Ping looked around and sighed slightly. If there was no threat of the catacombs, this kind of life was blissful enough for ordinary people. However, if the catacombs entrance appeared in Nanjiang in the future, would these people still be like this? Every time the catacombs entrance appeared, it would cause a huge disaster. Natural disasters aside, if there was a loophole in the defense, it would be a huge problem. In the past few years, it was not that there had never been catacombs creatures entering the surface world. Sometimes, there would be some that slipped through the net and were not cleaned up immediately. As a result, these catacombs creatures killed anyone they saw, resulting in bloodshed. These creatures would usually be shot to death in the end and dealt with as mentally ill or some other reason. However, the dead would not be resurrected. As he thought about this, Fang Ping was slightly distracted. As he was distracted, Fang Ping's vitality unknowingly dispersed a little. He did not care. The strength of vitality dispersion depended on his own control. If he could not control it, it would not affect him if it dispersed a little. It was normal for low-ranked martial artists to not be able to control the dispersion of vitality. However, as soon as it dispersed, Fang Ping's eyebrows suddenly twitched. He turned his head and looked not far away. Martial artists, Fang Ping was slightly suspicious. Had he sensed wrongly? He looked in the direction he sensed earlier. He seemed to have sensed a vitality force that surpassed that of ordinary people, but it was not very clear. Martial artists in cars. They're either paupers or from evil sects. Fang Ping ridiculed. He also included himself in the pauper category. He was indeed quite poor. After scanning the area again, Fang Ping's gaze finally landed on a bespectacled middle-aged man. He was gentle and looked harmless. He's not a good person. Fang Ping suddenly concluded. There was no other reason. It was just intuition. Of course, the main reason was that he did not fit in. Yes, he did not fit in. This man stood among a group of ordinary people, but he did not seem to fit in. All martial artists are like this. Even if they were all human, there was still a difference between martial artists and ordinary people. Everything else aside, their temperament was different. To be able to hide from my senses, his vitality is not weak. Rank 1 and 2 martial artists were weaker than Fang Ping, so it was difficult to hide from him. However, if it was not for the dispersion of vitality, Fang Ping would not have deliberately activated his vitality to sense other people's vitality. He would only do this if he had nothing better to do. Even as his thoughts ran wild, Fang Ping moved his feet and walked in that direction. When Fang Ping was near, the middle-aged man turned his head to look at him. Both of them looked at each other without saying a word. After a while, a driver said loudly, "Those going to Wu City, get in the car." Wu City was also in Nanjiang. It was not too far from Sun City. The middle-aged man started walking. Fang Ping suddenly moved closer, only stopping when he was about a meter away from him. He smiled and said, "Uncle, going to Wu City?" "Yes." "Uncle, are you going home or?" The middle-aged man did not reply. Fang Ping did not mind. He said again, "Uncle, there are too many people here. Let's talk somewhere else." The middle-aged man stopped and frowned slightly. "I'm not an evil person. Little brother, we've only met by chance. I have no intention of hurting anyone. Why do you have to chase after me?" Fang Ping looked at him carefully for a while and suddenly said, "Pan Xiaoyang?" The man's expression changed. "A commercial spy. You're not considered a wicked person. I might not be your opponent with peak rank 3 strength. I'm MCMAU's Fang Ping, peak rank 2, but I think my strength is passable. The top 10 in the rank 2 ranking might not be my opponent." Pan Xiaoyang frowned. After a while, he said, "You want to kill me?" "No, I want the reward. It's worth almost 10 million. Pan Xiaoyang's expression changed again. Fang Ping suddenly said, "Give me all the pills you have. Give me your bank cards and account passwords too. How about we get along? This is River City. There are a few grandmasters here." It was Pan Xiaoyang's first time encountering such a situation. He was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. Here." Pan Xiaoyang did not say anything else. He threw a handbag at him. Fang Ping opened it and frowned. "Are you kidding me? Peak rank 3 for a bottle of rank 1 vitality pills? I've used it. Is there money in the card?" 2 million. I can't use it myself. I can't withdraw it. If you want to withdraw it, you can only do it after I leave." Fang Ping calculated for a while and said, "I want an energy mine. Do you have it?" "No." "Pauper." Fang Ping decided. He thought for a while and said, "A bottle of rank 1 vitality pills and 2 million in cash. This amount of money doesn't suit your status. How about this, I'll give you an hour. After an hour, I'll send someone to arrest you. How about that?" "Okay." Pan Xiaoyang did not hesitate. He told Fang Ping his bank card password and got in the car without further ado. The car left the bus station in no time. Fang Ping was almost sure that the guy would run the moment the car left the bus station. However, this was a bus station. There were too many people. Pan Xiaoyang had obviously noticed him earlier. If he made a move, the commoners would be in trouble. Fang Ping waited for the car to leave before calling Old Wang. "I found Pan Xiaoyang at the bus station. He just got on the bus to Wu City and met me, but he didn't run far. If you catch him, give me 30%? 10%. I found him. You've already given me the clue. 10%, consider it a gift from me. 20%. We're all about credibility when doing business. 10%. Alright, hurry up. It's worth tens of millions. 1 million is fine too." Fang Ping sighed and hung up the phone. Then, he said gleefully, "Even if I don't do anything, I'll still get 50-50. I'm such a genius." After saying that, he suddenly thought of something. "I promised to inform him in an hour. Did I go too far?" Fang Ping blamed himself, but then he put on an indifferent expression. Pan Xiaoyang had run away, which meant that he did not meet Old Wang and did not know that Fang Ping did not keep his promise. If he did not run away, he would be caught. Fang Ping did not care about his indignation. "I didn't expect to run into him when I was just passing by. I'm so lucky." Fong Ping actually wanted to do it himself, but this was a bus station. Plus, the other party was smart enough to give him benefits. Fong Ping thought about it and decided not to. If he did it himself, it might not be worth it. Previously, everyone wanted to find an opponent to train with, but Fong Ping had almost been defeated by Gu Xiong in NMAU. Now that he had a clear goal, he would not fight a peak rank 3 martial artist who risked his life. Looks like old Wang still needs money. Did he spend all the money he earned last time? Fong Ping mumbled and got on the bus to Sun City. Sun City. When Fong Ping returned to Sun City, it was almost 6 p.m. There was no news from old Wang. Fong Ping guessed that it was over. So be it. I won't lose anything anyway. As he muttered to himself, his phone vibrated. Fong Ping picked it up. It was a text message notification. Hey, old Wang is so loyal. Fong Ping looked at the new money in his account and was pleasantly surprised. Old Wang was so kind, 5 million. It seemed like he was caught, but old Wang actually gave him half of the benefits. Fong Ping suddenly felt that Wang Jinyang was too kind. He said he would give 10%, but he actually transferred 5 million to him. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping called him back. As soon as the call went through, Fong Ping said enthusiastically, "Brother Wang, you're too kind. I just provided a clue and you gave me so much. I'm embarrassed." "It's okay. You deserve it. We agreed on 10%, but you gave me half." "Sigh, I'm really sorry, half?" Wang Jinyang was slightly confused. "What half? 10% is about 5 million. Fong Ping, who was stunned for a while, suddenly said in shock, "Brother Wang, you mean, I caught Pan Xiaoyang a long time ago, but he went to Wu City because his hometown is there. His wealth is hidden there. Even his wife doesn't know about it. I went there and took the things back. I've just finished dealing with him. He's worth 50 million? Fong Ping only felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Of course, the price to bribe a peak rank 3 martial artist is not small. Haven't you thought about this? Wang Jinyang was even more surprised than he was. Was this not normal, a peak rank 3 martial artist and a member of a famous research institute? He had Donglin Martial Arts University's support. To bribe someone like this, would it be embarrassing to ask without tens of millions? Since it was extra money, was it not normal for Pan Xiaoyang to hide it instead of spending it? Wang Jinyang asked him if he should choose to stay in prison in Nanjiang or to send him back to Donglin. Pan Xiaoyang did not say anything. He was very smart and immediately told him clearly. Spend money to buy his life. Of course, he had to stay in Nanjiang. Sending him back to Donglin was a dead end. So, old Wang made a trip to Wu City, got the benefits, and returned to school. 50 million, Fong Ping was still in a daze. Mother ****, did I miss something? How could I be so pleased with myself? I was actually excited that I got the money to pay for the road. Yes, a peak rank 3 martial artist did not have any assets. Pan Xiaoyang was obviously not very strong. If he really went all out and replenished his qi and blood, he could exhaust him to death. Doing a month's worth of missions, no, 3 months' worth of missions wouldn't necessarily be more profitable than taking down Pan Xiaoyang. I gave it to old Wang just like that. Am I the boy of fortune? Fong Ping's mouth was full of bitterness. He could not voice out his bitterness. Was he too stupid? I still have something to do, so I'll hang up first. If something like this happens again, just let me know. Old Wang was rather happy too. A rank 4 against a rank 3. He had picked up a huge sum of money for free. He did not even need to look for anyone. It would only take him a few hours. Fong Ping was indeed a loyal friend. After hanging up, Fong Ping's face was full of grief. There was once 50 million in front of me, but I gave up. Then, I was given 5 million, and I was overjoyed. What is this? My heart aches. His heart ached so much that it was difficult to extricate himself. He had done 12 missions in March and earned about 12 million. That was already considered a high income. But now, old Wang had earned 45 million just by doing a random trip. I want to curse someone. Fong Ping gritted his teeth. Who should he curse? It was not easy even for a rank 4 martial artist to earn such a huge sum of money. It was tens of millions. He could even imagine old Wang grinning from ear to ear when he got his hands on this fortune. Old Wang was a pauper. He would run around for a few days to complete missions for a few $100,000. Now that he had earned so much in one go, he would be so happy that he might even thank him in his heart. The price of this gratitude is too high. No, maybe he'll call me an idiot. Fang Ping muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached. I didn't expect that. My IQ is actually lower than old Wang's, with such a sorrowful mood. When he returned to scenic lake gardens, he saw that Fang Yuan seemed to have lost weight again. Fang Ping could not take the blow. He pinched the dumbfounded Fang Yuan's face and said painfully, "You've grown taller. A girl changes 18 times between womanhood and womanhood, becoming more and more beautiful. Why is my sister becoming taller? Fang Yuan, I told you to eat properly. Why didn't you listen to me? Can you still look at me like this?" Fang Yuan was in a state of confusion. I've grown taller, to the point where I can't look at me anymore? She had forgotten to ask Fang Ping why he was back now. She was so shocked that she could not speak. In Fang Ping's eyes, even she could not look at me anymore. Was there something wrong with her brother's taste, or had she really grown taller? Mom, the little girl looked at Li Yueying, feeling wronged. She asked unconfidently, am I really that ugly? Li Yueying rolled her eyes at her son. She was both annoyed and amused at the same time. Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. That's not true. You're quite pretty. Fang Ping. Fang Yuan glared at Fang Ping angrily. You're such a bully. Fang Ping sighed and shook his head. He said helplessly, forget it. You guys don't understand. People have to look special. Eat more next time. If you get any thinner, I'll have to consider not acknowledging you as my sister. Fang Yuan rolled her eyes hard. She could not be bothered with Fang Ping. Li Yueying could not help but laugh. Alright, don't bully Yuan as soon as you come back. Ping Ping, why didn't you give us a call when you came back? If I'd known, I would have bought more groceries. I just came back to take a look. I'm not a guest, so I can eat whatever I want. Fang Ping chatted with his mother for a while and pinched Fang Yuan. Only then did he cast aside the pain in his heart. Today, he had lost 45 million. It was the biggest fortune in his life. He had let old Wang off easy, but that stingy bastard did not say he would give him more. How inhumane. I'll get my money back sooner or later. Fang Ping made up his mind. The money he had lost was too much to hope for. At night. During dinner, Fang Mingrong suddenly said, Ping Ping, the bureau has made me the deputy director of the office. This was the first time even Li Yueying had heard of this. She said in surprise, deputy director of the office? You? It was not that she was looking down on her husband, but she knew Fang Mingrong's standard. He had been a normal worker before, then a security guard. Now, he was an official. It's fine. Fang Ping knew what his father was worried about, but he said nonchalantly, it's just a title. It'll raise my basic salary. I'm still the deputy commander of Sun City. No one really thinks of me as a deputy commander. The table fell silent instantly. Fang Yuan, whose face was red from being pinched, could no longer be bothered to sulk. She stared at Fang Ping with wide eyes and said in a daze, Deputy Commander? Yes, in name. Fang Ping smiled. It's just in name. Do you think I can really control anyone? Dad, being the deputy director is the same. It's no big deal to get a higher salary. Don't take it to heart. I won't be surprised if you're promoted to deputy commander next time. The whole family was still immersed in Fang Ping's words. Their son had become a deputy commander just like that. What was happening to this world? Commander, Fang Yuan was also distracted. Was her brother going to earn money again? Alright, let's eat. Dad, Mom, if you're happy, just have some fun at home. Don't publicize this. It's meaningless. I'm telling you this because I don't bully people in Sun City, but I won't be bullied either. If someone makes you suffer, don't bear the responsibility. Tell me, there aren't many people in Sun City that your son is afraid of. Fang Ping bragged a little. It was not really bragging. He just wanted his parents to feel a little more confident. I don't bully people, but don't even think about bullying Fang Ping. Fang Mingrong was no longer in the mood to think about this. His mind was blank. Everyone ate less during this meal, which benefited Fang Ping. His mother's cooking was not bad. If they did not eat, he would eat more. He did not want to waste food. The next day, those who should go to school went to school, and those who should go to work went to work. It was not Fang Ping's holiday now. He still had to go back to school, so he did not have much time to waste. Early in the morning, Fang Ping went straight to the house of Commander. He found Bai Jinshan and asked about the situation in Sun City. Everything was fine in Sun City, and there were no signs of evil sect martial artists. This made Fang Ping feel more at ease. He beat around the bush and asked about his family's safety. Bai Jinshan understood and smiled. He told him about the police station's patrol routes. If they encountered martial artists, the police might not be useful, but they could at least be a deterrent. Sun City did not have the ability to let martial artists protect anyone's family. If they did that, martial artists would not have to work anymore. Fang Ping was satisfied. Rank 1 and 2 martial artists might not dare to take the risk with a gun on patrol. It was enough. If martial artists above rank 3 came, Sun City would not be able to stop them. After a round of thanks, Fang Ping did not go home. Instead, he went straight to the station. He had to go back to school. In the morning, he had said goodbye to his parents. This time, he only took the time to come back for a visit. Magic City Martial Arts University. When Fang Ping returned, Zhao Xuemei came looking for him. When she saw Fang Ping, she said, "Teacher asked you to go to her place when you're back." "Oh." Fang Ping responded. He looked at her and smiled. "Rank 2 now?" "Yes." Zhao Xuemei was not happy. Instead, she said with some disappointment, "You're already peak rank 2. Xiaoman and the others are about to enter middle stage rank 2, what's wrong with that? It doesn't matter if you progress faster or slower. Besides, you're already very fast." Fang Ping was obviously not good at comforting people. Zhao Xuemei smiled and did not continue the topic. Since Lu Fengru asked Fang Ping to go to her place, Fang Ping did not delay. He chatted with Zhao Xuemei for a while and went straight to the staff dormitory. Villa number 8. Lu Fengru, who opened the door, was still yawning. Fang Ping was speechless. She was sleepy from morning till night. Peak rank 2? Yes. That's not too bad. Lu Fengru yawned again. She sat down and said, "Get ready to break through rank 3. Huh? Fang Ping was shocked. He said quickly, "Teacher, isn't this too fast? Isn't it good?" Lu Fengru sneered. "I know what you're thinking. Do you think that I, Fang Ping, haven't been able to defeat all my peers and that I need to settle for a while? Don't think too much. Are you not rank 2 if you can defeat rank 2? Are you not a rank 2 martial artist if you're invincible in rank 2? Only when martial artists reach rank 3 can they be considered elites. There's no need to stay too long in rank 1 or 2. When you become a grandmaster one day, who cares if you've defeated rank 2 martial artists before? Is the last grandmaster on the grandmaster ranking not as good as a rank 2 martial artist? I've said it before. The 3 lower ranks are a foundational stage. This stage will last until peak rank 3. When you reach rank 3, you can slowly make up for your flaws. It's not too late, and it won't affect your future. Or do you want to be the first in rank 2 before you're satisfied? Who knows how long it will take for you to be the first in rank 2? Maybe when you enter rank 3, you can cultivate to the first. Is the first in rank 2 stronger or the first in rank 3 stronger? Of course, these are not the key. The key is, didn't you say that you're going to challenge Zhang Yu after the semester ends? It's going to be April soon, and you're going to challenge a rank 4 as a rank 2. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. Then, he remembered that he did say that. This time, Fang Ping said awkwardly, "I was just saying, you're just saying. Other people won't think the same way. When the time comes, you'll have to challenge him even if you don't want to. It's up to you." He's rank 4, and I'm only rank 2, Fang Ping looked helpless. I can't beat him. If you can reach peak rank 3 and cultivate your combat techniques to the level of ultimate moves, you might not lose when you go on stage. You can take pills to your limit. But peak rank 2 can kill you in seconds. Do you understand what I mean? Fang Ping nodded slightly. He then said, Instructor, if I achieve rank 3, do I need to go to the catacombs? You decide. But when you achieve peak rank 3, you can't be as casual as you are now. When you achieve peak rank 3, your body honing, bone honing, and meridian honing must all be at their limits. The nourishment of vitality must also be at its limit. Combat techniques, pole standing, and the methods of honing must all be cultivated to their limits. This is because when peak rank 3 enters rank 4, there will be a transformation. At this time, the stronger the foundation, the better. Building the foundation for the 3 lower ranks is not just an empty saying. The entire 3 lower ranks are actually cultivating the foundation. The division of rank 1, 2, and 3 is just a definition. It doesn't mean that rank 1, 3, and 3 are really independent systems and ranks. Can you understand what I'm saying? Fang Ping nodded. This was easy to understand. Ranks were just man-made definitions. In the eyes of powerhouses, martial artists in the 3 lower ranks were actually just a stage. There was no need to divide them in such detail. It's good that you understand. Go to the southern area tomorrow and wait for me at the energy room. It's easier to break through there. That's fast. Fang Ping muttered. He did not expect Lu Fengru to let him achieve rank 3 so quickly. However, thinking about it, what Lu Fengru said was not wrong. Invincible rank 2 was still rank 2. There was no need to stay in rank 2 for too long just for a title. This was not the rank 1 stage, where he needed to fight. March 27, MCMAU Southern Area, Building 3. This was Fang Ping's first time stepping foot into Building 3. There was a combat technique room, an energy room, a vitality pool, a gravity room. It was a good place to cultivate. The key was credits. Fang Ping's cultivation speed was not slow, so he did not think about coming here. However, as soon as he entered the hall on the first floor, Fang Ping felt the passion. With a whoosh, a long sword flew toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping was shocked and quickly dodged. At this moment, the hall was not empty, but there were quite a lot of people. It was completely different from the deserted place Fang Ping had imagined. Before he could think about who was welcoming him, Fang Ping heard a familiar voice. Come on. I'll take on 10 of you today. If you're not happy, let's fight together. A bunch of weaklings. How dare you argue with me? You have a death wish. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping quickly dodged again. He had just sent a sword over, and now he was sending a person over. A silhouette flew backward and landed in front of Fang Ping. This person did not even look at Fang Ping. He quickly got up and roared, Qin Feng Qing, you're too much. Weaklings don't have the right to talk. Bastard, you think you're strong? Let's fight together. Fang Ping walked into the crowd. After squeezing for a while, he poked his head out to take a look. Qin Feng Qing was fighting with 7 or 8 martial artists. Brother, what's going on? Fang Ping tapped on the shoulder of a bystander who was watching the show and asked curiously. The bystander laughed. Qin Feng Qing has broken through to peak rank 3. Once he broke through, he started talking nonsense, saying that no rank 3 can defeat him. Some people were not happy with what they heard and started to talk back. In the end, Qin Feng Qing did not say anything and knocked out his front teeth with one punch. Now he's being ganged up on. This guy is so arrogant? Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Qin Feng Qing was behaving exactly like a villain. He's used to being arrogant, but let's wait and see. He'll have to admit defeat later. Fang Ping looked at the situation. Although 7 or 8 people were ganging up on Qin Feng Qing was swinging his greatsword and did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Glancing at the onlookers, Fang Ping asked curiously, Qin Feng Qing is quite strong. Can these people make him admit defeat? They can't do it. They haven't even reached peak rank 3. There aren't many peak rank 3 martial artists here now. But someone went to call Xiaolei. Xiaolei? The thrice-honed one. Yes, although Xiaolei is only upper stage rank 3, a thrice-honed martial artist is no weaker than a peak martial artist. When school started last year, Xiaolei was already a peak rank 2 martial artist. Now, 7 months had passed, and Xiaolei had also entered upper stage rank 3. By the end of this semester, he might be able to enter peak rank 3. Other than Fang Ping, he was the only MCMAU student who was thrice-honed. Xiaolei is Qin Fengqing's opponent? I'm not sure. We'll know once we see. The person Qin Fengqing just beat up is from Xiaolei's team. Xiaolei will definitely stand up for him. Teacher doesn't care? The onlooker suddenly looked at Fang Ping and asked curiously, "Are you new here?" "Yes." "No wonder." The person did not ask further and said casually, "There's nothing to care about as long as he doesn't cause trouble in other cultivation areas. If he breaks anything, he'll pay for it. As for injuries, it doesn't matter if it's not serious. Don't be fooled by how ruthless he is. He still knows his limits." Fang Ping heard that and looked inside. It seemed to be true. Don't be fooled by how lively the fight was. Qin Fengqing's saber blade only slashed the opponent's weapon once. When he fought, he punched and kicked. When he used his saber, he would at most use the back of his saber to slash a few times. As he thought about it, footsteps came from outside. "Spread out." Someone shouted softly. Very quickly, the outside made way for a path. Fang Ping turned around and saw a well-built young man. Fang Ping did not care about his appearance. The first thing Fang Ping noticed was that pair of eyes. Scooped eye, this kind of eye shape gave people the first impression of being cold, strong, and sharp. Fang Ping was looking at Xiaolei, but Xiaolei was not looking at him. When Xiaolei arrived, the people surrounding Qin Fengqing dispersed. Xiaolei took a step forward and said coldly, "Qin Fengqing, what's the meaning of this?" Qin Fengqing stood there carelessly and did not chase after the others. He sneered, "What do I mean? Don't play dumb." Xiaolei snorted coldly. "Xiaowei only said one sentence and you attacked him. Did I wrongly accuse you?" Qin Fengqing curled his lips and said impatiently, "It's none of your business. I'm happy. If you don't like it, ask Xiaowei to look for me. You think you can do whatever you want just because you're a peak rank 3? You talk too much nonsense. Qin Fengqing, you're asking for it." Xiaolei shouted coldly. Then, he stepped on the tip of his foot. In the next moment, Xiaolei appeared in front of Qin Fengqing and punched Qin Fengqing's Chengdao. Clang, a loud sound was heard continuously. Xiaolei's iron fists hit the Chengdao and sparks flew everywhere. On his fists, a blood-red glow could be seen faintly. This surprised Fang Ping. This is vitality release? When these rank 2 martial artists fought before, although there were all kinds of anomalies and vitality outbursts, it was still concentrated inside the body and could not be released. At this moment, Xiaolei's qi and blood were visible to the naked eye. Fang Ping quickly focused and looked carefully. This was a good opportunity to observe. Qin Fengqing and Xiaolei were not weaklings among the rank 3 martial artists. They were not comparable to the rank 3 martial artists Fang Ping had met before. Xiaolei released his vitality. Qin Fengqing was not careless either. The saber gave off a faint glow. Although it was not as obvious as Xiaolei's, this had something to do with the Chengdao being bigger than the glove. It was not that Qin Fengqing's vitality was inferior to his opponent's. Interesting, but that's it. In the middle of the crowd, Qin Fengqing suddenly laughed loudly. With a slash of his saber, he pushed Xiaolei back. Then, he tossed the Chengdao aside and said playfully, "Do you really think that being thrice-honed is so great? Do you really think that I, a peak rank 3, am someone an upper stage martial artist like you can defeat? Do you really think that I, Qin Fengqing, am a casual martial artist?" After saying that, Qin Fengqing let out a low growl. Fang Ping's eyes lit up immediately. At this moment, Qin Fengqing's entire aura had changed. Earlier, Fang Ping felt that peak rank 3 was only slightly stronger than peak rank 2. However, at this moment, Fang Ping felt the difference. Qin Fengqing's aura was like a rainbow. His entire body exuded a blood-red aura. In the next second, Qin Fengqing rushed in front of Xiaolei at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Xiaolei did not dodge. He swung his arm quickly and blasted out a blow. Qin Fengqing, who had been using his Chongdao to block, suddenly heard a dull sound from inside his body. Then, with his bare hands, he reached out abruptly and grabbed Xiaolei's hands. Xiaolei wanted to struggle. His arms moved a little, but his expression changed. He hurriedly lifted his leg and kicked at Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing still did not dodge. A dull sound came from his leg, and he allowed Xiaolei to kick him. A loud bang was heard. Qin Fengqing grimaced and grinned. "Does your leg hurt?" Xiaolei's expression changed again and again. With a low growl, he suddenly pulled his hand out of the glove and swung his fist at Qin Fengqing's chest again. Qin Fengqing did not panic. He swung his fist lightly and took the opponent's attack head-on. After taking the attack, Qin Fengqing took 2 steps back slightly. Xiaolei, on the other hand, took a few steps back. The marble floor under his feet was stepped into pieces. Fang Ping also noticed that Xiaolei's fist was covered in blood, while Qin Fengqing was unharmed. "Idiot!" Qin Fengqing sneered and said disdainfully, "Don't you know what peak rank 3 means? My muscles, bones, and skin have been trained. I can circulate my vitality as I please. Other than my head, every part of my body is the strongest defense. Unless your fist force can break through my vitality defense and enter my internal organs, do you think you can beat me?" Fang Ping only understood after hearing that. Why did Xiaolei give up after kicking him earlier? Xiaolei did not say anything. His expression was already cold. He stared at him for a while before saying, "You broke through to peak a long time ago? Hee, why don't you take a guess?" Qin Fengqing did not say whether or not he did, but Xiaolei knew that Qin Fengqing had not just broken through. His muscles, bones, and skin had been honed to the peak stage of rank 3. Under the vitality circulation, his entire body, other than his head, was a lump of alloy. Unless he could penetrate his vitality defense and shake his internal organs, he could only choose to attack his brain, which was a vital point. However, it was just a battle of wills. It was not worth it to fight with a murderous stance. Peak rank 3. Vitality can be released and restrained freely. Can attack and defend. Fang Ping memorized these characteristics. These martial artists had vitality as high as 1,000 calories. If they focused their defense on one point, they were almost like robots that could not be penetrated. If Xiaolei really wanted to fight with his life and use his ultimate move, he might be able to penetrate his defense. However, it was still the same. There was no need to fight because of wills. Looking at normal attack and defense alone, Xiaolei was indeed no match for Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing did not want to fight to the death with Xiaolei. He curled his lips and said, "Disperse." "What are you looking at?" "I'm number 1 in rank 3. It's useless even if you're not convinced." Some of the others laughed. Someone teased, "It's a pity that you, Qin Fengqing, didn't even enter the rank 3 actual combat ranking." Pfft. Who would take that seriously? Qin Fengqing sneered and said disdainfully, "Besides, I haven't reached peak rank 3 yet. Now, let the top 10 come together. Do you think they'll be a match for me? When it comes to talking, no one is a match for you. Are you looking for a beating?" Qin Fengqing was furious. The onlookers saw this and dispersed. Laughter could be heard from time to time. As for Xiaolei and the others, they were not too upset. The others were not interested in mocking them either. However, Xiaolei did not leave. He picked up the boxing gloves that Qin Fengqing had thrown on the ground and said indifferently, "When I reach peak rank 3, I'll come and test you, Qin Fengqing." Pfft. If you're peak rank 3, I'll be rank 4 long ago. As Qin Fengqing said this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He grinned and said, "But it's okay. When the time comes, I'll let my little brother take care of you. Fang Ping, put in more effort and kill this kid." Fang Ping looked innocent and said speechlessly, "I'm just passing by, what are you afraid of? Men can't say they can't do it. He's thrice-honed, and so are you." He was beaten by Wang Jinyang until he cried for his parents. "You're on Wang Jinyang's side. Even if you don't kill him, he'll still kill you." Fang Ping was completely speechless. F***CK, was old Qin looking for fun? Xiaolei heard this and glanced at Fang Ping. He did not say anything, only saying, "We'll talk after he takes 3 moves from the president." "Fang Ping, he's looking down on you." Qin Fengqing said indignantly, 3 moves. Zhang Yu is nothing. If you can't even take 3 moves, don't even think about it. Brother Qin. Fang Ping could not help but interrupt. We don't have a grudge, do we? Qin Fengqing laughed loudly. No grudge. I'm giving you an opponent for your own good. If it were me, I'm also thrice honed. I'd definitely fight him. It's okay if you're weaker now. He reached rank 4 a long time ago. When you're rank 3, he'll be rank 3 too. There won't be much difference. Xiaolei did not say anything else. He strode away. If he could not beat Qin Fengqing, then he would admit defeat. It was not a serious injury anyway. A gentleman's revenge was never too late. If he could beat him, he could come back for revenge. As for Fang Ping, he would wait until he caught up to him. After Xiaolei and the others left, the onlookers also went about their own business. Only then did Qin Fengqing step forward and pat Fang Ping's shoulder, smiling. I was just joking. But I feel that you and Xiaolei will fight sooner or later. Trust me, my instincts are very accurate. Think about it. MCMAU only has the 2 of you thrice honed. If you improve slowly and are 1 rank lower than him, then it's nothing. But you're already peak rank 2 now. Rank 3 will happen sooner or later. It's not strange for you to catch up to him. Can 2 rank 3 thrice honed martial artists of the same rank not test each other out? Fang Ping chuckled. We'll see when the time comes. Actually, he felt that Qin Fengqing was right. MCMAU only had him and Xiaolei who were thrice-honed martial artists. If they were of the same rank and level, the chances of them fighting each other were still very high. Hearing that, Qin Fengqing laughed. This kid isn't weak. I've been peak rank 3 for a while now. That's why I've beaten him. If we were at the same rank, I might not be his match. I was just joking just now. I wasn't serious. Otherwise, it'd be hard to say who would win or lose. I saw you a long time ago. I purposely showed you Xiaolei's strength. Fang Ping looked at him suspiciously. He was not going to take the blame for this. What, you don't believe me? Qin Fengqing's face was full of dissatisfaction. He looked at him and said, It's because I saw you that I tried to test Xiaolei. Otherwise, I can't afford to fight. Before I came, you were already fighting, that's not Xiaolei. What do you know? Qin Fengqing curled his lips. Then, he laughed. Anyway, you have to accept this favor. It's easy to return it. Just admit that this fight started because of you. Fang Ping's face was full of caution. Qin Fengqing said unhappily, Fang Ping, what's with your attitude? I fought with my life for you. Before he could finish his sentence, a soft sound came from beside him. Then, Qin Fengqing's whole body flew up. In the next moment, Qin Fengqing was sprawled on the steps outside the main entrance. Lu Fengru acted as if nothing had happened. She walked forward and said, to the energy room. Instructor, I've wanted to beat him up for a long time. Don't worry about him. He won't die. He even wanted to trick my student into paying for him. Does he think we're all fools? Lu Fengru's words made Fang Ping think of something. Very quickly, Fang Ping heard someone behind him say mildly, Qin Fengqing, he didn't take up your burden. Pay up. 12 pieces of marble are broken, a table is cracked, and there are 6 scratches on the wall. That's a total of 300,000. So expensive? You can go rob him. Yes, I'm robbing him. Are you going to pay or not? I don't have any money. Qin Fengqing roared. He said angrily, I've spent it all. I don't have a single cent. Fang Ping, help me pay for it first. I'll pay you back later. In order to break through to peak rank 3, other than keeping his weapon, he had even sold his car. Where would he get the money to pay? Otherwise, he would not have the time to bother with that kid Fang Ping. The energy room was filled with modernity. Upon entering the energy room, Fang Ping felt as if he had entered a space capsule. Although it was called a room, the energy room was actually a huge enclosed building. Fang Ping and Lu Fengru only entered the public area, which was divided into smaller rooms. Lu Fengru was not in a hurry to enter. She found a place to sit down and said, "Qin Fengqing has demonstrated the strength of a peak rank 3 martial artist. How do you feel?" "I can take a beating." Lu Fengru was stunned and speechless. However, he could take a beating. Compared to rank 1 and 2 martial artists, a peak rank 3 martial artist's defense was extremely strong. "A little." Lu Fengru nodded slightly. Other than the brain, the bones, meridians, and vitality of a rank 3 martial artist are all connected. When you're at peak rank 2, it's very difficult for you to concentrate all your vitality in one place. However, when you reach rank 3, it becomes very simple. Also, the limbs were scattered before, so their strength was not strong. It only reflected the strength of a single part. When you reach peak rank 3, it's the overall strength. When you use the same vitality outburst, you use 200 calories vitality outburst at rank 2. Do you think that a rank 3 also needs 200 calories vitality outburst to be able to compete with you? Fang Ping was a little dazed. He asked doubtfully, "You mean, it's a very simple logic. A 3-year-old child's vitality is also sufficient. Even if it's not 100 calories, it's still above 90 calories. Vitality is not the amount of blood. You have to understand this. A 3-year-old child exerts his full strength. According to the theory of vitality outburst, his vitality outburst might be close to 5 calories. Then let me ask you. If you used a move with 5 calories vitality outburst and collided with him, what would the result be? Minced meat." Fang Ping gritted his teeth. This was the result. It's good that you understand. The difference between rank 1 and 2 isn't obvious. Do you know why? Honing the limbs alone has no effect on the overall improvement. You're not stupid. When rank 1 and 2 martial artists hone their limbs, they are scattered and can't be connected. Actually, the difference between rank 2 and rank 1 martial artists isn't that big. It's just that the upper limit of vitality is increased and there are more ways to attack. Rank 3 is completely different from rank 1 and rank 1. This is a stage that connects the previous and the next. Lu Fengru smiled and said, "That's why, at rank 3, you can kill Gu Xiong with a vitality outburst of 100 calories. But, are you talking about the rank 3 martial artist that you and Fu Chongding captured?" Lu Fengru sneered. "The rank 3 martial artist that you encountered was only a beginner. To truly embody the strength of a rank 3, one must at least completely hone their spine. At rank 3, there were 51 torso bones, 26 of which were vertebrae, 1 sternum, and 24 ribs. First temper the sternum, ribs, and then the spine." Fang Ping interrupted, "Doesn't that mean that among rank 3 martial artists, peak martial artists are the true embodiment of strength?" He said that he was going to finish honing his spine. Didn't that mean that he had finished honing all 51 bones? Lu Fengru frowned. "Let me finish. Who told you that this is peak rank 3? Bone honing was not the only thing rank 3 had to do. Bone honing first. After honing, the tendons, skin, blood, and flesh needed to be honed and nourished. Only when all of them had been honed to a certain realm would one be at peak rank 3. After bone honing, you're only an upper stage rank 3 martial artist. Xiaolei is one of them." "Is that so?" It was Fang Ping's first time hearing about this. It was not just the number of bone honing that divided the stages. Lu Fengru continued, "In rank 3, before the rib honing is completed, it's called early stage. Before the spine is completed, it's middle stage. When the bone honing is completed, then it's upper stage. Therefore, the strength of an upper stage rank 3 is the true elite martial artist. 1 against 10 middle stage rank 3 isn't a joke. On the contrary, the gap between peak rank 3 and upper stage isn't as big as you think." This time Fang Ping understood. Previously, when Qin Fengqing fought those rank 3 martial artists, it was like a game. However, against Xiaolei, he looked relaxed, but he was extra cautious. The difference between upper stage and peak was not the difference in bones, but the difference in tendons, skin, and flesh. No wonder I said that Qin Fengqing was very relaxed before. Of course, a middle stage rank 3 martial artist would need to expend at least 3 times their vitality to defend against a casual outburst of his move. Do you think the other party could withstand Qin Fengqing's full blow? Before, Qin Fengqing was just playing with them. That means that rank 3 is actually divided into 2 levels. Early stage and middle stage rank 3 are one level, and upper stage and peak are the other. That's right. But I met someone before. He was also a peak rank 3 martial artist. I didn't think he was strong. Who? A researcher from a research institute. Peak rank 3 strength. His name is Pan Xiaoyang. Lu Fengru said casually, either you're wrong, or the other party is trash and has almost never learned any combat techniques. Otherwise, he could kill you easily. Fang Ping looked gloomy at her words. Pan Xiaoyang should be the latter, right? Otherwise, there was no need for him to compromise when he met him. According to Lu Fengru, he could kill him easily. However, it could also be that he was afraid of the many powerhouses in River City, so he did not dare to act recklessly. If that was the case, he still had to thank Pan Xiaoyang for not killing him. Lu Fengru did not care too much about this. After saying that, she said, the rank 3 stage is like this. You're all rank 3, but don't always think that you're powerful just because you've defeated an early stage rank 3 martial artist. Only upper stage rank 3 martial artists will be recognized by middle and high-ranked martial artists. They're the cornerstones of the martial arts world. If you want to fight Zhang Yu and widen the gap between you and other students, the only way is to enter upper stage rank 3. When that time comes, you'll be a true elite student of MCMAU. Normal martial arts universities set rank 3 as the boundary and are known as elites. MCMAU and CCMAU, on the other hand, use upper stage as the boundary. These are the true elites, the school's prodigies. At this stage, you can graduate if you want. If you want to go out and work, there will be countless organizations that will welcome you. Only martial artists at this stage are the true privileged class in the martial arts circle. So I was just a kid playing around before? You can think of it that way. Lu Fengru was very good at putting people down. Fang Ping was a little taken aback. Very quickly, Fang Ping recovered. He exhaled and said, Instructor, can I break through now? There's no rush. Relax. The 26 minor vessels in the spine must be cleared in one go. It's a little dangerous. Prepare the pills. If your vitality runs out or you run into trouble, don't panic. I'll keep an eye on you. When the minor vessels in the spine are cleared, the remaining 25 minor vessels won't be a problem. You can do it step by step. You can even do it another day. Remember, don't stop abruptly. If the nerves near the spine are damaged, you'll be paralyzed. Breaking through to rank 3 is relatively more risky. This is also one of the reasons why normal martial arts universities classify rank 3 as elites. Although the increase in strength is limited, you'll achieve bone honing sooner or later. It's not impossible for a rank 3 to be known as an elite. Got it. Fang Ping did not waste any more time. He sat cross-legged on the ground and started checking his body. Wealth, 21 million vitality, 525 calories, 525 calories, mentality, 443 Hz, 443 Hz, bone honing, 126 bones, 90%, 80 bones, 30%, wealth. Thanks to Pan Xiaoyang's 10 rank 1 vitality pills, 2 million in cash, and the 5 million old one transferred, Fang Ping's wealth had once again exceeded the 2 million mark. In terms of cash, Fang Ping had reached a new high of 27 million. However, he did not have that much now. He had gone to the logistics department in the morning to buy a rank 2 vitality pill, a rank 2 bone honing pill, and a rank 2 viscera shielding pill. The market price was 3.7 million, but Fang Ping had reduced it to 3.5 million. Fang Ping still had 23.5 million in cash. His condition was at its peak. After calming himself down, Fang Ping walked toward the main platform. Open a cultivation room. How long? Fang Ping turned his head to look at Lu Fengru. She said casually, 5 hours. I can use the rest of the time to consolidate. 50 credits. The martial artist at the main platform was meticulous and had no intention of bargaining. Fang Ping looked at Lu Fengru again. Lu Fengru glared at him. What's the point of looking at me? Do you think I'll pay you? Fang Ping smiled bitterly. He still remembered a certain instructor saying, "When you're here, you can eat all the pills you want. Now, 50 credits. You're not even paying for a student, and you're calling yourself Wudi. Aren't you embarrassed?" There were only 80 credits left in his martial arts license. After Fang Ping paid the bill and received the door card, he was left with 30 credits. As he walked toward the cultivation room, Fang Ping complained, "This is too expensive, 50 credits, 1.5 million, okay? You'll know when you go in." Fang Ping quickly understood what Lu Fengger meant. The moment he stepped into the cultivation room, Fang Ping suddenly felt his pores relax and his vitality become extremely active. Even his mentality, which had always been useless, seemed to be jumping with joy. Is this the effect of the energy mine? Yes. It feels good, right? Cultivating here will speed up the recovery of vitality. Also, your vitality will become more active and more sensitive. Your bone honing will be more detailed, and it'll be easier to open minor vessels. When you've accumulated enough credits, you can come here often to cultivate. Fang Ping did not reply. I have too much money to burn. However, cultivating and breaking through in this place did have its benefits. Without wasting any time, Fang Ping sat down cross-legged, ready to open minor vessels and break through to rank 3. Lu Fengger sat beside him. She lowered her voice and said slowly, "Sense the position of the minor vessels carefully. Remember, you must sense them clearly. Don't randomly open the vessels on the spine." Yes. Fang Ping responded and closed his eyes to adjust. After a while, he began to cultivate the methods of honing and carefully sensed the minor vessels near the bones of his torso. Seeing that Fang Ping had sunk into silence, Lu Fengger did not pay attention at first. After a while, she raised her eyebrows. Mentality, Lu Fengger was slightly surprised. Fang Ping was using his mentality to sense the minor vessels? He was a lower-ranked martial artist. Could he feel her mentality? Mentality was an innate ability of humans. However, the mentality of martial artists in the 3 lower ranks was very weak and could not sense it at all. Even among the 3 middle ranks, only rank 6 martial artists had the opportunity to sense the other energy in their bodies. Fang Ping seemed to be using his mentality to feel the minor vessels. Mentality could not be seen. It was shapeless and intangible, but it had a special fluctuation. Only martial artists who had come into contact with it and felt it before could sense it. Lu Fengger was a peak rank 6 martial artist. If it were by Ruashi, she would definitely not be able to sense it. This kid, what's up with him? An innate talent? Lu Fengger fell into deep thought. She had never encountered such a situation before. Did this mean that Fang Ping had a higher chance of entering Grandmaster than normal martial artists when he reached rank 6? A potential Grandmaster? Even Lu Fengger was shocked by this thought. She looked at Fang Ping deeply for a moment. Lu Fengger seemed to be thinking about something. She suddenly frowned and shook her head. Fang Ping did not know about this. Lu Fengger thought that he was using his mentality. Actually, Fang Ping did not think that way. He only listened to Lu Fengger and carefully sensed the location of his minor vessels. In the end, because he was in the energy room and there was an energy mine, Fang Ping's mentality was much more active. He was focused on sensing the minor vessels. In the end, it was as if he saw a human body structure diagram in his mind. This was also beyond Fang Ping's expectations. However, Fang Ping was not surprised. To him, this was not a big deal. When he cultivated, he could sometimes feel the meridians in his body and the flow of vitality. It was just that it was not as clear as this time. Now that he could clearly feel the location of the minor vessels, the next step was easy. Fang Ping began to use his vitality to break through these half-closed minor vessels. 1, 2, soon, Fang Ping had connected more than 10 minor vessels in a row. It's easier than I thought. What old Lu said scared me. Fang Ping's mind was slightly distracted. As he was distracted, the meridian diagram in his mind suddenly disappeared. Fang Ping's heart tightened. He immediately discarded these messy thoughts and continued to sense carefully. Lu Fengger, who was just about to attack, saw that Fang Ping's vitality had returned to normal. She sat back down and frowned slightly. This kid would not fail, would he? However, seeing that everything went smoothly for Fang Ping, Lu Fengru was relieved. An hour later, Fang Ping, who was covered in blood, suddenly reached out and swallowed the viscera-shielding pill and bone-honing pill. Lu Fengru almost cursed out loud. The minor vessels in the spine were already connected, yet you still took pills. How afraid are you of death? Connecting the minor vessels in the sternum and ribs was not that dangerous. The probability of injuring the internal organs was extremely low. In your case, I won't give you any pills, no matter how many I have. Lu Fengru cursed in her heart. She was not as stingy as Fang Ping thought. The reason why she did not give Fang Ping pills was because this guy did not take pills. He took pills in fights, sold pills, and prepared more pills than a once-honed martial artist when he broke through. It was a waste to give pills to someone like this. 2 hours later, Fang Ping swallowed a rank 2 vitality pill to cover up. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and said joyfully, "It's connected." Lu Fengru was not surprised at all. Once the 26 minor vessels in the spine were connected, she knew that there was no risk. Cultivate and consolidate on your own. I'm leaving. Instructor, I don't have any more pills to restore my vitality. After another 2 hours, Fang Ping's vitality flowed smoothly in his minor vessels. At this moment, Fang Ping stopped cultivating. I'm rank 3 now. Although he was not upper stage or peak, he was definitely a rank 3 martial artist now. I started learning martial arts in mid-April of year 08. At the end of March of year 09, I entered rank 3. In less than a year, he, Fang Ping, had entered rank 3. Wang Jinyang's achievement of achieving 3 ranks in a year was calculated from the moment he entered a martial arts university, not from the moment he started learning martial arts. Even Wang Jinyang had started preparing for the martial sciences examinations in year 1. Rank 3, Catacombs, Elite, this series of terms echoed in his mind. The ones who died the most and died the fastest are also rank 3. Similarly, 2 other numbers flashed in his mind. In recent years, rank 3 martial artists had died the most, and they were also the type of martial artists who died the fastest. Martial arts university students started learning about the catacombs at this time. They started walking into the catacombs, and they started to face the catacombs face to face. Therefore, many martial artists died at this stage, and they died very quickly. Fang Ping shuddered when he thought of this. It was not out of fear or excitement, but an indescribable anticipation and confusion towards the unknown. Am I going to start learning about the catacombs? What is the catacombs like? Are the creatures inside the same as humans? How dangerous is the catacombs? Will they fight as soon as they meet? Questions flashed in Fang Ping's mind. He did not have time to think about these. He focused on his status, wealth, 28 million vitality, 540 calories, 576 calories, mentality, 430 Hz, 449 Hz, bone honing, 126 bones, 90%, 80 bones, 30%, he did not spend much wealth. Connecting minor vessels did not cost much to begin with. Fang Ping did not plan to recover his vitality either. In the energy room, he even consumed a rank 2 vitality pill. He would be an idiot to use his wealth to recover. My vitality limit has increased by 51 calories. Connecting minor vessels this time had such a huge increase. No wonder most martial artists can reach 1000 calories vitality when they reach peak. As he spoke, Fang Ping suddenly stood up and hurried out. Reception. Teacher, I've cultivated for 4 hours. I'm checking out now. The instructor at the front desk glanced at him and said after a while, there's no such thing. It doesn't matter if it's used or not. It's all the same. Teacher, the energy mine has started to release energy. There is no way to retreat. Do you understand? Teacher. It's useless to say anything else. Fang Ping looked at the stubborn instructor and felt a little helpless. 10 credits, okay? It was very expensive. He glanced at the few people who had just entered the hall and suddenly shouted, 1 hour of cultivation time in the cultivation room, 9 credits. The instructor at the front desk was stunned for a moment. He gave Fang Ping a long look and remembered him. At Fang Ping's roar, someone asked with interest, 5 credits? I'm fighting for it. 8 credits. If you don't want it, then forget it. I'll just leave it empty. Alright, deal. For martial artists, 2 credits were also precious. They would save as much as they could. Very soon, there were martial artists trading with Fang Ping. This kind of transaction required the use of a computer. In the end, the instructor at the front desk suddenly said, 1 credit per use. Fang Ping almost vomited blood. This guy, that was enough. Seeing that time was passing, Fang Ping naturally could not go outside to trade with the other party. He could only acquiesce to the instructor's words. Obviously, this credit could only be paid by Fang Ping. The martial artists doing the transaction would not pay 7 credits. I lost a normal vitality pill. He took a deep look at one of the instructors, then looked at his badge, Xianxia. Very good, I, Fang Ping, will remember. When I take control of MCMAU in the future, I'll arrange for you to clean the toilets and compensate me 100 times the loss of pills. Recently, he remembered a lot of people. CCMAU's Fang Wenxiang owed him a high-ranked pill. NMAU's Wang Jinyang owed him 45 million. Now, he was MCMAU's instructor Song. He owed him 100 vitality pills, grade to be determined. Song Yingji saw Fang Ping looking at his badge and chuckled. My strength is average, rank 5. Do you want to spar? Forget it, Instructor Song. I'm not that narrow-minded. Fang Ping grinned, looking like an obedient student. He quickly walked out of the energy room. After he left, Song Yingji laughed. Good boy, I'd like to see how you're going to take revenge on me. Walking out of the energy room, Fang Ping ran into Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing was mopping the floor. Yes, mopping. Seeing Fang Ping, Qin Fengqing said awkwardly, Fang Ping, lend me 300,000, I don't have money. Fang Ping, what kind of relationship do we have? You're not going to say that. Yes, and you owe me 300,000. I'll remember that. After saying that, Fang Ping left in a hurry. Qin Fengqing was dumbfounded. He mumbled, you didn't borrow it, did Fang Ping borrow money? Qin Fengqing could not help but glance at the supervising martial artist in the hall. The other shook his head. Don't look. I didn't pay for you. Then why do I owe him 300,000? How would I know? Mop the floor properly. Don't be lazy. Leave when someone sends you the money. Qin Fengqing was furious. He took out his phone and dialed a number, yelling, Zhang Yu, if you don't send me the money, I'll beat up your lover every day. Get lost. An angry curse came from the phone. Soon, the call was hung up. The supervising martial artist glanced at him. Many people had a death wish. Most of them were dead, but Qin Fengqing was still alive. It was strange. After leaving the southern area, Fang Ping went to the logistics department again. The logistics department was much quieter now. Many students had chosen to order online. Seeing Fang Ping, Old Man Li was in low spirits. Fang Ping was out of stock. He could not be bothered with him. Soon, however, Old Man Li's eyes brightened. He said with a smile, Student Fang Ping, have you collected the credits for breaking through from rank 2 to rank 3? No. Hurry up and go. It's 200 credits. Old Man Li was very considerate. Breaking through to rank 1 would reward 50 credits, rank 2 100 credits, and rank 3 200 credits. These were all free. For a rich person like Fang Ping, now that he was rank 3, he probably would not lack credits in the future. Fang Ping did not hesitate. He collected the credits immediately. After collecting the credits, he ran over and said, 217 credits. Give me 80 normal vitality pills, get lost, 80 pills. Fang Ping said firmly, Instructor, I've exchanged so many pills with you. Also, the platform has saved you a lot of trouble. You can't even give me a small discount? I'm not selling them. I'm giving them to our club members to fatten up. They're all aspiring martial artists. It's not easy, Old Man Li frowned slightly. Fang Ping's expression was firm. I don't have the money. Otherwise, I should give one to each of us. 108 pills. If you think 108 pills, hee hee. Old Man Li was so angry that he laughed. How dare you open your mouth? The things in the exchange office are recorded. I can't give you more than you want. Nothing can be accomplished without rules, instructor. My sister's name is Fang Yuan. She doesn't have any rules. You, old man Li was speechless. After a while, he said, don't sell them anymore. If I find out, I won't. Fang Ping shook his head. It would be terrible if you found out. How could you find out? Here. After deducting all of Fang Ping's credits, he obtained 80 normal vitality pills. His wealth instantly increased by 1.26 million. It's 22.06 million now. Fang Ping calculated and left in a hurry. 5 minutes later. Xianxia was distressed. I really don't want to buy them. I have enough pills. I don't need so many. Your parents need them. They don't need them. What about your relatives? They don't need them either. What about your friends? They don't lack pills. You. Doesn't anyone in your family need pills? Xianxia was exasperated. Was this still a school? Xianxia was exasperated. Sighing, Xianxia was speechless. You're always selling pills. Don't you use them yourself? I need money. Then what about your cultivation? Arduous cultivation. Fang Ping was a man of few words. He was here to sell pills. There was no point in talking so much nonsense. How much? 80 pills. The market price is 8 million. Just 7.6 million will do. Fang Ping calculated. This way, he could increase his wealth by another 2 million. Xianxia was annoyed. It's even more expensive than last time. I'm not buying. Support me. I'm almost a grandmaster. When I'm a grandmaster, I'll definitely return it to you. Fang Ping did not plan to lower the price. As for earning a few 100,000 from her, it would not be too late to return it when he became rich. You won't regret investing in me today. I'm a rank 3 now. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. She said in disbelief, rank 3? Yes, Grandmaster is not far away. I'm earning money now to prepare for entering the catacombs. Once I enter the catacombs, I don't know if I'll survive or not. As Fang Ping spoke, Yang Xiaoman suddenly pushed the door open and entered. She said excitedly, Yunqi, my instructor said he might bring us into the catacombs this summer to prepare for the future. Fang Ping, why are you here? Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. They were really going into the catacombs, he had just said it casually. He did not expect that not only would he enter, but he would also inform the rank 2 Yang Xiaoman. Xianxia was also stunned. She glanced at Fang Ping. She thought Fang Ping was just talking nonsense. She did not expect him to really enter the catacombs. Thinking of this, Xianxia nodded. Then leave the pills. I'll transfer the money to you later. Okay. Thanks. Fang Ping put down the pills and turned to leave. As soon as he left, Yang Xiaoman asked hurriedly, he sold you pills again? Yes, he said he wants to enter the catacombs. He's short on money now, so, you bought them? How much did you pay for them? Xianxia was slightly embarrassed. She said softly, 7 million, 80 pills. Oh, that's good. He didn't cheat you this time. Yang Xiaoman was slightly surprised. She did not expect Fang Ping to sell them to Xianxia for less than 10% off. He was quite reliable. Xianxia blushed slightly. 600,000 was just spare change. It was better than being laughed at by Xiaoman. Fang Ping was not interested in the conversation between the two. At this moment, he was only thinking about entering the catacombs. The summer vacation was not far away. Ma Shan had entered April. It was only 3 months away from the summer vacation. 3 months, he was thinking about whether he could achieve upper stage rank 3 in 3 months when Fu Chanding walked toward him. Seeing Fang Ping in the corridor, he asked in surprise, where did you go this morning? Nowhere. What's up? Just now, my instructor said that in June, the school will organize a group of rank 2 martial artists to enter the catacombs. Recently, the special training classes will be reorganized. The classes will continue and mainly teach knowledge about the catacombs. In June? Yes. That means it's less than 3 months. Fu Changding heard that and said, "Don't worry. It's the first time. They won't go too deep. Also, there's an instructor with you. It's very safe, stop raising flags." Fang Ping complained. The more he said that, the easier it was for something to happen. He had to be more careful. It was better to rely on himself than on others. Fu Changding and the others were out of their minds, but he was not. In the catacombs, where modern technology was not available, transportation was done by walking and communication was done by shouting. It was all too common for instructors and students to get lost. Rather than relying on instructors to protect him, he might as well rely on himself. Also, he had to make a trip to the southern area as soon as possible to memorize the topographic map, lest he got lost and could not find his way back. Also, he had to stock up on some wealth and vitality pills. He had to change his weapon. Maybe a C-class one would be more suitable. Also, he had to ask some regulars in the catacombs how to survive more safely. The task was heavy. Fu Changding was speechless when he saw how worried Fang Ping was. Did this guy have to be like this? Fang Ping ignored him and walked out directly. He had to make a trip to the company. At the same time, MCMAU, Vice-Chancellor's office. Huang Jing said respectfully, "Instructor, I've already informed the others that MCMAU will organize 100 rank 2 martial artists to enter the catacombs this time. When these people survive in the catacombs smoothly, I think they'll become a powerful elite team of martial artists in no time." Sigh. The old vice-chancellor sighed softly and mumbled, "Rank 2, they're still children, students are all children, but children need to bear the responsibilities they're supposed to bear. For now, we'll only let them move around in the areas that have already been cleared. The level of danger is not high." The old vice-chancellor did not say anything else. He thought for a while and said, "Make arrangements in advance. Don't go into the catacombs without knowing anything. Also, when the time comes, you'll protect them secretly." Huang Jing frowned slightly, but he still nodded. Right now, 22 entrances are already stretched thin. I don't know if one more entrance can hold up. I only hope that in the next 1 or 2 years, more elite martial artists will emerge. The old vice-chancellor sighed and continued, "The situation in other areas isn't looking too good either. Have you seen the news? In the African area, a government has launched missiles." "Yes, I've seen it. The local catacombs entrance should have been breached. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to cover up the catacombs incident any longer. Some countries can't withstand the pressure. Right now, they need every citizen to be a soldier in order to withstand it. Once it's made public, I'm afraid we won't be able to see the peaceful lives of humans anymore." The old vice-chancellor sighed again. Huang Jing said calmly, "Maybe this is also a new opportunity. After all, martial artists are the minority. If this goes on, Sino Nation won't be able to withstand it. We can only use human lives to fill the gap. We can rely on numbers to give martial artists time to breathe." These words were very cold-blooded, but the vice-chancellor did not say anything. When the time came, this was the only choice they could make. Not thinking about this anymore, the old vice-chancellor said again, "The government may support the local area. This is a disaster for all mankind. Let some of the instructors prepare." Huang Jing wanted to say something but stopped. The old vice-chancellor shook his head and said, "At least at this time, we can't just sit back and watch, unless we can't hold it anymore. All right. I hope everyone can return safely." Prosperity building. Fang Ping went straight into the company. At this moment, Distance finally had a front desk. Seeing Fang Ping, the new receptionist did not know him and was about to stop him when Xianxia came out to greet him. "Mr. Fang, let's talk inside." Fang Ping did not stop and quickly entered Xianxia's office. As soon as they entered, one of the employees in the office area whispered, "That person just now is our boss, right?" "Yes, it's him. MCMAU's genius, the champion of the previous national championship. Dongxing Company was acquired by us because CEO Fang defeated Dongxing's boss. CEO Fang was rank 1 before, but I heard he's already rank 2 now." "Rank 2? Someone was speechless. This boss of theirs was shockingly young. His freshman year was not even over yet. CEO Feng rarely comes here, but our company hasn't been making any money. I wonder if CEO Feng will come. Some people were worried, but others said confidently, it's okay. We'll make money sooner or later. CEO Feng has a lot of influence, especially in MCMAU. His connections are terrifying. The online shopping platform we made before is now used by MCMAU. Think about it. If he didn't have that much influence, would MCMAU use our platform? CEO Feng won't be so short-sighted. Although they were talking, their voices were very soft. They did not dare to make any noise. They were all watching Li Qing's office from the corner of their eyes. Inside the office, Fang Ping looked at the information. After a while, he said, "You've expanded to the South Contribution District?" "Yes. The food ordering platform and express delivery point have been set up in the South Contribution District. Since you defeated Wei Dongxing and displayed your strength in the national championship, many people have heard of your name. Some of the troubles from before have disappeared. The strength I displayed before was only rank 1, Fang Ping thought for a while and said, in a few days, the Martial Arts University's rank 2 ranking list will be updated. When that time comes, I'll probably be in the top 20. You can publicize it a little. Rank 2 ranking list, Li Qingze was stunned. He knew that Fang Ping had broken through rank 2. However, Fang Ping had broken through not long ago. The rank 2 ranking list only included 100 people. There were 100,000 martial arts universities in the country. Most of them were rank 1 and aspiring martial artists, accounting for nearly 90%. Rank 2 accounted for the remaining 90%, close to 10,000 people. With the same decreasing ratio, there were only about 1,000 rank 3 martial arts university students, distributed among various martial arts universities. These were the cream of the crop of martial arts university students. There were 100 people in the ranking list. Fang Ping had gone from rank 1 to the front ranks of rank 2 in such a short time. Fang Ping chuckled. Although rank 2 isn't much, the martial artists on the rank 2 ranking list are at least equivalent to the strength of a normal middle stage rank 3 martial artist. I think the others can understand this. Unless a martial artist of upper stage rank 3 and above comes looking for trouble. Even then, they'd have to consider if I, an MCMAU rookie, am that easy to bully. My instructor is a peak rank 6 martial artist, and he has a grandmaster powerhouse behind him. Fang Ping was an expert at bluffing. There was no need to be too thorough, just a little reminder. One was a peak rank 6, and the other was a grandmaster. With such a lineup, who would be stupid enough to find trouble with a small company? If Fang Ping was a rank 1 martial artist, everyone might not think that his instructors in martial arts universities would be useful. However, he had made it to the front ranks of the rank 2 ranking list so quickly. Even MCMAU's leaders would pay attention to a prodigy like this. Naturally, smart people would understand this. When Li Qingze heard what he said, his face lit up with excitement. He said hurriedly, "You mean, expand." Fang Ping said in a low voice, "The previous steps were too small, too slow. From now on, carry out the expansion of Magic City." "Have you done a budget? How much money do you need to carry out the layout of Magic City now?" "You mean the express delivery and catering?" "That's right. Another 20 million. That'll be enough." Li Qingze was also slightly excited. He hurriedly reported a number. Fang Ping glanced at him. From the beginning until now, he had invested more than 15 million. However, up until now, the layout of 2 districts had not been completed. MCMAU had a total of 6 districts. Now that they had completed the layout, it actually only required 20 million. It was not that Fang Ping had to pay more because he had more money, but he was considering whether it would be a problem to spend so much money in the early stages. He had always wanted to find someone to supervise. It was not Fang Ping's personality to monopolize power and hand it over to one person. Even blood brothers had to settle accounts clearly, but he did not have a suitable candidate in Magic City for this. However, considering that the early stages were already more expensive, the various preparatory work, the construction of the platform, and the establishment of channels all required money. It was not impossible to spend more. Even if he had doubts in his heart, Fang Ping would not show it on his face. He heard what was said and said, 20 million can complete the layout in Magic City. What about the time? About 3 months. Too slow. Fang Ping was not very satisfied. He thought for a moment and said, speed up. It's best to solve the problem within a month. This, increasing the intensity of publicity, is nothing more than spending more money. There's no need to save small amounts. I'll transfer another 20 million to the company's account later, however, I won't invest any more money in the future expansion. In the early stages, our scale is small, and the loans are not much. It's a waste of time. When the scale is larger, financing and loans are both ways to solve the problem. When the layout in Magic City is complete, prepare people to go to River City in Nanjiang to open up the market. I've also spoken to a few students from NMAU. When we get there, they'll probably be martial artists by then. If necessary, you can look for NMAU's Martial Arts Society president, Wang Jinyang, to solve the problem, so you don't have to worry about trouble. Then, about the legal representative, developing across provinces required a middle-ranked martial artist to oversee the operation. I won't consider this when I'm not rank 4 yet. Fang Ping did not care too much. By the time he reached Nanjiang, it would probably be the next semester. By then, he might not be unable to enter rank 4. If he really did not enter, it was fine too. There were many ways to solve these problems. Whether it was looking for Wang Jinyang or Lu Fengru, it was just a small price to pay. Xianxia was stunned again. How confident was the boss to say that he would consider this when he had not reached rank 4? Fang Ping saw the situation and laughed. What are you looking at? I've already entered rank 3, but there's no need to tell the public. After entering rank 3, I'm just a nobody. Now that I'm maintaining my rank 2 reputation, I can at least show my face on the ranking list. Of course, this would not last long. In April, when the ranking list was updated, he would probably be there. By May, Fang Ping would probably not be there. After he broke through, he collected his credits from MCMAU. The ranking update had already entered the system. It was the end of the month now, so the ranking list should not be updated. However, Fang Ping would definitely not be in the next update. If he disappeared from the ranking list, those who really paid attention to him would know that he, Fang Ping, had entered rank 3. What Fang Ping needed to do was to make himself stronger in this time gap. Rank 3, Xianxia was stunned. Rank 3 already? When he met Fang Ping, he was an aspiring martial artist. At that time, it was August 2008. It was not even April 9th yet. This was too fast. When he first chose to rely on Fang Ping, it was also because he saw Fang Ping's identity as an MCMAU student and his twice-honed potential. Who knew that Fang Ping would improve faster than he imagined? No, much faster. Fang Ping ignored him. He took out a small bottle from his pocket and placed it on the table. Here are 5 normal vitality pills. Your vitality wasn't too weak in the first place. Now, it should be above 135 calories, right? Mr. Fang, become a martial artist soon. Back then, I said that I would make you a martial artist in 3 years. If you use 5 vitality pills, there's hope for your vitality to reach 150 calories. Of course, don't count on twice honing, Xianxia said hurriedly. I dare not hope for that. What a joke. Going from 150 calories to 180 calories was much harder than going from 100 calories to 150 calories. The consumption was also much higher. He was not young anymore. Even if he was still young, he would not keep waiting for a twice-honed who did not know if there would be any results. When your vitality reaches 150 calories and you break through, if I'm not a middle-ranked martial artist yet, I'll help you find a middle-ranked martial artist to help you break through. As for the pills you need to break through, Xianxia said immediately, I have some savings of my own, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Fang Ping did not say that he would definitely prepare them for him. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Xianxia had to at least show his value. Currently, his value had already been depleted. In less than a year, Fang Ping had already given him 6 normal vitality pills. Everything had to be given in order to be rewarded. Expand as soon as possible. Speed first. Also, if anyone wants financing, give me a call. I'll consider it. Distance's value could not be reflected now. At least, looking at its net assets, it had always been in a state of loss. Whether or not it could increase his wealth would depend on how much others perceived it. Alright, I'll let you know immediately if there's any news. Fang Ping did not say anything else. As he walked out of the company, he thought for a while and mumbled, I need to find someone to balance things out. Who should I find? The company was getting bigger and bigger, and the investments were also increasing. To put it bluntly, if he died in the catacombs one day, even if his family found out about the company, they might not be able to get their hands on it. When that happened, would it not benefit others? Also, I hope that this kind of peaceful life can last for a few more years. Fang Ping prayed. If there was an upheaval, it would not matter if it was on a small scale, but if it was on a large scale, then the business system would probably be affected. When that happened, unless it was a business that dealt in daily necessities or martial artists' necessities, other businesses would probably go bankrupt. I've invested 35 million in total. I wonder if anyone is willing to pay a high price for financing. Fang Ping sighed again. If a rich person came along and valued him at a few billion, maybe after the financing was completed, he would immediately have a few billion more wealth. There was one thing that was especially good about the system. It only calculated the current value. Even if the value dropped to an unsightly level, his wealth would not be reclaimed. What Fang Ping needed to do was to maximize the current value. As for what would happen in the end, that was not within his consideration. If society was really in chaos, money would not be of much use. Those institutions' investments were the same no matter who. Just as he was thinking about this, Fang Ping's phone vibrated. Without looking at the message, Fang Ping knew that Xianxia's money had been transferred to his account. His wealth had increased by another 2 million, reaching 24.06 million. The cash he had on him had also exceeded 30 million, reaching 34.6 million. Transfer 20 million to the company, leaving 24.06 million in wealth, 14.6 million in cash, and 5 normal vitality pills. This was the bottle that Pan Xiaoyang had given him previously. Fang Ping did not sell it just now. According to the system's bone honing consumption, honing one bone requires 600,000 wealth. There are only 51 torso bones, so about 30 million wealth should be enough, Fang Ping calculated in his mind again. However, Fang Ping had a hunch that this would not go according to his expectations. He did not know about the ribs and sternum, but the spine was one of the most important bones in the human body, second only to the skull. Countless rank 3 martial artists had reached a bottleneck when honing their spine, wasting endless time and resources. How could the system allow him to quickly complete the honing of the spine at the speed of 600,000 wealth for one bone? I'll know when I try later. Without thinking about this, Fang Ping rushed to the university again. That night, Fang Ping also received a notice from the university. On the 1st of April, the university reorganized the special training classes. This time, the special training classes were not targeted at the new students, but at all the rank 2 martial artists in the university. There were many rank 2 martial artists in MCMAU, close to 1,000. It could be said that the big two, MCMAU and CCMAU, had at least 10 or more rank 2 and rank 2 martial artists in SNMAU. There were close to 1,000 rank 2s. Not everyone had received the notice. Fang Ping did not know the exact number. However, a few rank 2 martial artists in the freshman year received the notice. As the best of the new students, they were obviously not comparable to the rank 2 martial artists in their junior and senior years. Rank 2 martial artists, Fang Ping mumbled. Should I go? I'm a rank 3. However, he could only think about it. He had entered rank 3. If even rank 2 martial artists were forcibly recruited, it was even more so for him as a rank 3. Rather than being with other rank 3 martial artists, it was better to mix in with the rank 2 martial artists. At least it would be much safer. Fang Ping did not believe that the university would send so many rank 2 elites to their deaths. The university, on the other hand, did not care much about rank 3 martial artists. Also, there will definitely be benefits. Rank 3 martial artists might not They have to take on the missions themselves. After thinking this through, Fang Ping did not have any objections to joining the special training classes. He was a rank 3. When faced with danger, he would be more resilient than the rank 2 martial artists. Fang Ping did not care about the text anymore. He focused and continued practicing his stance, trying to hone his bones with the system. However, as soon as he honed his bones, Fang Ping's face turned green. He did not know if it was because his sternum was too big, or if the system was cheating him again. He had just increased the honing progress by 1% when he stopped immediately, 30,000 wealth points. Fang Ping's face darkened. It was only 10,000 before, but now it had multiplied several times. If that's the case, doesn't one bone cost 1.8 million? Then 51 bones would be close to 100 million wealth points. Who said that cultivating to upper stage rank 3 would cost 100 million? Fang Ping complained. Entering rank 3 and cultivating to upper stage rank 3 would definitely cost a lot of money, but it would not be 100 million. Not to mention, he had not calculated anything else. Vitality still had to be honed along with the body. For a normal person to grind from aspiring martial artist to rank 1, 1 million was enough. From rank 1 to rank 2, 10 million was more than enough. From rank 2 to rank 3, the consumption was not as great as from rank 1 to rank 2. Rank 1 and 2 martial artists could actually be seen as the same rank. Their bones were all honed in the limbs. In other words, 30 million was enough for a normal person to become a rank 3 martial artist. Of course, the time was uncertain. It was normal to spend a few decades. From rank 3 to peak rank 3, the consumption would increase greatly. It would at least be close to 40 to 50 million. If the resources consumed by a peak rank 3 martial artist were converted to money, it would be worth close to 100 million. This was the reason why Sino Nation allocated so much money to martial arts universities every year. Most of the funds were used on these martial artists. Rank 1 and 2, on the other hand, did not receive much subsidies. In order to speed up and rush for time, Fang Ping had actually used up a lot of money. It was comparable to the consumption of a normal person to peak rank 3. In the end, he only realized now that the consumption would be even higher. Doesn't this mean that when I reach peak rank 3, I'll have to spend at least twice as much as a normal person? More than 200 million? Fang Ping felt a little helpless. If he had money, he would not care. There were gains and losses. If he improved quickly, he did not mind spending a little more money. Others would not even think about it. There were many rich people, but simply throwing money at it did not mean that one could become a powerhouse. There was still hope in the 3 lower ranks, but after entering the 3 middle ranks, it was no longer a matter of money. In reality, even a rank 3 martial artist who honed their spine did not rely solely on money. They also had to rely on talent. Of course, it was different with resources. The other party could enter the energy room, feel the condition of the bones more easily, and recover vitality more easily. This was also an advantage, but most people could not afford this price. More than 20 million wealth is only enough for me to hone more than 10 bones. I can't even enter middle stage rank 3. Fang Ping felt a little helpless. What should he do next? He had used up all the cash and wealth he had. There was a chance that he could enter middle stage rank 3, but there was no way he could enter upper stage rank 3. I'll take it one step at a time. I don't know if the special training class has a lot of benefits this time. If there is, maybe it'll be my chance to enter upper stage rank 3. Fang Ping did not use his wealth to hone his bones. Using wealth to hone bones had its pros and cons. Now that he did not have much wealth, he would not go on missions for the time being. At this time, relying on his own vitality to nourish and hone his bones was also a preparation for the future. Moreover, Fang Ping also considered that if he could not achieve upper stage rank 3, using his wealth to cultivate combat techniques would be more appropriate. In the next few days, Fang Ping relied on himself to nurture and hone his bones. From the 27th to the 1st of April, Fang Ping only completed honing his sternum after 5 days. At this rate, it would take him more than 8 months to reach upper stage rank 3. Actually, this speed was already shocking. It would only be the end of the year after 8 months. However, Fang Ping was extremely dissatisfied. The genius martial artists he knew all progressed very quickly. Old Wang aside, Qin Fengqing had already reached peak rank 3. In January of 2008, he was only peak rank 1. In July, he had stepped into rank 3. From the beginning of rank 3 to peak rank 3, it had only been 8 months. This was in addition to the cultivation time during his peak period. As for Xiaolei, he achieved rank 3 in October of 2008. Now, he was upper stage rank 3. It had only taken him about half a year. These genius martial artists improved extremely quickly at this stage. Fang Ping was a thrice-honed martial artist. His speed should not have been slow. Now, he seemed to be slower than Xiaolei. Xiaolei must have had other opportunities. How do those rank 5 students cultivate? Fang Ping was really curious now. How did these rank 5 students do this? Even Wang Jinyang was about to be a junior. Could he achieve rank 5 in his senior year? Maybe, but Fang Ping did not believe that he could achieve rank 6 before graduation. They all have opportunities. Fang Ping sighed. He had the system, but the others had their own family background and other opportunities. It was not easy to shorten the distance between them quickly. 1st of April, Wednesday. As soon as Fang Ping arrived at the classroom, Fu Changding came over and said, "The rank 2 ranking has been updated. You're only 18th. They're looking down on you." Fang Ping turned his head to look at him. "Oh." He did not say anything else. "Aren't you angry?" Fang Ping was not in the mood to pay attention to him. "Next month, you'll find out that I have no ranking. Won't you be angry?" He had told Qin Yunqi that he had achieved rank 3. However, Qin Yunqi was a taciturn person. Unlike the others who kept their mouths shut, no one knew that Fang Ping had achieved rank 3. Most of MCMAU's instructors knew, but they were not talkative. Until now, Fu Changding and the others still thought that Fang Ping was rank 2. Fang Ping, among the top 20 in the rankings, 6 of them are MCMAU students. Other than you, there are 5 others. 3 of them are in the top 10. Do you want to challenge them and increase your ranking? I know that when the special training class is reorganized, they will also enter. Oh. If they're all in the same class, I think they'll have to face each other sooner or later. For example, choosing a class monitor or something, and then giving some credits. Can you just watch as someone else takes it away? Yes. Fang Ping, does this mean that you're ready to challenge them? Fu Changding said excitedly, then I'll get everyone from our class to cheer for you. Fang Ping glanced at him. After a while, he said, "Why are you so excited?" This guy had just arrived and he was already setting up a target for him. Something was wrong. Fu Changding was at a loss for words. Beside him, Tang Songting said calmly, 2 days ago, he was sparring with someone in the Martial Arts Society and was beaten up. It was Chen Pengfei, who is currently ranked 8th, Fang Ping said in surprise, "You've got guts. You actually dared to spar with the top 10 martial artists on the rank 2 ranking list?" A rank 2 martial artist had to hone a total of 126 bones. A rank 1 martial artist who honed their lower limbs could only be considered a middle-stage martial artist with 93 bones honed. A rank 1 martial artist who honed their upper limbs could only be considered a middle-stage martial artist with 95 bones honed. Fu Changding had 71 bones honed in mid-February. Less than 50 days had passed, and his progress was not slow. He had honed 88 bones, an average of 1 every 3 days. However, he had not reached middle stage rank 2 yet. Challenging a martial artist who was stronger than Gu Xiong now was courting death. Fu Changding said sheepishly, "No way. Cao Cao just likes to make fun of me." Tang Songting snorted. He hated that bastard Fu Changding had given him this nickname. He's suffering because of his pride. A few days ago, the vice president of the Martial Arts Society, Qin Fengqing, fought with the president. Qin Fengqing claimed that he was invincible among rank 3 martial artists. He said that Zhang Yu was a rank 3 and that he could beat him until he called for his father. In the end, President Qin was carried out of the Martial Arts Society. Fu Changding was there too. He had to copy President Qin and say that he was invincible among rank 2 martial artists. That's not all, but he said that the rank 2 ranking was just for show. Now you know what happened. Fang Ping was stunned. He asked in surprise, "You didn't get beaten to death?" He was asking for it. Were these guys so irascible now? Fang Ping knew that Qin Fengqing said he was invincible among rank 3 martial artists. He was there too. However, Qin Fengqing was a peak rank 3 martial artist, which was why he was so arrogant. The current Qin Fengqing was ranked 14th on the rank 3 ranking list. He had proven his strength. Fu Chongding, on the other hand, was only an early-stage rank 2 martial artist. Even if he wanted to die, he could not do so, right? Fu Chongding said gloomily, "Don't listen to his nonsense." Who said he was invincible among rank 2 martial artists? I'm talking about when I was peak rank 2, in the end, these guys just ignored the words peak rank 2. Then that Chen Pengfei happened to be in the martial arts society too. Damn it, he went too far and provoked me on purpose. Fu Chongding said indignantly, "I lost, but I didn't lose. How could I admit defeat?" Then they started fighting. "You were hit, not fighting," Tang Songting said mockingly. Fu Chongding said impatiently, "Who was hit?" "I hit him too." "Yes, aren't you ashamed? You were spanked in front of everyone." Pfft. Fang Ping almost choked on his own saliva. He asked quickly, "What happened?" "Shut up." Fu Chongding panicked. Tang Songting said with a smile, "Fang Ping, you're the only one who doesn't know about this since you've been so secretive these few days. Actually, it's been known for a long time." Chen Pengfei also knew that he was much stronger than Fu Chongding, so he didn't want to do anything to him. But what's more embarrassing is that Chen Pengfei used the back of his saber to slash his buttocks dozens of times. Didn't you notice that he's been practicing his stance in class these few days? Fang Ping heard this and quickly looked down at his buttocks. Fu Chongding was furious. He glared at Tang Songting fiercely and twisted his buttocks uncomfortably. He said dryly, "It's been fine for a long time. I hit him too." Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He said, "Then you encouraged me to cause trouble for him?" "What do you mean encouraged? Let me ask you, if there's really a class monitor election, will you fight for it?" "It depends on whether the benefits are enough." "Then there's that. Who wouldn't fight when a martial artist sees benefits? He's ranked 8th and you're only 18. Do you think he'll let you have it?" Fu Chongding explained, "That's why you're destined to fight him. I'm just reminding you. It has nothing to do with me. I probably won't be able to fight him." "It depends." Fang Ping did not say anything else. If he was an upper stage rank 3, Chen Pengfei would be an idiot to fight him. However, he had just entered early stage rank 3. With the benefits, Chen Pengfei might not be afraid of Fang Ping's rank 3 abilities. They chatted for a while. Fu Chongding could not help but say, "Fang Ping, you're improving too fast. I've only honed 88 bones so far. I still need 28 more to enter peak rank 2. It'll take at least 3 months, maybe July or August. If I want to break through rank 3, I'll probably have to wait until school starts." They did not count as achieving rank 3 in a year. These people were already martial artists before they entered martial arts universities. When the next semester started, even if they entered rank 3, they would only be considered rank 2 in a year. Compared to Fang Ping, Fu Chongding felt that his progress was abnormally slow. He felt that it was slow. Tang Songting said quietly, "I've only honed 75 bones." Compared to Fu Chongding, the gap was even bigger. If he wanted to enter peak rank 2, he might have to wait until the end of the first semester of his sophomore year. The difference between once honed and twice honed was slowly becoming apparent, even if everyone cultivated the same way. Hearing their conversation, Zhao Xuemei, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly said, "I've only honed 70 bucks." The difference was even more obvious. Zhao Xuemei was already a martial artist when she entered university. She had honed a limb, which meant that she had only honed 40 bones after so many days. 7 months, 40 bucks. To reach peak rank 2, she would need at least a year or so. Entering peak rank 2 by the end of sophomore year and rank 3 by junior year was the standard of an outstanding student in MCMAU. In MCMAU, those who could enter rank 3 in junior year were considered outstanding. Compared to Zhao Xuemei and the others, those who could reach rank 3 before graduation were considered young elites. Fu Chongding and the others who were twice honed had hopes of entering rank 4 before graduation. They were the true prodigies. If Fang Ping was not around, everyone would think that their progress was not slow. No one would think that they were bad if they reached rank 3 or 4 before graduation. However, at this moment, everyone felt that they were too slow. Fang Ping noticed her dejected tone and said helplessly, "Don't compare yourself to me. I'm different from you guys. My family is poor, so I have to be even more outstanding." Pfft. Everyone looked down on him. Fu Chongding scolded, "If you say you're poor again, we'll beat you up." "Really, the teacher is here." They only ended their conversation when the teacher entered the door. Fang Ping felt helpless. "I'm really poor. Why don't you believe me? I'm poor, so I have to work harder. You guys have to understand." The class made Fang Ping want to doze off a little. Even the basic martial arts class, that was the real basics. Even now, they were still talking about the cultivation of firm stance, rank 1 bone honing, and basic combat techniques. Fang Ping felt that he was too outstanding. Other than the few of them, the rest of the newbies were still working hard to enter peak rank 1. These people were all geniuses in the outside world. If they were not geniuses, how could they enter MCMAU? So, I'm already this outstanding. Fang Ping sighed softly. This is not giving others a way out. No wonder everyone hates me. It's obvious jealousy. The class ended in a daze. In the afternoon's natural geography class, Fang Ping was the most enthusiastic one. He studied seriously, and the people around him were all stunned. Fang Ping took notes and actively raised his hand to ask the teacher all sorts of questions. In one class, Fang Ping asked questions for half of the class. In martial arts universities, social sciences were not very valued. The geography teacher was also a martial artist, but he was only at rank 2. In MCMAU, the teachers who had just entered rank 2 were social sciences teachers. Usually, everyone was dozing off in class. The geography teacher was happy when Fang Ping asked. The two of them were so engrossed in their conversation that they almost forgot that they were still in class. So, it's easy to tell the direction. After the geography class, Fang Ping felt that he had gained a lot. It was okay if there was no sun. It was okay if there was no North Star. It was okay if the compass was useless. I can tell the direction by looking at the direction of the plant's growth, their density, and the tree rings. Fang Ping felt that he had gained a lot. Fu Chongding, who had just walked over, suddenly said, "You have no sense of direction?" "Nonsense. Are you afraid of getting lost in the catacombs?" Fu Chongding said in shock, "You're done for. Don't ever get lost, or you'll definitely get lost." The direction telling the teacher is only for situations where the sun is present. The direction of the sun's light is the basis for plants to tell the direction. There's no sun in the catacombs. I heard that there's only a gigantic energy or that acts as the sun. Although it's like the sun, it can rise and set, and it can also provide energy for all living things to grow. Maybe the energy released by the energy or is balanced, which means that the plants won't have a dark side. What you've learned is useless. Fang Ping was stunned. Yes, that seemed to be the case. Fu Chongding looked at him sympathetically, patted his shoulder, and said regretfully, "Remember, you have to move with us. If you get lost, you won't be able to walk back." A person with no sense of direction, walking in a place where he could not tell the direction at all, would definitely get lost unless he had a point of reference. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. "I have a sense of direction. It's just that I don't know the way. Also, are there no buildings in the catacombs? No signs? The energy sun can also be used as a sign. There's no need to worry at all." "I hope so. The only thing I'm afraid of is that their sun will always be above your head." Fu Chongding hit him mercilessly. Fang Ping did not expect this, but the next moment, he nodded and said, "I'll ask tonight." If it was really above his head, then he would have to be careful. Seeing Fang Ping leave in a hurry, Fu Chongding grinned happily. "You deserve this, kid." Before this, he had thought that Fang Ping was better than him in every aspect, but now it seemed that he was not without flaws. At night, the special training class gathered for the first time. It was different from the last time when they were all freshmen. This time, there were very few familiar faces. Most of them were unfamiliar faces. Among the freshmen, there were a total of 9 people participating. Fang Ping, Zhao Lei, Fu Chongding, Yang Xiaoman, Chen Yunqi, Zhao Xueme, Tang Songting, Li Zhaoxiu, and Jean Lei. In the 10-man championship team, Sui Kai had just entered peak rank 1 a few days ago, and had not entered rank 2 yet. This was related to the severity of his injuries. In the championship finals, Sui Kai fought against the heavily injured Fang Wenxiang, but he was also severely injured. His recovery time was slower than the others. There were 9 freshmen, and the remaining 91 people came from different years. Fang Ping did not know any of them. He did not know them, but Fu Chongding and the others knew many of them. They were even members of the Martial Arts Society. Among them, Fang Ping was the only one who was not. Jean Lei and the others had also joined the Martial Arts Society after entering rank 2. According to Fu Chongding, out of the 100 students present, 99 of them were from the Martial Arts Society, the only one was self-explanatory. Fang Ping did not care. He curled his lips and said, "I'm not going to be a soldier." Why would he join the Martial Arts Society now? If he entered upper stage or peak rank 3, he would at least be a vice president. He might even be the president. What benefits did being a soldier bring other than being a member of the Martial Arts Society? Fu Chongding and the others had joined for a long time, but after 7 months, they had only received 3 normal vitality pills. They also had to do free work for the Martial Arts Society. This included hosting the student sparring, maintaining the school grounds, and daily patrols. There were many things to do, and they had to attend meetings often. Although Fang Ping felt that it would be a waste not to take advantage of the free benefits, there were too many troublesome things. It was better to cultivate in peace. "We want you to become the president immediately." "Too bad, there's no chance." That might not be true. Fang Ping thought about whether he could kill Zhang Yu by exhausting his vitality when he entered peak rank 3. If he won, it might not be impossible for him to become the president. Yang Xiaoman was speechless. "You should defeat Qin Fengqing first, then talk about the president." "He wants to be the president, but I haven't seen him for a few days. He's probably still recuperating." "It'll happen sooner or later." "How early is sooner?" "Qin Fengqing will be in his senior year next semester." "Don't tell me you want to wait for him to graduate?" Fang Ping ignored her. How could a sparrow and a swallow know the ambition of a swan? When he saw Tang Feng, Fang Ping looked pained and muttered, "Why is it you again? Did MCMAU not have any instructors? Why was this big lion everywhere?" There were about 20 rank 6 instructors in MCMAU, right? There were a bunch of rank 5. Why was it always Big Lion who presided over these things? Tang Feng seemed to have heard him. He glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and walked to the front desk, saying, "This is the second time MCMAU has organized a special training class in a year. The first time, we fought for MCMAU's glory. The second time, we fought for the survival of mankind. In a short period of time, we've organized 2 special training classes. This is a first for MCMAU, and it means that the situation is getting more and more dangerous. Students who came to the special training class today, I think you all know what you're going to face. Originally, rank 2 martial artists like you wouldn't have the chance to go to the catacombs, but now, you have to prepare in advance. Family, country, and the world, these light words would probably make you laugh if you heard them on a normal day. But today, Tang Feng's tone suddenly became high-spirited. Today, we can confidently say that we martial artists fight for our family, for our country, and for the world. Since ancient times, it has been said that the greatest heroes serve the country and the people. However, in the past 1,000 years, only the martial artists of the past 100 years are worthy of these words. At this moment, Tang Feng was no longer so cold, so serious, and so unreasonable. Martial artists dare to fight, and we must fight. We martial artists of martial arts universities are never afraid to fight. Since the founding of MCMAU, this year is the 50th anniversary. In the past 50 years, MCMAU has lost 3 grandmasters, 928 middle-ranked martial artists, and 512 rank 3 martial artists. Every year, about 10 rank 3 students die, and close to 20 middle-ranked martial artists. In 15 years, 1 grandmaster died. Fang Ping was stunned. MCMAU had 3 grandmasters died, moreover, so many middle-ranked martial artists had died. Martial artists were not an army. Any martial artist in the 3 middle ranks was the product of countless resources piled up. They were all God's favored ones, all of them outstanding talents. However, in the past 50 years, MCMAU had lost close to 1,000 middle-ranked martial artists. MCMAU has a martyr's shrine. The top floor of the school archives is where the martyr's shrine is located. Originally, I wanted to take you there to see if it was worth it for our ancestors and peers to shed their blood, but I thought about it, and in the end, I didn't choose to go to the school archives. At this moment, you still don't understand. You still don't understand. What you see are names that you can't remember. Listen to me as I tell you about their past. Right now, none of you are qualified to know or remember them. One day, when you feel what you are fighting for, and who you are fighting for. When you have the answer to all of this, you can go there again. Only then will you know what the martyr's shrine is. Dying in the catacombs is a martial artist's highest honor. Martial artists of our generation can only fight to the death. Fight to the death without retreating, fight to the death without surrendering. Tang Feng's voice was deafening. Fang Ping and the others were silent. Therefore, when you join the special training class today, you must fight to the death with no hope of survival. Can you do it? Yes. Someone shouted, but Tang Feng sneered and said indifferently, maybe. Do the students today really understand? They didn't understand. Today, they swore that they would fight to the death and not return until they were dead. However, when they entered the catacombs and witnessed the great battle, how many of them would not feel timid? Did humans really have a future? The previous competitions and missions. To Tang Feng, it was really child's play. Tang Feng didn't say anything else. He was a little tired, not physically, but mentally. Everyone is clear about the purpose of the special training class. The special training class doesn't choose a class monitor or differentiate between good and bad. However, I hope that in the special training class, you can form an organizational structure. At the very least, you must form a team that belongs to you. Martial artists have never existed independently. You need a group of comrades that you can trust with your back and trust with your life and death. A team of 100 people is very conspicuous in the catacombs. My advice to you is to form a team of less than 10 people. When a large team is broken up, try your best to maintain a well-organized team. This will increase your chances of survival. Someone heard him and asked immediately, Instructor Tang, must we join a team? Tang Feng said indifferently, of course not. The meaning of a team is to trust each other. If you are forced to join, you will drag the team down. You can act alone, but you must remember that there are enemies everywhere in the catacombs. Can you do it without sleep or rest and always stay alert? Can you do it and have someone save your life when you are seriously injured? When you think that you can live freely in the catacombs alone, it doesn't matter if you have a team or not. When Grandmaster powerhouses operate, most of them are alone. If they can do it, can you? The person who asked the question fell silent. Tang Feng continued, the formation of a team is not something that can be done overnight. It doesn't mean that you have to find someone from your class. You can find anyone, provided that you think that they can survive in the catacombs. Even a normal person can do it. Of course, bringing normal people into the catacombs will drag you down. We won't stop you even if you are courting death. I suggest that you find teammates of similar strength. You can grow and improve together. This way, you can last for a long time and form a tacit understanding. After the first thing was said, Tang Feng talked about something else. Other than choosing a team, before entering the catacombs, we must deepen everyone's understanding of the catacombs. From tomorrow onwards, every day from 7 to 8 at night, during this hour, there will be instructors teaching everyone about the catacombs. This includes the geography of the catacombs, the culture of the catacombs, the introduction of the creatures in the catacombs, the introduction of the valuable items in the catacombs, the distribution of human strongholds in the catacombs. Fang Ping asked suddenly, Instructor, humans have strongholds in the catacombs? Tang Feng felt uncomfortable when he saw this brat. He did not like this kind of mischievous fellow. He always felt that he would be sold for money. After hearing Fang Ping's question, Tang Feng humphed. Nonsense. If they don't have strongholds, are they supposed to fight on the surface? Every entrance to the catacombs has a human stronghold. There are even cities. Of course, they are also important military cities. Everything is built for war. To build these cities, humans have paid a huge price. However, there are very few cities like this. Most of them are military camps with troops stationed there. There is an internal troop and an external troop. Both sides take turns garrisoning. That's why the garrisons that you know are actually two troops. In Magic City, there were garrisons in many places. If the number of troops was determined according to the detection from the surface, then the number of Sino Nation's troops would be reduced by more than half. Fong Ping curled his lips. Damn it, he was just asking a question. Why did he have to hump to show that his nose was clear? He glanced at Zhao Lei who was beside him. Zhao Lei's expression was dark. He looked at Fong Ping from the corner of his eyes full of anger. Hit me again. Without looking at him, Fong Ping continued, is there a sun in the catacombs? Tang Feng frowned. You can ask these questions after class. I'm just telling you about the upcoming arrangements. This brat talked too much. Did he not hear that he would have an hour every night from now on? Will there be combat classes? Fong Ping, shut up. Let me finish. Tang Feng could not stand him. Would it kill him to ask questions after he was done? Tang Feng was speechless. He shouted and said immediately, other than the hour-long combat classes every day, the catacombs knowledge classes, the special training class will also organize combat training, including survival training. Extreme survival, the kind that survives on deserted islands? Fong Ping asked again. Get out. Tang Feng could not stand it anymore. He was so angry that his nose was on fire. Fong Ping sighed softly. I was just testing your patience, but I found out that you can't. He was sure that Big Lion had no hope of becoming a grandmaster in the short term. This was good. It meant that he could catch up to him and beat him up sooner or later. How could he be a grandmaster if he did not have this bit of bearing? As he thought about this, Fong Ping patted Zhao Lei's shoulder and was about to walk out. Zhao Lei's expression was dark. Tang Feng was speechless. After a while, he shouted, sit down. From now on, you're not allowed to ask questions without my permission. This student of his was also useless. Fong Ping had him in the palm of his hand. He came to class every other day with a swollen head. Tang Feng could not remember how many times Zhao Lei's face had swollen in the past few months. Fong Ping did not argue and continued to sit down. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth and said in a muffled voice, Fong Ping, we're not done. Hee, if your instructor bullies me again, I'm not done with you. Don't you. Wait until you've entered the rank 2 ranking list before you talk. Zhao Lei was so angry that he did not say another word. Fong Ping was right. He had to speak with his ability. When my ability surpasses Fong Ping's, I'll beat this bastard into a pig's head in front of the whole school. I'll maintain that pig's head for a year. Tang Feng's ears were sharp. He heard the conversation between the two of them. He glanced at Zhao Lei helplessly. That little bastard was already rank 3. If Fong Ping entered peak rank 2, he might be peak rank 3. It looked like he would have to look at a pig's head in the future. In the following catacombs general knowledge class, combat training class, and survival class, there will be credit rewards if you achieve excellent results. Other than the rewards for the assessment, the special training class will also receive a daily reward of 10 credits every day. Instructor, how do I get the rewards? Fong Ping really could not hold it in this time. His heart itched at the mention of rewards. He was really not looking for trouble on purpose. Tang Feng glared at him. This time, he did not reprimand him. He said, the daily rewards will be based on the instructor's opinion for that day's class. That's not fair. Fong Ping said immediately, I don't think this is fair. Then tell me, what do you want? I think we can let the students in the class vote every day. The ones with the most votes will get the credits. Tang Feng looked at him, a little surprised. Was it that democratic? The others were also a little surprised. If Fong Ping said so, everyone would have a chance. Then, it would depend on popularity. Whoever was popular would have a higher chance of getting the rewards. 10 credits every day was not a small amount. This special training class would last for at least 2 months, which was at least 60 days. 600 credits as a reward. Tang Feng thought about it and felt that it was not a bad idea. Even if such a public election was monopolized, it would mean that there would be a dominating student in the class. This was a good thing for the Catacombs War. As for Fang Ping, Tang Feng did not think he had much hope. Sure. Fang Ping rubbed his palms together. Yang Xiaoman, who was sitting in front of him, turned around and whispered, "Are you crazy? Isn't this giving credits to others for no reason?" Chen Pengfei and the others have a lot of supporters, Fang Ping snorted. Everything depends on strength. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to them one by one and have a good talk with them. If they don't choose me, we'll see. As long as I can get 50 people, I'll gladly accept these 600 plus credits. Fang Ping calculated for a while and whispered, "All 8 of you have to vote for me. 300 points a month. I'll take 200 points, and the rest will be yours." "Do you really think you can get it?" Fu Chongdang asked in surprise. As for Fang Ping giving the 8 of them 100 credits a month, no one thought much of it. If they really wanted to rely on themselves, unless Yang Xiaoman and Chen Yunxi used a honey trap, they would not even think about getting a single credit. No matter who they voted for, they would not vote for the new students. Of course I can get it. I just need to convince 42 people. Fang Ping did the math and said, "Give me a list of the students in the class later. Mark those who are popular 42 people." He did not have to beat up everyone. Beating up the soul of a few small teams would be enough. In reality, the workload was not that big. Seeing that he was full of confidence, the others did not say anything else. It would be best if Fang Ping could do it. Everyone earned a little bit. It did not matter if he did not. If the 9 of them worked together, it might not be impossible sometimes. It was still worth it. Tang Feng did not care what they thought. He reminded them again about some matters and future arrangements. On the first day, there was no formal class. When his mouth was dry from all the talking, Tang Feng was ready to leave. Fang Ping suddenly said, "Instructor, are we not giving out credits today?" Tang Feng was stunned. Fang Ping said loudly, "This is considered the start of class. You won't go back on your words, will you?" Tang Feng was speechless. He said, "Yes, let's vote now. Hello, everyone. I'm Fang Ping. I participated in the MCMAU championship. I bled for the school and fought for 10% of CCMAU's resources. We'll benefit a lot next semester." As soon as he said that, everyone was dumbfounded. How could this work? Fang Ping knew that everyone had not discussed and agreed on the first day. If they voted now, there was a high chance that they would split up. If he pulled in the other 8 new students, including himself, he would have 9 votes. If he showed his face, he would almost certainly get the first day's credits. He could also find out who was popular and had a high support rate. Tomorrow. No, tonight, he could visit them and have a talk. Tang Feng did not care about this. He looked at the time and said, "Quick, settle it in 3 minutes." Everyone had no choice but to start voting. Fang Ping kept repeating, "My name is Fang Ping. I bled for MCMAU." Fu Chongdang and the others had nothing to say. "Are you sure you bled before?" However, Fang Ping stared at them. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. They could only vote for him. They did not expect to get credits on the first day. Soon, the voting ended. Tang Feng took the votes and flipped through them. He said, "Fang Ping, 16 votes. First place. Collect the credits yourself." After saying that, Tang Feng left immediately. Fang Ping hurried forward and took the voting results. He was ready to go back and take a look. He could find someone to talk to. Seeing how busy he was, Fu Chongdang sighed. "I knew it. He runs faster than anyone else when there are benefits. Usually, if you ask him to say one more word, he'll be tired. This guy is hopeless." Chen Yunxi whispered, "It might have something to do with his poor family." Fu Chongdang rolled his eyes. "Poor, I'm poor too. Can you support me?" Fang Ping was poor. How much money did he earn just from selling pills? 40 to 50 million. Including the rewards from missions, Fang Ping had earned at least 50 million or more in the past half a year. Was he poor? If he was poor, were there any rich people in martial arts universities? Fu Chongding did not continue the conversation. He changed the topic. From tomorrow onwards, we'll officially get to know everything about the catacombs. Just thinking about it makes me excited. You guys talk. I'll go back first. As he spoke, Fang Ping returned. He said goodbye and left quickly. Seeing him leave in a hurry, Xianxia could not help but say, He's not really going to look for someone else, is he? They looked at each other. Then, Fu Chongding jogged and said, What are you waiting for? Let's go watch the show. Fang Ping would never let such a great benefit go to someone else. There was going to be a good show, everyone reacted and followed him. Fang Ping, who was in front, had already taken out his wooden box from the storage cabinet. He carried it and walked quickly toward the teaching block's entrance. Judging by his posture, he was going to block the entrance. Fu Chongding and the others were stunned. There were almost 100 people and he dared to block the entrance. This was not a group of aspiring martial artists, nor were they new students who had just enrolled. They were all ranked 2 martial artists. If this was not courting death, then what was? Tang Songting also mumbled, Is courting death a trend now? The Martial Arts Society's Qin Fengqin courted death every day, provoking the rank 4 Zhang Yu every day. Fu Chongding was also courting death, but at least he was beaten up once before he became obedient. Now, Fang Ping, who was usually quite reliable, was starting to court death. Is this the true meaning of becoming stronger? Tang Songting was deep in thought. Was it courting death to become stronger, or courting death to become stronger? At the entrance of the lecture hall, Fang Ping blocked the way and shouted, Yu Xianxia, Zhang Ziwei, Chen Pengfei, brothers and sisters, can you come out and introduce yourselves? The crowd that was about to disperse became noisy. What's this kid trying to do? Nonsense. It's obvious. He's either challenging to increase his ranking, or he wants everyone to support him and vote for him in the future. Yu Xianghua is ranked 3rd, Zhang Ziwei is 5th, and Shen Pengfei is 8th. Is he sure he's not looking for trouble? That might not be the case. He's a peak rank 2 martial artist who ranks in the top 20, after all. It's hard to say who will win. The crowd discussed in hushed voices. Soon, someone walked out from the crowd. He had a 2-pronged hairstyle and looked a little arrogant. The youth walked out and glanced at Fang Ping. He said coldly, I'm Yu Xianghua. Fang Ping was about to speak when another person walked out from the side. It was a woman with a standard oval face and long hair tied up. She looked especially capable. The woman walked out and smiled faintly. Zhang Ziwei. Chen Pengfei. The last person was a big, strong man. Chen Pengfei walked out and said with a smile, Junior Fang, you've made such a big scene. What can I do for you? Fang Ping saw that all 3 of them had come out and said with a smile, Brothers and sisters, please don't misunderstand. I just took a look. The 3 of you have a total of 32 votes. I don't have to look to know that the 3 of you are not ordinary people. However, you are all sophomores and juniors. I don't think you lack credits, so I hope the 3 of you can support us newcomers. It's not easy to be a freshman, Yu Xianghua interrupted him directly. Cut the crap. You want to get credits, and so do we. We were just discussing whether we should have a good talk. Since you've come to us, it's simple. Let's have a match. If you lose, my friends and I will vote for you. If you win, you freshmen will vote for me. It's that simple. After saying that, he asked, Can you make the decision for them? Fang Ping turned to look at Fu Chongding and the others. Fu Chongding smiled and said, I have no objections. It doesn't matter who I vote for. The others also nodded slightly. Fang Ping was the strongest among the freshmen. If he lost, then the others would not stand a chance. It was the same. Seeing this, Fang Ping smiled. All right, I agree. He then turned to the other 2 and asked, What do the 2 of you think? Chen Pengfei crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, If you win against Yu Xianghua, I can also vote for you. It's not a big deal. But if you lose and you vote for Yu Xianghua, we won't get any benefits. How about this, if you lose, just give me 30 credits. How about that? Obviously, Chen Pengfei felt that there was no need for him to fight. Even if Fang Ping defeated Yu Xianghua, he would not be Fang Ping's match. If he lost to Yu Xianghua, he would lose his ticket. There was no point in fighting. 30 credits? Fang Ping smiled. Sure, but Senior Chen can't do it alone. If I win, you have to help me get at least 10 votes. How's that? Sure. From tomorrow until the end, we are all martial artists. Don't play those petty tricks. It's meaningless. Haha, junior brother Feng is quite thoughtful. I really haven't thought about this problem. Chen Pengfei sneered. Fu Changding, who was standing at the side, looked disappointed. Were these two not going to fight? What was the point of Fang Ping fighting Yu Xianghua? Fight Chen Pengfei. After dealing with Chen Pengfei, Fang Ping looked at the only girl among the three, Zhang Ziwei. She was also the only girl in MCMAU who entered the top 20 of the rank 2 ranking list. Zhang Ziwei said lightly, if you want me to vote for you, it's simple. Win against me first. Other people's business has nothing to do with me. It was obvious that Zhang Ziwei did not think that Yu Xianghua could represent her. Yu Xianghua did not mind. He looked at Fang Ping and said, I'm not NMAU's Gu Xiong. Junior Fang, think carefully. If you get hurt and delay your progress, don't blame me for bullying you. How could I? Fang Ping chuckled. But I also want to mention that I have just entered rank 3. Senior you won't mind me fighting a rank 2 as a rank 3, right? Rank 3? Everyone's expression changed slightly. There was some commotion in the crowd. Yu Xianghua and the others did not mind too much. Zhang Ziwei said lightly, there's no difference if you haven't entered upper stage rank 3. Moreover, rank 3 is also your strength. It's all about strength. Can you stop people from improving? There was no indignation or fear. They were all students. Fang Ping breaking through to rank 3 was also due to his ability. Moreover, he was their junior. Even if there was a difference between upper stage rank 3 and rank 2, the difference was that the upper limit of vitality was slightly higher and the number of bones honed was slightly higher. There was no qualitative change. At this time, the explosive power of Fang Ping's combat techniques was equivalent to theirs. He would not hit them so hard that they could not defend themselves with a random move. Besides, Fang Ping breaking through to rank 3 actually meant that he did not have much time to cultivate combat techniques. Instead, they were more afraid of Fang Ping, who was still at peak rank 2. Just like the national championship, the two rank 2 martial artists were not as scary as peak rank 1 Han Su and Fang Wenxiang. Senior, you're bright. Fang Ping praised her and asked, then, who's going first? Someone in the crowd joked, Junior Fang is already rank 3. Why don't we go together? Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. Someone else goaded, a rank 3 against a rank 2. 1 against 2. That's normal. Otherwise, we won't be willing to vote for the junior. This was considered as changing the concept. Peak rank 2 Yu Xianghua and Zhang Ziwei were ranked 3rd and 5th respectively. Either of them alone would not be weaker than the average middle stage rank 3 martial artist. If the two of them joined forces and encountered an upper stage rank 3 martial artist, they would not be completely defenseless. Although Fang Ping had entered rank 3, there was no qualitative change. He might not even be a match for them one-on-one, let alone 1 against 2. Against the average peak rank 2 martial artists who were not on the list, Fang Ping could easily take on 3 of them. He might even be able to take on 5 of them easily. However, against the two in front of him, Zhang Ziwei and Yu Xianghua did not say anything. They looked at Fang Ping playfully. Someone in the crowd laughed again. Didn't Junior Fang say that he wanted to challenge the president? The president is a rank 4 martial artist. Could it be that this is where Junior Fang's confidence comes from? A rank 3 against a rank 2. If he's considering it, then a rank 3 against a rank 4, ha ha ha. There were people in the martial arts society who could not stand Fang Ping's arrogance. A new student. Did he think this was a normal martial arts university? He had just entered the university and he was already boasting that he wanted to challenge the president of the martial arts society. What did he think the MCMAU Martial Arts Society was? They were not familiar with each other before and did not know each other. That was fine. It was meaningless for these people to find fault with him. It was a waste of time. However, now that they met, Fang Ping was not really strong enough to make everyone feel hopeless. So what if they stabbed him a few times? Some of the peak rank 2 martial artists present were confident that they would not be afraid of Fang Ping even if they went up. MCMAU had a total of 6 people in the top 20 of the rank 2 ranking. Other than Fang Ping and the other 3 people on the field, there were 2 more people present. There were also a few rank 2 martial artists on the list. Who would be afraid of Fang Ping once they were on the list? Fang Ping. Yang Xiaoman shouted and shook her head at Fang Ping. It was obvious that these seniors wanted to see Fang Ping make a fool of himself. They wanted to pressure the freshmen as well. When the national championship was announced, the freshmen were much more famous than them. Martial artists were not saints. How could there not be jealousy and displeasure, a bunch of rank 1 martial artists? What right did they have to be valued more than them? Fang Ping originally only wanted to fight with someone and show his strength. Yu Xianghua's rank 3 actually meant everything. However, he did not expect that someone would use it as a pretext and expand the meaning. Yu Xianghua and Zhang Ziwei did not say anything. They might not really want to fight 2 against 1, but seeing that Fang Ping was in a difficult position, they were probably happy to see it happen. At this moment, Zhao Lei suddenly said, "Fang Ping, count me in. 2 against 2. I'm just an early stage rank 2. It's not considered bullying." Fang Ping glanced at him, shook his head and smiled. "No need. Since everyone wants to see if I, Fang Ping, am really just an empty shell, then I won't hold back. Senior Yu, Senior Zhang, what do you think?" Zhang Ziwei chuckled. "Junior Fang, are you sure you want to do this? It's not embarrassing if I lose. If I win, I'll let everyone know that I, Fang Ping, rarely talk big. Yu Xianghua, what about you?" Zhang Ziwei looked at Yu Xianghua. Yu Xianghua frowned slightly but quickly calmed down. He said lightly, "Fine. Junior Fang has little experience. We'll fight with you." Both of them reached an agreement. The others retreated one after another. Some had already called their friends to come and watch the show. Freshmen nowadays really did not know their limits. Rank 3 sounded like a boost, but a guy who had just entered rank 3 challenging 2 of the top 10 rank 2 martial artists in the National Martial Arts University. Did he really think that these 2 had not defeated rank 3 martial artists before? Yu Xianghua's strength was stronger than the average middle stage rank 3 martial artist. Zhang Ziwei was not far behind. MCMAU was a gathering place for geniuses. Who among these people was not a genius among geniuses? As everyone retreated, Fang Ping exhaled slightly. His expression was slightly solemn. "Barehanded or with a weapon? Up to you. A real battle doesn't care about these things." As Yu Xianghua spoke, he had already taken his eyebrush-short staff from someone else's hand. Zhang Ziwei unsheathed her sword and tossed the scabbard to someone beside her. Seeing that, Fang Ping did not hesitate. He quickly assembled his Chongdao. "Fang Ping is too impatient," Yang Xiaoman said with a frown. Fang Ping entering rank 3 was shocking. However, he had just entered rank 3. His accumulation in peak rank 2 was not that strong. Now that he was fighting 1 against 2, no one had high hopes for him. Fu Chongdang also sighed. He's too full of himself. This guy, really, he's thrice honed. He might have a chance, right? Chen Yunqi said unconfidently. His vitality has only increased a little. But vitality isn't the only thing that matters in a battle. Otherwise, why would vitality martial artists be looked down upon? The few of them discussed in low voices. The area around Fang Ping and the other 2 was empty. School of Weaponry, Freshman Fang Ping. Please advise me. School of Weaponry, Junior Yu Xianghua. School of Weaponry, Sophomore Zhang Ziwei. The 3 of them introduced themselves and saluted. In the next moment, the 3 of them moved at the same time. Yu Xianghua's short staff swept horizontally, aiming for Fang Ping's lower body. Zhang Ziwei cooperated well with him. In an instant, her longsword stabbed toward Fang Ping's throat, one above and one below, sealing off Fang Ping's path forward. Fang Ping's movements were not slow. He stepped on the ground with the tip of his foot, his Changdao slashing toward Zhang Ziwei. Zhang Ziwei was unfazed. She maintained her attack. Yu Xianghua's short staff could not be dodged so easily. As expected, Fang Ping had just stepped into the air when Yu Xianghua's short staff appeared at the side of Fang Ping's waist with a loud whistling sound. At this moment, the short staff was aimed at his waist, while the long sword was aimed at his heart instead of his throat. Fang Ping's right foot stepped on the air again, his body rising a little. His left leg swept toward the short staff, and the Changdao in his hand quickly slashed down at the long sword. Clang, a loud sound. Zhang Ziwei's longsword tilted and slashed past Fang Ping's side. Yu Xianghua's short staff, on the other hand, hit the bottom of Fang Ping's foot. Fang Ping used the force to step back and flew backward. In the next moment, Fang Ping landed on the ground. He took a few steps back, the tiles under his feet shattering. However, Zhang Ziwei and Yu Xianghua did not stop. They moved their feet and appeared in front of Fang Ping in the blink of an eye. One move and he's at a disadvantage. Fu Changding sighed. Fang Ping's current situation was very bad. Zhang Ziwei and Yu Xianghua were working together. Fang Ping could defend against one, but not the other. It was already difficult enough to defend against one, but with two of them together, Fang Ping was completely at a disadvantage. The onlookers also shook their heads. Someone chuckled and said, 1 against 2. I'm afraid our junior Fang will think that they're two ranked 2 vitality martial artists. While the crowd was talking, Fang Ping, who had been retreating, suddenly grabbed Yu Xianghua's short staff with his left hand and wielded his saber with his right. The saber moved like a phantom and instantly slashed toward Zhang Ziwei's head. Zhang Ziwei's expression changed slightly. She held her sword and took a step back. Just as she retreated, her expression changed again. She quickly wielded her sword and attacked Fang Ping's face. However, Fang Ping held on tightly to the short staff. He stomped on the ground with his heel, creating a deep hole in the ground. He used the force to retreat with Yu Xianghua. The Changdao that had been slashing toward Zhang Ziwei suddenly changed direction and hit Yu Xianghua's left arm horizontally. Yu Xianghua growled and exerted force in both arms. The short staff shook Fang Ping's left arm until it was bloody, but Fang Ping did not care. He took another step and dodged Zhang Ziwei. In the next second, the Changdao quickly hit Yu Xianghua's left arm. Yu Xianghua's expression suddenly turned to one of mockery. The muscles on his left arm bulged rapidly. The Changdao hit, and a crisp dong sounded. Childish. Yu Xianghua snorted and said 2 words. He was ranked 3rd and ranked 2 for nothing. Did Fang Ping really think that he was weak? Now that Fang Ping's left arm was injured, his plan to severely injure him had failed. Yu Xianghua could not think of a reason for him to turn the tables. As for Zhang Ziwei, who had been forced to retreat, she quickly chased after him with her sword. The tip of her sword was already stabbing toward Fang Ping's chest. Fang Ping's left hand was still wrestling with Yu Xianghua. His right hand was wielding a saber. Seeing that he could not defend, Yu Xianghua increased the force in his hand again, forcing Fang Ping to stay where he was. If he retreated and diverted the force, Yu Xianghua would be able to pull out his staff and break his spine. If he did not retreat, Zhang Ziwei's sword would pierce through his sternum. He was in a difficult position. Chen Yunqi and the others watched from the side with worry. Fang Ping was in trouble now. Zhang Ziwei and Yu Xianghua obviously had no intention of holding back. Even if they did not severely injure Fang Ping, his injuries would not be light. However, the crowd did not notice that Zhang Ziwei's expression changed again as she approached him with her sword. Fang Ping ignored her. Just as she was about to stab him with her sword, Fang Ping generously exposed his sternum to block. The Changdao that had failed to hit him earlier suddenly sped up again, a faint red glow emitting from the blade. Yu Xianghua was wrestling with Fang Ping at that moment, focusing all his strength on the short staff. Just as Zhang Ziwei stabbed Fang Ping's Changdao appeared like a phantom at Yu Xianghua's waist. A muffled bang was heard. Yu Xianghua raised his left arm to block again, but this time, his whole body trembled. The trembling had not stopped when a few more bangs were heard. A huge force came from the back of the saber, slapping Yu Xianghua's left arm until it creaked. In pain, Yu Xianghua loosened his grip. Fang Ping's left hand pushed out, pushing the force along the short staff and pushing Yu Xianghua back a few steps. Yu Xianghua retreated continuously, putting a distance between him and Fang Ping. At that moment, Zhang Ziwei had already pulled out her sword and was stabbing at him again. The stab just now had hit Fang Ping's chest, but it had created a huge resistance. Fang Ping had already condensed his blood to defend, and his sternum had been honed, so he was not seriously injured. Fang Ping had taken the opportunity to push Yu Xianghua back. Clearly, his efforts were not in vain. In the midst of everyone's dazzled eyes, while Yu Xianghua was still retreating, Fang Ping's toes touched the ground again. His bloodied left hand drew a series of afterimages in the air. Clang, 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 a rapid sound was heard. Fang Ping slapped the long sword away with his left hand and abandoned the saber with his right. Taking advantage of the gap in the longsword's movement, he hammered Zhang Ziwei's chest. Zhang Ziwei retreated quickly, but Fang Ping was chasing after her. With a roar, the red glow in his hands was almost visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, everyone saw Fang Ping catch up to Zhang Ziwei. Like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain, he hammered both of his hands into the other's chest. Zhang Ziwei blocked with her arm, but the hammered arm was bleeding profusely. Her whole body kept flying backward. The people behind her scattered hurriedly. Yu Xianghua, who was behind Fang Ping, also roared and chased after him, staff in hand. However, it was already too late. Fang Ping roared again. Under the night sky, his fists emitted an even brighter red glow. In the blink of an eye, he hammered 7 or 8 times. Crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Zhang Ziwei's arm suddenly drooped limply. Fang Ping growled again and punched with both fists, sending Zhang Ziwei flying backward. She hit the wall behind her and slowly fell to the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When everyone came back to their senses, Fang Ping had already turned around to fight Yu Xianghua. Fang Ping, who had abandoned his saber, was even more agile. His footsteps left afterimages in the air as he circled around Yu Xianghua and hammered him with heavy punches. Everyone was a little stunned. This turn of events happened too quickly. It was obvious that Fang Ping was at a disadvantage. However, no one expected that Fang Ping's target from the beginning was not Yu Xianghua, but Zhang Ziwei. When Yu Xianghua was pushed back, Fang Ping seized the opportunity and punched with both fists using manic explosion, breaking Zhang Ziwei's bones and severely injuring her. How did he do it? Someone exclaimed. It was not how Fang Ping defeated Zhang Ziwei, but how Fang Ping could wrestle with Yu Xianghua and still have the strength to defend against Zhang Ziwei's sword. Yu Xianghua being pushed back and Zhang Ziwei being severely injured had something to do with the sword's futility. If not, the two of them would not have been so easily deceived. Vitality. Someone whispered 2 words. Endless vitality. Endless vitality force surged out of his left hand, defending against Yu Xianghua. Vitality condensed in his chest, preventing the sword from severely injuring him. His right hand still had the strength to slap Yu Xianghua, almost breaking the bones in his left arm. These were all offensive and defensive techniques that consumed a lot of vitality. A normal martial artist would not be able to take care of all 3 aspects at the same time. Fang Ping did it. How much is his vitality? Did he take a pill in advance? But this transformation speed is too fast. In the midst of everyone's confusion, Fang Ping was no longer using tactics with Yu Xianghua. Relying on his strong vitality force, his fists kept throwing out consecutive slashes. Yu Xianghua could not block it at all. He could not fight Fang Ping head-on. He kept retreating and retreating. No one knew how many times Fang Ping had hammered. In the end, Yu Xianghua's hand trembled and his staff fell. Fang Ping punched his opponent's chest and sent him flying. Pfft! Yu Xianghua, who fell to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood. His hands were still trembling. On the other side, Zhang Ziwei was also shakily helped up. She clutched her chest and looked at Fang Ping, the corner of her mouth stained with blood. Thanks for letting me win. Fang Ping's aura was like a rainbow. Even though his chest and left hand were stained with blood, he was ignored. Fang Ping's aura was unstoppable. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he smiled faintly. Those who think that I, Fang Ping, am not qualified to take these credits, can continue to fight. As Fang Ping spoke, his gaze turned toward the few people who had been gossiping. Their expressions changed slightly, but no one made a sound. Chen Pengfei glanced at Yu Xianghua and the other man, then at Fang Ping. He suddenly said, "If you don't mind, can you tell me how high your vitality is?" "About 600 calories, Chen Pengfei's expression changed slightly. He nodded and did not ask any more questions. Peak rank 2 martial artists who were twice honed would not exceed 500 calories no matter how high they were. In reality, the normal limit was 480 calories, and this was for twice honed martial artists. An average martial artist's vitality was only around 400 calories. Fang Ping's vitality had reached 600 calories. When he unleashed an outburst, his power was greater and he could last longer. In addition, he had entered rank 3. His vitality limit had increased, and so had his physique. Of course, this was not the reason why the two of them were defeated. The main reason was that Fang Ping's vitality was as high as 600 calories, and he could even continuously recover his vitality. In the end, Yu Xianghua was almost completely suppressed and had no strength to fight back. Even if he wanted to use a big move, Fang Ping did not give him the chance. He slashed continuously without stopping in between. Yu Xianghua did not even have the chance to gather his strength. As for dodging and escaping, what was the point of sparring then? It was already 2 against 1, so it would be even more embarrassing to run and hide. Moreover, Fang Ping was not slow. The explosive power of his consecutive slashes was not too great. His main strength lay in the fact that he could slash continuously. However, Fang Ping had put in a lot of effort into his stepping techniques. These days, he had been practicing his stepping techniques in his free time. According to Fang Ping's plan, even if he could not defeat them, he would still be able to outrun them. Coupled with his continuous vitality, he could outrun a large group of martial artists who were as fast as him. His speed was not slow, and he kept slashing. This kind of martial artist was extremely difficult to deal with. Unless he could severely injure Fang Ping in one move, there was almost no hope of winning. Fang Ping saw that everyone was silent. He sneered and said nothing. Everyone thought that it was difficult for him to defeat Gu Xiong. Yes, it was difficult, but that was because he did not use his wealth to replenish his vitality. That time, Fang Ping had relied on himself to fight. But now that he was fighting 1 against 2, he would be an idiot if he still insisted on this idea. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to appear too cowardly, he wouldn't have needed to get injured to lure Zhang Ziwei into the trap. He could have just engaged in a battle of attrition and dragged the two of them to death. He had dealt with Zhang Ziwei quickly. He had suffered some minor injuries, but this was still tolerable. It was also the main reason why he had ended the battle quickly. "I'll vote for you from now on." Yu Xianghua picked up the short stick, and without another word, he quickly left, his footsteps somewhat unsteady. Some of the bones in his left arm were fractured, and his chest was severely injured. It would take at least a week for him to fight again. As for Zhang Ziwei, her injuries were more serious. Fang Ping had not held back at all in order to finish off an opponent earlier. Zhang Ziwei's arm was not fractured, but it was really fractured. Without a good healing pill and a grade 2 bone-tempering pill, he wouldn't be able to recover even after a month. As for the final 2 punches, Yang Xiaoman and the others had a strange look in their eyes at this moment. Zhang Ziwei found it difficult to even speak. She glanced at Fang Ping and slowly walked away with the help of a girl. After the two of them left, Chen Pengfei chuckled. "Don't look at me. I'm probably not your opponent. Voting is a small matter. You, on the other hand, are destined to fight Xiaolei. It's only a matter of time." "Zhang Ziwei is his girlfriend. TSK, you beat her up like this. If I were Xiaolei, I'd come looking for you tonight." Chen Pengfei chuckled. Fang Ping did not go easy on her. He had beaten up Xiaolei's girlfriend until her chest caved in. If it were him, he would probably come looking for revenge immediately. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Then, he said calmly, "If he really comes, I'll take him on." If Xiaolei really came looking for him, Fang Ping would definitely not be his opponent. When that happened, Fang Ping could not be blamed for killing him. Fang Ping would definitely not agree to go to the arena. A chase was fine. At most, he would run for a few hours. Even if Fang Ping could not beat Xiaolei to death, he would tire him out. Chen Pengfei laughed loudly. He did not say anything else and walked away. Fu Chongding looked unhappy. Chen Pengfei suddenly turned his head and said, "Fu Chongding, is your butt healed?" "Bastard." Fu Chongding was so angry that he looked like he was going to fight him to the death. Chen Pengfei laughed loudly and left quickly. He did not want to tangle with him. The others were about to leave when Fang Ping suddenly said, "Before the start of the next semester, I'll challenge the president of the Martial Arts Society. Everyone better pray that you won't be working under me." Fang Ping snorted, picked up his Chongdao, and walked away. Did a bunch of old guys not know that one should not bully the young for being poor? He was only a freshman, if he could not become the president in his freshman year, what about in his sophomore year? These guys had not even graduated yet. Now they were gossiping about him. If he became the president of the Martial Arts Society, everyone looked at each other. After a while, someone said helplessly, "Is it possible for a sophomore to advance to rank 4? If he advanced to rank 4, he would definitely become the president." Someone coughed dryly and said, "Let the president hold on a little longer. He won't retire until he graduates. We're all juniors now. When he becomes the president, it'll have nothing to do with us." Everyone looked at each other. Some of the juniors looked like they agreed. If Zhang Yu did not retire before he graduated, then Fang Ping would not be promoted. Who was afraid that Fang Ping would make things difficult for them? As for those who were still in their sophomore year, they had to pray for the best. Who knew, there might be some strong people in their sophomore year. Compared to Fang Ping, Xiaolei had a higher chance of becoming the president. Luckily, he hit Zhang Ziwei, someone laughed. After beating up Zhang Ziwei, Fang Ping had truly created an opponent for himself. Xiaolei might not find trouble with him now, but once he advanced to upper stage rank 3, Xiaolei would definitely find trouble with him. His girlfriend had been beaten up so badly, and he did not even know if her chest had collapsed. Any man could not stand it. "Fang Ping, are you okay?" On the other side, Xianxia saw that his left hand was covered in blood. There were also bloodstains on his chest. She could not help but ask. Fang Ping shook his head and said nonchalantly, "It's just a few broken bones. My vitality has been depleted. I can't afford a rank 2 bone honing pill anyway. I'll just wait for my bones to heal themselves." "Broken bones?" "Yeah, just a few broken bones. It's not a big deal." "Then, Yunqi," Yang Xiaoman shouted. She glared at Fang Ping and said angrily, "Can you not bully an honest person?" Fang Ping looked surprised. He asked curiously, "What happened to me?" Yang Xiaoman was speechless. "What happened to you? Why are you acting pitiful? Do you really think we can't tell?" Fang Ping looked confused. He said gloomily, "Who did I bully? My bones are broken, but they're my own. I just don't have money. I'm a poor person. The children of poor families take charge of their own affairs at an early age. They can endure pain and suffer. I'm used to it." Fu Chongding felt like he wanted to die. He interrupted, "That's enough. Don't try to fool Yunqi. If your bones are really broken, take out a few dozen bone honing pills and swallow them right now." He did not know Fang Ping well enough. If he was seriously injured, this guy would be extremely generous to him. Chen Yunqi had also reacted. Her face was flushed, obviously angry. Fang Ping was helpless. "I was just saying. I'll fool as many as I can. Why are all of you doing this?" "I didn't fool anyone, okay? You guys don't understand me at all. Forget it. There's no point in saying more. I, Fang Ping, will bear all the pain alone." "Stop." Fu Chongding interrupted him again. He did not continue the topic, but went back to the main topic. "When did you break through rank 3? "When I returned to school." "Why didn't you tell me?" "Nonsense. You didn't even ask. Wouldn't it be a blow to you guys if I told you?" There was nothing wrong with what he said. It was a blow to them. Rank 3, the few of them sighed. They were a little hopeless from the blow. Their freshman year was not over yet, they could not continue this topic. Fu Chongding asked again, what do you think about the team? Fang Ping said as he walked, what else can I think? We're all freshmen. Will the seniors bring us into the team? If they really want to join, I have no problem. I'm afraid no one will say no. But forget it. It's boring. Let's continue to form a team. As he said that, Fang Ping looked at Zhao Lei, who had been silent all this while. He said, ask your instructor to open the back door for us. He's pretty much in charge of the school's daily affairs now. There are 2 students in our team, after all. It shouldn't be hard to give us a few thousand credits. Zhao Lei did not look at him, nor did he reply. Yang Xiaoman was speechless. You go and say it yourself. If you don't die, we can try again. Heh. Do you think I'm stupid? Go and seek death on my own accord. After some thought, Fang Ping sighed again. The instructors are not doing their best. My instructor is also very stingy, Zhao Xuemei explained softly. The instructor is quite nice. The day before yesterday, he gave me 10 rank 2 bone honing pills at half price. Fang Ping, that's too much. Fang Ping's expression changed again and again. Old Lu was blatantly bullying him and discriminating against him. Everyone held back their laughter. He deserved it. Lu Fengger saw him selling pills every day. Obviously, she would not give him pills at half price and let him resell them. Zhao Xuemei was different. She cultivated seriously and had never done such a thing. Her character was guaranteed. As for Fang Ping, moreover, Fang Ping did not lack pills. At least, that was what Lu Fengger thought. She had never seen Fang Ping's progress stop because of a lack of resources. If Fang Ping could not increase his rank now because he lacked pills, Lu Fengger would not be like this. What the instructors needed to do was to provide help in times of need, not to add flowers to a brocade and waste limited resources. When Fang Ping and the others returned to their dormitory, the news that Fang Ping had defeated Yu Xianghua and Zhang Ziwei spread like wildfire. Martial Arts Society. Zhou Yan looked at Zhang Yu, who was still handling documents, and could not help saying, Fang Ping is rank 3 now. Yes. His freshman year hasn't ended yet, what are you trying to say? His progress is too fast, even faster than NMAU's Wang Jinyang. I'm worried that he'll achieve peak rank 3 soon. Then, Zhang Yu put down his pen and looked up. Worried that I'll lose to him? No. Zhou Yan shook her head, but she was still slightly worried. Why don't you leave the Martial Arts Society and focus on cultivation? You haven't achieved middle stage rank 4 yet. I heard that Wang Jinyang has achieved middle stage rank 4. He broke through later than you. Once one reached rank 4, their progress would slow down. Wang Jinyang broke through in October last year. It was April now. It had only been half a year, but he had already become a middle stage rank 4 martial artist. Zhang Yu had broken through in May last year. It had been almost a year now. His inability to break through had something to do with him staying in the Martial Arts Society. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. Are you afraid that Fang Ping will catch up to my progress? He's only just achieved rank 3. Do you really think he can surpass me? This, Zhou Yan was speechless, but she quickly said, if he can't, what about Qin Fengqing? That guy is now peak rank 3. He can achieve rank 4 at any time. If he really loses to Fang Ping, I don't think it's a big deal. But if he loses to Qin Fengqing, with that temper of his, don't even think about stopping. It's not the first time you've beaten him up. Zhang Yu's expression changed slightly. That sticky candy, if Qin Fengqing really achieved rank 4, it would not end with just a fight. Zhang Yu had no doubt that if Qin Fengqing really became the president of the Martial Arts Society, the Martial Arts Society would become a wet market, with fights breaking out every day. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu said in a low voice, it's time to cultivate. I've achieved rank 4 for almost a year. During this time, pay more attention to the Martial Arts Society. I'll go to the catacombs first. When I come back, I'll break through to middle stage rank 4. As for Fang Ping, that kid was still far from it. If he was not upper stage rank 3, he would not feel any pressure. Zhou Yan nodded. She sighed and said, Qin Fengqing of the same batch, CLA of the sophomore year, Fang Ping of the freshman year. President, I think it will be difficult for you to hold on to your position as president for the next year. She did not underestimate Xianxia, but the others were trying their best to catch up. If this went on, the progress of rank 4 was already slow. Once someone caught up, they would definitely come to challenge Xianxia. The position of MCMAU Martial Arts Society president was not that easy to sit on. Other than that, the university's rank 5 students were about to graduate at the end of this semester. As the president of the Martial Arts Society, if Xianxia could not achieve rank 5 before graduation, then the university's rank 5 students might be cut off for the next year. The new students were getting stronger, but the older students were getting weaker. As the president of the Martial Arts Society, Xianxia would probably be criticized. Zhou Yan did not say this out loud, but Xianxia knew it in his heart. Yes, it was almost the graduation season. The few rank 5 seniors in the senior year were about to leave. In fact, those few were not in the university now. They were either in other places or in the catacombs. They were still MCMAU students, though. Once they graduated, they would be graduates. The university's rank 5 students would be gone in an instant. His mind was in a mess when Xianxia suddenly said, "What do you think about letting Fang Ping join the Martial Arts Society?" Join the Martial Arts Society? If he joins as the vice president, both he and Xia Lei will have hopes of achieving rank 5 before graduation. Xianxia said softly, "Actually, it doesn't matter if I'm the president or not." However, the president of CCMAU's Martial Arts Society has already achieved peak rank 4. NMAU's Wang Jinyang has also achieved middle stage rank 4. SNMAU's president is also about to achieve middle stage rank 4. At the end of this year, martial arts universities will hold a championship. However, from what I know, it might not be a new student championship, but a martial arts society championship. The first championship was handed over to the new students to decide the outcome. The second championship might not be the same. Whether a university was strong or not depended on the student powerhouses that emerged from their student training. The Martial Arts Society was the representative of the student powerhouses. Xianxia deduced that the championship at the end of this year might be the Martial Arts Society's representative. Zhou Yan did not know what to say. MCMAU students from the previous years were all showing their talents now. However, they, who were about to become seniors, seemed a little weak. Xianxia might also feel a little powerless. Regarding Xiangxia's suggestion, Zhou Yan thought for a while before saying, "We'll see next semester. Also, don't lose to Fang Ping, or else," Xianxia chuckled. "I won't." What happened on the first night was known by the whole school the next day. When he arrived at the classroom during the day, the students in the class all had strange looks in their eyes. Rank 3. Before the end of his freshman year, Fang Ping had already stepped into rank 3. This kind of speed put others to shame. There were not many rank 3 martial artists in the entire MCMAU. At the end of the semester, there would be even fewer seniors graduating. Currently, many rank 3 martial artists were year 4 students. It was not only MCMAU that was like this, but other schools as well. At the end of the semester, every school would fall into a temporary trough. At that time, other than a limited number of rank 4 martial artists, there would not be more than 50 rank 3 martial artists in MCMAU. In the coming year, this figure would continue to rise. In other words, by the next semester, Fang Ping would be considered a big shot among the students. For example, when Fang Ping had just entered the university, Qin Fengqing had just achieved rank 3. At that time, Qin Fengqing was considered one of the top students in the university. Otherwise, he would not have become the vice president. In fact, it was even more obvious this time. Currently, Qin Fengqing's batch of juniors were not as good as the current batch of seniors. There were many prodigies among MCMAU's current batch of seniors. Whether or not Qin Fengqing's performance would be even more outstanding would depend on how many experts would emerge in the final year. Fang Ping did not care about everyone's gazes. He listened attentively to the lecture, and then dozed off. Fang Ping was looking forward to the catacombs general knowledge class at night. Previously, Bai Ruoshi had talked a little about it, but not too much. Most of it was superficial. Speaking of Bai Ruoshi, Fang Ping suddenly turned his head and said, "I haven't seen teacher Bai recently. Is she not in school?" Xianxia was in a daze when Fang Ping suddenly scratched his head, startling her. She inhaled slightly and said, "He went out." "What a pity." Xianxia looked doubtful. Fang Ping lamented, "Then it won't be instructor by coming to class tonight. I hope it won't be old Tang." It was a class after all, so it was better for the teacher to be pleasing to the eye. If Tang Feng really came to teach, Fang Ping would lose all hope. However, when he thought about it, it was unlikely. Peak rank 6 Tang Feng was not that free. The students of the special training class were actually looking forward to the evening class. Everyone now knew about the catacombs. However, he really did not know the specifics. He only had a vague understanding. The rank 2 martial artists dozed off during the day's lessons. After dinner, all of them were in high spirits and quickly ran to the teaching building. In the classroom, everyone sat obediently, each holding a notebook to take notes, some holding a mobile phone to take photos. At this time, there was a bit of a university atmosphere. Previously, all of them looked like gangsters. Yu Xianghua and Zhang Ziwei had arrived as well. Their faces were still a little pale. They did not look at Fang Ping as they entered the classroom, minding their own business as they walked to their own circle of friends. Fang Ping was not in the mood to entertain them. He sat upright and still, waiting for the teacher to enter the door. They didn't have to wait for long. Soon, an old teacher with white hair entered the room. "Hello, my name is Yubo." The old teacher's attitude was very gentle. He smiled and introduced himself. Then, he said, "Next, I'll be teaching you the history of the catacombs." The history of the catacombs can be traced back to the distant past. The old professor's first sentence attracted everyone's attention. Someone couldn't help but say, "Teacher, it's not 1920, the old professor smiled and said, 1920 was the third entrance to the catacombs that was opened, not the first. Tracing back, the first entrance to the catacombs was clearly recorded to have been discovered in 1303. Or should I say, even earlier. In 1303, there was a huge earthquake in Xishan province. According to the history of the Yuan dynasty, the earth split into a canal, and the people were crushed to death 700 years? Everyone was shocked. Bairuashi did not mention that the first entrance to the catacombs was discovered 700 years ago. The old professor smiled and said, "It's just our deduction. It might not be true. After all, we don't know what happened 700 years ago. However, our deduction is based on evidence. There's a sect in Xishan called Guangxing Temple. It's been around for thousands of years. According to the Guangxing Temple's records, as well as the records of the predecessors, 700 years ago, the predecessors of Guangxing Temple discovered the world of immortals." Everyone's interest was instantly aroused. The world of immortals? Yes. According to the predecessors of Guangxing Temple, the discovery of the world of immortals was also an accident. An expert from Guangxing Temple stepped into the world of immortals. After that, he returned. Not long after he returned, there was a huge earthquake. The predecessors who discovered the world of immortals and returned were severely injured in the earthquake. After that, they kept repeating the words "mortals should not covet it, and the immortals and gods will punish the human world." After that, the predecessors died in fear. From this, we can deduce that the predecessors of Guangxing Temple discovered the entrance to the catacombs. After that, the entrance to the catacombs expanded violently, causing the earthquake. Other than that, the first entrance is in Xishan province. This is also a clear proof. Fang Ping was slightly puzzled. He asked, "Teacher, then in the past 700 years, there have been no catacombs creatures invading?" The old professor smiled and said, "This is not strange. The catacombs are huge, so huge that we can't explore them. When the entrance to the catacombs appeared, the creatures might not have known. When the catacombs' abnormal movements caused disasters, it was not only a man-made disaster but also a natural disaster. As long as the entrance expanded, it would cause a disaster on Earth. Therefore, the earthquake was not purely because the catacombs creatures attacked the entrance. In fact, the entrance to the catacombs was also expanding. When the first entrance appeared, it was not surprising that the catacombs creatures did not discover it. Their social system is similar to our historical dynasty. At that time, it was understandable that the catacombs creatures could not find the entrance. Also, even if they found it, they might not be able to break through the entrance. The old professor continued, "Why do the catacombs creatures want to attack the catacombs entrance? It is because they are restricted. There is actually a space separation between Earth and the catacombs. You can think of it as a space-time tunnel or a teleportation array. After many years of research, we found that this may be a one-way tunnel. Humans can enter it voluntarily, but if the catacombs creatures want to enter Earth, they need to break through the space separation." As the old professor spoke, he once again mocked himself. Perhaps, this is a form of compensation the universe gives to the weak. The weak can enter the domain of the strong because they can't affect anything. But for the strong to enter the domain of the weak, they have to pay a certain price to prevent the weak from going extinct. When the first entrance appeared, it could have been the catacombs creatures. They did not have the ability to break through this boundary. We suspect that the power of the space separation has been declining for the past 700 years. 700 years ago, this power might have been very strong. It was so strong that even a rank 9 powerhouse could not break through. Now, it has reached the point where a rank 3 martial artist can break through. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He asked again, "Teacher, do you mean that the power of this isolation is still weakening, and in the future, rank 1 martial artists may be able to break through it?" "It should be so." The old professor sighed. This situation is actually very obvious. The strange movements in the catacombs in recent years have something to do with this. In the past, the power of the isolation was strong. Many catacombs creatures were actually not very enthusiastic about attacking the catacombs door. After all, to walk out of the catacombs, they needed the ability of rank 3 and above. But now, once the power of the isolation is weakened again, it means that the catacombs army can march straight in. Everyone did not feel too much, but someone asked curiously, "The catacombs door was not opened by the catacombs creatures?" The old professor shook his head. "I'm not sure. It might not have been in the beginning, but now, according to the powerhouses, it has something to do with the catacombs creatures. In the beginning, this kind of space tunnel might have appeared unintentionally. After the catacombs creatures found out about the tunnel, it was a new world. The catacombs powerhouses may have taken the initiative to open the tunnel. This is because the speed at which the entrances have appeared in the past few years has been too fast, and they have all appeared in a planned pattern." Fu Changding was shocked. "Doesn't this mean that there are powerhouses in the catacombs who can break through space?" The old professor chuckled. "You don't have to scare yourself. You don't understand the concept of breaking through space. It is a power that is so extreme that it cannot be achieved. Even the center of the explosion of a nuclear bomb cannot break through space. If such a powerhouse really appeared, wouldn't the human race have gone extinct a long time ago? We speculate that the catacombs door was originally a space tunnel that was hidden. Then, it was discovered by the other party. Then, it was used and slowly developed, finally forming the catacombs door. If this is the case, the catacombs powerhouses are not invincible and destructive powerhouses. This is because our Grandmaster powerhouses can actually make use of the catacombs door. If many Grandmaster powerhouses join forces, they can also temporarily seal this tunnel. Over at Tiannan, it is currently in a state of lockdown. Of course, a huge price has to be paid. Unless it is an emergency, Grandmasters will not do this. Moreover, it is only a temporary seal. Once a powerhouse from the other side attacks, the boundary will be broken very quickly. The reason I'm saying all this is to tell everyone that if our Grandmasters can temporarily seal the tunnel and the catacombs powerhouses can expand it, then the consequences will not be catastrophic." The old professor's meaning was very clear. If Grandmasters could do it, the catacombs creatures expanding the tunnel should also be within the limits of Grandmasters. As the old professor continued to explain, Fang Ping and the others rarely asked questions. Instead, they listened attentively. The first catacombs entrance was in Xishan. It should have appeared 700 years ago. The second catacombs entrance was in Shiwei. It should have appeared 450 years ago. After that, the third entrance appeared. In the northwest region Shiyuan province, a huge earthquake occurred in 1920. This was the clearest recorded appearance of the catacombs entrance. The first few entrances all appeared in the west. Then, they appeared in the north and east one after another. Now, according to speculation, the next entrance's appearance would appear in the south. This was the traceable history of the catacombs. The old professor also shared some speculations in the industry. Some people speculate that this is actually a sign of the fusion of the worlds. Before the fusion, the space will be turbulent. The opening of each tunnel will cause natural disasters. This is caused by the fluctuations of the space. Of course, this speculation can't be confirmed for now. According to their theory, in this case, in the end, there will be no more catacombs entrances. Because the worlds will fuse, the two worlds will become one, just like the various continents now, becoming one world. Everyone could not help but think. If they really fused into one, how terrifying would that be? The catacombs was obviously much stronger than the human world. As they were thinking, the old professor laughed again. Actually, many people are eager to fuse. If they really fuse, some of the rules may be broken. For example, their immortality. When they enter Earth. The catacombs are not the era of technology. Once they lose their immortality, do you think that the catacombs will definitely win against humans? Of course, this is just speculation. We can't take the risk. Those who take the risk are evil sects. The old professor's tone became cold. Many evil sect martial artists have this mentality. Open the entrances and let the catacombs creatures invade. Maybe if there are more catacombs creatures, the fusion of the worlds will speed up. These people are no longer fit to be called humans. Don't they know how many humans will die once the entrances are opened? Just to satisfy their fantasies and speculations, they have to experiment with the survival of humans? It's not like the catacombs creatures have never invaded before. The result was a massacre, an endless massacre. Someone actually came up with a strange idea. When more people die, the vitality force they emit is a necessary condition to open the passageway. According to them, when billions of people die, the passageway will be fully opened and the worlds will begin to fuse. Some ambitious people are even considering using the power of science and technology to conquer the catacombs after the fusion. How ridiculous, how pathetic. Fang Ping could not help but feel a chill in his heart. At this moment, he finally knew what evil sect martial artists were. Teacher, are you saying that the evil sect's aim is to let the catacombs creatures invade, slaughter humans, and then wait for the worlds to fuse? Not all, but some evil sects have this aim. Someone could not help but curse, they're crazy. If all humans die, even if they conquer the catacombs, what's the point? The old professor shook his head. They're lunatics. What does it have to do with them if everyone else dies? There are lunatics, ambitious people, and cowards in the evil sects. In short, if you meet them and kill all of them, there might be injustice, but if you kill 9 out of 10, there will definitely be fish that slip through the net. These people's deaths are not to be regretted. If you meet them outside in the future, don't feel guilty no matter how many you kill. Many of these rank 2 martial artists had done missions and encountered evil sect martial artists before. Departments like the military department killed evil sect martial artists without mercy. There were almost no requests to arrest them. In the past, everyone thought that it was too cruel. Now that they knew the evil sect's aim, everyone instantly felt that those people deserved to die. Countless soldiers and martial artists were resisting the catacombs invasion at the front line. These people actually had the idea of letting them enter Earth. When the time came, even if the world rules were really broken and the catacombs creatures could be killed, how many people would die? A few 100 million? A few billion? It might even be the price of humanity's extinction. In this hour, the old professor talked about the origin of the catacombs, talked about evil sects, and talked about the current 22 entrances and branch locations in Sino Nation. He also talked about many speculations and judgments in the industry, as well as some sect matters. For example, Guanxing Temple, the first sect to discover the catacombs entrance, still existed today. In Xishan, Guanxing Temple still had a grandmaster powerhouse keeping watch. It was also one of the pillars of the sect world. Everyone listened with great interest. Before they knew it, the time was up. The old professor smiled and said, "We'll continue tomorrow." Everyone was a little disappointed. This was much more interesting than cultural studies, but it was only an hour. Right, there's still a voting process. everyone, vote now and distribute the credit rewards for today. The old professor thought of this and said. Fang Ping became active instantly and took the initiative to help collect the votes. After collecting the votes, Fang Ping looked at them one by one. He remembered when he was collecting the votes just now. Fang Ping, 42 votes, the highest. Zhang Ziwei, 17 votes. Yu Xianxia, 8 votes. Fang Ping glanced at the two of them with a smile, but they could not be bothered with him. Those votes were cast by others and had nothing to do with them. They could only restrain their friends. Fang Ping did not look at them anymore. It was fine as long as he was in the lead. When he was no longer in the lead, he would treat these people to tea. After the class ended, everyone discussed in low voices as they walked. Whether it was the time of the catacombs' appearance, the so-called world fusion theory, or the existence of evil sect martial artists, they were all the center of everyone's topics. Fu Chongding said a few words and suddenly said, "Actually, I'm more interested in the sections. What do you guys think sect martial artists are like?" Up until now, everyone had not come into contact with sect martial artists. Hearing him say this, everyone was a little interested. In everyone's eyes, the term sect was synonymous with being backward and ignorant. In the remaining time, Fang Ping continued honing his bones and cultivating his combat techniques while attending the special training classes. Gradually, he formed a rough impression of the catacombs in his mind. This impression was solidified when the instructor led everyone to MCMAU South Building No. 2 to look at the topographic map. Building No. 2. The hall spanned thousands of square meters. The only thing that existed was a huge, modernized sand table. The old professor who led the team walked into the hall and said with a smile, "The third floor is the simulated topographic map of the Magic City catacombs. The fourth floor is the Donglin catacombs topographic map. The fifth floor is the Donghu catacombs map. Currently, MCMAU only has the maps of these three places. The military department has the entire map. The catacombs is just a general term. We prefer to add a prefix in front of it because the 22 catacombs entrances are not connected. Maybe they are connected, but at least humans have not explored to this extent yet. For so many years, no one has been able to reach the next entrance from this entrance. As for all of us, we are preparing to enter the Magic City catacombs next. In the catacombs, we can't use technology or take pictures. Phones and cameras will lose their power source if we bring them in, therefore, these maps are made by humans bit by bit, probing bit by bit, and finally summarized into a simulated sand table." Fang Ping and the others were no longer in the mood to listen to what he was saying. At this moment, everyone was staring at the sand table. Is this a city? Probably a village. Why is the city so small? What's the scale of this sand table? I didn't know the catacombs were like this. I thought it was a group of savages, primitive people. Many people knew that the catacombs, like Earth, had its own civilization. However, many people thought that the creatures in the catacombs lived in an era where they ate raw meat and drank blood. Now, however, when the sand table appeared, everyone realized that they were wrong. On the sand table, there were many cities. The conspicuous tall city walls were telling everyone that the catacombs were not a savage society. They had their own civilization and their own social system. They might not be as advanced as Earth, but everyone took different paths. This was not a difference in the level of civilization. Fang Ping glanced at it briefly and frowned. He asked softly, "Instructor, the standard on the map is 13 cities. In other words, Magic City's catacombs can accommodate 13 cities? How big are these cities? What's the population?" The instructor in charge shook his head and said, "Not 13. Remember, we have only detected 13 cities so far." The meaning of these words was completely different from Fang Ping's. Zhang Ziwei, who was not far away, said mildly, "Maybe we can treat every catacombs entrance as its own world, and not as a whole. Currently, we can only probe up to this distance in the Magic City catacombs world. The price we have to pay is extremely heavy. MCMAU's 3 grandmasters were sacrificed in this process." Obviously, she knew more than Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not care about this. Instead, he frowned and said, if that's the case, the catacombs entrance appearing on the surface might not necessarily appear in the corresponding position of the catacombs. Perhaps this kind of space passageway appears irregularly? His words were a little convoluted, but the tutor still understood. The old professor smiled and said, that's right. For example, there's an entrance in Donglin. It's 600 kilometers away from the entrance to Magic City. Based on this location, we should be able to find the East Forest entrance if we enter from the Magic City entrance and keep heading east. But currently, there were Grandmaster experts who had explored 3,000 kilometers to the east, but they still could not find the existence of the entrance. If they continued to head east, it would be a boundless ocean. This means that the catacombs are so big that there is no limit. They are tens or hundreds of times bigger than our Earth. Otherwise, it means that the space passageway's appearance is random. There is no connection between the surface and the catacombs. There's another possibility. When he mentioned the last possibility, the old professor glanced at Zhang Ziwei. It's just like what Zhang Ziwei said. Every catacombs entrance is actually an independent world. However, the military department's Commander Li denied this theory. Commander Li said that he once felt the aura of the powerhouses inside the catacombs entrance in the east when he was at the catacombs entrance in the north. The military department's Commander Li? Everyone's interest was piqued. The number one Grandmaster in Sino Nation was the military department's Commander-in-Chief, Li Zhen. That's right. Commander Li said it. The old professor sighed and said, this is not good news. We would rather it be an independent world than for the catacombs to be a whole. However, Commander Li's words should be true. Since he felt it, a Grandmaster powerhouse like him would not make a wrong judgment. This also means that the catacombs are actually connected. They are also in the same world. The reason why we did not detect other entrances is probably due to our strength and the fact that the catacombs are too big. Just the Magic City catacombs alone will take 3,000 kilometers to the east and 2,000 kilometers to the west. The distance from east to west is at least 5,000 kilometers. As for north and south, we will be in the southernmost part of the catacombs. Behind us is also a vast ocean. It is impossible to detect how big the ocean is. All the powerhouses who travel far have fallen in the ocean. Maybe they lost their way. As for the north, it is the gathering place of the catacombs creatures. We can only go in for about 1,000 kilometers. Any further and we will enter the depths of the catacombs. It is extremely dangerous. The distance from east to west is 5,000 kilometers. The limit of the detection from north to south is 1,000 kilometers. Fang Ping looked at the sand table in front of him. It was similar to a long strip. Did this not mean that it was 5 million square kilometers in size? Fang Ping swallowed and said softly, Instructor, what you mean is that the area of the Magic City catacombs that has been detected is as big as half of Sino Nation? That's right. This is still not a complete exploration. Fang Ping swallowed again. If the exploration is complete, the area of an entrance might be as big as Sino Nation? The old professor nodded again and said meaningfully, it might be bigger than Sino Nation. This is also hard to say. No one knows what is in the depths of the ocean in the south. What about the depths of the north? We have not detected the limit of the area in all directions. Therefore, you can see the 22 catacombs entrances as 22 worlds. This is also possible. After all, Commander Li is the only one who has discovered similar powerhouses' auras. This means that the creatures of the middle and lower levels of the catacombs are still unable to pass through the next entrance. One entrance, one world. It might be bigger than Sino Nation. At this moment, Fang Ping truly understood why everyone regarded the catacombs as a crisis of the world. It was too big. In Sino Nation, there were currently 22 entrances. Even if it was calculated according to the area that had been detected in Magic City, 22 catacombs was equivalent to the size of 11 Sino Nations, an area of more than 100 million square kilometers, Asia, less than 45 million square kilometers. The second largest continent, Africa, was about 30 million square kilometers. The third largest continent, North America, was about 24 million square kilometers. As for the other few continents, they were even smaller. The 7 continents that humans had discovered so far had a total area of about 150 million square kilometers. As for Sino Nation, just the area of the catacombs that had been detected was close to the size of Earth's landmass. The other countries were about the same. Right now, the area of the catacombs entrances that had been discovered all over the world was about 1 billion square kilometers, more than the landmass of 6 Earths. There are only 13 cities in such a big place. Fang Ping suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. 5 million square kilometers. On the surface of Sino Nation, there would be 100 or 200 prefecture-level cities and close to 1,000 county towns. As for the population in the south, it would be as much as 700 or 800 million. There were only 13 cities in the catacombs. No matter how big it was, the population would not be too big. The old professor also confirmed this point. The population of the catacombs is not too big. We can't do in-depth exploration of the later ones. However, from the entrance, we have encountered the first city many times. The population is about 2 million, and the army is about 200,000. They have their own social system. Not all of them are soldiers. They also have normal people, a lot of them. The population of Magic City's catacombs is about 30 million and above. The combat army is about 3 million. Currently, what we need to face is only the first city in the catacombs. We have named it Skygate City. Skygate? Fang Ping furrowed his brows. This name is enough to elevate them. The old professor shook his head and sighed softly. Back then, maybe everyone had a glimmer of hope. Maybe, as the ancestors of Guangxing Temple said, this is the immortal world. Skygate. Skygate. Skygate, what a pity, the old professor sighed again and again. It was a pity that all these years, the catacombs had only brought death and destruction. No one had any extravagant hopes anymore. This was not the immortal world. It was just a beautiful fantasy of mankind. Xianxia said, Instructor, if that's the case, Magic City only needs to face the other party's 200,000 combat soldiers? Only? The old professor laughed. Do you know how strong the catacombs are? 10% of their combat soldiers are martial artists. They have their own martial artist army. A pure martial artist army. In a place like the catacombs where cold weapons are king, you have no idea how scary a martial artist army of 20,000 people is. Xianxia could not help but ask, doesn't our military department have a martial artist army too? It's different. The military department has indeed trained many martial artists in recent years. Currently, there are more than 1 million martial artists in Sino Nation, be it vitality martial artists or combat martial artists. However, the military department is not all. There are many martial artists in the military department. If you add up all the military regions, I'm afraid there are no less than 200,000 people, which is double the number of students in martial arts universities. However, the military department needs to be stationed at 22 entrances. That's a very small number. Moreover, the surface society also needs the military department to suppress the evil sects, which has delayed a portion of martial artists. There are less than 5,000 martial artists from the military department stationed in Magic City's catacombs. Therefore, we've always been in a defensive position. Moreover, they have 13 cities. Even if they really concentrate all their forces and wipe out Skygate City, what will happen next? After our battle with Skygate City, there will be almost no casualties. Once the cities behind us send in reinforcements, we will definitely be wiped out. Now that we're in a tug-of-war with Skygate City, the cities behind us will not send in reinforcements. The catacombs' domain awareness is very strong. As long as Skygate City is not at a disadvantage and asks for help, most of the other cities will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. According to our observations, the catacombs does not seem to have a centralized central government. Cities are independent units. In other words, our military and martial artists in the catacombs can only go against Skygate City. Wrong. The old professor shook his head again. We're not going against them. We're barely defending ourselves. We're no match for Skygate City. Of course, this is referring to field battles. They won't dare to attack our base with full force. First, our base is heavily guarded. They've suffered great losses before. Second, in an emergency, we've sent out many grandmasters to encircle and annihilate them. If it weren't for the support from the cities behind us, Skygate City would naturally be no match for the entire Sino nation. However, our grandmaster powerhouses can't enter wantonly. We can't destroy Skygate City unless we have the confidence to go against the 13 cities. Not to mention, there are still terrifying powerhouses further north of the 13 cities. If too many human grandmasters gather, it's very likely that these terrifying powerhouses will be drawn out. Capital City's catacombs happened once 70 years ago. At that time, there were less than 100 grandmasters in Sino Nation. They gathered more than 40 grandmasters to annihilate Capital City's catacombs. In the end, many unknown terrifying powerhouses appeared in the depths of the catacombs. In the end, 16 Sino Nation grandmasters fell. That battle also damaged the foundation of Sino Nation. Capital City Martial Arts University was almost destroyed in that battle. The vice-chancellor, and the deans of various schools all died in battle. Speaking of the past, the old professor could not help but sigh. In recent years, Capital City Martial Arts University had lost many grandmasters in battle. Actually, it had something to do with this kind of war. In the Catacombs War, martial arts universities that were established later like MCMAU rarely participated. Capital City Martial Arts University had always been the main force. This had also led to the death of grandmasters in battle since the university was founded. Fang Ping and the others felt slightly aggrieved. So, we can only defend? If they fought, they would not be able to win in a small-scale fight. If they fought on a large scale, it would put Sino Nation's future on the line. Even if they could win, they would at most conquer 1 or 2 catacombs. However, if they did that, half of Sino Nation's grandmaster powerhouses would probably die. What about the remaining catacombs entrances? The old professor chuckled. There's no need to be so pessimistic. The younger generation is growing very fast. The future is still bright. Decades ago, how many grandmaster powerhouses did Sino Nation have? But now? Today, we're getting stronger, but the catacombs' progress is not as fast as ours. That's why we've always been on the defensive. It's to buy time for future humans. If we really fight, hundreds of Sino Nation grandmasters can at least destroy 3 to 5 catacombs entrances. However, if the catacombs are really connected, and we've destroyed so many entrances, the time for the catacombs to fully invade will come in an instant. That's why we'd rather fight a small-scale battle and rely on human lives than wage a full-scale war. Nowadays, there were more and more powerhouses. This was visible to the naked eye. In the past, there were less than 100 grandmasters in Sino Nation. In the past 30 years, there were close to 100 grandmasters. On average, there were 3 grandmasters every year. This was simply unbelievable. There were grandmasters in the business world every year. It was the same for the government. Under such circumstances, the government was actually unwilling to carry out the great final battle immediately. That would be digging their own grave. They could only endure it. The longer time passed, the greater the hope for mankind. The great final battle still depended on the powerhouses. The usual catacombs missions and catacombs wars were also a kind of training for the soldiers. To train powerhouses, there was no other way that soldiers and middle and low-ranked martial artists were sacrificed in large numbers. At this time, people needed to be sacrificed. If no one was willing, then the extinction of mankind would not be far away. At this moment, everyone stopped asking questions and started looking at the sand table. The catacombs' 13 cities were spread out in a fan shape. The southernmost area, which was where Magic City Catacombs population entered, was the sea. On this side of the sea was Sino Nation's base. Skygate City was about 80 kilometers away from the base. It did not sound far. In modern society, one could reach it in half an hour by driving a car and racing. However, in the catacombs, one mainly relied on walking. This kind of distance was still quite far. If they relied on forced marching on foot to travel 50 kilometers a day, they would be considered a strong army. If they traveled 70 kilometers a day, such an army would definitely be known as an elite. 80 kilometers away was Skygate City. Skygate City was also the gateway city to Magic City Catacombs. Behind it were other cities. The catacombs had mountains and rivers. It had everything. When the old professor saw that everyone was looking carefully, he laughed and said, "Technology is still very amazing. Soon, our 3D catacombs three-dimensional map will be completed. When that time comes, everyone will be able to experience everything in the catacombs more directly. After we enter the catacombs, we will mainly move within a 30-kilometer radius of the base. This distance has been cleaned, so it is relatively safer. However, Skygate City's army is also active, including their martial artists. Some of the martial artists who are not soldiers are also moving around freely. Therefore, danger is inevitable. In the catacombs, other than the catacombs humans, we will temporarily call them that. Other than the catacombs humans, there are many other dangers. This includes their flora and fauna. Some of the animals even have the power of high-ranked powerhouses. The catacombs is more like a mythical world of legends. These flora and fauna can be seen as monsters. Danger is everywhere. Similarly, opportunities are everywhere. Why are humans getting stronger and stronger? It has a lot to do with the catacombs. This includes the production of various pills, the development and utilization of energy stones, and even the creation of some combat techniques. All of these are related to the catacombs. Do you know why the few rank 5 students in MCMAU can improve so quickly? It is also related to their opportunities in the catacombs. I will not go into these one by one. Previously, we did not compile teaching materials because in the past, only rank 3 martial artists could enter. In the early stages, there would be a short period of training in the military department. In the military department, there are all kinds of information summaries. This is also the first time MCMAU has opened a rank 2 special training class. Therefore, we are discussing with the military department to prepare some catacombs teaching materials for everyone to read and deepen their impressions. The old professor spoke until his mouth was dry. Fang Ping and the others were also listening with fascination. It turned out that the few MCMAU rank 5 powerhouses had obtained opportunities in the catacombs. The pursuit of strength was also what all martial artists looked forward to. Perhaps the benefits of the catacombs were also a key reason why martial artists kept coming. At this moment, the image of the catacombs was becoming clearer in everyone's mind. As for the matter of getting lost, Fang Ping was no longer concerned. The catacombs was not a desert, nor was it a prairie. There were cities and human strongholds. How could it be so easy to get lost? Thinking of the many benefits of the catacombs, everyone was suddenly eager to try. They could not wait to enter the catacombs immediately, obtain the benefits, and break through rank 3, rank 4, or even rank 5. The instructors who helped Lan Cui are back. Instructor Lu Nangua sacrificed himself. Instructor Chen Yuanji sacrificed himself. Everyone, head to the southern area's main gate to welcome the heroes. While Fang Ping and the rest were still looking at the map, the concourse was in chaos. Some students hurriedly ran out. The old professor's face paled, revealing a mournful expression. Martial artists. Sigh. The long sigh was suffocating. 5 minutes later, Fang Ping and the rest arrived at the southern area's main gate. At this moment, there were many instructors and students standing at the southern area's main gate. At the forefront, the old vice-chancellor's hair was turning white. Open the gate. The southern area's main gate opened quickly. A few buses drove in slowly. Then, under everyone's gaze, some people carried stretchers and others carried urns of ashes out of the buses. The group of martial artists who got off the buses looked weathered. Many of them were wrapped in bandages, obviously injured. Instructor. Amidst the crowd, Chen Yunxi suddenly exclaimed, then dashed forward. Fang Ping and the rest saw Bai Ruoxi who got off the bus. Bai Ruoxi was also among the martial artists. Fang Ping and the rest saw her and ran over immediately. Bai Ruoxi was as calm as ever. However, when Fang Ping walked closer, he felt a pang in his heart. Bai Ruoxi's left arm was broken, the lower half of her left arm was empty. They did not see it clearly because they were too far away. Seeing everyone running toward her, Bai Ruoxi shook her head slightly, motioning them not to come over. Chen Yunqi's face was covered in tears. Fang Ping and the rest felt their hearts ache, not knowing what to say. In front. The old vice-chancellor, a grandmaster-level powerhouse, walked with trembling steps. Tears glistened in his eyes as he said softly, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Vice-chancellor. Among the martial artists who got off the bus, an old man whose face was full of scars said, "We did not disappoint our mission in this battle. The Lansui Catacombs army has been defeated. 6 MCMAU instructors died in battle, none of them retreated. We killed 3 rank 6 powerhouses, 11 rank 5s, 27 rank 4s. We raised the prestige of Sino Nation, raised the prestige of MCMAU, 6 people." The headmaster didn't care about the data. His eyes were red as he mumbled, "This year, 11 mentors have left, and 7 students have died. They're still so young, the old headmaster murmured and said softly, "Salute and welcome the heroes." The seniors all lowered their heads and bowed with sorrowful expressions. Fang Ping and the other freshmen were experiencing this for the first time. In their confusion and helplessness, they followed suit and bowed. "Give a grand funeral. MCMAU will support the families of the martyrs. Enter the martyrs' shrine. One day, when the catacombs are conquered, we will take revenge." After the old principal finished speaking, he suddenly stepped into the air and disappeared in front of everyone. After the vice-chancellor left, Fang Ping and the others were at a loss. Huang Jing, who had just arrived, quickly chased after him. Beside him, the old professor sighed softly and said softly, "Vice-chancellor's old injuries have yet to heal. MCMAU instructors and students have died in battle. Vice-chancellor will definitely return the favor, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood." Today, in the Magic City catacombs, there would definitely be a battle between grandmasters. I only hope. Although the old vice-chancellor was already a peak rank 8, he had fought too many battles and had long been plagued with injuries. Right now, he might have already gone to the catacombs. If this went on, his injuries would only worsen. Fang Ping and the others did not know what to say. Looking at the silent instructors in front of them, looking at the unfamiliar instructors lying on the stretchers, covered in blood, everyone felt suffocated. Is this the catacombs? This is the home of martial artists? In the midst of everyone's confusion and sorrow, the other instructors carried the stretchers and walked toward the depths of the southern area. There was a cemetery there. MCMAU instructors would choose to be buried there when they died. It was very close to the Magic City catacombs. Even if they died, they still hoped to guard this pure land. Bairuashi did not follow them. She walked to the front of everyone and glanced at Xianxia. Her tone was still gentle as she said, "Why are you crying? The instructor is fine." Instructor, different from the other instructors that they were not familiar with, this was an instructor that everyone was very familiar with. She was also Xianxia's instructor. Now, she had lost an arm. Xianxia's face was covered in tears. Everyone felt bad too. At this time, Lu Fengru, who had not been seen earlier, suddenly appeared and walked over. Glancing at Xianxia, Lu Fengru suddenly said angrily, "Shut up. She's not dead yet. What are you crying for?" Bairuashi came back alive, "What's there to cry about?" Xianxia was startled by his angry roar. Lu Fengru humphed, looked at Fang Ping and the others, and said lightly, "Life and death are that simple. There's no need to be too sad. One day, when we die in the catacombs, we don't need these useless tears. If you have the ability, conquer the catacombs and avenge us. If you don't have the ability, then just treat it as birth, old age, sickness, and death. All the tears and hatred will be in vain. At least that's what I, Lu Fengru, am. If I die in battle, don't do this to me. Of course, I think I can live until the day the catacombs are destroyed." Lu Fengru looked indifferent. She looked at Bairuashi and said, "What should we do with this student of yours?" Bairuashi said softly, "Sister Ro, I'll leave Yunqi in your hands." Lu Fengru frowned and said lightly, "I don't accept this kind of student. I don't like it when she cries." "Sister Ro, instructor." Xianxia was shocked. Bairuashi wanted to entrust her to Lu Fengru. Lu Fengru glanced at her and said suddenly, "Your instructor is seriously injured. Her internal organs are severely damaged. There's no hope for her to recover in 2 to 3 years. She can't even walk without panting. If you have the ability, go kill a few rank 6 catacombs martial artists for revenge. Can you make the catacombs martial artists cry to death with your childish attitude? Tang Feng asked you to be in logistics. Why didn't you agree? Are you going to cry when others die in the catacombs? Lu Fengru humped softly and said, it's fine if she dies. Don't drag anyone down with her. The rest of you remember this. If she can't keep up in the catacombs, just leave her behind. Don't let yourself die in vain. There's a grandmaster in the Chen family. Let her grandfather protect her. MCMAU won't protect such a student. Chen Yunqi lowered her head, not knowing what to do. Bai Ruoshi was helpless. She said softly, Sister Ro, she hasn't experienced these things. Moreover, Lu Fengru did not continue. She changed the topic and said, she can follow me. But if she does, I won't be like you, protecting her secretly. If she dies, then so be it. As soon as she said this, Chen Yunqi looked up suddenly. Bai Ruoshi frowned. Lu Fengru said lightly, what are you looking at? It's just a few rank 2 and 3 missions. If she really dies, it's because she's not capable enough. Dying outside is better than dying in the catacombs. I'm not as free as your instructor. I followed along the way, afraid that someone would die. What a joke. If you're afraid of death next time, don't do missions. Why don't you let your Qin family follow? MCMAU instructors also need to cultivate and go on missions. If it wasn't for that 1 month's delay, maybe your instructor would have achieved rank 6. This time, she might not have been seriously injured, Sister Ro. Bai Ruoshi shouted again. Lu Fengru said calmly, let them face reality. You can protect them now, but can you protect them forever? Right now, you can't even protect yourself, let alone protect others. Only when you're strong will you be able to rely on yourself. In my opinion, you're just causing trouble. After saying that, Lu Fengru did not stay any longer. She turned and left. As soon as she left, Chen Yunqi's face turned pale. Instructor. I've dragged you into this, Bai Ruoshi could not help but laugh. Instructor Lu said that on purpose. She just wants you to be stronger and work hard. However, I'm really injured this time. It's not good to waste your time. The others will be taken in by instructors. You're very talented, so I handed you over to Instructor Lu. Follow Instructor Lu and cultivate well. Don't think too much. Fang Ping could not help but ask, Instructor Bai, you've been protecting us all this time? Bai Ruoshi said softly, don't think too much. This is actually the school's arrangement. When new students go on missions, they'll arrange for someone to protect them. Of course, you won't be new students very soon. There won't be any more. Be careful next time. Fang Ping and the others were the elites of the freshmen. They were the cream of the crop. How could there be no one to look after them when they went on missions? In March, Bai Ruoshi had been following them from the moment they left the school gates. Otherwise, it would not have been Bai Ruoshi who showed up at NMAU. Chen Yunqi did not care about this. She whispered, Instructor, are your injuries serious? I'll ask my grandfather to come. Bai Ruoshi shook her head lightly. It's not too serious. There's no need to trouble Grandmaster Chen. I'll be fine soon. Yunqi, stay strong. Whether it's Instructor Tang or Instructor Lu, they all want you students to be better, stronger, and safer. No instructor wants anything to happen to their students. It's just that, Bai Ruoshi sighed. It was just that everyone had a different way of teaching. Perhaps they couldn't understand it today, but sooner or later, they would understand. You guys continue with your lessons. I'm going to the cemetery. Bai Ruoshi did not say anything else. She walked toward the depths of the southern area. Her footsteps were heavy. They did not continue with their evening classes. Most of the instructors went to the cemetery. Fang Ping and the others did not go in. Instead, they stood outside. Everyone remained silent, each with their own thoughts. The catacombs. Fang Ping murmured softly. Fu Chongding suddenly said, they should all be killed. Today, they had not lost a friend or classmate to the catacombs. However, they might see it happen soon. They might even be the ones dying. Too many people had died in the past few years. So many that many instructors were already numb to it. they were used to it. All that was left in their hearts was hatred and the desire to become stronger. In the dark of the night, soft sobs came from the depths of the cemetery. The ones crying were not the instructors, but the instructors' students. In the past, countless people had scolded their instructors for being mean. They scolded their instructors for only being good at teaching. They did not do anything. Now, however, many people realized that their instructors were also unyielding. That night, Fang Ping and the others could not sleep. The next day, they went to the special training classes again. However, they realized that nothing had changed. The instructors who had died in battle seemed to have been forgotten. After the lesson ended, Tang Feng suddenly appeared. He glanced at everyone in the class and said lightly, "The Vice-Chancellor is back." I don't know what the Vice-Chancellor is thinking, but he said that he will give everyone another chance to make a choice. Today, you can choose to withdraw from the special training classes. Everyone saw what happened yesterday. When rank 4 and 5 martial artists enter the catacombs, death will be a simple matter. It is indeed very dangerous for all of you to enter the catacombs now. Make a choice. If you withdraw now, you won't have to enter the catacombs in June. After you achieve rank 3, whether you want to enter or not is up to you. When you achieve middle ranks, you can just complete the mandatory missions every year. You can be like the casual martial artists now and do what you should do. Every year, take 10 days to half a month to enter the catacombs. Everyone fell silent. Tang Feng saw the situation and said, "It's not embarrassing to withdraw. Rank 2 martial artists entering the catacombs are not safe at all. Even if the school arranges for instructors to protect you, sometimes they can't even protect themselves. You can't even run away." Before this, the school was a little too aggressive. Rank 2 martial artists are really weak. I'll give you 5 minutes. Those who withdraw can leave now. I promise that the school will not deduct any of your benefits because of this. I only hope that those who withdraw will not be afraid of battle because of what happened today when you become stronger. In the future, maybe you can play a bigger role. The crowd gradually became restless. After 3 minutes, someone suddenly stood up. Xianxia suddenly scolded, "Don't you dare leave." The student who stood up looked ashamed and helpless. He said in a low voice, I. My father died early. My mother was alone, Yu Xianxia flew into a rage. Tang Feng waved his hand and said, "It's okay. You can leave. Remember, before the catacombs is made public, you are not allowed to reveal this information to anyone else." Definitely. The martial artist who stood up lowered his head, not daring to look at anyone. He left in a hurry. Anyone else? The crowd quieted down again. After a while, 2 more people stood up and left. Soon, 5 minutes had passed. Tang Feng laughed and said, "Less than I thought. A bunch of brats who are not afraid of death. I thought at least half of them had left." As he said that, he glanced at Fang Ping and said, "Fang Ping, I didn't expect you to not run." Fang Ping was speechless. He said with a dark expression, "You said rank 2s could leave. You didn't say rank 3s. Ha ha ha." Tang Feng suddenly laughed. He then said in a low voice, "I'll give you one chance. Rank 3s can leave too." Fang Ping said lazily, "Am I stupid? If I leave, won't the credits in my class go to someone else? It's just the catacombs. It's not like they're immortals. They can't be killed or smashed. Even if we sacrifice a few of MCMAU's instructors, we'll still be able to break even. If we live in fear every day, we might as well go down and do something big. We'll destroy their lair and earn big bucks that way." Tang Feng sneered. "Fine. I have high hopes for you. Remember what you said today. I'll be waiting for that day. If you don't leave, don't blame anyone for forcing you to do anything. When the catacombs is in danger, the instructors in charge won't allow anyone to run. If anyone runs, I'll kill him first if I find out. You, kid, are on my list." Fang Ping rolled his eyes. "When did you find out that I ran and deliberately picked a fight?" Tang Feng ignored him. He looked at the others and said, "The same goes for all of you. Also, the university has decided to give you some resources in advance. If anyone breaks through to rank 3 and lacks pills, you can apply to the logistics department. Fang Ping's eyes lit up immediately. He said immediately, Instructor, can I? I think I'm about to achieve upper stage rank 3. When I'm upper stage rank 3, my strength will increase greatly. I can protect the students. You know, I break through very quickly. The strength of upper stage rank 3 is completely different from now. Tang Feng frowned at him. Who was he trying to fool? How many days has it been since you broke through to rank 3? Even geniuses like Xiaolei spent half a year to achieve upper stage rank 3. NMAU's Wang Jinyang spent about 3 months. Fang Ping broke through less than half a month ago. Seeing that Tang Feng did not believe him, Fang Ping complained, It's true, instructor. If I can't achieve upper stage rank 3 before I enter the catacombs, I'll repay the university double the resources they borrowed. Also, I hope the university can allow me to get my daily reward credits in advance. I didn't get my previous credits. Just give me 600 credits for 2 months. The university will lend me another 1,000 credits. Everyone in the class was stunned. 1,600 credits. Fang Ping, how dare you ask for such an exorbitant price? If converted into money, that would be 48 million. Fang Ping, your appetite is too big. Fang Ping thought for a while and said suddenly, Forget about borrowing. The university can invest in me in the name of investment. How about that? Everyone was stunned again. Tang Feng was stunned too. Borrowing? It's not impossible. But the university wants to invest in you. Fang Ping had just thought of it. Borrowing money did not seem to count as wealth. He had tried it once before. Borrowing credits and borrowing money worked the same way. Investing, however, was a different story. Of course, Fang Ping felt that he was thinking too much. Looking at Big Lion's murderous expression, he did not think that there was much hope. As expected, Tang Feng snorted coldly. Go talk to the vice-chancellor yourself. Fang Ping was embarrassed. I can't enter the Grandmaster's house, okay? Otherwise, why would I talk to you about this? Tang Feng ignored him and started talking to the others. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was thinking. Borrowing money was out of the question, and investment was out of the question. However, he could try giving 600 credits in advance to himself. At night, after the special training ended, Fang Ping went to the logistics department. Seeing him, Old Man Li's gaze suddenly turned dangerous. You're here. Very good. I thought you wouldn't dare to come here for at least 3 to 5 months. Teacher, what are you talking about? I'm here to see you, bastard. Old Man Li was furious. In his anger, he stretched out his arm. Fang Ping was a few meters away from him, but in the next moment, he was caught in the old man's hand. Old Man Li did not give him a chance to talk. He flung him outside. A few seconds later, Fang Ping sprawled outside the logistics department, beginning to doubt his life. Where am I? How did I get here? I think I was flying just now. That should be right, right? Someone from the logistics department came in the middle of the night. Suddenly, someone said, President, what are you? Fang Ping tilted his head and saw that it was little fatty Guesheng. He smiled faintly. The moon is nice tonight. I came out to take a look. What about you? Oh, I'm here to get the pills. A senior has placed an order. Work hard. You're almost a martial artist, aren't you? Little Fatty was slightly surprised. He said sheepishly, President, I broke through last month. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. He had forgotten that he was not paying attention just now. He coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Fang Ping smiled and said, I remember wrongly. Who said they were going to break through after twice honing? I thought it was you. It was me. Guisheng was confused again. He explained, but when I reached 169 calories, I was stuck. That's why I broke through. Fang Ping's gaze was dangerous. Did he know how to flatter? Just listen to what I say. Do you have to say it so clearly? Guisheng seemed to have realized it too. He explained on his behalf, President, you're probably too busy. Don't be so stressed. You're already rank 3. You've already left everyone behind. Go do what you need to do. Fang Ping waved his hand and sent Guisheng away. After he left, he said helplessly, looks like there's nothing I can do about Old Manly. He had wanted to ask Old Manly for an advance. Now, he had lied to him last time, saying that the pills would be distributed to the members of the society. In the end, Old Manly had obviously found out, so he had thrown him out in anger. He looked around. Seeing that there was no one he knew, Fang Ping wanted to go in and try again. He remembered that Guoxing was still inside, so he sighed and turned to leave. He would come back another day. The matter of advance credits had not been settled yet, but Chen Yunqi was settled. April 19th, Sunday. Villa 8. Lu Fengru, Bai Ruoxi, Chen Yunqi, Fang Ping, and Zhao Xuemei were all there. Lu Fengru looked at Chen Yunqi coldly. Your teacher insists on handing you over to me. I'll give you a chance now. You can look for someone else, including Tang Feng. I'll help you talk to him. Chen Yunqi looked at Bai Ruoxi helplessly, but Bai Ruoxi insisted, Sister Ro, please. Humph. Lu Fengru seemed a little unhappy. Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei also felt a little strange. Although Lu Fengru was usually not very courteous to them, she would never really show an attitude of disgust. Right now, she seemed to really hate Chen Yunqi. Could it be because of Chen Yunqi's personality? However, Chen Yunqi was very obedient. Even if she was not willing to do some things, she would not refuse if the instructor really asked. Just because of this, Lu Fengru hated her. A peak rank 6 instructor would not be like this. Even if Lion Tang did not like Fang Ping's personality, he would not show such an expression. Bai Ruoxi's insistence that Chen Yunqi stay with Lu Fengru was also a little strange. Fang Ping and the others did not understand, so it was not appropriate for them to ask. Lu Fengru was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, then she will stay here. You can go now. You have internal injuries, so don't wander around blindly. Bai Ruoxi chuckled and looked at Chen Yunqi. Yunqi, Instructor Lu will be your instructor from now on. Work hard on your cultivation. I'll come visit everyone again when I'm free. Instructor, Chen Yunqi looked reluctant. Lu Fengru seemed a little annoyed and said, let's go then. Are we going to be separated forever? Bai Ruoxi could not help but laugh. She got up and left, not staying any longer. After she left, Lu Fengru looked at Chen Yunqi for a while and said, you became a martial artist with 199 calories vitality. You can say that thrice honing is only a step away. The Chen family has no shortage of resources. What about you? Now, Fang Ping is rank 3 and has honed 6 bones in his torso. Zhao Lei has honed 96 bones and has entered middle stage rank 2. Fu Chongding has honed 95 bones and has also entered middle stage. But you, Chen Yunqi, are more talented than them and have broken through faster than them. You have honed 93 bones and have just entered the threshold of middle stage rank 2, trash like you who only has talent and resources, if not for Bai Ruoxi, instructor. Fang Ping coughed softly and interrupted, instructor, do you want to hold a ceremony to acknowledge me as your master? Get lost. Lu Fengru glared at him. Her anger subsided a little. She stared at Chen Yunqi and said, today is the 19th, the end of the month. If you haven't honed 100 bones, you might as well go back to the Chen family. Chen Yunqi's face was bright red. Lu Fengru said impatiently, go. Hearing that, Chen Yunqi had no choice but to leave. After she left, Lu Fengru was not as angry as before. Fang Ping was confused. Did Lu Fengru have a grudge against the Chen family? If there was a grudge, Bai Ruoxi would not have let Chen Yunqi join Lu Fengru. Although the instructors were not parents, in the next few years of university, the cultivation of martial arts was almost all the instructor's business. This was an important decision that affected a person's life. Lu Fengru did not explain anything. She looked at Zhao Xuemei and said, don't cultivate combat techniques at this stage. Hone your bones and strive to reach peak rank 2 before entering the catacombs. Don't open that company of yours anymore. Doesn't that uncle of yours want it? Give it to him and sell it for money. After you get the money, come to me to buy pills and then enter the energy room to cultivate. Instructor. Zhao Xuemei panicked and said hurriedly, that's my father, your father died in battle. Do you want to die in the catacombs like your father? Lu Fengru scolded her. Idiot. When your father died, your relatives all had their eyes on your company. If it wasn't for MCMAU, if I wasn't your instructor, how could you keep it safe? Now, sell it and exchange it for resources to improve your strength. When you become a rank 3 or even a rank 4 martial artist, it'll be a piece of cake if you want to continue the business. Would your uncle dare not give it to you? He's a rank 3 martial artist. If he doesn't give it to you, then he'll die. Sell it for 1 or 200 million and it'll be enough for you to cultivate to peak rank 3. Do you understand what I mean? If you go all out and take pills, 1 or 200 million would probably only be enough for peak rank 3. Obviously, that was what Lu Fengger meant. Zhao Xuemei's progress was much slower than others. How could she not spend money? Rank 2 bone honing pills cost 1 million each. According to Lu Fengru, at least 10 pills a month would cost 10 million. Another 30 rank 2 vitality pills would cost about 20 million. Zhao Xuemei's talent was not too bad. If it was, she would not have reached this stage. After 2 months, it was not impossible for her to achieve peak rank 2. Of course, spending 40 or 50 million in 2 months was not a choice. Zhao Xuemei was a little reluctant. After a while, she nodded and said, okay. Lu Fengger regained her composure. She looked at Fang Ping and frowned. What's wrong with you? Fang Ping said strangely, Instructor, I'm fine. As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly said, Are you talking about Instructor Li? I didn't provoke him. The old man suddenly threw me out. Instructor, are you going to avenge me? What? Lu Fengger was obviously not clear about the inside story. She frowned and said, I mean, you've broken through rank 3 for more than 20 days. Why have you only honed 6 bones? Fang Ping's previous speed was extremely fast. He spent less than 7 months honing 1 bone in less than 2 days, and it took him less than 7 months to hone a bone. What about now? In more than 20 days, he had honed 6 bones. Although the torso was harder to hone than the limbs, it was not the most difficult part, the spine. Fang Ping was still honing his ribs. If it was so slow, what about the spine? Fang Ping's eyes darted around. He sighed softly. Instructor, you know that I improved quickly in the past because I used up a lot of resources. Now I don't have any income and my family doesn't have any companies to sell. Without money, my improvement is naturally slow. Right now, I'm purely relying on vitality to nourish myself. I haven't taken a single bone honing pill. I try to save as many vitality pills as I can, moreover, the pills I'm buying now are all rank 3 pills. Fang Ping complained incessantly. Rank 3 pills are too expensive. They're so expensive that I'm scared. Normal vitality pills cost 3 credits. Rank 1 pills cost 10 credits. Rank 2 pills cost 20 credits. Rank 3 pills cost 40 credits. Fang Ping looked like he could not bear it. 40 credits. I can't afford this price at all. Oh. Lu Fengger responded. She suddenly said, Don't cry about being poor. It's meaningless. I know that you've invested tens of millions in your own company. But didn't you complain that I'm unfair, didn't give you any benefits? Fine, I'll make a deal with you now. If you agree, I can provide you with cultivation resources. Please speak. Fang Ping said hurriedly. Lu Fengger said with a faint smile, It's simple. 2 things. First, help me deliver a letter with a few words. No problem. Fang Ping agreed readily. He was overjoyed. Crying about being poor still worked. His instructor was finally giving him some benefits. Sending a letter was actually considered a condition. Unless it was sent to the catacombs, there was really no danger. Second, help me kill someone. Fang Ping frowned and said sheepishly, Instructor, you're almost a grandmaster, are you kidding me? What? Unwilling? I gave you benefits in advance, so of course, you have to pay the price. I didn't ask you to kill him now. You can kill him when you have the ability. Lu Fengger's eyes flashed fiercely. Fang Ping said dryly, The one from the Donghu Fang family? Scram. Lu Fengger scolded and scoffed, I don't need you to kill him. Fang Ping was shocked. He was not even a rank 7 grandmaster, are you kidding me? Do you agree or not? If you agree, I'll give you 1,000 credits now. If you die in the process, I won't ask you for it. This, Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Instructor, aren't you making things difficult for me? The other party is also a grandmaster, right? No. No? Fang Ping was depressed. If he was not a grandmaster, why did she want him to kill him? Could it be to train him? After thinking for a long time, Fang Ping said with a headache, then is he a peak rank 6? No. Could it be a grandmaster? No. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Lu Fengru was a little impatient. How could there be grandmasters in the catacombs? Only humans had them. The catacombs were called rank 7, rank 8, and rank 9. What did they know? Fang Ping relaxed and chuckled. Instructor, no problem. I believe you won't ask me to kill those good people. Nonsense. Lu Fengru glared at him and threw a scroll painting to him. This is the person. When you meet him, kill him. Go when you're stronger. Okay, no problem. Fang Ping agreed without hesitation. Both missions were not difficult, but old. Lu had actually given him 1,000 credits. The sun must have risen from the west. Then, Lu Fengru threw him a message. Go to the southern area and wait at the entrance of the catacombs. Today or tomorrow, a white-haired old man will come out of the catacombs. Just give him the letter. Also, tell him that his daughter misses him and ask him to hurry and accompany her. Oh. Fang Ping nodded, a little surprised. Your father, what did that make him, Grandmaster? Although he was surprised, Fang Ping was still very willing to serve Lu Fengru without even leaving the school. 1,000 credits. His instructor was indeed rich and overbearing, she was also exceptionally good to him. He had finally made it through. Zhao Xueme, who was watching from the side, was a little envious. She was only not strong enough. Otherwise, she would have fought for this mission. In their minds, if Lu Fengru asked Fang Ping to kill someone, that person must be a bad person. In today's society, although martial artists were a privileged class, they would still have to pay a huge price if they killed innocent people. Sending them to the catacombs daredevil camp was the easiest. Old Lu would not go so far as to trick Fang Ping. Before Fang Ping killed someone, he would definitely check. If it was not a grandmaster or a rank 6, then it would be a rank 4 or 5 at most. Fang Ping did not mind helping when he was strong enough. After leaving the villa, Fang Ping beamed. Instructor, you're so generous, 1,000 credits. You're really generous. To give him 1,000 credits in advance, in Fang Ping's opinion, she was really taking care of him. Zhao Xueme was a little envious, but she did not want to see him gloat. She asked, Instructor, you don't seem to have a good impression of Yunqi? I'm not sure about that. Maybe it's because we haven't had much contact. It'll probably be better after a while. Instructor Bai, it's such a pity. Zhao Xueme sighed. He had lost an arm and was seriously injured. He could not even teach anymore. Didn't the instructor say that? It's luck that he came back alive. Also, to Instructor Bai, being injured means that he doesn't have to enter the catacombs again. Maybe it's a good thing. Fang Ping could only look on the bright side. Otherwise, he would feel bad just thinking about it. There was no time to ramble. Fang Ping said, I'll make a trip to the logistics department and collect my credits. These credits were considered as the mission reward that Lu Fengru had given him. They were also considered Fang Ping's, so he did not have to worry about wealth. 1,000 credits, if done well, would be 30 million wealth. Even if he did not exchange them for pills, it would still be 20 million wealth. To Fang Ping, these credits came at the right time. Logistics department. Fang Ping snuck around for a while. Old Manly propped his head and said with a half-smile, crawl in. I'll pretend I didn't see you. Fang Ping laughed dryly. Instructor, I really needed money last time, then you lied to me? I didn't mean it that way. I was considering, alright, cut the crap. Tell me, what are you here for? Instructor, I have credits. I just received 1180 points. Fang Ping looked smug. This was the first time he had earned so many credits. In the past 19 days, other than tonight, Fang Ping had taken all the credits from the previous 18 days. You have money now? Alright, tell me, what do you want to buy? 60 rank 2 vitality pills. Old Manly looked at him, slightly surprised. He asked, are you sure it's rank 2? Yes. The difference in wealth earned from rank 2 vitality pills and normal vitality pills was about the same, maybe even more. However, rank 2 pills were not popular and hard to sell. That was in the past. Things were different now. Xianxia, Fu Chongdang, and the others were all rank 2. When they needed vitality pills urgently, rank 2 pills were easy to sell. Everyone was rank 1 before. Fang Ping almost did not sell the normal vitality pills he exchanged last time. That was proof. He had to keep up with the times and the customers' needs. 59 pills. Fang Ping was speechless. He complained, Instructor, I didn't ask for special treatment this time. I exchanged more than 1,000 credits. It's not too much to give away a rank 2 pill for free, right? This time, he did not dare to continue lying to the old man. The old man was in a bad mood recently. Fang Ping did not dare to provoke him. However, he was still fussing over 20 credits less than 1,000 credits. That was too much of a scam. Old Manly humphed but did not say anything. He ordered someone to bring out 60 pills and threw them at Fang Ping. If this happens again, I'll break your legs. It's fine to be cheeky. I'm old, and I need to be entertained. But you said you'd give them to your club members, and you sold them out right away. That's heartless. How can you spout nonsense in the face of great right and wrong? Old Manly was obviously a little angry. Fang Ping said sheepishly, Instructor, I'm short on resources right now. Don't worry when I'm a little better off. I'll definitely give them to you. The stronger I am, the more I earn. Get lost. Fang Ping ran away hurriedly. The last time, he had almost offended the old man. The old man was at least a rank 5 or 6, maybe even a peak rank 6 powerhouse. He also controlled the logistics department, not just the exchange office. If he really offended him, Fang Ping would be in deep trouble. After exchanging the medicinal pills, the credits gave Fang Ping 23.8 million wealth. The medicinal pills gave him a difference of 6.2 million, which was exactly 30 million wealth. At this moment, Fang Ping's wealth had skyrocketed again. Wealth, 49 million vitality, 600 calories, 639 calories, mentality, 440 hertz, 459 hertz, bones honed, 132 bones, 90%, 80 bones, 30%, I've only honed 6 bones since I started honing. On average, each bone requires around 900,000 wealth points. Now that I've honed a bone, my vitality limit has increased by close to 10 calories. There are still 45 bones left in the torso, Fang Ping calculated. He still needed 19 ribs to complete the honing. The system would need 34.2 million wealth points to hone. After honing the ribs, I'll be able to reach middle stage rank 3. I'll start honing the spine. I have enough wealth points now. As for cash, I haven't used it recently. It's still 14.6 million. After selling this batch of medicinal pills, I'm afraid it'll be close to 50 million. I can try buying some medicinal pills to help hone my body and quickly reach middle stage. Thinking about this, Fang Ping went straight to the dormitory again. He had wanted to look for Xianxia, but after thinking about it, Bai Ruoshi had been injured recently. She had also suffered a blow. It was not appropriate to look for her now. He did not look for Xianxia. Instead, he went straight to Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei was also a rich man. Selling me? Zhao Lei frowned slightly. He looked at Fang Ping and said, You don't cultivate yourself? I use rank 3. Then you're exchanging for rank 2? Zhao Lei was speechless. I'm selling them. Aren't you guys rank 2? The market price is 700,000 per pill. 42 million. I'll give you a 10% discount. 38 million will do. Zhao Lei could not be bothered with him. He said while reading, I can't afford it. Your father is rank 5. You can't afford this bit of medicinal pills? You know my father is rank 5. If you know, why should I buy them? I have enough credits. My father also supported me with some medicinal pills. Other than me, no one else in my family is a rank 2 martial artist. I can't use them. Do you understand? Fang Ping was speechless. There was nothing wrong with what he said. He exchanged some of his own credits. His family also supported some. Without other rank 2 martial artists, he would not use rank 2 vitality pills. Normal ones could be used for daily vitality replenishment. Rank 2 ones were used for daily replenishment. 2. Much money was a waste. Then buy 20? Zhao Lei felt a headache coming on. The market price of rank 2 is too high. Do you really think I'm an idiot? 20 credits. I'll spend 600,000 to exchange for 20 credits. I can buy them myself with 600,000. Why should I buy more from you? Fang Ping, are you out of your mind? We don't know how to calculate this. Normal rank 1 pills are easy to negotiate with. You're using the market price of rank 2 pills to bluff people. Aren't you embarrassed? Fang Ping suddenly came to a realization. He swallowed and said, I forgot. He remembered that the market price of rank 2 pills was 700,000. Even with a 10% discount, it would still be 630,000. Now he realized that rank 2 pills were too high. In MCMAU, if one did not have credits, they could exchange for one pill for 600,000. If that was the case, only an idiot would buy more expensive pills. This was different from the normal and rank 1 pills. I actually forgot. Fang Ping's expression was slightly ugly. The system had already given him 500,000 wealth points for rank 2 vitality pills. Did this not mean that if it was less than 500,000, he should not take a single wealth point? It should not be a problem if it was worth more than 500,000, right? Then 550,000? I'll take 500,000. I don't want any higher. Dream on. Fang Ping snorted and turned to leave. That bastard. How could he lower the price so much? That afternoon, Fang Ping peddled rank 2 vitality pills everywhere. He even went to the older students. After much effort, he finally sold them at an average price of 520,000. Fang Ping sighed. This time, he only increased his wealth by 1.2 million. Fang Ping only had 31.2 million in cash, which was not even as high as the value of his credits. 1180 credits, plus the extra pill old Manly had given him, amounted to 1,200 credits. Normally, he could earn more than 36 million. What a huge loss. Did water enter my brain? Why did I think of exchanging for rank 2 pills? Fang Ping felt pained by his own carelessness. He had lost 5 million in one go and lost a lot of wealth points. Otherwise, if he had exchanged it for 400 normal vitality pills, it would not have been less than 35 million. This is the first time I've made a loss. I've really lost money. 5 million less was double the amount, and he had lost 5 million wealth points too. In the blink of an eye, 10 million was gone. This was probably the first time Fang Ping felt that he had suffered a huge loss since reselling pills. I'm so stupid. No wonder I felt that something was wrong before. I was blinded by a single leaf. Recently, I've been so successful that I've forgotten myself. I need to reflect on myself. The other group of martial artists actually have brains. This shouldn't be the case. What made Fang Ping feel even more pained was that everyone actually had brains and knew how to calculate. Martial artists should be as stupid as Big Lion. In the end, someone actually thought of exchanging 600,000 for 20 credits and exchanging them for pills instead of buying them at the market price. Normal vitality pills were the same. 3 credits were 90,000. Fu Changding and the others had asked for a 12% discount, which was still a small profit. 90,000 was probably a friendship price. No wonder they stopped buying when they asked for 90,000. 90,000 was the same when they went to school to buy the same thing. However, Fang Ping had peddled it and did not ask for much, so they did not say anything. A 12% discount was slightly cheaper than what they had bought. That was considered acceptable. As for the one he sold to Xianxia, it seemed to be even higher than 10%. I miscalculated. Fang Ping reflected on himself again and did not think too much about it. He had learned from his mistakes and would be more careful next time. Fortunately, his wealth points had exceeded the 50 million mark for the first time, reaching 52 million. It's time to carry out the teacher's mission. At least it's 1,000 credits. Thinking of this, Fang Ping suddenly took out the scroll painting that he had stuffed into his chest pocket. Just give me a picture. Why did you give me this thing? Fang Ping mumbled and opened the scroll painting to take a look. When he opened the scroll painting, Fang Ping suddenly frowned. So handsome? Wait, is it a woman? Looking at the handsome guy in the scroll painting with long hair, Fang Ping suddenly became uncertain. Is it a man? It's a man with long hair. Fang Ping suddenly had a bad feeling, and he hurried to the logistics department. More credits? No, teacher. I just lost a lot of money. Forget it. We'll talk about this later. Fang Ping did not waste any more time. He opened the scroll painting and asked, Teacher, do you know this person? Old Manly looked at it and suddenly looked at Fang Ping strangely. He said lightly, Lu Fengre gave it to you? Yes. This is the source of your credits? Yes. 1,000 credits, and you accepted it? Fang Ping's face paled. He nodded and said, I accepted it. Hee. Teacher, do you know him? I do. Old Manly yawned and said, he's not just Lu Fengre's enemy, but mine and many others. Skygate City Lord, rank 9. It's nothing. When you're rank 9, just kill him. You'll have to kill him anyway. It's just a matter of time. Rank 9 Great Grandmaster? Fang Ping's face turned green. I accepted a rank 9 Great Grandmaster mission and only asked for 1,000 credits. Wrong. It's rank 9, not Great Grandmaster, Old Manly corrected. Human Great Grandmasters were a term of praise because they gave their blood, sweat, and lives for mankind. As for the catacombs creatures, they could only be rank 9. Rank 9. Fang Ping suddenly realized that Lu Fengre was not talking about a Grandmaster, nor a Great Grandmaster. Skygate City Lord is rank 9? Yes. Then there are stronger powerhouses in the depths of the catacombs? He can be considered a rank 9. At least Commander Li fought with him before and was not at a disadvantage. He just went a little further in rank 9. Skygate City Lord is only considered a beginner rank 9. Kid, I have high hopes for you. Old Manly teased. As for whether Fang Ping could kill the other, Old Manly did not care. How many years would it take for Fang Ping to reach rank 9? 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, it was hard to say. The 3 middle ranks were a hurdle. The 3 higher ranks were an even bigger hurdle. Even stepping into rank 7 was not something that could be done in a day. After a few decades, would the Skygate City Lord still be alive? Would Earth still exist? Who knew? It was not impossible for Lu Fengre to say that she was taking care of Fang Ping. Maybe, she was also holding on to some insignificant extravagant hope. Fang Ping, whose mentality was higher than the average person, might become a grandmaster very quickly, but this hope was too low, so low that Lu Fengre herself did not believe it. Fang Ping was a little dazed. I accepted the mission. I think I can reach rank 9 soon too. Doesn't that mean I've lost big again? Fang Ping felt that it was inevitable for him to enter rank 9. The heavens wanted him to save the world. His considerations now were different from others. It was not whether he could enter rank 9, but after he entered rank 9, Lu Fengre would spend 1,000 credits to hire a rank 9 powerhouse. She would make a huge profit. You have sharp eyes. I'm impressed. You have such foresight to invest in me in advance. I can't help but admire you. Fang Ping was full of admiration. He felt that his instructor had sharp eyes. He could actually see that he was about to enter rank 9 soon. Old Manly glanced at him, his old face twitching slightly. Where did this kid get such thick skin, rank 9? Did he think he was yours just because he opened his mouth? Get lost if you don't have anything to say. Oh right. If you meet him before rank 9, you're dead meat. Pray that you're not that unlucky. Fang Ping asked curiously, then you said that he's your enemy, What does it matter to you? Could it be that Fang Ping was shocked. Could it be that old man Li was once a rank 9 super powerhouse, but he was seriously injured in a battle with the other party? He imagined many scenes. Some were tragic, some were old man Li roaring at the sky after he was defeated. Hee, thinking that I'm a rank 9? Old man Li said playfully, if I'm a rank 9, even if I'm crippled, the vice-chancellor and the others will treat me like a treasure. Let me waste my time here with you brats. Idiot. Old man Li's tone changed, and he said self-deprecatingly, but I'm almost there. I'm so close to entering rank 9, peak rank 8. Fang Ping exclaimed again. Peak rank 6. I'm so close. Old man Li sighed. I'm so close to becoming a grandmaster. If I become a grandmaster, I think I can break through to rank 9 quickly. Don't you think I'm so close? It's a pity that I didn't become a grandmaster. This time, old man Li was not joking. He really felt a little regretful. As for what he said earlier, it might not be a joke. Becoming a grandmaster was a barrier. To break this barrier, even a rank 9 might not be impossible. It was a pity that he had been stuck at peak rank 6 for many years. He had long lost his will to fight. Here, he was really retiring. Peak rank 6. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief, but he also felt a little regretful. He comforted, Instructor, maybe one day when you awaken, you'll become a grandmaster. Nonsense. Old man Li laughed. Do you think grandmasters are cabbages? If I really become a grandmaster, I'll live for a few more decades. I'll be hot-blooded for once and kill them all. I wish I could be a teenager, if I was a grandmaster in the past. I wouldn't. Old man Li was slightly agitated. He suddenly waved his hand and said, Get lost. Don't bother me. Fang Ping saw that he was not in a good mood. He did not waste any more words and left quickly. After he left, old man Li sighed. I'm old. I'm really old. I'll live for a while longer. It's time to enter the catacombs. At this age, he had not entered the catacombs for a long time. Suddenly entering the catacombs had a completely different meaning. Rank 9 martial artist, after leaving the logistics department, Fang Ping sighed. As smart as he was, he reacted quickly. The mission of delivering the letter was not as simple as it seemed. Thoughts aside, he still had to complete the mission. If Fang Ping dared not to complete the mission after getting the 1,000 credits, Lu Fengger would show him why flowers were red. The rank 9 Skygate City Lord was fine. Lu Fengger had said that he would only do that after he became stronger. Delivering a letter, however, was not a difficult task. After the evening classes, Fang Ping pulled Fu Chongding aside and smiled. Accompany me to the southern area. Southern area for what? To deliver a letter. It's so late at night? I can't contact the catacombs. The letter is urgent. Let's wait and see. It's either tonight or tomorrow. Are you coming? Sure. I'll ask you how you cultivate. Fu Chongding agreed readily. Zhao Lei, who was beside him, was tempted, but he could not speak. Fang Ping's eyes were sharp. He smiled and said, Zhao Lei, together? Zhao Lei wanted to refuse, but he could not. Zhao Lei also felt that Fang Ping could cultivate to rank 3 in such a short time not simply because of talent. Fang Ping must have something unique about him. It would be good to learn from other people's experience. On the way, Fu Chongding asked, I feel like I've been slowing down recently. Fang Ping, when you cultivate, do you not feel like you're stuck in a bottleneck? Yes, many times. How did you solve it? Fang Ping smiled. Actually, it's very simple. The instructors all know, but they usually don't tell us. Why? Zhao Lei was puzzled. The instructors would not keep it to themselves. His father did not say anything either. How should I put it? The instructors hope that we can progress step by step and consider the cost-effectiveness issue. Fang Ping smiled and explained, actually, the reason why I cultivate so fast in rank 2 is related to my rapid body honing progress. Body honing? Yes. Fang Ping nodded. The honing of human bones is actually called bone honing. However, during the bone honing process, we are constantly nourishing our body and meridians. Everyone should know this. Both of them nodded. Fang Ping continued, however, all of these consume vitality. It takes time and slows down the bone honing process. Actually, we can separate the bone honing process. Tempering the body first, then the bones. No, it should be said that they are done at the same time. Your qi and blood will temper your bones, and your body will be tempered by pills. This way, your speed will increase. Of course, there is a limit to how fast you can go. What do you mean? Burning money? Fang Ping grinned. I'll burn through a lot of money. I'll melt body honing pills every day and bathe in them. I guarantee that I'll be faster than I am now. The two of them instantly fell silent. What a joke. Right now, the vitality pills and bone tempering pills were already too much for them to make ends meet. How much money would they need to spend to temper their bodies alone? Fang Ping continued. Actually, I've asked Instructor Li about it. Other than that, there's another way. Enter the vitality pool. Although the vitality pool was said to be effective for martial artists of the 3 middle ranks, in reality, martial artists of the 3 lower ranks could also use it. It was just that the price-performance ratio was not high. If you cultivate in the vitality pool, it will be more effective than the energy room. The recovery speed is fast, and the replenishment speed is fast. Qi and blood are almost endless. If you're willing, you can stuff a body tempering pill into the qi and blood pool and take a bone tempering pill. Cultivating for an hour is equivalent to cultivating for a day. Both of them were speechless again. The cost of the vitality pool was even higher than the energy room. 30 credits per hour, including a bone tempering pill, rank 2 would still cost 30 credits. What about the bone tempering pill? It was still 30 credits, one round of cultivation would cost 90 credits. They did not need to take vitality pills. If they continued cultivating like this, they might be able to achieve peak rank 2 in a month. What was the price? 2,700 credits, 81 million yuan, saving 2 to 3 months of time to achieve peak rank 2 from middle stage rank 2 would cost at least 50 million. Was it worth it? The instructors did not recommend this method. Their parents did not recommend it either. Lu Fengre recommended Zhao Xuemei, but it was not as extravagant as Fang Ping claimed. The key was that Zhao Xuemei was not twice honed, so her cultivation speed was even slower. Fu Chongding calculated for a while and mumbled, "This cost is too much." "Is this how you do it?" "More or less." Fang Ping laughed. It was really more or less the same. His system had enough wealth. The effect was better than the vitality pool. No wonder, Fu Chongding's expression was complicated. He said faintly, "I'll believe you if you say you're poor next time, but you're poor for a reason." Even martial artists with a net worth of tens of billions would be reluctant to use such a money-burning cultivation method. Rank 2 would burn almost 100 million in a month. What about rank 3? It would at least double. Moreover, rank 3 cultivation would take longer. It might take a few months or even half a year. By the time they became peak rank 3 martial artists, it would be normal to spend 1 billion. No one in the 3 lower ranks would spend money like this, unless they really had a lot of money to burn, otherwise, no one would do such a thing. As they spoke, the 3 of them arrived at the tunnel entrance deep in the southern area. The 3 of them did not go in. At the entrance, there were soldiers with guns on guard. There were also martial artists stationed inside, who were more terrifying than the armed soldiers outside. To Fang Ping and the others, their speed was extremely fast. They might not even be able to hit them if they were to shoot from anywhere. However, if they encountered martial artists who were stronger than them, they would not be able to escape. The tunnel entrance was very quiet. Fang Ping did not waste any time. He took up his stance and started cultivating. As he did so, Fang Ping said, "Reaching the elevated stance in pole standing is already the limit of the lower 3 ranks. I heard from my instructor once that pole standing is only the foundation. At the middle 3 ranks, pole standing will be divided into 2 branches. Pole standing is actually a combination of bodybuilding cultivation methods and stepping techniques. At the middle 3 ranks, they will be completely separated. Some people choose to cultivate bodybuilding cultivation methods to build the foundation for cultivating their vital organs. Some people choose to cultivate stepping techniques, but not what we are doing now. It's the flight step after the elevated stance. Have you ever seen a martial artist in the middle three ranks who can fly? Fu Chongding laughed. You're really daring. I've seen martial artists who cultivated the flight step. Or rather, the midair step is not considered flight step. It's just like how you can midair step for a short period of time now. Martial artists in the middle three ranks can last a little longer. Also, their speed, adaptability, and height will all improve. I've seen a rank 5 powerhouse walk 100 meters in midair step, hovering almost 10 meters in the air. At that time, I was shocked. This kind of martial artist is a true immortal, dancing with immortals. Even if this rank 5 powerhouse fell rapidly after 100 meters, it would still be an incredible feat. However, many powerhouses think that switching from pole standing to flight step instead of bodybuilding methods is just a facade. When you reach Grandmaster, you can achieve flight step even if you don't cultivate flight step. Martial artists in the middle three ranks who think they can achieve Grandmaster will choose to cultivate bodybuilding methods at this time to speed up their cultivation progress and enter Grandmaster. Fang Ping pondered for a moment. I've asked before. Teacher said that one shouldn't bite off more than one can chew. Are there powerhouses in the middle three ranks who have outstanding performance in both aspects? Zhao Lei interrupted, yes, but they are all rank 6 martial artists, and most of them are peak rank 6. Many of these powerhouses are stuck at rank 6. Grandmaster is a very big barrier. Most rank 6 powerhouses may not be able to enter Grandmaster for the rest of their lives. At this time, they were unable to improve their grade, so they worked hard in other areas. Some peak rank 6 martial artists were extremely strong. In fact, peak rank 6 was also a huge leap. Peak rank 6 and peak rank 6 are completely different. Fang Ping pondered for a moment and said, have you guys realized that there's no ranking list for rank 6? Fu Chongding smiled. That's normal. 10 peak rank 6. 8 of them are in the catacombs, undergoing life and death isolation. Fu Chongding's tone was slightly solemn as he said, we can't stay in the catacombs for long. It's extremely dangerous. Everyone knows this. Even Grandmasters won't stay in the catacombs for long. Peak rank 6 martial artists, on the other hand, were mostly inside the catacombs in search of breakthrough opportunities. You wouldn't even know if he was dead or alive. Perhaps in the next moment, he would walk out of the catacombs as a Grandmaster. Perhaps he would never be able to walk out of it. This group of people did not care about fame and fortune. At this time, no matter how famous they were, no matter how much money they had, no matter how many pills they had, none of them were of much use. Becoming a Grandmaster did not depend on these things, but something else. That's why there's no ranking for rank 6 because it's meaningless. You have no idea how many peak master martial artists are still alive. There were very few peak rank 6 martial artists in society, even in martial arts universities. In MCMAU, Fang Ping knew a few rank 6 martial artists. Lu Fengru, Tang Feng, and Old Man Li were peak rank 6. Others like Luo Yichuan and Su Jianzhou were not at peak. The instructors of the other years were mostly the same. There were less than 10 peak rank 6 martial artists in MCMAU. This was for sure. In fact, Tang Feng was the only peak rank 6 instructor in the freshman cohort. Lu Fengru joined later, and Old Man Li did not teach at all. Perhaps, if one were to really calculate, there would not be more than 5 peak rank 6 martial artists in MCMAU. This was MCMAU. In other martial arts universities, other than CCMAU, there were almost no peak rank 6 martial artists. The three of them chatted until past 11 o'clock. Fang Ping saw that no one had come out yet, so he was ready to leave. Just as he was about to leave, the door of the tunnel opened suddenly. Very soon, someone walked out. Lu Fengru's judgment was obviously accurate. The other party would come out in 1 or 2 days. Moreover, MCMAU's tunnel entrance was rarely used. Once Fang Ping saw that someone had come out, he quickly fished out the letter and glanced between Fu Chongding and Zhao Lei. He remembered that Fu Chongding had not been beaten up for a long time and that he had even entered his little ledger a few times. Thinking of this, Fang Ping stuffed the letter into Fu Chongding's hands and said quickly, "It's my instructor's father. I'm a little scared. Help me give it to him. Also, ask him if his daughter misses him and ask him to accompany her." Fu Chongding was dumbfounded. Lu Fengru's father, why did Fang Ping want to give it to him himself? Fu Chongding saw Fang Ping looking at him encouragingly and was a little speechless. However, this was MCMAU, so Fu Chongding did not think too much about it. Very soon, a martial artist, who might or might not be an old man, walked toward them. The reason why he said he did not know was because the other party had snow-white hair, but his face was not old. He looked a little like a non-mainstream uncle, but his white hair made him look quite handsome. Fu Chongding did not know how to address him. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Instructor, a letter for you." The white-haired man glanced at him and took the letter without saying a word. "That. Instructor Lu misses you." "Hmm?" The man was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, his face broke into a smile. These are her exact words? Fu Chongding did not know. He turned his head to look at Fang Ping. Fang Ping saw that the white-haired man's smile was quite gentle. Fu Chongding was fine, so he took a step forward and said with a smile, "These are the instructor's exact words. She said that your daughter misses you and wants you to accompany her." "You old man." Just as he was about to say a few words of flattery, the man's expression suddenly changed. He snorted softly and raised his leg. While Fu Chongding and Zhao Lei were still in a daze, Fang Ping disappeared. Fu Chongding swallowed. His throat was dry as he said dryly, "Tay. Instructor, it's okay. He's Lu Fengru's student." That Fang Ping?" "Yes, that's Fang Ping." The man nodded slightly and did not say anything else. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. After he left, Fu Chongding suddenly asked, "What's going on?" He was still in a daze. The white-haired old handsome man had been smiling amiably at him earlier, but when he met Fang Ping, he was sent flying with a kick. How many people hated Fang Ping? Zhao Lei said faintly, "That's probably what Fang Ping was thinking when he asked you to deliver the letter." Fu Chongding reacted too. He sneered and said, "Serves him right. He let this bastard scheme against him." In the end, he reaped what he sowed. The more Fu Chongding thought about it, the more he wanted to laugh. What was this? Fang Ping probably sensed that something was wrong, so he used him as a scapegoat. Who knew that the result would be the same? Fu Chongding was fine, but Fang Ping was gone. Both of them looked at each other. Zhao Lei coughed dryly. "Do we need to look for him?" "Look for my ass. Who knows where he's lying?" Both of them guessed correctly. Fang Ping was currently lying on the rooftop of a building not far away. Fang Ping was too lazy to get up. He was lying on the rooftop, thinking about a very important question. What did he say wrong? Fu Chongding was fine. What was this? The old handsome man took pity on the young handsome man. Was he purposely bullying him? "This isn't fair." Fang Ping mumbled gloomily. Then, he mumbled, "Who is this white-haired old man?" This was the second time Fang Ping had been sent flying by someone. Old Manly had casually flung him, and he had been sent flying. Old Manly had only flung him 10 to 20 meters away, but the white-haired old man had sent him flying more than 100 meters away. Moreover, Fang Ping did not feel much pain when he fell from such a distance. The old man's control of his strength was extraordinary. Could it be a Grandmaster powerhouse? Fang Ping had some guesses in his mind. He mumbled, "The Grandmaster behind instructor? My biggest backer? A Grandmaster powerhouse." Huff, panting heavily, Fang Ping finally caught up to the white-haired old handsome man. He walked at an extraordinary speed. Even a rank 3 martial artist like him could barely keep up. The man had naturally sensed Fang Ping's pursuit. When he felt Fang Ping following him, the man turned his head and said playfully, "You still want to experience the feeling of flying?" Fang Ping smiled and said, "I'll experience this after I become a Grandmaster." "Instructor, where are you going now?" "I'll send you off." "You?" The man smiled and said lightly, "Tell me, what do you want to do?" "Of course not." "Look at what you're saying." Fang Ping denied it immediately. Then, he probed, "Instructor, you and my instructor, Lu Fengru never mentioned me?" The man smiled faintly as he walked. "But that's normal. What about you? I think I heard someone say that you want to get some benefits from me?" The man smiled playfully and shook his head. "Don't think it's that easy." There's no free lunch in the world. The man talked as he walked. Fang Ping said firmly, "Instructor, you've misunderstood me. I'm just looking at my instructor." When he took out this letter, he wanted to say something but stopped himself. He looked lost. He's completely different from the instructor I remember. Instructor treats me like a son. As his student, I should return the favor and help him solve his problems. Ha ha ha, interesting. The white-haired man laughed. He turned his head to look at Fang Ping and said, "You've got guts. Kid, cultivating properly is the right path. Don't ponder over these things all day long. These are still the tricks I played in the past." After saying that, the man's figure flashed and disappeared before Fang Ping's eyes. Fang Ping sighed. It was a pity that he did not get any benefits. Fang Ping was actually curious about the man's identity and had some guesses. He did not dare ask Lu Fengru, though. He did not meet the man again. 2 days later, Fu Chongding mysteriously said that he had found some news. Dormitory building. Fu Chongding knocked on Fang Ping's door and snuck in like a thief. He whispered, "Big discovery." "Don't be so mysterious. Just say it." These 2 days, Fang Ping continued to maintain his vitality and bone honing. When he was free, he would practice his combat techniques. He was preparing for the next month's rapid advancement. He did not have the time to listen to Fu Chongding's nonsense. "Didn't you get beaten up last time?" "What are you talking about? Why don't I remember?" "Tisk." Fu Chongding had a look of disdain on his face. Then, he grinned and said, "What a great discovery. There are too many secrets in the martial arts circle. Newbies like us should be more careful next time, lest we die without knowing why. Do you know who the white-haired teacher was that night?" "Who?" "Snake King." "Who?" Fang Ping looked surprised. Fu Chongding was speechless. "Haven't you seen the Grandmaster ranking? Ranked 47th, Snake King Wu Quishan, Grandmaster, Upper Stage Rank 8. Vice Principal?" Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. He asked, "Are you talking about MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor, Wu Quishan?" As for Snake King, it was just a title. It didn't sound like much, but it was worthy of the word king. This was the symbol of strength. When the day came when Big Lion became Lion King, Fang Ping would not dare to provoke him anymore. He was afraid of death. "Yes, that's him." Fu Chongding grinned. Vice-Chancellor Wu has played a big part in MCMAU's ability to be mentioned in the same breath as CCMAU. CCMAU's Vice-Chancellor is ranked 36th in the Grandmaster ranking. Our Vice-Chancellor is ranked 41st, but our Vice-Chancellor Wu is also ranked within the top 50, 47th. This is the source of MCMAU's confidence. Our university has 2 Grandmasters in the top 50. The Grandmasters in the Grandmaster ranking were all important figures in Sino Nation. And those in the top 50 were the giants among giants. MCMAU was actually just a martial arts university under the Ministry of Education. Even if it was a famous school, logically speaking, it was not easy for the Vice-Chancellor to be ranked among the top 50 giants in Sino Nation. MCMAU had another powerhouse who was also in the list. The central government, the military department, the House of Guardians, the Department of Investigation Services, the Ministry of Education, the business world, sects, martial arts universities, with so many forces, which of them did not have giants? MCMAU had 2 top-notch giants. This was the source of their confidence. It's actually him. Everyone had only heard of this Vice-Chancellor. They had never seen him in person. It was said that he rarely appeared in school. Most of the time, he was running around in the outside world. He was either in the catacombs, capital city, or overseas. He was rarely in school. Fang Ping and the others had been in school for almost a year, but they had never seen this person. The Vice-Chancellor was the same. They rarely saw him. The Grandmaster they had seen the most was the Dean of the School of Weaponry, Huang Jing. Currently, MCMAU had 4 Grandmasters in public. They were the old Vice-Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor Wu Quishan, and the Dean of the School of Weaponry, Huang Jing. The last one was an old Grandmaster who had always been in charge of MCMAU's southern area. He did not hold a leadership position. The latter 2 were both rank 7 Grandmasters. Wu Quishan's strength was publicly announced as peak rank 7. However, not long after Fang Ping and the others entered school, this vice-chancellor suddenly became an upper stage rank 8. No one knew if he had hidden his strength in the past or if he suddenly had a breakthrough. Fang Ping really did not understand this person. You didn't expect this, did you? Fu Chongding grinned. There's something even more surprising. Damn you, you lied to me and said that you're Instructor Lu's father. Do you believe that I won't tell Instructor Lu and ask her to hack you alive? Vice-Chancellor Wu didn't take it too seriously last time. Otherwise, he would have hacked me alive. He did not completely convey Fang Ping's words. He said that his daughter missed him. At that time, he subconsciously put Lu Fengru in the shoes of Wu Quishan's daughter and directly said Instructor Lu. This was also the reason why he was safe and sound. Otherwise, he would have died a worse death than Fang Ping. Wu Quishan did not think of this at that time. Fu Chongding thought about it and felt a lingering fear. What father? Vice-Chancellor Wu is Instructor Lu's husband. What? Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Was that so? Before this, he actually had such a guess, but he did not dare to confirm it. He did not expect it to be true. Yes, it's absolutely true. Fu Chongding said softly, this is what my dad said. Actually, all the older generation martial artists know about this. It's just that now, there aren't many people who talk about this. Instructor Lu and Vice-Chancellor Wu treat each other like enemies now. Of course, don't take it seriously. If you really bully Instructor Lu, Vice-Chancellor Wu will immediately appear. I heard that the Grandmaster from East Lake vomited 3 liters of blood during the night raid. TSK, so domineering. Fang Wenxiang's grandfather? I think so. Fang Ping listened with great interest. There was so much gossip. Then what's going on with my instructor and Vice-Chancellor Wu now? It's a long story, then make it short. Fu Chongding rolled his eyes. After thinking for a while, he said, actually, it's a matter of adulthood. It's been about 10 years. Instructor Lu and Vice-Chancellor Wu had a daughter, an only child. They doted on her a lot. Instructor Lu was rank 5 back then. Vice-Chancellor Wu had already entered Grandmaster. At that time, it was amazing. Vice-Chancellor Wu was not even 50 years old yet. He had the potential to become a Grandmaster. Instructor Lu also had the potential to become a Grandmaster. Think about it, with their abilities, how much they doted on their daughter. To put it bluntly, the current Xianxia could not even compare to them. Xianxia's grandfather was a Grandmaster, but her parents were not. Moreover, there were others in the Chen family. She was not the only one. Vice-Chancellor Wu's daughter was truly the only one. In the end, perhaps because he spoiled her too much, Vice-Chancellor Wu was also too confident. When he went out to the catacombs for a mission, he brought his daughter into the catacombs. In the end, they ran into trouble in the catacombs. Vice-Chancellor Wu was entangled by a strong enemy. I heard that Vice-Chancellor Wu watched helplessly as his daughter was beaten to death by a catacombs powerhouse. Anyway, that's more or less what happened. My dad didn't explain it clearly. After the fight, Instructor Lu and Vice-Chancellor Wu had a falling out. My dad said that it's much better now. It was worse back then. At that time, there were many powerhouses who went into the catacombs with Vice-Chancellor Wu. Instructor Lu went to each family's door like a maniac, questioning them why they did not save her daughter. Actually, it's really hard to say who was right or wrong when they lost their lives in the catacombs. However, Instructor Lu's daughter had just died. The others did not say anything. In the end, it was probably Vice-Chancellor Wu who stopped them. Then, Instructor Lu announced that she was divorcing him. I heard that Vice-Chancellor Wu did not want to, but in the end, he did not dare to. Instructor Lu wanted to kill him in the middle of the night a few times. Fang Ping swallowed and asked carefully, really? Really? Fu Chongding also whispered, be careful. Your instructor was a little provoked back then. She almost killed Vice-Chancellor Wu. She's a little better now. Every year, she only goes crazy for a few days on the anniversary of her daughter's death. It's almost time now. This is probably why Vice-Chancellor Wu came back this time. In any case, it's best if you don't get close to your instructor for now. It's really too dangerous. Fang Ping shuddered. He was so scared. This was the first time he had heard of this. He had only just found out that his instructor had a daughter, but she had already died in the catacombs. Could it be that the powerful enemy back then was Skygate City's city lord? Fang Ping had a rough idea in his heart. After connecting the dots, he more or less understood what was going on. As for not liking Xianxia, could it be that he was thinking of his own daughter? Fu Chongdang's gossip was obviously not over. He continued, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you. Your instructor's background is really scary. You better be obedient. She has a biological father. It's not the Vice-Chancellor Wu that you're talking about, you bastard. Her biological father is also a Grandmaster. An old peak rank 7 Grandmaster hasn't appeared in recent years, but his name is still on the ranking, which means that he's still alive. My dad said that he should be inside Magic City's catacombs. He hasn't come out all these years, but he should still be alive. 2 Grandmasters in one sect. No, if Instructor Lu breaks through to Grandmaster herself, then there will be 3 High Grandmasters. Who would dare provoke such a background? But my dad also said." Fu Chongdang's voice became even softer, almost inaudible. Vice-Chancellor Wu and the others are actually suppressing Instructor Lu from breaking through. If she breaks through to Grandmaster, there will be big trouble. Trouble? I don't know. Anyway, that's what my dad said. If I ask again, he won't tell me. Fang Ping pondered for a moment. Could he be talking about Skygate City's city lord? Skygate City's city lord had just entered rank 9. It was not that no one in Sino Nation could kill him. However, if he was killed, Skygate City would be in danger. The 12 cities and Magic City's catacombs behind them would probably be in trouble. All these years, it was not easy to maintain the current situation with Skygate City. Once Skygate City, their main opponent, was replaced by a city behind them, then, there would really be big trouble. Are they afraid that she will break through to Grandmaster and seek revenge? A rank 7 Grandmaster is obviously not enough, but if the instructor makes a move, will Vice-Chancellor Wu and her father just watch her die? If 3 High Grandmasters join forces, they will either kill the other or die at the other's hands. Either way, it's not a good thing. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. If the other was killed, there would be trouble. If 3 High Grandmasters died, then Sino Nation would not be able to bear such a loss. Therefore, the best solution was for Lu Fengru to not break through. If she did not break through, Vice-Chancellor Wu and her father would be much calmer than she was, and they would also consider the changes in the overall situation. Lu Fengru might not necessarily consider the overall situation. She might have wanted to take revenge for the death of her daughter for a long time. I didn't expect there to be so many inside stories. Fang Ping sighed and then said with a sigh, if that senior of mine was still alive, that would be amazing. 3 Grandmasters in one sect. With this backing, even an aspiring martial artist can beat up a group of middle-ranked martial artists. Looks like I'll have to curry favor with this instructor in the future. Should I call her godmother? Fang Ping muttered to himself. Fu Chongdang's face turned green. Can't you have some integrity? Seeing that Fang Ping was still muttering, Fu Chongdang warned, don't mention this to your instructor. It's almost a taboo now. Even if you're beaten to death, no one will seek justice for you. Don't ever mention that I said it. I'm afraid of dying. Am I that stupid? Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Lu Fengru never mentioned this, and obviously, she did not want others to mention it. Saying this in front of her made Lu Fengru go crazy. Even 100 Fang Pings would not be enough for her to chop. Fu Chongdang's gossip always came faster and more than Fang Ping's. At the end of April, when Fang Ping was cultivating wholeheartedly, he would occasionally get some news about the circle from Fu Chongdang. For example, a certain big shot in the business world had broken through to Grandmaster this month. For example, a certain governor had advanced in the Grandmaster ranking. For example, a superstar had suddenly died of illness not long ago. What a joke. That superstar had the strength of rank 4. How could he have died of illness? He had died while doing a compulsory mission in the catacombs. Middle-ranked martial artists had to enter the catacombs every year and complete a certain number of missions before they could return to the surface. This was also a kind of restriction and responsibility. It was not uncommon for famous people to suddenly die of illness every year. Fang Ping only listened to these news. It had nothing to do with him for now. What really concerned Fang Ping was the beginning of the next month. During the Labor Day period, the school would lead everyone to a monthly assessment. The assessment content was yet to be determined. There were many rewards, and the school informed everyone to prepare in advance. This was also the first time they would complete an assessment mission as a large team. After receiving the news, Fang Ping did not care about anything else. He wanted to see if he could complete the honing of his ribs before the assessment. Right now, after a month of cultivation, Fang Ping's statistics had changed again. Wealth, 48 million. Vitality, 650 calories, 659 calories. Mentality, 450 Hz, 469 Hz. Bone honing, 134 bones, 90%, 72 bones, 30%. I still need to hone 17 bones before I can finish honing my ribs, Fang Ping calculated. The assessment would start in a week at most, or 3 to 5 days at least. He could still try to hone 17 ribs. Logistics Department. Fang Ping had been sitting at the exchange counter for a long time. Old Manly dozed off and did not bother with him anymore. Fang Ping stared at the exchange list in front of him. After a long time, he made up his mind. Instructor, I want this. Old Manly glanced at it. He looked at him strangely and said slowly, Are you sure? I'm sure. Why do you want this? Old Manly was still puzzled. He looked at him for a while and said, This is a rank 5 pill. If you didn't come here often, it wouldn't be on the exchange list. It's not for students. It's mainly for instructors. I want this. Fang Ping's face was full of certainty. He said painfully, I heard that the bodybuilding pill is specially prepared for the 3 middle ranks powerhouses to hone their bodies. It's a transformation from the inside out. The effects are amazing. Even the internal organs can be honed. Instructor, the effects aren't fake, right? Of course not. Old Manly looked at him and thought for a while. The 3 middle ranks martial artists hone their internal organs. You can say that this stage is to forge the human body into a golden one. Peak rank 6 martial artists have almost no physical weakness other than their heads. As he spoke, Old Manly picked up the alloy dagger on the table and stabbed it into his hand a few times. The sound of metal cutting could be heard. Kid, do you see that? Honestly, I'm lying here now. You can hack me all you want. Don't hack my head. If you hack me to death, you'll be the best. Fang Ping's face darkened. He said gloomily, Instructor, I'm not here to watch you show off. I just want to exchange a few pills and ask about their effects. What are you saying? Old Manly said unhappily, Am I not showing you the results? The bodybuilding pill has a certain effect on the transformation of the human body, but it's not the main effect. I'm just telling you not to waste it. With your current situation, the bodybuilding pill will at most slightly increase your body's strength. The transformation of the internal organs, on the other hand, is full of danger. You might not be able to withstand such a powerful transformation. Instructor, do you think my body can withstand the progress of a middle stage rank 3 bone honing if I consume a bodybuilding pill now? Old Manly did not say anything. He reached out and patted Fang Ping's body a few times. He thought for a while and said, If you really want to try, you can try. 3 bodybuilding pills should be enough. However, the first time was more dangerous as the medicinal effect was very strong. Also, 200 credits for one. Are you sure you want to spend 600 credits on this, just to let the body bear the honing progress of middle stage rank 3 in advance? Do you still have the face to tell me how poor your family is next time? Fang Ping was helpless. He sighed and said, Teacher, my improvement is too slow. When will I be able to cultivate to the middle 3 ranks, or even the upper 3 ranks? I also want to take it slow and save as much as I can. This won't do. If I'm any slower, I'll be left behind. There's someone stronger than you in your first year? I'm not talking about a freshman. I'm talking about someone else. Old Manly could not help but laugh. He pondered for a moment and said, then you'll need to redeem at least 3 rank 3 viscera shielding pills. 1 pill costs 90 credits, so 3 pills costs 270 credits. Every time, he would first take the viscera shielding pill before taking the body forging pill. This way, your internal organs won't suffer too much impact, and it's safer and more effective. That's a total of 870 credits. After 3 rounds, the physical strengthening will be complete. It'll be more than enough to withstand your middle stage rank 3 strength. 870 credits, Fang Ping mumbled. There was no way he could go on like this. I just want to cultivate to middle stage rank 3 in advance. It's so expensive, and this doesn't even include the cost of honing. It's faster than robbing. Old Manly laughed. That's why I'm advising you not to rush. Take it slow. Actually, it's already extremely difficult for you to cultivate to rank 3 now. No, I can't go any slower. I heard that Qin Fengqing is trying to break through to rank 4, and CLA is about to enter peak rank 3. Teacher, I have to cultivate to peak rank 3 as soon as possible. Only then will I have time to deepen my cultivation of combat techniques. Otherwise, I won't have the heart to care about anything else. I'll change it. Teacher, I don't have any credits, and I'll have to spend money. You can give me a discount. I really don't have much money now. Old Manly sneered. Body honing pills aren't body honing pills. Body honing pills are sluggish, but body honing pills are a bestseller for martial artists in the 3 ranks. Plus 3 rank 3 viscera shielding pills, I'll give you 25 million. This old man is opening the back door for you again. 250? Fang Ping hesitated. He was about to speak when Old Manly yawned and said, don't talk. If you don't, go out. I'll buy it. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and bought it. Achieving middle stage rank 3 in 3 days was enough for the assessment. He still had more than 45 million in cash on hand, which was enough for the time being. After achieving middle stage, he would rest for a few days before attempting to break through to upper stage. Once he achieved upper stage rank 3, he would temporarily put aside his cultivation and focus on combat techniques. He would strive to become a true combat powerhouse before entering the catacombs. Old Manly cut to the chase and gave Fang Ping 3 rank 3 viscera shielding pills. As for the body honing pills, he sent someone to the southern area to get them. They were not available here. After more than 10 minutes, Fang Ping received the pills. At the same time, 25 million was deducted from his card. He did not know if he could earn it back from the assessment. As he passed by the credits collection counter, Fang Ping collected the 120 credits he had accumulated this month. His wealth had only increased by 400,000. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. After a while, he remembered something. He had promised Fu Chanding and the others that 100 of the 300 credits would belong to them. Motherf *Ker, the system is eavesdropping on my conversation? This was the first time Fang Ping had encountered such a situation. It was not as if he had not counted his wealth points before, but this was the first time he had encountered a situation where the credits he had received were not counted to his account. No, this was the same as the credits on MCMAU's exchange platform. They flowed through his hands, but they did not belong to him. I'm speechless. Fang Ping was extremely frustrated. After thinking about it, he did not have much to complain about. It was the same as the missions he had done before. The missions would be calculated uniformly, but it would not be solely counted to Fang Ping. After returning to the dormitory, Fang Ping went to Fu Chandang's place and used his computer to transfer 100 credits to him. As for how they would distribute the credits, Fang Ping did not care. After that, Fang Ping hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on his door. The pain was excruciating. When he took the rank 5 body honing pill, Fang Ping only wanted to curse. Old Manly said that it was more dangerous to take it for the first time. He also said that after taking the viscera shielding pill, the danger would be much lower. Fang Ping should be able to withstand it. However, Old Manly did not tell him that it would be this painful. His muscles felt like they were being torn apart inch by inch. His organs were also twitching nonstop. It hurts. Fang Ping was in so much pain that his consciousness was blurred. Big droplets of sweat mixed with blood dripped to the ground. I've always wanted to become stronger. What's the point? To endure pain? To be tortured? Could it be that it's really to save the world that's ridiculous? Amidst the unbearable pain, Fang Ping could not help but think about these questions. When did I become so great? So great that I want to pacify the catacombs and return a peaceful society to mankind. What a ridiculous idea. Is it worth it to put my life on the line just to improve in martial arts? Maybe I'll live a better life if I'm a normal person and ignore all of this. All kinds of thoughts flashed in his mind. As he thought about these, images flashed in his mind. The scene of MCMAU instructors returning from battle after death, the scene of Bairuashi smiling with a broken arm, and the scene of the catacombs invading, the scene of his parents and sister dying in front of him, the scene of him struggling helplessly. I'm not that great. Everything I've done is for myself and for my family. The pain I've endured today is more worth it than crying helplessly in the future. Fang Ping did not know how much time had passed. When the pain faded, he collapsed and lay on the ground, panting heavily. The catacombs, Nanjiang, family, Fang Ping muttered softly. Panting, he chuckled. Yes, I just hope to have the ability to protect myself before the catacombs invade. Don't think too highly of yourself and think too highly of yourself. That's why I still have to cultivate. I still have to fight for everything that I have to. 3 days later. May 3rd, it's done. Fang Ping's face was slightly pale, but he was extremely excited. April. A month of nourishment allowed him to smooth out some of the flaws in the rapid advancement of rank 1 and 2. May. In 3 days, Fang Ping stepped into middle stage rank 3 in May. Wealth, 17. 5 million vitality, 500 calories, 820 calories, mentality, 450 Hz, 499 Hz, bone honing, 151 bones, 90%, 55 bones, 30%, my vitality has exceeded 800 calories. My sternum and ribs have been honed. I'm only left with 26 vertebrae and 29 skulls to hone. Fang Ping moved his body. All the bones in his body made a crisp crackling sound. I still have 17. 5 million wealth points and 20 million in cash. If I use them sparingly, with the school's subsequent rewards, reaching upper stage rank 3 shouldn't be a problem, right? Fang Ping was not too sure. He now realized that expectations were expectations, and reality was reality. Sometimes, money and wealth points were spent faster than he imagined. He picked up the Fang's widow beside him and waved it a few times. Fang Ping felt that it was not very smooth. This was also a side effect of rapid bone honing. After resting for a while, he took a shower and changed his clothes. Fang Ping looked at the time and walked out. Teaching block. Tang Feng glanced at Fang Ping, who had just arrived, and frowned slightly. What was wrong with this kid? He had improved so quickly these few days. Without saying anything, Tang Feng said, the itinerary has been decided. The location of the assessment this time. Nanjiang. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. Nanjiang? This assessment is not just a simple assessment. It's a large-scale mission. Not only ours, but also Capital City Martial Arts University and many other martial arts universities will participate. This time, it's a joint mission. Following Tang Feng's narration, everyone gradually understood the contents of the assessment. Nanjiang had probably already been confirmed as the opening location of the next catacombs entrance. Currently, many evil sect martial artists had gathered in Nanjiang. According to the judgment of the higher-ups, these evil sect martial artists might be trying to open the entrance when the new entrance was opened, allowing the catacombs creatures to invade. When the new entrance was opened, there would also be a large number of powerhouses gathering in the catacombs. As the opening location of the new entrance, Nanjiang does not have the advantages of other entrances. It lacks the necessary coping experience and a large number of martial artists who have experienced war. The other areas will come to help, and the central government will also deploy troops to guard the new entrance. However, it's the first opening, and it's temporarily impossible to determine the specific location. How the troops will be stationed, and where the main force of the martial artists will defend are all problems. The opening of the entrance is very fast. Even if they are all in Nanjiang, if the distance between the stations is too far, it will take some time to transport the troops. The evil sect martial artists' goal is very simple. They want to take advantage of this time to try and open the entrance. Tang Feng said coldly, these people are completely crazy now. These years, as the government's strength has grown, their chances have become smaller and smaller. Now, they are also struggling on their deathbed. This time, a large number of evil sect higher-ups have begun to gather in Nanjiang. The government will not sit idly by and watch them cause trouble. A bunch of jumping clowns trying to fish in troubled waters during the chaos. Wishful thinking. The government will not wait until the catacombs entrance is really opened before carrying out the purge. Therefore, the purge operation begins now. As for our respective martial arts universities, this time, you are responsible for purging a large-scale gathering point. Remember, regardless of age, kill without mercy. The number of martial artists you kill individually and the number of martial arts universities kill as a group will be the standard for your assessment. This time, it's not just about individual bravery. The formation of the troops and the timing of the battle are all very important. Whether you want to join the battle at the first instance is also up to you to decide. This is considered a team battle assessment mission, not just about individual bravery. Remember. Of course, if you think that you can sweep the stronghold alone, that's your ability. But if you want to sweep the stronghold alone as a group of rank 2 and 3 martial artists, I'm afraid the chances of you courting death are much higher. Tang Feng spoke for a while. When Fang Ping was done, he opened his mouth to ask, wouldn't it be more efficient to let the army carry firearms and fight in such a large-scale gathering point? Tang Feng shook his head and said, right now, we're training the troops. Training Nanjiang's troops. Do you understand what I mean? You mean, yes. In the future, it will be very difficult to transfer the troops for the catacombs entrance from all over the place. At most, we'll just send some middle and high-level leaders. As for the basic forces, most of them will be recruits. This time, we'll use this opportunity to let the recruits get used to the cold weapons combat mode, including you guys. These evil sect martial artists are also a good choice. Compared to the catacombs creatures, the evil sect martial artists are not organized and their combat strength is not strong. They are the most suitable test subjects. More people will definitely die. However, the more people who die now, the fewer people who will die in the future. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, the evil sect doesn't know about such a large-scale operation of ours? They know. Tang Feng said indifferently, this time, we're inviting them into the trap. We've already discovered the evil sect gathering. We've purposely let the various armies and martial artists encircle and annihilate them so that they will unknowingly gather in one place. The goal is to conduct a large-scale training. Although it's to train the recruits, there are already 9 grandmasters sealing off the battlefield in Nanjiang. There's also a modern high-tech combat army on standby at the periphery. The other party will either choose not to fight the martial artists or choose to escape, and then be bombarded by countless cannons. What do you think they'll choose if they know this outcome? Then, what we're facing now is a bunch of trapped beasts. You can say that. So, you guys be careful. Since it's for training, an appropriate death rate is allowed and necessary. If the death rate does not exceed 30%, then the battlefield will always be your battlefield, 30%. Fang Ping's pupils shrank slightly. This death rate was too high. Tang Feng said coldly, if a 30% death rate can be achieved in a battlefield with low combat strength like the evil sect, then when you enter the catacombs, you'll have a 99% death rate. No one said anything else. Get ready, everyone. We'll depart tonight and meet up with the other teams. Fang Ping exhaled. It was time to return to Nanjiang again. However, it was different from the last time. Last time, it was to complete a mission and go home to take a look. This time, it was to participate in a large-scale battle between martial artists. The entrance to the catacombs is actually going to appear in Nanjiang. Fang Ping sighed softly. Nanjiang would probably be in chaos for a while in the next 2 years. The others left one after another. Fang Ping and the others also went back to make preparations. Pills, weapons, these things. They had to be prepared. At night, Fang Ping went to Villa number 8. Lu Fengru was not there. He did not know where she went. Nanjiang. Songnan City. Although Nanjiang was located in the plains, it did not mean that there were no mountains. Song Mountain was the large mountain range that traversed the Nanjiang River. Sun City was included within the range of this mountain range. The car slowly entered Songnan City. In the car, Tang Feng said calmly, "These people are currently trapped in Songnan City, backed by White Mountain. The stronghold you need to attack is located at the foot of White Mountain." It was originally a village, but it gradually became deserted. The villagers came out to work and settled down in the city. Only a few old people stayed behind. Someone frowned. The old people, they were killed. A girl could not help but say, "Instructor, didn't you say that we had a plan to drive them to a certain place?" Tang Feng said calmly, "No matter how meticulous the plan is, it can't go according to plan. The original plan was not to drive them to this village, but to a completely deserted village halfway up the mountain. However, accidents happen. The plan didn't go according to our plan. An accident like this, to put it coldly, it's still within everyone's acceptable range." Everyone was speechless. Compared to the evil sect martial artists being trapped here, the death of a few old people seemed to be worth it. However, as the people being sacrificed, would they think it was worth it? Tang Feng changed the topic and quickly continued, "The village is located at the foot of the mountain. We've set up a defense line deep in the mountain and other entrances. However, there's no one nearby. This means that the other party can escape up the mountain at any time. The mountain terrain is more complicated. In the end, you may have to fight a jungle chase. Be careful. The terrain is complicated, and the environment is complicated. This means that the danger is greater." Fang Ping said, "How many people are in the village? Are they all martial artists?" "No, there are normal people. However, at this moment, whether they are normal people or martial artists, kill them all." Tang Feng said coldly, "Remember, don't leave anyone alive. Kill them all. As for the number of people, there are about 300. We don't know how many normal people there are." 300 people? Everyone was surprised. Yu Xianxia said, "Instructor, how many people are there from our martial arts universities?" MCMAU 97, CCMAU 80, and the 3 martial arts universities in Nanjiang 40. The other martial arts universities are mainly from the 3 southern provinces. Nanhu and Nans have about 60 people. That's close to 300 people. Yu Xianxia thought about it and said, "Our numbers are about the same as theirs. The weakest among us is a rank 2 martial artist. They even have normal people. Would such an experience really be so difficult?" But Tang Feng snorted lightly and said, "Don't look down on anyone. Otherwise, you all will die very quickly. Moreover, among these people, there might be a few rank 3 martial artists. As for the specifics, you'll have to find out for yourselves." Fang Ping interrupted, "Are there any martial artists in the 3 middle ranks?" "I don't know." Fang Ping was speechless. What was he talking about? You don't know? In that case, there might be. If a group of rank 2 martial artists and an individual rank 3 martial artist were up against martial artists of the 3 middle ranks, it would be extremely dangerous unless they threw their lives away. As they talked, the night grew darker and darker. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the vehicle stopped at a temporary military base in the suburbs of Songnan. MCMAU's car had just arrived. Very soon, a few more cars stopped at the entrance. Fang Ping and the others got out of the car and looked in that direction with the light from the door. In the end, he saw a few familiar faces. From a distance, Fang Wenxiang glared at Fang Ping hatefully. Seeing this, Fang Ping stretched out his hand and rubbed his fingers, saying, "Pay me back." Fang Wenxiang's expression was dark, but he did not look at him anymore. Fang Ping curled his lips. This guy owed him a pill. Fang Ping remembered that he had swallowed a rank 1 vitality pill back then. Now that he was rank 3, his status had risen. At the very least, it was a rank 3 pill. Other than Fang Wenxiang, Han Su, Li Ran, Zhang Zhenguang, and the other students who had participated in the championship were mostly here. It had been almost 4 months since the championship. Back then, they were all peak rank 1 martial artists. Now, almost all of them had entered rank 2, and some of them were not even beginners. Other than CCMAU and MCMAU who had just arrived, the martial arts university students from other places had arrived earlier. When Fang Ping And the others entered the base one after another. The other martial arts university students were also woken up. At this moment, some of them walked out of the barracks. As a result, Fang Ping received a lot of eye rolls. When the NMAU people saw him, they all looked indignant. "Sore losers, what are you looking at?" Fang Ping huffed in annoyance. What the hell were they looking at? He had won the martial arts competition. Was this also illegal? No one is a sore loser. As soon as he opened his mouth, someone from NMAU chimed in, saying angrily, "It's not that NMAU students have never lost, but you, Fang Ping, have gone too far and humiliated NMAU students." Fang Ping was speechless. Fu Chongding snickered and said, "Who told you to pretend? If you want to fight, just fight. You don't have to talk big." Previously at NMAU, Fang Ping had almost made Lan Ke vomit blood in anger. The other martial artist did not even let anyone announce his name. This was one of the reasons why the NMAU students were indignant when they saw him. Of course, it was also because NMAU had not been having a good time recently. These rank 2 martial artists had been tormented to the point where they wished they were dead. Fang Ping did not bother to reply. He did not look at them anymore. Soon, everyone followed the instructors and military officers to a large tent that had been temporarily set up. Inside the tent, Tang Feng and the others discussed quietly with the base's military officers for a while. Soon, someone said, "Don't waste time. Let the other martial arts university students wake up and gather." As soon as the words were spoken, there was no need to inform them one by one. A powerhouse roared, "Everyone, gather." Fang Ping and the others were shocked. They could not help but dig their ears. Fang Ping laughed softly. Instructor Tang should be the one to shout that. Lion's roar is a necessary skill. Xianxia suddenly pushed Fang Ping from behind. Fang Ping was a little surprised. He looked up and saw Tang Feng looking at him. Fang Ping was speechless. There were so many people talking. How could she hear that? Tang Feng didn't bother with him. Everyone was waiting, and soon, students walked in one after another. Seeing that the tent was full, someone tore it down and said loudly, "A group of martial artists. Why do we need tents for a meeting? We can just hold it in the open." After the tent was torn down, the place became much more spacious. Soon, the military officer who had been talking to Tang Feng stood up and said loudly, "Thank you, everyone, for coming to Nanjiang and helping us solve our problems. I think everyone knows about the mission this time. Your mission target is Boulder Village, which is 15 kilometers away from here. We won't make arrangements for how to wipe them out. According to your martial arts universities, you will make the arrangements yourself. Whether to move together or individually, it's up to you. We only have 3 requests for you. First, you must not attack your comrades. If you are discovered, you will be sent to the catacombs or killed on the spot. Second, this place has been designated as a war zone. Now that everyone has entered this place, you can only move forward. You cannot retreat. We will set up a defense line in all directions. You must not cross the line. Third, the spoils of war will be handled together. During the battle, you are not allowed to collect the spoils of war privately. They will be handled after the battle and distributed according to work. Don't worry, the spoils of war are all yours. How much you get will depend on your performance. Don't let your own people stab each other in the back just for a few pills. If you are discovered, you will be dealt with severely." The military did not have many requirements for everyone. They did not even require the necessary discipline. As for the problem of the spoils of war, it was to prevent people from fighting before the enemy was completely killed. That would really be a motley crew. Having said that, Tang Feng also said, "This time, the instructors will not participate in the battle. We have other missions. I have told you your mission now. Next, this temporary base will be handed over to you. You will need to make your own decisions about everything. You are all rank 2 and 3 martial artists. You are no longer newbies, nor are you rookie martial artists in the martial arts world. Everyone is the elite of their respective schools. If we can't even eliminate a group of evil sect martial artists with a similar number of people, how can we talk about going down to the catacombs to fight against the catacombs creatures?" Tang Feng's words were straightforward, and his actions were also straightforward. After saying that, he looked at the other instructors and said, "Everyone, we can leave now." The instructors were straightforward, and the soldiers were also straightforward. In an instant, everyone was gone. A few minutes later, only a group of students were left, looking at each other. Obviously, everyone did not expect that this time it was all up to them. After a while, someone said, "Everyone, discuss how to fight, how to encircle and suppress. The other party doesn't have many people. Let's attack together, idiots. If you ask me, let's fight on our own. Martial artists are not soldiers. We haven't experienced large team battles. If we force ourselves to work together, we will only add to the chaos. If we don't act together, won't it be a mess?" everyone discussed animatedly. Soon, someone said loudly, "Everyone, the first thing we should do is not to think about other things. First, recognize people. Don't let our own people not know each other. In the end, if we find the wrong target, it will be easy for others to fish in troubled waters. We are all martial artists. We have less than 300 people. Everyone, introduce yourselves. That way, when we ask for help, we don't have to shout hey." Everyone burst out laughing. That was true. Soon, this person introduced himself. "My name is Yu Chen, Capital City Martial Arts University, Peak Rank 2 Martial Artist. Zhou Jian, CCMAU, Peak Rank 2. Wang Dan, CCMAU, Peak Rank 2. Han Su, CCMAU, Peak Rank 2. On CCMAU's side, there were many Peak Rank 2 martial artists. There were even 5 Rank 3 martial artists, but they were all beginners. Han Su had also entered Peak Rank 2. This speed was also extremely shocking. This meant that in less than 4 months, this guy had honed more than 60 bones. Strictly speaking, it was less than 110 days. On average, he had honed 1 bone in less than 2 days. CCMAU had 80 people. 5 of them were Rank 3, 12 of them were Peak Rank 2, and the rest were martial artists above middle stage Rank 2. On MCMAU's side, there were 97 people. 4 of them were Rank 3 and 14 of them were Peak Rank 2. Among the rest, there were a few freshmen who had not entered middle stage Rank 2. MCMAU had 4 Rank 3s. Other than Fang Ping, Yu Xianxia, Chen Pengfei, and another junior had all broken through to Rank 3. Zhang Ziwei was still at Peak Rank 2. She had not broken through. On Nanjiang Martial Arts University's side, there was only 1 Rank 3 martial artist. It was Fang Ping's acquaintance, Gu Xiong. The other schools had a total of 5 Rank 3 martial artists. The rest were Rank 2. There were 15 Rank 3 martial artists and 274 Rank 2 martial artists. There were 289 people in total. These were also the elite Rank 2 students from the 3 southern provinces, CCMAU and MCMAU. As for those Rank 3, most of them had just broken through not long ago. Other than CCMAU's middle stage Rank 3 martial artist, Fang Ping was the other one. However, Fang Ping did not say anything. The middle stage Rank 3 martial artist from CCMAU was called Zhao Yang. After the introductions were done, Zhao Yang looked at MCMAU's side and said, "Everyone, what do you think next? This is an assessment for us. It's not just about martial strength, nor is it about how many people we kill. What the school wants to see is not just these. From now on, our every move will probably be watched by the martial arts universities. If we want to perform well, then we must show our value." Yu Xianghua continued, "Tell us what you think." "My opinion is very simple. Right now, we have 15 Rank 3 martial artists and about 50 Peak Rank 2 martial artists. The 60 of us will form an assault team. We'll attack Boulder Village from the front. The others will surround the perimeter to prevent the evil sect martial artists from escaping." Yu Xianghua frowned. "What if the other party enters the mountain from the back? I think we should lure them into a battle of attrition, then take them down in one fell swoop. We shouldn't expose our full strength right from the start." Fang Ping yawned. He was a little speechless. "I say, the few of you, do you really think that we've won? You must be joking. The martial arts universities have organized so many students to come here for training, just to let us wipe them all out. If I'm not wrong, there's a high chance that there are rank 4 martial artists in Boulder Village. There might also be upper stage and peak rank 3 martial artists. You guys, what are you thinking? On the martial artist side, one powerhouse is equivalent to 100 weaklings. Don't think about targeting Boulder Village's powerhouses first. All you think about is winning. Aren't you afraid that it'll all be over in the end? Everyone raised their eyebrows slightly. Zhao Yang said in a low voice, then what you mean is, rank 3 martial artists don't need to be restrained. If we encounter the other party's rank 3, we'll fight them. If a rank 4 martial artist appears, me, Yu Xianxia, Chen Pengfei, 3 of MCMAU's rank 3s will fight. You guys can come up with a few as well. Honestly, 3 won't be enough against a rank 4. Gather 7 or 8 people and besiege them. My intuition is very sharp. I'm sure that there's a high chance that a rank 4 martial artist will appear. Of course, if not, it means that there will be at least 3 upper stage and peak rank 3 martial artists. If that's the case, MCMAU will be responsible for one person, CCMAU will be responsible for another, and the other martial arts universities will join forces to deal with one person. When the time comes, the other rank 3 martial artists will deal with the evil sect's middle and lower stage rank 3 and the peak rank 2 martial artists on the ranking list. If the other party has extra rank 3s, you guys can go. I think it won't be a problem for you guys to deal with these people. Also, I suggest that the middle and lower stage rank 2 martial artists stay on the periphery and act as the second echelon. Also, even we need to replenish our vitality. It's best to split into 2 teams. We can't rush forward at the same time. If our vitality is depleted and the other party suddenly shows up with a new force, then we'll just be waiting for death. At least 1/3 of the combat-able martial artists should be reserved to prevent accidents. Lastly, I'd like to ask, does the other party have firearms? Everyone fell into deep thought. After a while, someone said, probably not. Of course, we can't rule out this possibility. However, even if they do, they'll be very few. The threat to us is limited, right now, it's limited. Once we deplete most of our vitality, we'll be tired, and our reaction speed will decrease. A group of gunners can take us down. Be more careful. In short, everyone should hold back a little. Don't die without even knowing how you died. This isn't a friendly match. It's not a challenge tournament. If you admit defeat, it'll be over. We can't not give it our all to fight the evil sect martial artists. However, there are so many of them, so we can't go all out. NMAU's Gu Xiong said, let's split into 3 teams. One team will guard the periphery. The other 2 teams will take turns to fight. Rank 3 martial artists will act as the mobile force. Fang Ping smiled. That's what I was thinking. I think the periphery should be dominated by women. Zhang Ziwei, you'll be in charge of this team. Zhang Ziwei glared at him. Fang Ping said mildly, it's for your own good. It's better for women to be in the periphery. You're strong too, so you can be considered a trump card. Who knows if the evil sect martial artists outside will break in from the back. Zhang Ziwei frowned but did not say anything else. Both of you, the 2 main attacking teams. You decide who'll be in charge of commanding. As for us rank 3 martial artists, we'll be in charge of rescuing and fighting the other party's rank 3 martial artists. Lastly, I suggest we form a reconnaissance team with fewer people and enter the village to investigate. Martial artists with elevated pole standing can run fast too. What do you guys think? Everyone looked at each other. Someone nodded and said, it's good to investigate, but it's more dangerous to enter the village. Fang Ping chuckled. I suggested it. Count me in. Fu Chongding and the others looked at each other. Had this guy changed? Fang Ping did not mind. He continued, of course, now that the evil sect martial artists know that we're catching turtles in a jar, unless they're stupid, they'll definitely have tight security. My idea is that those who enter the village to investigate will get a bigger share of the loot. Everyone did not have much of an opinion on this. The evil sect martial artists were not stupid. Right now, they were like birds on edge. Even the slightest sign of trouble would definitely cause a huge commotion. Entering the village was indeed more dangerous. After that, a few more people volunteered to enter the village to investigate, confirming the plan. As for the time, everyone decided to take action tomorrow night. After everyone had dispersed, Fu Changding whispered, "You actually volunteered to enter the village to investigate. That's not like you. Why wouldn't I do something that benefits me?" "I still can't believe it," Fang Ping laughed. "What's there to be in disbelief about? Actually, I don't think it's that dangerous to enter the village. But if you don't know anything about the enemy, that's the real danger. With the slightest disturbance, the evil sex experts would also emerge. It's not like we have to fight to the death. We can just run if things go south. At least we'll have an idea. I don't want to die without knowing why 3 or 4 middle-ranked martial artists suddenly appear." Fu Changding nodded. Then, he said indignantly, "Why can't we join the main attack team? Wait until you've achieved upper stage rank 2. Isn't it embarrassing? Han Su is already peak rank 2. I'm almost there. In a few days, upper stage rank 2. I'm almost there too. In a few days, upper stage rank 3. Fang Ping retorted. Fu Changding looked embarrassed. "Do you think I'll believe you? Idiots. A motley crew. I'm starting to wonder if it's worth it to allocate 100 billion to martial arts universities every year." Just as Fang Ping and the others were discussing their plans and preparing for battle, someone yelled angrily in a temporary camp 5 kilometers away. Tang Feng and the others were there, but they did not make a sound. However, when the person who yelled earlier said the last sentence, Tang Feng said lightly, "What can you expect from a bunch of rookies? The strong were all transformed from the weak, and their experience would increase as they grew. Don't you know how many powerhouses have been nurtured and how many people have been sacrificed in the catacombs? What's wrong with the military department? Do you think the military department is better than our martial arts universities? What a joke. How many powerhouses and commanders in the military department came from our martial arts universities?" Tang Feng laughed coldly and said lightly, "No one denies the military department's contributions. I, Tang Feng, admire how many ordinary soldiers have sacrificed their lives. But our martial arts university students have become the trash you call trash?" The officer who yelled earlier said angrily, "Shouldn't I be yelling? Is this how you teach your students? A camp of 300 people, 15 kilometers away is the evil sex stronghold. And the result? They thought they were fighting criminal martial artists who escaped. Did they just sit there and wait for them to attack? No one thought of sending someone to stand guard in such a huge camp. If the evil sect martial artists attacked at this time, how many of these people would die?" Tang Feng was slightly embarrassed. The leading CCMAU martial artist next to him frowned slightly and said, "This is indeed their negligence. But before this, everyone did individual missions. At most, it was a small-scale team mission. They have never experienced this kind of mission to encircle and annihilate a large stronghold. You could say that they are all newbies. Everyone comes from different martial arts universities. It is indeed a serious mistake to not consider this." However, General Lu's last sentence denied our martial arts university students' contributions. "General Lu, it's better for you to take it back. We have dozens of Grandmaster powerhouses. Which one of us did not make great contributions in the catacombs? Even Commander-in-Chief Li would not deny our martial arts university's contributions. Now it has been denied by General Lu." The man called General Lu snorted softly and said, I admit that what I said earlier was a little biased. But this group of students in front of you, who you regard as elites, are actually so elite. Speed is the key in war. The evil sect martial artists were now trapped beasts. Would they just sit and wait for death? If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of the military headquarters and the experts surrounding him, he would have charged out a long time ago. Furthermore, they had already informed the students that the path to the back of the mountain was not sealed. Had these students not considered that when they went to Boulder Village tomorrow, they would be left with an empty village, and the evil sect martial artists would enter the forest to fight guerrilla warfare with them? Why did they return to their barracks to rest instead of surrounding Boulder Village when we just retreated? No one said anything. Some of the martial arts university instructors were a little embarrassed. General Luke continued, I think there's a need to teach these students a lesson. Commander Chen. Here. Go to Boulder Village, lure a few warriors over, and launch a surprise attack on the student camp. The strong man in military uniform next to him was in a dilemma. Tang Feng exhaled softly and nodded. Rank 3 martial artists, lure a few people over. No more than 5 of them. The rest of you, intercept them on the spot. Yes. The people from the martial arts universities had also agreed. Commander Chen did not waste any more time and quickly brought a few martial artists from the military department to Boulder Village. Seeing this, General Liu said calmly, "How many of these rookies do you think will die this time?" Tang Feng frowned. The CCMAU instructor also frowned and said, "It's best if no one dies. If they really die, it'll be on the battlefield. If the military department has this attitude, all your recruits would have died in battle long ago. Lu Shiping, you better control your hawkish style. Don't think that just because you have the support of the military department, you can do whatever you want. Our martial arts universities have always produced elites. Stop using our martial arts universities as a target. Half of the 300 grandmasters are from our martial arts universities. If you want to die, no one will stop you. Go straight to the catacombs. Don't show off your power in front of a bunch of newbies." Lu Shiping said slightly angrily, "Am I using them as a target? Am I targeting anyone? But I can't stand your methods. I'd say the same even if the grandmasters were here. Now that the situation is critical, we should use the battle to nurture the battle. We don't have time to waste on learning all that nonsense. Those who come out alive after being thrown into the catacombs are the elites that I, Lu Shiping, recognize." "Humph, you boorish man, what do you know?" "I'm a boorish man? I'm a boorish man. I also know that the situation is critical now. Many of your martial arts university instructors have died in battle. Why are you so lenient to these students?" Tang Feng said impatiently, "Just mind your own business. Our martial arts universities have our own way of teaching the students. Short-sighted. All the students who enter martial arts universities have the potential to become grandmasters. In the early stages, we were eager for quick success and suffered heavy casualties. Are you telling me that the military department is going to provide us with so many grandmaster seedlings? To put it bluntly, is cultivating a group of iron-blooded warriors more effective than having one more grandmaster? Grandmasters don't become grandmasters by piling up human lives. If I say that you're brainless, then you've trained your soldiers well. If I say that you have brains, then is your brain made of water?" Pfft. Many people in the crowd laughed. Lu Shiping was furious. Then, he snorted coldly and said, "All right, I'd like to see how many grandmasters will come out of this batch of students. No, even if there's one, then I, Lu Shiping, will be the one who's short-sighted today." Tang Feng frowned and said, "We'll talk about it when the time comes. They're already dead. Who cares if you're short-sighted or not?" Everyone suddenly quietened down. Lu Shiping also quieted down. After a long time, he sighed softly. "You also know that they're about to die. Aren't you worried at all? Haste makes waste. The students are still young. Let them grow step by step. Don't spoil them through excessive enthusiasm, wishing that they could become grandmaster powerhouses tomorrow. There are too many people like you in the military department. Look at it yourself. How many grandmasters are there in the military department now? The military department allocates the most money every year. It's more than 10 times that of martial arts universities. In the end, you only know how to fill it with human lives. You have to bear the responsibility for the many sacrifices of the military department's soldiers. How many people will die if there's one more grandmaster powerhouse? Tell that to Commander Li." Tang Feng snorted. "You know how to use Commander Li to pressure me. Why don't you think about how many grandmasters there are in martial arts universities who have the guts to question the education of martial arts universities?" Fang Ping and the others naturally did not know about Tang Feng and the others' discussion and argument. They did not arrange for Nighthawks. This was also a result of inertia. In the past, when everyone was on a mission, the criminals were always on the run. No one really thought that they would be counterattacked. Even now, everyone knew that there were hundreds of evil sect martial artists 15 kilometers away. In everyone's habitual thinking, these people were waiting for them to come and kill them. No one even considered whether the other party would take the initiative to attack them. With this habit in mind, everyone returned to their tents to recuperate and prepare for tomorrow's operation. It was 4 a.m. In the campsite, most of the students were already sound asleep. Martial artists were humans too. They needed rest. At this time, most of them were asleep. Just as Fang Ping was about to fall asleep, his body suddenly trembled. Fang Ping quickly got up and picked up the Chongdao beside him. He shouted coldly, "Who's there?" "Shoo." In the darkness, a figure flashed and said in a low voice, "It's me." F***ck. Fang Ping cursed. At this time, the others in the tent woke up. Zhao Lei frowned. "Gu Xiong?" "It's me." Gu Xiong walked out of the darkness. Seeing that Fang Ping was still pointing his saber at him, he did not mind. He said, "I'm letting you know that there might be martial artists attacking the camp. If you're not sleepy, accompany me to keep watch." "Attacking the camp?" Fang Ping was stunned. Gu Xiong said in a low voice, "That's right. Actually, I wanted to say this before everyone mentioned it. However, everyone was in a hurry to end the meeting, so I didn't bring it up. The probability of an attack is very high. Even if the evil sect martial artists don't expect it, our instructors will teach us a lesson. In the military department, in the catacombs, martial artists have to sleep with their eyes open. We're too lax. You're not weak, and you're from Nanjiang. Let's keep watch. Even if we don't encounter an attack, we'll get more marks from the instructors. The president said that he can pull you along at critical moments." "Your president?" "Yes. Brother Wang, are you trying to trick me or are you looking down on me?" Fang Ping complained. After some thought, he stood up and said, "All right, what you said makes sense. Let's go out for a walk." "We'll go too." Fang Ping glanced at Fu Chongding and the others. He nodded and said, "Together. If there's any trouble, come quickly and call for help." The few of them left the campsite and arrived at the entrance. After finding a dark place, Fang Ping sat down and asked, "Have you been to the catacombs before?" Gu Xiong did not sit down. He looked around and replied, "Once." "What did it feel like?" "Tragic." The time I went, it happened to be a war between two armies. It was a real cold weapon war. There were heavy casualties. Donglin's governor personally went to the front line. You probably wouldn't have thought that such a gentle-looking uncle would tear a few of the enemy's generals apart on the battlefield. Only then did I understand that the hatred between us and the catacombs had already become irreconcilable. On the surface, Donglin's governor can love the people like his own children. But in the catacombs, he'd rather the catacombs humans treat him as a devil, an executioner. Gu Xiong spoke calmly. He continued, "After that, I joined the war. I killed many people, including ordinary catacombs humans and catacombs soldiers. Fang Ping, this is a war between races. The kind that won't rest until one side is dead. In the catacombs, the last thing we need is mercy." Fang Ping pursed his lips. "I know. You don't know." Gu Xiong shook his head. The war between humans and the catacombs can sometimes confuse people. For example, humans will also massacre the catacombs' human villages and kill the babies who are still in swaddling clothes. Can you imagine, you'll do that? Fang Ping fell silent. After a while, he said, "I'll take it one step at a time. When the time comes, I, Fang Ping, am not a soft-hearted person." "I hope so." Gu Xiong continued, "That's why, when facing the evil sect martial artists, our attitude toward them is the same as the catacombs. Kill them all. Tomorrow, you might encounter some normal people, even the elderly, the weak, women, and children. However, at this time, those who are still with the evil sect martial artists and refuse to leave are their diehard followers. The evil sect martial artists won't keep running away with those half-believers. Do you understand what I'm saying?" "Yes." This time, the evil sect martial artists were forced to flee here by the Nanjiang military department and several grandmasters. If they were not fanatics, they would have been abandoned by them long ago. Fanatics are different, so they will be left behind. Right now, those who are mingling with the evil sect martial artists are fanatics who have been brainwashed for many years. While the two of them were talking, the others were also listening. After a while, Gu Xiong suddenly said, "I think there's a sound." Fang Ping heard some movement too, and his brows furrowed instantly. When the sound got closer, Fang Ping suddenly said in a low voice, "You guessed it right. Are those guys in front from the military department or martial arts universities?" "The military department. How brutal. They're forcing us to remember." Fang Ping immediately guessed the military department's intention. "You don't keep watch at night, do you? Well, this time we've been ambushed. Next time, remember, as for the casualties, there would not be too many. There were hundreds of martial artists here, all of them rank 2 and 3 martial artists. As soon as they noticed, they would react quickly and counterattack quickly. However, no matter what, if they let someone sneak into the barracks and a few assassination experts came, the casualties would definitely not be small. These lackeys are treating us like practice stones." In front of the campsite, a few martial artists followed slowly, whispering to each other. "I can see that, but things have already come to this. We can't escape the encirclement. Kill one and earn one. Aren't they treating us like practice stones? Satisfy them. I wonder if it's those lackeys from martial arts universities in the campsite, or casual martial artists like us who have been deceived. No matter who it is, kill. Kill as soon as we enter, kill anyone we see." The few of them discussed softly. As for death, since they were trapped here without any help, they knew that death was their only destination. However, they firmly believed that even death was worth it, contributing to the world integration. On the day the world integration came, the Pope would definitely complete the great unification. When that time came, perhaps they could be resurrected again. The catacombs humans could be resurrected. Naturally, the Pope who controlled the world could do it too. Death was not scary. While they were discussing, the military department martial artists in front of them disappeared. The evil sect martial artists were not surprised. These people were probably waiting outside to see the results. The leading martial artist smiled and said in a low voice, "Kill as many as you can. We'll return to the real world sooner or later." The 3 people behind him nodded heavily. Resurrection. This was what they believed in. In the next moment, the 4 of them advanced quickly, approaching the campsite. When they were less than 10 meters away from the campsite, the last person suddenly felt his scalp go numb. There was a shrill sound of wind coming from above. "Someone's here." Puff. Fang Ping, who was in midair, slashed his saber down and cut the other party in half. An elevated stance could really stand in the air. Grandmaster. No, an elevated stance martial artist. The 3 people in front heard the sound too. They quickly distanced themselves, staring at Fang Ping who had landed. For rank 3s. This bit of strength isn't enough. No, there's only 3 now. Fang Ping chuckled and said softly, "Leave the leader to me. You guys can split the rest." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping dashed toward the leader. The 3 people from the evil sect wanted to surround Fang Ping. In the next second, Gu Xiong appeared from the darkness and blocked one of them. Fu Changding, Zhao Lei, Tang Songting, and a few other boys appeared quickly and surrounded one of them. "Kill." The 3 people from the evil sect growled. None of them were afraid of death, and they began to fight with Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping's saber slashed down. The other party also swept his saber horizontally. The sound of collision spread throughout the campsite. The students' shouts could already be heard inside. Middle stage rank 3. Fang Ping's gaze was slightly solemn. This was the first time he had encountered a same rank martial artist after entering rank 3. However, his vitality was much lower than his. Clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. Under the night sky, sparks flew everywhere, illuminating each other's faces. "If you have a combat technique that you're good at, show me." Fang Ping provoked the other party. As soon as he finished, the other party suddenly pounded his chest, his vitality surging violently. In the next moment, the broadsword in the other party's hand slashed toward Fang Ping like lightning. Fang Ping wanted to retreat, but his expression quickly turned solemn. With a roar, he swung his saber and slashed. Clang! A loud sound rang out again. Fang Ping's arm trembled. His chest felt stuffy, and he could not help but spit out some blood. F***ck, you really do have a combat technique that you're good at. Fang Ping cursed. He no longer hesitated. His Chongdao left a series of afterimages in the air. His feet stepped into the air, and his body grew a lot taller. He slashed continuously from top to bottom. Fang Ping, who was in an elevated stance, had the geographical advantage. His saber slashed down again and again. The other party could not dodge, so he could only defend. Clang clang rang out incessantly. The evil sect leader had already forgotten how many times Fang Ping had slashed. At the last moment, there was a soft crack. Then, the leading martial artist's vision went black. From the corner of his eyes, he could only see a blood-red glow of a saber. 800 calories, 800,000. The last thing he heard was this sentence that he did not quite understand. End of chapter 207. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.